Decades ago, Earth suddenly endured a terrifying interdimensional storm. Since then, a series of mystical creatures like fairies, demons, sprites, angels, devils, and many others have gradually appeared before humanity. These interdimensional beings possess tremendous power divided into 4 tiers: mortal, legendary, epic, and mythic. Their 6 abilities and destructive power far exceed human imagination. Unfortunately, humanity only belongs to the lowest and mortal tier. However, humans can cultivate elemental energy techniques to enhance their physical strength. Besides that, they have another way to become strong, hunt interdimensional creatures, extract their elemental crystals from their corpses to absorb. But not only do their formidable powers pose difficulties, the habitats they live in treacherous lands also put humans at life-threatening risk. Back to reality, in a classroom teacher. Thubak, the instructor of the protagonist's class, is troubled watching his negligent student. The teacher loudly calls Chu Van but gets no response. He calls again, but silence remains. The whole class instinctively turns their gaze to a corner at the back where a male student, indifferent to studying, uses his book as a shield and sleeps soundly on the desk. Even when called by the teacher, he remains unaware. That is Chu Van, our protagonist, a young man with a shabby appearance but actually hiding astonishing power. Seeing Chu Van's rundown state, teacher Thubak sighs with regret. He suddenly recalls the principal's words from a bright morning when they were walking along a path on campus. The principal, in high spirits, once said, "Thubak, geniuses in this world are divided into 2 types. Do you know what they are?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "One type is Chu Van, and the other is all the other geniuses." That assessment showed how much the principal once believed in Chu Van. Yet now he looks so degenerated. When the bell announcing recess rings, Chu Van's most anticipated moment arrives. The young man who was just sleeping soundly suddenly jolts up like a zombie, exclaiming, "Let's get out of here." Then, as fast as the wind, he rushes out of the classroom. Teacher Thubak watches him go, shaking his head in frustration, silently thinking the principal was mistaken about him. Meanwhile, Chu Van pays no mind to others' gazes, striding hastily toward a secret place. Finally, he stops at the deserted sports field, a vague figure alone. What shady plan is Chu Van scheming now? He finds a hidden corner to sit down and immediately pulls out a mysterious phone. Since owning this device, his life has completely turned upside down. He no longer studies seriously nor trains diligently. All his time is devoted to playing games on the phone. Unexpectedly, to start the device, he drips a drop of blood on the screen and selects the dungeon. This time, the dungeon is a deep, dark cave in a mountain cliff outside covered with wild tree roots. He stealthily glances left and right carefully like someone with years of experience. Seeing no one around, he confidently uses a needle to prick his finger, dripping another drop of blood on the phone. The screen immediately switches, beginning to create the game character. When completed, a cute chibi version identical to Chu Van appears, adorable like a cheese stick. Without hesitation, he controls the character to venture deeper into the cave. Looking at the mysterious phone, Chu Van smiles. It holds an earth-shattering secret. Increasing the character's power in the game means boosting his real-life strength. Safe, fast, truly marvelous. Just entering the cave, he encounters a giant green ant blocking the path. A fierce battle breaks out, fists and kicks flying wildly. The mighty mortal class ant is no match for Chu Van. Each one he defeats easily. In the Federation, 16-year-olds cultivating elemental energy are not rare, but like Chu Van, achieving it through hard training without external help is as rare as stars in the sky. Teacher Thubak and others once believed he would be famous, but a past incident changed everything. Back then, Chu Van was top-ranked among his peers, yet everyone was stunned when a strange female student came to challenge him. That girl appeared out of nowhere and dared to challenge the #1 student. Truly arrogant. As a talented student, Chu Van had no reason to be intimidated. You asked if they had met before, but the girl didn't answer, just beckoned coldly. "Hurry up!" Chu Van rushed forward, throwing punches. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't bother to block, but with a single kick sent him flying like a bird, rolling 3 or 4 meters. Pathetic, like a son-in-law who just met the family and was humiliatingly defeated. Chu Van's attribute board last month showed mortal-level life strength, 7 speed, 4 body, 7 with 1 original energy possession and an original energy meditation skill, but no original energy techniques. Now his stats have clearly increased, no doubt thanks to the hack software on the mysterious phone. He sighed. If he kept practicing meditation for a few more years, he still couldn't achieve such rapid progress. Unfortunately, the energy crystals from the game can't be taken outside. Otherwise, just selling a few would make him rich, not a poor nobody like now. Lost in thought, he almost died. A blazing red ant suddenly charged, very different from the green ants earlier. Luckily, Chuvan quickly jumped to dodge the strike. The ant turned its gaze as if to say, "You're lucky, but you won't escape, boy." According to the system, this is a mutated red giant ant. After judging for a moment, he realized it was stronger and faster than the previous ones, but if careful, he still had ways to deal with it. However, this ant played dirty, snapping its fingers and summoning 500 ants as numerous as a Mongol army to swarm Chuvan. Just at the tense moment, a red-haired girl appeared. Chuvan immediately recognized Fung Yuk-tik. Why was she here? He thought silently. Could she be looking for him? His face darkened, trying to act normal, but inside wanting to shout, "Damn it! Why did she come at this exact moment?" He absolutely could not let her discover the secret of the phone. Even while fighting, he couldn't leave, but he reassured himself after all others only see him as a failed gaming addict. What he didn't expect was that she came to invite him to join the year-end practical exam team. Chuvan was stunned when Fung Yuk-tik suddenly invited him to join the team. While puzzled, he had to control his game character to deal with the ant swarm, sweating profusely. Seeing him flustered, Fung Yuk-tik explained, "I just want to get a high score in the practical exam, so I need strong teammates." "You're exactly the person I need." Chuvan was confused. In everyone's eyes, he was just a wreck. So why did she believe he was capable? Seeing his self-doubt, she quickly said, "No matter what others think of me, Chuvan is still Chuvan, the opponent I respect most." He asked, "What about Antin?" She smiled. "Don't you see I've been getting beaten up by her constantly?" Then she asked in surprise, "You didn't know?" Antin transferred schools. She said Antin is incredibly strong, coming and going like the wind, just to beat Chuvan for some unknown reason. Chuvan was stunned. He didn't know that Big Sister and yet was unfairly beaten because of team issues. Fung Yuk-tik did not look down on him for being weak. Chuvan had no reason to refuse. Good results would help him get into a prestigious university. So they agreed. She had found all 4 members, and every afternoon the group would train to coordinate well for the exam. When she left, Chuvan breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the game to maximize his power. He threw a punch that broke the mutated ant's armor, luckily dropping a crystal. His eyes lit up quickly, picked it up, sensing danger. He absorbed the crystal immediately, but before he could rejoice, 3 large, stinky black ants appeared. One ant was hard to deal with. Now he was swarmed by a whole group. The screen went pitch black and his character was defeated. Get up, Chuvan muttered. "Let's check the attributes again." Suddenly, his body felt burning hot as if on fire, pain so intense he struggled to breathe. The crystal he just absorbed was strangely powerful. A thought flashed. Could this be the legendary original energy technique? Gritting his teeth through the pain, he bled slightly and launched the game to check his status board. Sure enough, he now possessed his first original energy technique, the Great Six Divine Fist, Stage 7. The next afternoon, right on time, Fung Yuk-tik brought Chuvan to meet the other 2 members. But when they saw him, both looked displeased, not trusting him, thinking he hadn't trained for over a month and couldn't regain form. One said, "The goal is a top rank in the exam. Chuvan isn't strong enough. If no one else, I can invite someone better than you?" Hearing their disdain, he didn't get angry. The exam results mattered greatly for the future, so their caution was understandable. The other person suggested inviting Trindui, but Fung Yuk-tik strongly opposed it. How could Trindui compare to Chuvan? She was determined to keep him on the team. Seeing her resolve, the other person relented, saying, "If Chuvan could beat me one-on-one, then he could join." Chuvan immediately refused, saying, "No, real combat is too dangerous. If someone gets hurt, it would be troublesome." The other side misunderstood and thought he was afraid, then said the school has a strength testing machine. No one will get hurt, just less fun. He was determined to compete with his opponent. Whoever gets pushed back will be considered the loser. Fung Yuk-tik stood observing from a corner, hearing their plan to settle it, and couldn't help but ponder deeply. Dien Hung-dung practiced Thunderstorm Fist, a type of primal energy skill focused on explosive power. Moreover, he also possessed the primal energy skill Thunder Fist. Meanwhile, although Chuvan diligently practiced harsh meditation due to difficult circumstances, he never spent money to buy primal energy crystals to aid his training and didn't even own a primal energy skill. At a glance, this time, it seemed he would have a hard time coping. But contrary to everyone's expectations, the male lead still firmly walked to the Academy's strength testing lab. Chuvan faced the challenge. The two guys sneered mockingly and asked, "Are you afraid?" Chuvan scratched his head with a naive smile and replied, "Yes." But in his mind, he thought, "I'm only afraid that when I throw a punch, you'll be smashed to pieces." Before long, the whole group arrived at the school's strength testing machine. The male lead casually asked, "You punch first or me?" He smiled, signaling his opponent to act freely. Without hesitation, Dien Hungdong immediately rushed forward and threw a powerful punch at the testing machine, wearing a smug grin. The strong strike echoed loudly. The force was indeed terrifying, drawing everyone's eyes to the numbers jumping continuously on the screen, indicating the striker's strength. Finally, the number stopped at 7.6. Chuvan silently calculated that the strength measured by this machine and in the game was slightly different, but not too far off. Before acquiring the mysterious mobile device, I also reached this strength level. After finishing, Dien Hungdong arrogantly challenged the male lead to step up and show his strength, confident this time he would dominate Chuvan. The punch just now created a resounding sound throughout the hallway. Teacher Bakthut was leisurely strolling nearby and was drawn by the noise. Surprised he thought training at noon curious, he went to take a look. When he arrived, he didn't make a sound to disturb them, but was surprised to see Chuvan present and even preparing to throw a punch at the testing machine. Unlike the flashy Dien Hungdong, the male lead gently raised his hand, creating a bright golden swirl before throwing a seemingly light punch. But that punch stunned the whole room. Everyone was left speechless with their mouths agape. The testing machine screen displayed the dazzling number 10. Teacher Bakthut, hiding outside the door, was astonished to his core. How could this be? The bald teacher immediately imagined a scenario that Chuvan was not declining as rumored. His often dozing off in class must have been due to overexerting himself in training. Recalling what the principal had said, he thought secretly indeed the principal has sharp eyes. Strength level 10 is rare even in the discipline mansion. Secondly, Fung Nyuk-tik broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that was Thon Queen, the hardest fist skill to train, achieving strength level 10. Without a primal energy skill was truly terrifying. Dien Hungdong was furious, never expecting someone to surpass his strength. He pointed directly at the male lead. "Fine, you're qualified, but don't think you can defeat me." His head seemed to be steaming. Pushing Chuvan aside, he was determined to throw another punch to reclaim his honor. The two onlookers could only shake their heads in exasperation. Dien Hungdong really was the type to die for face. This time he seriously used all his strength to unleash the primal energy skill, Thunder Fist. His fist was full of energy, emitting lightning-like sparks as if a thunder god descended. He roared fiercely, "Take this!" then delivered a powerful blow at the testing machine. Thanks to the primal energy skill, this strength level far exceeded the last, surpassing Chuvan by 1 point, reaching 11. Satisfied with the result, Dien laughed proudly, though still trying to look provocative. "How about that? Scared yet?" Chuvan only reluctantly clapped half-heartedly, his eyes still fixed on the machine, making Dien impatiently shout, "Why are you just standing there looking like you've lost? Losing is nothing to be ashamed of." But Dien Hungdong did not expect Namchin at this moment, was only hesitating, wondering if he would be held responsible for breaking the machine by mistake. "Our family is so poor. Where would the money to pay come from?" Seeing Chuvan hesitate, Dien confidently said, "Just hit it. If it breaks, I'll pay for it." Hearing this, Chuvan seemed encouraged and immediately prepared to throw the punch. He focused all his energy, emitting a brilliant light. Dien Hungdong scoffed, thinking Namchin was just showing off. "Very impressive, huh? This is a specialized tool to measure maximum force, and it only withstands 20 points. Even high school students reaching that level are rare, let alone breaking it." Chuvan said nothing, silently delivering a punch with terrifying power like a thunderbolt, the light blinding like the midday sun that no one dared to look directly at. Fung Nyuk-tik, standing nearby, was horrified to realize Chuvan was using a primal energy technique. When the punch landed, the testing machine's screen cracked wide open, and the entire electrical system was completely destroyed. The whole room turned into a wasteland. None of the four present could believe a high school student could destroy a testing machine to this extent. Although the machine's maximum limit is 20 points, breaking it likely required an extraordinary primal energy technique. Teacher Bakthut, standing outside, recalled Principal Thubok's words. "Ah, there are two types of geniuses in this world. One is Chu Van, the other is all the other geniuses. Nam Chin sadly looked at Dien Huang Dong. Just now you said you'd pay for it. You weren't joking, right? Dian replied, Don't worry, we're brothers, just leave it to me. Phuong Nhuk Tik's eyes sparkled with interest, thinking quietly that this time she bet on the right person. This guy is even more interesting than I thought. On the bright path of twilight, Chu Van walked alone, troubled by what Phuong Nhuk Tik had revealed. Usually legendary powerhouses wouldn't bother with mortal-level students. Yet An Tin actually made a move against a mere mortal student like him, which is hard to understand. He and she had never met. Moreover, he had never left Quiduk Mansion, so how could he have offended such a person? Chu Van's mind was lost in chaotic thoughts. Nam Chin was deeply troubled and confused, but still couldn't understand why he suddenly heard a phone ringing that pulled him out of his trance. As soon as he answered, he heard Lao Ba's voice, which made him want to laugh and cry at the same time. Lao Ba laughed heartily and asked Nam Chin if he planned to attend his wedding. It turned out that Lao Ba, a single father who had raised his child alone for years and couldn't bear loneliness, was now working in a distant city, rarely seeing his son. Yet he was about to marry again. Who is Dad marrying? Chu Van thought to himself. Lao Ba was really something. He laughed smugly. Wait a bit, I'll send you a picture. Just a moment later, Chu Van received a photo of his future stepmother, a very beautiful woman. Lao Ba bragged, How about I find you a stepmother? Is it NDT or her name is Ao Duong Nam? He also announced the wedding would take place in Luoyang in about a week. Unfortunately, that coincided with the practical exam period, so Chu Van had to inform him he couldn't attend. By the way, he asked Lao Ba about the biscuit tin in the attic. Seeing Lao Ba didn't remember clearly, Chu Van described it in detail. It's an old metal box with biscuits painted around it. When I was little, I used to eat that kind of biscuit, but they're not sold anymore. It's probably a leftover box from before. Yes. Chu Van added, I found a cell phone inside. Did Dad put it in there? Lao Ba thought for a moment and then recalled roughly, it was a white phone black screen. No buttons. But it wasn't his. It was left by your grandfather. He told how Chu Van's grandfather used to be a carpenter in Quiduk Old Town, where many buildings were being renovated. One day he dug up an ancient well that flickered with light inside. The workers thought they had found a treasure, but it turned out to be an old wooden box containing a broken phone that couldn't be turned on. It had no charging port or buttons. Everyone was disappointed, thinking it was a prank, and gradually forgot about it. Chu Van's grandfather casually put it into a tool bag to bring home. When Chu Van was little, his Lao Ba was mischievous and tried to sell that phone for pocket money, but no one bought it, so he threw it into the biscuit box. Chu Van thought to himself how lucky it wasn't sold. Otherwise, he would have cried his eyes out by now. It turns out the phone originated from Quiduk Ancient City, coincidentally also the site of the practical exam. He decided that if he had the chance, he would find out more. As time passed, Chu Van's daily habits remained unchanged. Whenever he was free, he was absorbed in playing games anytime and anywhere. In class, he was carefree, as if at home, sleeping soundly while his friends studied diligently. He only knew to lie down at the back of the class and continue his nap. In the afternoon, he practiced teamwork with his teammates. During break time, he yawned widely and ran to a quiet spot to bury his face in his phone. A few days later at school, while the students were playing around, they accidentally bumped into a strange man. This man's aura was intimidating. Just one glance made the students tremble. Everyone was curious about who this mysterious figure was. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dien Huang Dong repeatedly apologized to Chu Van why can't join the team. Another group has already invited me. Hearing this, Chu Van didn't worry too much. He only worried whether Phuong Nhuk Tik could find a timely replacement or had any backup plan. On the way, he met Li Tri, another member of the group. Chu Van waved hello and casually asked, Have you heard that Dien Huang Dong left the team yet? Unexpectedly, Li Tri hesitated. I'm also planning to leave the group for some reasons. I can't participate in the exam. When Chu Van asked for details, he only replied, Don't ask. I can't say. I just apologize. But things didn't stop there. Even Phuong Nhuk Tik sluggishly came to apologize. I'm really sorry. Before she could finish, Chu Van interrupted. I know. It's okay. The one who should apologize is me for involving everyone. He gently comforted her. It's still early. Hurry up and find new teammates. You must achieve good results. This made Phuong Nhuk Tik feel even more guilty. She warned, I don't know that person's background, but their standing is very high. Be careful. Chuvan was confused, wondering where to find new teammates now. The exam time was approaching. Passing by the homeroom teacher's office, Teacher Bok Thwat called him in, speaking seriously about something that needed discussing. "And Dukwin's real name is Nthinta? You really don't know him?" Chuvan firmly said, "I don't know him at all." Teacher Bok Thwat shook his head, puzzled. "Strange. Why would a high-ranking person like him come here to personally reprimand a high school student like you?" Chuvan asked in surprise. "Who is Nthinta?" Teacher Bok Thwat explained carefully. The Earth Federation is divided into 4 military zones: East, West, South, and North. Teacher Nthinta, though young, comes from a prestigious family. Just over 20 years old, he already holds great power in the Eastern Military Zone. He is a high-ranking officer in the military. Chuvan doubted. "Does he want to target me?" The teacher replied, "Not necessarily, but with his status, he surely has many sycophants ready to cause trouble for you." The teacher sighed. "If he is such a big official, wouldn't he know that just one word from him could ruin someone's future? Also, is there any connection between Ondokwan and Ontin?" Teacher Bok Thwat shook his head, unsure of the relationship, but reminded the deadline for exam registration is tomorrow. "You still don't have a team, so you probably won't be able to register." Then Teacher Bok Thwat suggested a problematic student named Li Huyen to Chuvan. "If he agrees to form a team with Nam Chin, no one would dare to give you trouble anymore. However, the condition is that Chuvan must fully support Li Huyen to achieve excellent results, and he must become the best player in the Nam Chin team." Thinking it over, he asked, "You mean you want me to be Li Huyen's lackey?" The teacher replied, "Though you can't win first place compared to being disqualified from the exam, this is still a good option." After reconsidering, Chuvan thought the teacher was right, so he reluctantly asked him to contact Li Huyen on his behalf. On the way to Nam Chin, he called Lao Ba on the phone to ask if he knew anyone named Ondok Kwon, also known as Nthinta. Unexpectedly, Lao Ba, who was usually unreliable, asked back, "How do you know Nthinta is my new big brother?" Hearing that Nthinta was Lao Ba's big brother, Chuvan was shocked, his heart nearly dropping. "Oh my God, I suddenly have a big brother, and this big brother even comes to school to give me a hard time. This is just terrible luck." But that wasn't all. Lao Ba also added, "Nthinta is Tiu Lam Nyun, and you also have a younger sister named Antin." At this point, Chuvan broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly asked Lao Ba, "What is your relationship with Nthinta?" Old Ba laughed loudly. "Very good. Nthinta and Antin both respect me greatly." After ending the call, Chuvan was tangled in confusion. If that's the case, why are they dealing with me like this? Could it be that they don't support Old Ba marrying Ao Duongnam? The more he thought, the angrier he got, telling himself, "Antin rushed at me and smashed me to pieces, and Nthinta's one sentence made everyone distance themselves from me." But thinking back, it was just because I wasn't strong enough. Back in his room for the past few days, Chuvan kept burying himself in games everywhere, but his luck was truly terrible. Except for the first time when he got a crystallized energy orb, the following days were full of bad luck, gaining nothing but loneliness. Suddenly, Chuvan stopped complaining because this time he was luckier picking up a symbiotic egg. With it, he would possess a symbiotic pet. According to Nam Chin's knowledge, symbiotic pets rarely appear at the mortal stage, usually only at the legendary stage. He bent down to pick up the egg, but as soon as he touched it, it shattered, turning into a blood-red light that entered Chuvan's body. A painful sensation spread throughout his body, but he felt a submissive will from it. When he woke up, his head hurt like it had been hammered, unbearable. Looking around, he saw nothing, as if it was all just a dream. But when he looked down at his arm, he was startled. A blood-red seal clearly appeared. "What the hell is this?" And he wondered then, suddenly thought, could it be that the symbiosis succeeded? He hurriedly opened the status panel to check mutation, great strength, mortal rank. Strength 9, speed 5, constitution 9, energy 9. Talent, skill, great strength, divine fist. Symbiotic form, Sao Fist. Chuvan was excited and wanted to summon it immediately, but didn't know how. It didn't take long. When he imagined its image in his mind, a red light appeared, forming a glove that covered Sao's fist. It looked extremely cool, engraved with images of mutated great strength. Definitely a symbiotic form, he thought. I heard it will support the user, and with great strength, it's very likely to increase power. However, since he was in his room, he dissolved the form and decided to summon the pet to see it clearly. But according to Chu Van's will from the seal, red mist spread out gradually, forming a blurry, primitive beast silhouette. When it became clear, a huge, fierce giant ant appeared, frightening him. Wasn't it cute in the game? This is a bit scary, but I have to admit it's extremely cool, many times bigger than Chu Van. He thought, next time I go out, I have to try riding it to see how it feels. The next night, as promised, Master Bok Thwat drove Chu Van to meet Li Huyen. He was an open-minded guy, but not exactly evil. Master reminded him that he was only here for the exam. Don't pay attention to other matters. Chu Van nodded. Don't worry, Master, I know what to do. Finally, the two arrived at a lavish mansion that made a poor guy like Chu Van gasp in awe. The outside was already splendid, the inside even more luxurious. Li Huyen was sitting holding two beauties on each arm, laughing loudly. Old man's here, sit down and have a drink. Master Bok Thwat declined. I have class this afternoon, don't want to waste time with this open-minded guy. Master went straight to the point, introducing Chu Van as the chosen one, his strength very strong, sure to help you achieve good results. Li Huyen looked at Chu Van with a cold smile. Don't worry, out of respect for the old man, I'll let him join the team. Getting top group results shouldn't be hard. Master Bok Thwat finished the registration procedures and told Chu Van to stay for the next few days to get to know Li Huyen better and prepare for the exam. Li Huyen looked at Nam Chin and asked, You're Chu Van, right? I heard you're the #1 genius of Quiduk High School. Chu Van shook his head, just a rumor, not true. But Li Huyen pressed on with a disdainful attitude. That's understandable, there's no genius in this Quiduk mansion. He even brought up how Chu Van was defeated by An Tin in just one move, weak and claiming to be a genius. No need for cooperation practice or anything. You just need to join the team, I'll take care of the victory. Ridiculed Chu Van remained calm as if nothing happened. Buried in his phone, he nodded in agreement. He thought to himself, what a joke, someone else worries all the way. And he still has time to play games. Why refuse? Chu Van didn't care. Still buried in his phone, replied he didn't drink alcohol. Thanks for the kindness. Master's attitude was indifferent all day, only playing the main character's game. Li Huyen misunderstood that Chu Van was just discouraged by some criticism and not worth paying attention to. He thought Master Bok Thwat lowering himself to beg from someone like that was really not worth it. Suddenly, Li Huyen decided to tease, wanting to make Chu Van lose focus. He signaled a red-haired girl with a huge soul to approach and seduce the male lead. She, with a confident and attractive appearance, came closer and sweetly asked what game he was playing and if it was fun. Chu Van coldly replied it was very fun. The girl sitting close by coquettishly asked if that game was as fun as playing with her, but the male lead remained like a log unmoved. Seeing this, she got annoyed and grabbed Chu Van's chin to turn his face toward her. Unexpectedly, at that moment in Chu Van's game, a tense battle was happening. A new alien element creature, Silver Medicinal Thought, appeared at a terrifying speed, making him unable to hit it. On top of that, the annoying girl beside him disturbed him, making him even more irritated. Frustrated by the critical situation in the game and being bothered by her, Chu Van angrily pushed her hard, causing her to fall flat on the floor. Truly, a guy who doesn't care about delicate things. She fell like a mop, angrily staring at the person opposite, not expecting him to dare push her just because of a game. Li Huyen, savoring his wine and witnessing this laugh or cry scene, spilled some wine, scratched his head, and laughed loudly, surprised to find such an interesting guy. Meanwhile, Chu Van's mood was no better because of that annoying girl. Little Chu Van in the game was defeated by the monster. At night, while Li Huyen was sound asleep among beauties, Chu Van continued to fight tirelessly against the Silver Medicinal Thought. But its speed was too fast, putting him at a disadvantage. He kept failing all night despite his skill. It hadn't reached legendary level yet, so it wasn't invincible. The problem was that he had to fight them. The Great Strength Divine Fist could inflict heavy damage but took too long to execute. Chu Van pondered and suddenly thought about combining the Great Strength Divine Fist with the Inch Fist he had mastered in the game. Reality had a close connection. If he could combine the two moves in real life, it would also work in the game. Thinking it through, Chu Van began practicing combining the two techniques, seeking inspiration, staying up all night without sleep. He played the game while practicing his fists late into the night. This strange behavior caught Li Huyen's attention. Curious, he watched what moves this guy was practicing. Inch Fist. But the movements and the way he launched them were too big. At first, Li Huyen thought Chu Van was hiding his skills, but then lost interest, thinking he was being suspicious, and went back to his bedroom to sleep. The university entrance exam, the hope of many students, finally began. Chuvan, like many others, focused on finishing the theory test. A few days after the theory ended, he and a group of students boarded a bus heading to Quiduk Ancient City to participate in the practical test. This place, influenced by alien element water awakening, had turned into an alien element zone. The surrounding plants and animals were mutated, making the area extremely dangerous. The army was equipped with weapons and guarded strictly. Outsiders were not allowed in. Lai Huiyan and the other 2 team members hadn't arrived yet, so Chu Van decided to take a walk around the area near the huge, majestic city gate, admiring and looking up at the towering walls. Chu Van suddenly discovered a strange, bizarre seal. What exactly was this? He was curious. At that moment, the mysterious phone in his pocket vibrated, startling him. Thinking Old Third was calling, but then he realized something was unusual. This phone didn't have call functions. It had never been used before, so why was it working today? His surprise hadn't stopped. The screen suddenly displayed a camera function, something he had never seen before. What was this function for taking selfies? Chu Van awkwardly held the phone, trying to take a picture of the surroundings, but it had no button. After fiddling for a while, he still couldn't take a picture, thinking it was broken. Everything was normal until he accidentally brought the strange seal on the city wall into the phone's view. Suddenly, the phone beeped continuously as if confirming something. The screen changed, showing something being automatically downloaded. Chu Van vaguely associated this with something but wasn't sure yet. Unexpectedly, his intuition was right. The mysterious phone had turned Quiduk Ancient City into a game dungeon. With nothing else to do, he bit his hand to draw blood and used it to log into the game. Xiao Chu Wen walked through the copy, unable to help, but exclaimed that it really had turned into a game. After going a bit into the city gate, Chu Wen encountered the first alien creature, a dry bone soldier. As soon as it saw humans invading, it charged in to attack without a word. Although it was the first encounter, after a few moves, Chu Wen judged its speed and strength were not too strong, much easier to handle than those ants. He gathered strength into his arm and threw a powerful punch. If I got beaten by those big smelly ants, how could I not beat you? One punch struck and the dry bone soldier shattered into pieces. Luckily, he picked up a blue crystal, unbelievable to get a skill crystal on the first try, a lucky spirit crystal. Finally noticing him, Chu Wen absorbed the crystal without hesitation. Immediately, a stream of blue energy entered his body, but this time he didn't feel pain, like when absorbing the great force divine fist. If he remembered correctly, the dry bone soldier's skill was dry bone spear, a low-level elemental skill with small power but low elemental energy consumption. When I get deeper in, I'll test its power. At this time, Chu Wen summoned a giant force warhorse and climbed on it. One man and one ant dashed forward looking cool, like they were racing in the Li Huang Open Cup. The deeper he went, the more dry bone soldiers appeared, but they were all smashed by Chu Wen, his momentum surging forward like a roaring song. However, the joy didn't last long. Chu Wen's face darkened with frustration, realizing that except for the first crystal, he hadn't picked up anything else along the way. Just then, Chu Wen was startled by a sudden sound. Curiously, he asked what was in front of him. It turned out that because he had defeated too many of the enemy's minions, their boss had come all the way to the gate. It was a dry bone boss riding a warhorse holding a spear. Its whole body was engulfed in raging flames. At first, its eyes looked fondly at Chu Wen, but suddenly they turned icy cold. The terrifying glare was as if it had just swallowed an overdose of elixir. It charged straight at Nam Chin. In the blink of an eye, the monster appeared before him. Unexpectedly, its speed was that fast. Truly, the boss of that group was formidable. Chu Wen hadn't even uttered a word before both he and his ant were pierced through by a spear turning into skewered meat. A player holding a phone saw the words "Game Over." Chu Wen was still stunned, not understanding why he lost so quickly. Putting away his phone, he looked toward the city gate and silently thought this enemy was too strong this time. He hoped that in the real battle test at the ancient city he wouldn't encounter it. Suddenly he heard a noise behind him. He reflexively turned around and unexpectedly saw Anting, that Bala demoness. Who knew she had been standing behind him all along? Her face was not friendly at all. Without a word, she threw a punch at Chu Wen. He could only swallow hard, thinking she was legendary rank while he was still mortal rank. This little fan is going to get beaten. But unexpectedly, Anting stopped her attack. She pulled out a USB and coldly said, "Your third brother asked me to give this to you." She continued with contempt. This time, Uncle Fong's effort was wasted. Even if a fallen person has good stuff, it's just wasted. Before leaving, she left a warning, never claim to be part of the Yen family again. The Yen family doesn't have weak and incompetent people like you. Chuan clenched his teeth in anger. Since when did I become part of the Yen family? She beat me to pieces. My brother causes trouble. Clearly, I'm the victim. He could only blame his miserable fate. The victim's life is too salty, so the next generation is thirsty. Who told third brother to be so ruthless? Just as he was dazed, he heard his name called. It was Li Xuan leading two subordinates appearing. Truly a young master going into real combat looks like he's on a vacation. Dressed sharply, Li Xuan slung an arm around Chu Wen's shoulder and laughed loudly. I accepted the old master's request. This time, just relax and enjoy the wins. Follow me and leave all the point scoring to them. Hearing Li Xuan say that Chu Wen was secretly relieved. Drooling almost. Great, no need to try hard. I still have time to play games. The two henchmen confidently patted their chests. Leave everything to us. But Kuidukfu is as small as a nostril. How could there be a genius? I alone am enough to help Brother Huyen get first place. The other guy was no less confident. I will definitely give it my all so nothing goes wrong. Chu Van, standing nearby, realized they were ignoring him. They didn't even bother to introduce themselves. Truly just human-shaped tools, he thought silently. A guard holding a walkie-talkie announced the approaching time. Everyone quickly gather at the designated spot. Fung Yuktik and her teammates also hurried to the meeting point. Passing by Chu Van, she smiled and gave him a thumbs up, wishing him luck for a high score. Chu Van returned the gesture, also hoping she would do well. Let's do our best on time. The gate leading to the other dimensional area opened, revealing a violently swirling energy vortex. The host stood up and announced this test's scoring would be based on the spirit cores of the skeletal soldiers the students killed. The final ranking would depend on the total number of spirit cores. The excited students rushed inside to hunt monsters for spirit cores. As soon as they entered, they saw the skeletal soldiers. But in reality, they weren't as cute as in Chu Van's game. Yet the students were not afraid at all. Instead, they excitedly charged forward. The skeletal soldiers were quite weak, so the students easily defeated them. It was just a matter of time. Especially the two mercenaries from Li Huyen handled them smoothly like cutting butter. Watching each skeletal soldier being smashed apart, Chu Van leisurely thought he had nothing to worry about. He had more time to play games. He immediately pulled out his phone and started playing as usual. Li Huyen was speechless seeing this. Playing on your phone at a time like this. But Chu Van's eyes brightened when he realized the surroundings looked exactly like in the game. From the city gate to the surrounding architecture, a terrifying thought flashed. Could the game's setting be taken entirely from reality? That terrifying Skull Knight must be somewhere here too. Luckily, according to the game map, that area was still quite far away. As long as he didn't leave the competition zone, he wouldn't encounter that monster. But life's not a dream. Chu Van suddenly screamed loudly when he heard the group planning to move deeper inside and saw his panic. The three turned around and looked at him as if he were an idiot. The skeletal soldiers had already been cleared out quite a bit, and the monster refresh rate was quite slow. A blonde guy suggested, "To get a high score, we have to go deeper to kill more monsters." Chu Van kindly reminded everyone that going deeper might be dangerous. The blonde guy angrily said, "If you're scared, stay here alone. To be number one, you have to go deeper and kill more monsters." The guy wearing a black hat agreed. "I have a map of the nearby area. As long as we don't go too deep, it should be fine." Seeing their reasoning, Li Huyen nodded. "Let's go." Chu Van has unexpected issues, but they have it covered, no need to worry. Chu Van was awkward, unable to say directly that a huge monster was waiting ahead to take their lives. So he followed, thinking if they met it, at least he could help Li Huyen escape. So the four of them went deeper at a fast pace. The monsters blocking their way could only blame their bad luck when the blonde guy kicked one to death instantly. The black-hatted guy was no less fierce. He threw a punch like thunder, smashing the monster's chest until it died like never before. Do whatever you want to do, Chu Van thought silently. Walking behind the group, Chu Van strolled leisurely, holding his phone focused on playing the game. But contrary to his relaxed appearance in the game, he was getting torn apart. The power gap was too big. Every time he faced the boss Nam Chin, he immediately turned into a kebab. He kept dying countless times with the game over message mocking him. Chu Van's face darkened in frustration. No matter how he dodged left or right or jumped, the boss's attacks easily defeated him in one hit. Its power was even more overwhelming than the silver-winged flying ants. However, it wasn't without gains. Chu Van keenly noticed the boss didn't maintain high speed continuously, but only surged suddenly when attacking. This must be some kind of damn energy technique. He thought to himself that at this rate the whole group would end up getting boxed meals. Meanwhile, Lai Huiyan's two henchmen kept hunting monsters relentlessly. When they defeated a dried-up skeletal soldier, a red core pellet dropped. The blonde guy immediately picked it up and handed it to Lai Huiyan to claim the spoils. Lai Huiyan happily praised everyone, saying they did a great job. Seeing no way to handle the boss, Chu Van suggested they had enough points and the two should head back. But before Lai Huiyan could decide, the blonde guy angrily shouted, "It's still early, why rush? You don't need to step in." The guy with the hat agreed. "Let's kill a few more to be sure of the win." Lai Huiyan checked his phone for instructions and saw no record of legendary-level alien creatures nearby, so he said it was fine to move forward. Seeing Lai Huiyan about to continue, Chu Van couldn't stand it and grabbed his hand to stop him. "Stop." He said he had a sixth sense since childhood. Whenever danger approached, he'd feel uneasy, and it was always accurate. The important thing was that this feeling was very intense now. Hearing this nonsense, the blonde guy snorted disdainfully and pointed at Chu Van's face. "Brother Huiyan brought you along out of respect. If the team loses because of you, can you take responsibility?" Chu Van seriously rebutted. In this small Queeduck mansion, few students dare to leave the safe zone. "I've got a high score already. Just killing more dried skeletons in this area is enough to maintain the advantage, no need to risk going into the unknown." His words made Lai Huiyan hesitate and consider agreeing to return. But just then an unexpected event happened. A blue blade came flying at a terrifying speed from nowhere. Caught off guard, Lai Huiyan was stabbed through the stomach. The biggest surprise was that the attacker was the guy with the hat whom Lai Huiyan had invited to the team. The blonde guy was stunned and could only shout the traitor's name, Jiang Hao. He thought that just yelling Jiang Hao's name would make him drop dead. But being too slow, the blonde guy was also slashed once, and it was unclear if he survived. Looking down at the defeated opponent, Jiang Hao muttered something Chu Van couldn't hear, but guessed he was thinking, "What kind of monster have you been eating to be this stupid?" Despite severe injuries, Lai Huiyan stood up again. The huge wound closed so fast it was visible to the naked eye. His gaze sharper than ever, he almost whispered, "He's the second brother you sent right." Jiang Hao was shocked to recognize it as the innate, invincible divine skill. Unexpectedly, a playboy like Lai Huiyan had mastered this top-tier primal energy technique. Unlike primal energy skills or core pellets from alien creatures, human primal energy techniques are distilled from humans themselves with cultivation methods determining limits. The innate, invincible divine skill is primal energy far beyond the mortal and legendary stages, enabling the user to reach the rare Reaper level. But it is said that to cultivate this skill, the practitioner must be a pure male. Losing virginity would ruin all efforts, just like the Ghost Flower Manual in Jin Yong's stories. What amazed everyone was that a philanderer like Lai Huiyan was still intact. The blonde guy, tough as a leech, got up and scolded Jiang Hao. "I didn't expect you to help Lai betray Brother Huiyan." Jiang Hao swung his sword calmly. "Two kings can't share one mountain. This is just my choice." Lai Huiyan was furious. He never intended to compete with the second brother, but was pushed into a corner. Jiang Hao sneered coldly. "If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for pretending to be a pig instead of being one." With that, he slashed swiftly toward Li Huiyan like the wind. It seemed the blade would seriously wound Li Huiyan, making defense difficult, but no. He just leaned lightly and easily dodged. The blade flew far away, stabbing into the ground and causing a tremendous explosion. Even seeing Lai Huiyan escape, Chu Van and the blonde guy couldn't feel happy, only more panicked. They realized Jiang Hao possessed a fierce, fake, violent Qilin and extraordinary power. The blonde guy shouted in disbelief. "It's just a mortal-level being. How could he own a legendary creature?" In contrast, Lai Huiyan calmly explained without worry, "Nothing strange. As long as a legendary being willingly pays a high price to transfer an alien creature's egg to someone else, it's possible." At the same time, he pulled out a yellow egg. Jiang Hao, holding the fierce blade, approached and praised Lai Huiyan. "You're smart. Looks like your second brother wasn't wrong." But smart people usually don't live long. He rushed forward, swinging his blade down, determined to take Li Huiyan's life. But something unexpected happened. The playboy heir, once considered useless, gripped the blade firmly with his bare hands. This action terrified Jiang Hao, completely shattering his initial perception. Not stopping there, Lai Huiyan's arm suddenly transformed, covered in hard scales like obsidian, black as a beast's claw. His eyes turned icy cold. The image of the carefree young master vanished, replaced by a monster risen from hell. With just a light strike, Lai Huiyan knocked Jiang Hao away, slamming him hard to the ground, tumbling like a kite with a broken string, flying 4.5 meters before stopping. Jiang Hao was horrified, never expecting Lai Huiyan to also possess a legendary creature. As the dust cleared, Lai Huiyan appeared like a war god, his entire body covered in dark iron armor, his sharp gaze fixed on the traitor. He stepped forward toward Jiang Hao, who was filled with extreme fear. Seeing he couldn't fight back, Jiang Hao hurriedly fled like the wind. But Lai Huiyan wasn't about to let the traitor go after all he had done. He powered up and charged after him like a comet. The worst off was Chu Van, only at the mortal embryo level, while the other two both had legendary creatures. Worse, he realized the direction they were running led straight to where the giant crab boss reigned. Chu Van silently cursed his luck and hurried after them to stop them, but was too late. Annoyed at losing their trail, the blonde guy, as tenacious as a leech, woke up and shouted, "Why didn't you chase after Brother Huiyan? What are you just standing there for?" Chu Van replied indifferently. "I beg you, if you're so good, you go ahead then." The man angrily yelled at the coward for endangering Brother Huiyan by taking care of a useless guy like him. No matter what he said, Chu Van knew he wasn't cowardly. It was just that chasing after them wouldn't solve anything against the two legendary creatures of Li Huiyan and Jiang Hao. He couldn't help any further. The terrifying giant crab boss awaited ahead. If they encountered it, even with legendary creatures, both would hardly escape death. Going there now would only be throwing themselves into the trap. Thinking quickly in this urgent situation, the only way to help Lai Huiyan was to figure out how to deal with the boss in the game. Little Chu Van quickly sought out the boss in the game. This time, the boss's minions were much fewer than usual. By instinct, Chu Van wanted to retreat from the overwhelming assault, but his reason stopped him. Running away meant certain death. Just as expected, when approaching the boss, it swung its spear down like lightning. But this time, Chu Van flipped away under the horse's body. The boss was furious at being tricked, swinging down again, but missing. It swung its spear horizontally, but Chu Van nimbly dodged all attacks thanks to experience from previous times he'd been skewered. No matter what angle it attacked from, he reacted in time. Enraged at being taunted by the brat, the boss unleashed its ultimate move to purge the intruder. Chu Van broke out in cold sweat had the boss already unleashed its ultimate move. As predicted, he was nailed to the ground again. Turned into roasted meat, dead as dead can be. But there was no time to try again. Chu Van put away his phone and thought, "I'll go ahead first and figure this out." But this time, despite failing, he discovered a blind spot under the boss's horse. If he leveraged it well, there was a chance to survive. He hurried to the scene of Li Huiyan and Jiang Hao's fight. Judging by the intense battle marks, he guessed they weren't far. Sure enough, after a short distance, Chu Van saw the two figures approaching. To his surprise, it was Lai Huiyan and the blonde guy, but Jiang Hao had disappeared. The blonde guy angrily asked why they had just arrived now. Chu Van ignored him and asked if Lai Huiyan was okay. Lai Huiyan's expression was grim. "The situation wasn't looking good, Chu Van." Looking in the direction Lai Huiyan pointed, Chu Van was startled and horrified at what he feared most. A giant skeletal night boss riding a warhorse wielding a long, sharp spear like the Saigon Bridge radiating an intense blue flame. He gawked. This was the true form of the skeletal knight. Nothing like the cute boss in the game at all. From one shock to another, unexpectedly, Jiang Hao, thought to have vanished, appeared stealthily hiding behind the skeletal night boss. Even more shocking, he wasn't attacked by it. A whole series of question marks formed in Chu Van's mind. Observing closely, he was sure it was because of the armor he wore. Thinking about the possibility that the armor is another legendary-level creature. Chu Van, a poor man who just wanted to give up on life. Truly crazy about the deadly envy of the rich life. He turned to tease Lai Huiyan. "It seems your brother really wants to kill you. This scheme is quite serious." Suddenly, the boss's deep voice rang out. "The intruder must be eliminated." The cold sound left no time for the two to talk. It urged his horse forward. Seeing the critical situation, Lai Huiyan pushed Chu Van back and shouted to retreat quickly. He stood in front, casting a skill to create a sturdy shield to block the boss's storm-like attack. But what Lai Huiyan didn't expect was the opponent's overwhelming power. The shield quickly cracked and shattered after just a few seconds. The impact caused a shockwave explosion, sweeping the area, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. The chaotic wind scattered wildly. The weak blonde man was blown away like a kite with a broken string. Chu Van struggled to defend silently, thinking he hadn't finished worrying about himself yet. He could only blink and watch him fly away. But that tough guy wasn't dead yet. He only coughed up a bucket of blood. Truly a resilient king. Despite being seriously injured, he still acted gallantly, shouting, "I'm fine! Chu Van, help Brother Huyen!" Over there, even though the shield was broken, it reduced the boss's attack force, allowing Lai Hyen to hold on. But before he could catch his breath, a vicious beast suddenly charged and bit him. Luckily, Lai Huyen reacted quickly and created a new shield to block the attack. His voice was deep now, coldly looking at the attacker who ambushed him, but he wasn't free-handed either. The attacker was Zhang Hao, a shameless traitor to the extreme. Taking advantage of Lai Huyen's focus on the boss, he attacked from behind. He even taunted, "I want to see how long you can hold out against two enemies." He charged up to join the boss in attacking Lai Huyen together. Li Huyen had to block the boss's super-strong blows while dealing with Zhang Hao. Li Huyen immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Chu Van stood outside, watching his heart burning with anxiety. At this rate, Li Huyen was sure to die. He made a bold decision and shouted loudly, "Lai Huyen, I will hold the boss back. You take as long as you need to defeat Zhang Hao." Li Huyen, struggling to defend, gritted his teeth and replied, "I need 2 minutes." Even in a weak position, he was confident that 2 minutes was more than enough. "You just hold it back." Zhang Hao overheard the conversation and sneered, "A mere mortal dares to fight a bone knight, truly courting death." Chu Van didn't bother and took off his jacket, declaring, "I'll buy you those 2 minutes." He rushed into the battlefield, drawing the boss's attention with provocative actions. He waved his hand teasingly. "There's a lot of blood here, come here." Sure enough, this behavior angered the boss, causing it to shift its target to Chu Van. Its fierce gaze seemed to say it wouldn't leave without killing him. Thanks to his gaming experience, Chu Van bent down to dodge the first spear strike. Noticing the boss's moves resembled the game, he gained more confidence. But the joy was short-lived. The boss changed its move, no longer using the spear, but charging with its horse's hooves. Chu Van thought to himself, "Good thing I dodged, or I'd be shattered like porcelain under the horse's hooves," showing the terrifying power. The boss on horseback wasn't idle, swinging the spear continuously, forcing Chu Van to dodge left and right. He realized the boss's attacks were much more agile in reality than in the game. Seeing he couldn't hit the boss, gathered strength and swung the spear horizontally with great force. "This fan's getting a boxed meal," probably Chu Van's thought. But skillfully, he bent down and rolled under the horse's belly, then quickly struck the horse hard. He thought this would trouble the opponent, but neither the horse nor the boss moved unmoved like a mountain. Chu Van's strike was like a mosquito bite, not even enough to scratch an itch. He was disappointed. Did this guy really have no weakness? The blond man, just recovering from coughing blood, looked at Chu Van in horror. No pet yet, still holding back the Bone Knight. Zhang Hao fighting Lai Huyen was also stunned. This couldn't be happening. Lai Huyen laughed coldly. "You dare slack off while fighting me? You're asking for death!" He unleashed full power, breaking Zhang Hao's armor with a storm-like punch. The force was so strong, Zhang Hao flew like a torn sack. Barely regaining balance, Zhang Hao angrily shouted, "Lai Huyen, come here and see who dies first, me or useless Chu Van!" Fighting the skeletal knight first. Li Huyen, like a war god, charged forward and struck him with relentless attacks like crashing waves. No longer having to fight one against two, Li Huyen took the initiative to hang Zhang Hao up, hitting him like a moving sandbag. The next target was his strange armor. Just breaking it would make everything easier. Li Huyen launched his strongest strike aimed at Zhang Hao's chest where the armor was. The blow caused him serious injury. More importantly, the armor shattered. Chu Van sensed the unfavorable situation. Zhang Hao summoned the fierce Baolan Sa. Li Huyen was astonished and mocked. "I didn't expect you to unleash the true form of the Baolan Sa already." He was confident. "This beast can only trap me for a few seconds." But Li Huyen was mistaken. Zhang Hao's real target was not him, but Chu Van. Then Zhang Hao confidently said, "Just a few seconds is enough for me to kill that useless Chu Van." He quickly closed in behind Chu Van, swinging his blade down forward. The super-strong skeletal boss was also rushing in. The situation was critical. Li Huyen worriedly realized he had misjudged the situation but was helpless to intervene in time. Unexpectedly, in that desperate moment, Chu Van moved like a flexible dancer, dodging both attacks simultaneously. Not only that, with battle instincts sharp as an old wolf's, he immediately counterattacked. The strike was so unexpected that Zhang Hao couldn't react in time. He could only shout to the heavens as he took the hero's punch. He was terrified. The power of this strike is enormous. I can't believe Chuvan also has a companion beast. At that moment, the remaining armor on Jiang Hao's body shattered instantly. The skeletal knight's eyes glowed frighteningly. Jiang Hao never expected his trump card to become the thing that killed him. Without armor protection, he became the boss's target. One spear to the heart, and he immediately went to receive his boxed meal. The owner died. The Baolansa roared and struggled violently. From the broken armor piece, blue smoke poured out and formed a lizard. It was the true form of Jiang Hao's second legendary companion beast. It was still stunned when Li Huyen, just freed from his bonds, stomped it flat. Looking at the traitor's miserable corpse, Li Huyen coldly said, "You reap what you sow, no one else to blame." But the danger was not over. The skeletal boss was furious, entering a berserk state. It launched attacks wildly like a furious storm. Chuvan realized this strike was too fast to dodge. He gritted his teeth, preparing to block. "I think this fan's done for." Just then, Li Huyen appeared in time to block the attack for him. The boss's power surged. Just one hit cracked the armor on Li Huyen's arm, threatening to shatter it. Chuvan understood the situation had become critical. Li Huyen's warrior senses were near their limit, unable to hold out much longer. The boss kept attacking relentlessly, showing no sign of weakening. Li Huyen gritted his teeth. "I'll hold it back. You choose the moment to deliver the finishing blow." Facing such a fierce beast was tough. Seeing Chuvan hesitate, Li Huyen angrily shouted, "If you don't hurry, you'll be dead right now." "Big brother, sorry, I can't take it anymore." He sweat nervously, begging, "Come on, hurry up." Seeing Li Huyen still resisting, Chuvan felt reassured and charged into battle. His arm flared up like a fire, radiating intense heat. He threw a full power punch. The flames engulfed the boss like a raging storm, causing an explosion that blew everything away, dust and smoke swirling. Chuvan thought this strike would at least take half its life. But when the smoke cleared, the boss still stood tall. Only a scratch truly tough. Chuvan tensed up. The boss charged fiercely again, swinging its spear hard. Chuvan dodged cleverly, and when it was out of energy and exposed, he leapt into the air and unleashed a flurry of attacks covering the sky. A loud explosion blew him back. But when the dust cleared, the beast was still intact with only a scratch. Li Huyen sighed helplessly. However, Chuvan suddenly noticed something and shouted about the wound. Li Huyen immediately understood. The crack on the boss's head was still not healed. The two coordinated perfectly. Li Huyen used himself as a springboard to launch Chuvan higher to create an opening. He charged to attack the horse directly to distract its attention. The armor on Li Huyen's body shattered, but he didn't care. Shouting loudly, "Now's the time!" Chuvan didn't disappoint, leaping up and throwing his strongest punch. His whole body moved like the wind. The punch smashed forward like a meteor aimed straight at the boss's head. Indeed, both of their guesses were correct. The skull was the weak point. One thunderous strike shattered the boss's headpiece. Chuvan exhaled in relief. Finally success. The once invincible monster was now in a pitiful state unbearable to watch. Its whole body emitted smoke and gradually dissipated, leaving only dust behind. Among it, something shiny caught their eyes. A pet beast egg. "All right." Chuvan stepped forward to pick up the pet beast egg while Li Huyen casually praised, "Still lucky, not bad." Then he turned and left, showing no intention to compete for it. Chuvan asked in surprise, "You're not going to take it?" Li Huyen replied, "Keep it, this is your reward for helping me. Without you, I probably would have stayed here. I'm just a poor nobody." Chuvan didn't know how to be polite, and immediately accepted, "Then I gratefully accept your kindness." But Li Huyen reminded him, "Remember, a common-grade cultivator like you isn't strong enough yet to refine a legendary companion egg. It's better not to refine this dry-bone knight's egg for now." Meanwhile, Li Huyen showed interest in the pet on Chuvan's arm. He asked, "How did you get a companion certificate like that?" "I had to rely on the innate, unbeatable divine skill just to barely become a mysterious armored warrior." At first, he thought Chuvan was hiding skills, but when he found out it was just a common-grade pet, he lost interest. Li Huyen explained, "The weaker the creature, the harder it is to nurture companion eggs. In other words, common-grade eggs are even rarer than legendary ones." He was jealous and pressed, "Where exactly did you find that thing? Luckier than me." Chuvan dodged, changing the subject to Jiang Hao's death. Li Huyen was indifferent and didn't care. "He brought it on himself. I'll handle it after the battle." Their relationship became closer. Lai Huiyan slapped Chu Van on the shoulder enthusiastically. "Once you're out, if you want to go to college, just tell me. I'll help you register." Finally, the three-person team successfully left the alien dimension. Li Huiyan went to talk with the person in charge of handling everything. They happily said goodbye. Being a poor nobody, Chu Van had no private car and had to take the bus home. At the stop, he got off and walked, but for some reason felt a cold atmosphere. He was confused, wondering, have I played so many games that I'm anemic? I heard red sugar water is good for blood, not sure if true or not. While walking, he accidentally stepped on something. He stopped and was startled to find a person lying on the road, thinking it was a corpse. Chu Van shouted, but the old man's dry cough startled him back to reality. The man was still alive. Feeling compassionate, he helped the man sit up, leaning against the curb, and asked if he was okay. The old man woke up with a bright smile, saying he was fine, just an old illness flaring up. Hearing this, Chu Van felt relieved and was about to leave to rest, but the old man called out, "Hey, young man, meeting like this is fate. Sit down and talk with me." The old man coughed harshly as if about to cough up a lung. Chu Van thought he said he was fine, so he'd just let him ask a few questions and then leave, but the old man's awkward question caught him off guard. "Do you like girls with big souls or small?" Chu Van was stunned, wondering what kind of question that was. He stammered and scratched his head. "Maybe choose the girl with the small soul." The old man laughed heartily. Exactly a small soul is true love. Only babies still on milk like the big ones." Chu Van was bewildered. "Oh man, I meant a big soul is inconvenient in battle, hard to keep balance, not like you think." The old man didn't stop and asked, "Between a warm, coquettish girl and a fierce, stubborn girl who doesn't listen to reason, who would you choose?" Chu Van stammered, thinking who wouldn't like a warm girl, and said to him, "When will you be done?" Regretting deeply, he just wanted to go home, shower, eat, and play games, so he blurted, "I like the sour, fierce girl who doesn't listen to reason." Thinking the old man would be bored, he was surprised when the old man burst out laughing, eyes sparkling. "I found my soulmate. Women like that are interesting, adorable. Warm and soft girls are boring." The old man praised, "You're young, but your eye for girls isn't bad, rare indeed." Chu Van inwardly cursed his mistake. You can't use common sense on crazy people. He thought of Antin Balasat, fierce and stubborn just like the old man described. The old man laughed knowingly. "Few have eyes like you, truly a talent." Chu Van lost interest and just wanted to go home, asking, "Where do you live? Do you need me to take you home?" The old man looked him over and pondered, "Your vital energy is very poor. Even if your eyes are sharp, your strength can't follow your heart." But he said Chu Van suited his taste, then took out a stack of papers. "This is the original energy technique for training. Here it is." Hearing about the original energy technique, Chu Van was stunned. The old man smiled brightly. "As long as you train, no matter how troublesome women are, you can handle them easily. Back in the day, I ruled the world with 7 days and 3 nights thanks to this." Chu Van scratched his head, refusing, "I have already practiced the bitter meditation." Before he could finish, the old man angrily scolded, "What is this bitter meditation nonsense?" The old man was smug. Though the heavenly devil, true technique is not an advanced original energy technique. It crushes bitter meditation into pieces. Chu Van was horrified. "How do you know I practice bitter meditation?" The old man slowly explained, "Your technique is terrible, but your limbs are strong, your flesh warm and soft. If not bitter meditation, then what is it? Luckily, you haven't practiced deeply, or else you'd have destroyed yourself. Take this. It's 1,000 times better than bitter meditation." Chu Van forced a smile, but still refused. He didn't believe the old man would give something so valuable to a stranger. "I've never heard of the heavenly devil true technique." After speaking, he turned to leave. The old man's expression darkened as he quietly clasped his hands and said calmly, "Stop." Chu Van was terrified when he realized he couldn't move a single step. His entire body felt completely out of control. Suddenly, an invisible, powerful force pulled him backward, sending his body flying until it stabilized. When he regained composure, he realized he had returned to the exact original spot. The old man before him no longer looked cheerful as before. His eyes now burned red like blood, his voice low and full of authority. I am Tin Dao Tin. I have dominated for over 10 years, and until now, no one has dared to say no to me and lived. Hearing the name Tin Dao Tin, Nam Ching felt as if he had heard this strangely familiar name somewhere before. Suddenly, his eyes contracted as memories flooded back. It was him, the cold-blooded, most terrifying figure in human history since humanity began recorded during the chaotic primal storm era. He was a top-tier, fierce, devil-level expert who had consecutively taken 27 lives and stained the entire Federation with blood. The old man stood high above, looking down at Nam Chin with a challenging tone. "So what do you think now? Do you want to learn?" Standing under the eaves. Nam Chin could only bow his head, sweat pouring down like rain, and stammered, "I want to." The old man was somewhat surprised by his agreement. He frowned, suspecting this kid was only saying it out loud and had no intention to learn at heart. Namching sighed inwardly, thinking, "Who wouldn't want to learn? But if I really follow this old man, I'd surely be hunted by the entire Federation along with this great devil king." Still, he didn't dare to refuse outright. The old man was not done yet. He took out another item, his voice full of temptation. "I have another set of original energy techniques that's very interesting. Want to practice, young man?" He just wanted to scream, thinking he had escaped, yet the old man pulled out yet another set of original energy techniques. If he refused now, he feared this old devil would bury him alive. Without waiting for his agreement, the old man placed the original energy technique into Nam Chin's hand, then smiled what he thought was the kindest, most saintly smile. But to Nam Chin it felt cold and infuriating. "Or maybe you want to refuse this old man's kindness." Nam Ching was so scared he trembled hurriedly, shaking his head repeatedly. "No, I will definitely accept." After everything was settled, the old man was satisfied and left, gradually disappearing into the quiet night, freed from restraint. Nam Chin felt like he had been given a new lease on life, panting heavily, but his vigilance had not faded. He wondered silently if the old man was still watching him from afar. Holding the item in his hand, he examined it carefully and realized he couldn't refuse it. His weak body felt like a breeze could make him sneeze repeatedly. After thinking for a while, he decided to run home quickly first. On the way, Nam Chin accidentally passed by two suspicious figures who seemed to be concentrating on tracking something. Looking closely, he recognized the badges on their shoulders. They were definitely Federation agents. A series of questions arose in his mind. Could they have come to capture Tin Dao Tin? But he quickly dismissed the thought, telling himself this had nothing to do with him, and hurried straight home. Upon arriving, the first thing Nam Chin did was rush to take a thorough shower. Today was truly a long day full of upheaval. First, Li Huyen was assassinated, and now he had encountered the legendary Devil King. He could only blame his own bad luck. He just wanted a quiet time playing games, yet now he was caught up in trouble. Looking at the original energy technique on the table, he couldn't help but feel uncertain. Was this a blessing or a curse? After a tiring day, Nam Chin finally lay down on his beloved bed. But in his restless sleep, an indescribable oppressive feeling suddenly overwhelmed him. His heart felt crushed by something, and his whole body seemed to be sinking into a sea of blood. Below, countless creepy, terrifying hands reach out desperately, trying to drag him down to the depths of hell. The horrifying feeling makes him want to scream. The only way to escape is to wake up. Suddenly, the protagonist bolts upright, his face drenched in sweat, in utter panic. He pants heavily, his mind still trapped in the terrifying nightmare, his body uneasy. He rushes to the bathroom, vomiting violently. After a while, he gradually calms down, wondering what the hell is really going on. Seeing the vital energy manual titled Demon Immortal Scripture on the table, he slips into thought. Could it be because of that? Did the enlightened Taoist immortal mess with this scripture? Holding the scripture in his hands, he carefully examines it from every angle. Whether looking forwards or backwards, he can't find anything truly strange that would cause a headache. He falls into deep thought, wondering if he's anemic from playing games too much. Washing his face to sober up, he feels better. The oppressive feeling fades away. Though awake with nothing to do, the protagonist takes out his phone to play games again. With a small victory, he logs into the ancient dungeon, goes deeper, and unexpectedly encounters the skeleton night boss again. He didn't expect it to still be there. It seems the monsters in reality and in the game don't affect each other. This is even better, meaning he can defeat it again and get more treasures. Without hesitation, he charges in to fight the boss once more. Of course, in this leader's knowledge base, there's no concept of fear. It rushes straight in, intending to crush the outsider into dust. As expected, the protagonist is quickly mauled by the monster and finally defeated. He can only bitterly accept the boxed meal. The young man's face turns pale with anger. Although bosses in games are usually a bit weaker than in reality right now, there's no support from Lai Huyen. He can only rely on himself. Moreover, only by performing operations perfectly can he hope to defeat it. After all, there are still several days before the exam results are announced. He can use this time to figure out how to kill that monster. It's just that to train this path, who knows how much more blood he will have to sacrifice. Chuvan now just wants to find a glass of red syrup water to make up for the few drops of blood lost. He sighs in frustration, thinking that reducing the number of failures is the reliable solution. As the old saying goes, you need food to sustain the way. So the young man decides to buy food to stock up for the upcoming grinding days. No sooner said than done, he rushes to the supermarket to buy all kinds of food to last for several days. Then the young man begins his journey to conquer his monster, staring at the phone day and night. On the floor, the fast food wrappers the protagonist has consumed pile up over the past few days. Thanks to non-stop fighting in the game, he accumulates quite a bit of combat experience. Handling the monster also becomes more skillful. Chuvan jumps to dodge its sweeping attack while spotting a weak spot on the enemy's head. A flawless move, he channels all his strength into a critical strike to the Jade Knight boss's head. The enemy is defeated. Luckily, the young man obtains a vital energy crystal that boosts speed by 13 levels. It's a dazzlingly sparkling yellow gem. Smiling brightly, he silently tells himself the blood-selling effort over these past days wasn't in vain. He immediately absorbs the crystal into his body. But strangely, his speed doesn't increase to 13 like the gem's level. It only reaches 9 points. Thinking seriously, he realizes 9 points may be the limit of the Vital Energy Manual's mortal stage cultivation he's practicing. At first, he planned to use the manual to break through to the legendary level, but now it seems this method is indeed a bit weak. Just as the enlightened Taoist immortal said his manual can't compare to the innate invincible divine skill or similar techniques. To put it bluntly, it's as weak as a snail. But the tough problem is that someone as poor as the protagonist doesn't know where to find a higher-level vital energy manual. Could it be that he has to train the enlightened Taoist immortal's method? Suddenly, the protagonist is startled as he remembers something. A few days ago, Antin gave him an item saying it was entrusted by her grandmother to deliver. Chuvan immediately suspected it might be a chi technique. He hurriedly took out the USB to check. Sure enough, as he suspected, inside was a high-level chi technique called the Radiant Sun Technique. Why wasn't he amazed enough to be speechless? Because the Radiant Sun Technique and the innate invincible divine skill are two primal energy techniques with top-tier power far beyond ordinary levels. What makes the Radiant Sun Technique more valuable is that it focuses on offense, and the training conditions aren't as harsh as the innate invincible divine skill, which requires maintaining virginity to the point of spiderwebs everywhere. According to Chuvan, this is a hereditary primal energy technique from a powerful federated warrior. It's unclear where Lao Ba got it from. He began to speculate whether Lao Ba obtained it through the An family. Then he thought Lao Ba must have paid a steep price to own this. He imagined the heroic words Lao Ba might say something like, "For my son, I'm willing to do anything." But back to reality. Chuvan shook his head, muttering, "What a joke. Who understands Lao Ba better than himself?" He absolutely isn't the type to put on that kind of image. It's lucky Lao Ba didn't get beaten by Antin again. Thinking too much won't help, the protagonist immediately picked up the phone to call Lao Ba and ask for clarification. Receiving a call from this kid, Lao Ba immediately knew nothing good was coming. But unexpectedly, the first thing the kid said was to ask if he needed any help. Lao Ba was so angry his face turned grim. Even from Vietnam. Chuvan could clearly hear him roar, "You itching for a fight," swearing like that. Judging by the tone, the protagonist was reassured that Lao Ba was still as tough as ever. After a thorough scolding, and once Lao Ba calmed down finally, where did he get the Radiant Sun Technique from? Surprisingly, Lao Ba insisted he never gave it to him. "Don't delude yourself. You're a broke nobody, and I'm just a bigger broke monkey. Where would I get that precious thing? I'm not interested in cultivation. I don't have that kind of stuff." Hearing this, Chuvan sighed pitifully, feeling miserable. It turns out he never thought about him at all. But the problem is, if Lao Ba didn't give it, why did Antin lie and say it was his? Things began to get complicated. What if it was a gift Antin gave him? Thinking this, he chuckled to himself, realizing he really knows how to provoke trouble. After saying that, he hung up in an instant, seeing the kid just using him to fish for information, then brush him off. Lao Ba was so angry he called Chuvan a windy monkey. But thinking back, the kid's personality was just like his own, so he let it slide, thinking it would help him gather more info anyway. The young man now lay back on the bed, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Clearly the An family treated Lao Ba very well, but the assassin An Tin didn't hesitate to bring him a whole bunch of trouble, and Duck Kwon even almost caused him to fail his graduation exam. Yet now she gave him a precious primal energy technique that was unbelievably valuable. He couldn't understand what she was plotting with that gourd thing. Before everything became clear, Chuvan decided it was safer to temporarily put aside cultivating this technique. Exhausted, he quickly fell asleep. The terrifying thing was the suffocating, stifling pressure came crashing down again in his dream. The male lead broke out in a cold sweat, his head spinning, still feeling that same sensation. It was still that dark, terrifying Black Sea region. Still the thing that made his soul tremble and his mind panic in helplessness. Around him, grotesque hands reached out, trying to grab him, pulling him down into the deep abyss. They didn't disappear because of Chuvan's fear. Instead, they grew larger, closing in, spreading extreme terror. Despite that, he managed to keep some clarity. He painfully realized this definitely wasn't due to anemia or weakness. Only when the sun rose high, its bright light helped the male lead escape that hellish nightmare. The uncomfortable and nauseous feeling surged again. He rushed to the bathroom, vomiting violently as if he might throw up green and yellow bile. Only then did he feel his body lighten a bit. A surge of uncontrollable rage erupted. Surely it was that Teen Dao Teen's doing again. If this keeps up, how can this be living? He told himself he had to find a way to solve this once and for all. Recalling what the old man once said, it seemed to imply there's a very interesting essence chi technique here. Looking at the small box, he wondered if the solution to his health problem was inside. Opening the small book, he discovered it was filled with mysterious characters emitting a divine light. The male lead sat reading mesmerized, as if drawn into another world. The more he read, the more he realized this was the introduction to a profound essence chi technique. The characters with divine light automatically moved around him as if guiding him into a magical state. Lost in study, suddenly his stomach growled loudly as if protesting it had endured enough and needed energy immediately. He didn't expect that just a short read had passed so much time. He stood up, stretched, and prepared to go have lunch. The portion of a poor, single guy was simple: 1 bowl of noodles and an egg was enough. After eating, he felt satisfied and his mood lifted considerably. Eager to continue, he planned to dive back into studying that immortal maze scripture. But to his surprise, he realized he had forgotten where he left off. Scratching his head in frustration, he thought reading from the beginning again wouldn't be a big deal. But things weren't as simple as he thought. His face turned pale as if he had been constipated for a week. The characters he had just read now seemed unfamiliar, as if he was seeing them for the first time. His mind filled with doubt. He wondered, no matter how bad his memory was, he shouldn't have forgotten everything immediately after reading. Not believing in this oddity, he slowly read from the start, focusing on the connection between essence chi and the human body. Suddenly he startled, wondering if he had turned off the kitchen light. In a daze, he realized he had completely forgotten what he had just read. Such dark arts. Regaining his composure, taking a few deep breaths, the male lead reignited his fighting spirit. He refused to believe these characters could defeat him. His eyes shone brightly like headlights as he focused intensely on each word again. But after a short while, his vision blurred again, leaving him helpless. No matter how focused he was, he kept getting distracted. The strangest thing was that any interruption made the previous content instantly vanish from his memory. Not giving up. Chuvan thought of a plan. If you won't let me remember, then I'll write you down. But just as he finished reading and was about to pick up a pen to take notes, he forgot everything again. Undeterred, he grabbed his phone, intending to take pictures or record video. But strangely, a mysterious force prevented the phone from capturing the characters. Stunned, he fell into deep thought. This was truly bizarre. Suddenly an idea struck him. If I can't read it up close, just keep it at a distance. Maybe I can escape this nightmare paralysis. Just then the phone rang, an unknown number he had never seen before. The person on the other end asked if Chuvan had chosen a university yet. It turned out he had been so absorbed in gaming that he forgot today was the exam result announcement day. The caller was none other than Li Huin, young Master Li, still single. Li Huin invited him to register and study at the same school if he hadn't chosen one yet. The rankings had been announced. Unsurprisingly, Li Huiyan ranked first while Chu Van was second. The school Li Huiyan recommended was the prestigious Teach Dung Academy. Chu Van was quite surprised when he heard the name of this school. Li Huiyan explained that recently Teach Dung Academy had discovered a new dimensional field, making it an ideal choice. But hearing Teach Dung Academy, Chu Van's expression changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, this school was in Lok Dung, the territory of the An family. After the conversation ended, he dove back into his game. It could be said gaming had become as indispensable to him as food, water, and breath. But in the game right now, the male lead was running for his life like a dog in mourning. Behind him, a winged creature flew relentlessly in pursuit. Running, he glanced back anxiously, just as he predicted. That was the silver-winged flying monster, a newly appeared beast, causing him considerable trouble right now. It bore a fierce appearance, charging like an arrow aimed straight at Chu Van. The young man realized that at his current speed, there was no way to escape the monster. Just as the moment was ripe, he suddenly spun, channeling all his strength into his hands to create a fierce energy vortex aimed directly at the oncoming enemy. Despite using every trick to deliberately launch a surprise attack, the silver-winged demon still relied on its superior speed to dodge, causing the attack to hit only empty air and create a huge explosion. Of course, it didn't let up and immediately countered the male lead with a sharp cut. Its wings slicing like shooting stars, easily tearing him into two pieces as effortlessly as cutting a sheet of panda paper. It really made him frustrated. Although he had improved tremendously recently, he still hadn't closed the huge gap with the monster, especially in speed. It left him miles behind, his eyes dark and swollen like a panda's. He was still holding a grudge. What kind of monster is this? So insanely fast and can fly too, who could possibly fight it? Annoyed, he heard the doorbell ring and wondered who could be looking for him. The male lead dragged his feet, eyes swollen like a zombie's, and hurriedly opened the door. As soon as he opened it, he saw a familiar face. Turns out it was Li Huiyan. She smiled brightly like a flower, friendly like a beauty queen. Truly the super enthusiastic guy who barged in uninvited, treating his house like her own. Chu Van was dumbfounded, thinking to himself he never invited her in. He wondered why Li Huiyan came so quickly, even though he had said he needed more time to think about joining the Teach Dung Academy. Seeing Chu Van hesitate, Li Huiyan took something out and handed it to him, telling him to just take a look. Skimming through it, he saw it was full of characters packed with dense information. The male lead asked what exactly it was. Li Huiyan smiled slyly and proudly replied that it was an internal document from the Teach Dung Academy. She flipped to a specific page and told him to focus carefully on this part. It was a report about the discovery of an interdimensional creature shaped like internal organs in a new dimensional field. Li Huiyan excitedly stepped closer, saying, "That's right, this is it. The Teach Dung Academy just discovered an interdimensional creature in the form of internal organs." Chu Van looked puzzled and asked what that meant. Li Huiyan explained at length, but he still didn't understand, making her frustrated as if hit on the head with a rock. Li Huiyan shouted, "Do you know how rare this companion creature is? For example, if your heart were to shatter, it could instantly replace it for you a second life. Do you know how many people dream of having one but can't? It's even rarer than regular companion pets." Hearing that, Chu Van found it interesting and appealing. Li Huiyan looked at him suspiciously, wondering if he truly understood. Actually, the male lead understood perfectly what she was saying, but having taken so many hits in the game, he had no mood left to be surprised. Li Huiyan continued, "This dimensional field is under the management of the Teach Dung Academy, meaning only people in the academy have the chance to possess it. Right now, the news hasn't spread widely. If you wait until the official announcement, top students from everywhere will flock in, but the quota is limited. You have to decide quickly." Listening to Li Huiyan's analysis, Chu Van thought it made sense and began to seriously consider it. Finally, he boldly agreed to join the Teach Dung Academy. But deep down, he was still a bit worried, thinking to himself, at worst, if things go wrong, he can just run away. The best strategy is to retreat. But Li Huiyan was truly cruel. Only after he agreed did she reveal that the Teach Dung Academy was also where Anjia and Antin were enrolled. This news scared Chu Van stiff. Li Huiyan teased, "Scared now? Of course you are, but admitting it would be too embarrassing." The male lead calmly joked, "What's there to be scared of?" To prove it, he immediately took out his phone and registered on the spot. Meanwhile, at a secret base, agents of the Federation sat in front of a computer system extracting footage from the camera on Huang Quan Road that day. The footage showing Chu Van appearing in that area was recorded, and they suspected him of being connected to the demon head Tin Dao Tian, immediately ordering a swift investigation on him. The male lead was unaware he was being watched calmly sitting in Li Huiyan's car, heading toward the Teach Duong Academy. Because he had to go through multiple dimensional fields, the route was twice as long. Worse, his game was stuck in a hard spot. He kept grinding uselessly, bleeding health for nothing. Without gaming, he didn't know what else to do to kill time, so he decided to take a good nap in the car. But before he could fall asleep, he suddenly jolted awake, worried that if he had sleep paralysis in the car, it would be very troublesome. Suddenly his mind felt fuzzy. Touching his forehead, he wondered if he had a fever. Unconsciously, he recalled the hateful face of Tin Dao Tian and the old man's voice ringing in his ears. "Kid, your body is your capital for dating. How can your blood and energy be this bad?" Indeed, blood and energy are very important. He told himself to be more careful when gaming from now on, not to bleed health to death. The more he thought, the angrier he got. He clenched his fists, silently cursing that damn Tin Dao Tian. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't be this miserable. He's afraid of everything, even in his sleep. If he could fight, he would have already beaten him to a pulp. He told himself that as long as he was stronger, he would show him why the sea is salty. Lost in thought, Chuvan suddenly noticed something in his pocket heating up. He quickly reached in and pulled out an unexpected item. It was the eerie Mutated King scroll. Glancing at the driver, who was focused on driving, and at Li Huiyan, who seemed lost in thought, he figured no one was paying attention to him. Good, he took out the scroll to kill time. This time, when he opened the Mutated King, countless characters floated in midair, radiating a mystical, shimmering divine light. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible wall shattered like glass in water. At that moment, a brilliant golden spiritual force surged like a tide from the void, breaking through the shattered barrier and pouring into Chuvan's body, merging with every fiber of his flesh. Chuvan's body formed a swirling vortex of energy that spun continuously. No matter how many streams of radiant golden light poured in, they were all swallowed by that vortex. His entire body emitted a dazzling golden glow as if cast from pure gold fused with the divine aura of the Mutated King. This process lasted an unknown amount of time before he finally returned to reality. Opening his eyes, everything felt like a dream. The wondrous events seemed to vanish as if they happened in another dimension. The Mutated King scroll also disappeared without a trace, as if it never existed. Chuvan was dazed, wondering if it was all just a dream. But as he fell into contemplation, he was pulled into a mystical space. Their countless divine characters from the Mutated King sparkled all around, and he stood right at the center. To his surprise, his eyes widened. He had read and understood the entire Mutated King. A universe of mysterious divine characters appeared spinning before condensing into a bright point on his hand, then vanishing. Shocked, he opened his status panel to check. Everything was unchanged, except that the Nguyen Ki Quit Ko Tien skill had become Mutated King. Moreover, after switching skills, he could no longer use Ko Tien. Staring at the words Mutated King, he fell into deep thought. This skill was clearly no ordinary technique, because it broke the 9-attribute limit of mortal life. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that he had become stronger. Thinking about how Tin Dao Tian would freak out if he found out, maybe he'd be so angry he'd cough up blood and die. He chuckled with satisfaction. Finally, the two arrived at Li Huiyan's luxurious mansion destination. But for now, Li Huiyan would stay here temporarily until the semester started, then they'd figure things out. Looking at the grand residence, Chuvan's eyes lit up silently, thinking that wealthy people's homes really are different. It was truly enviable. Sitting down on the sofa, he wondered if Li Huiyan had hired a bunch of servants, but it turned out not to be so. This place had only him. As the host, Li Huiyan enthusiastically handed him a soda can. Smiling, he said, "I'm alone here, no servants hired." Chuvan teased, "With such a big place, the young master cleans all by himself." Just then, Li Huiyan's phone rang. He spoke authoritatively. "Is the new shop open? Prepare the best stuff for this young master. Tell them to dress nicely. I'm on my way. See you soon." After hanging up, Chuvan just sat there listening, not reacting. After Li Huiyan finished, he calmly asked, "Don't you get tired pretending like that?" Li Huiyan, while getting dressed, forced a smile. "If Mr. Tao wants to watch, I'll just perform for him." Then he continued playing the role of a playboy young master, telling Chuvan, "Just relax and feel at home." After that, Li Huiyan went into his room while Chuvan immediately took off his jacket and started practicing powerful punches. The wind howled intermittently. He felt the mighty divine power pulse like the finger-thrust punches he tried in the game, but they were always dodged by the elixir fairy. Bringing it down wasn't easy. He had to find another way. Suddenly he remembered, why did I forget about the Kokot Trung? But this skill was too low level. Would it be strong enough? After committing to training, he passionately practiced various moves in his room, searching for new inspiration. Thankfully, Kokot Trung's attack speed was extremely fast and perfectly coordinated with the finger-thrust punch. Once he found the rhythm, he combined the two moves, executing multiple continuous strikes. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, he didn't expect a level 1 skill to consume so much vital energy. Take out your phone and enter the test game as usual. After a minor procedure, I created a new character, but this time I went a bit overboard. As soon as it appeared, I was already on the back of a mutated brute, wild and unfriendly. It immediately wanted to take down the rider on its back. Chuvan panicked, realizing that due to intense training, his energy was depleted and he couldn't use skills. The only option was to run around playing chase. But shortly after, he noticed his energy had recovered quite a bit. Unexpectedly, the immortal maze helped restore his energy so fast. Looks like this mutated brute is out of luck. It will be the first guinea pig to test the power of my new Bone Crusher skill. A move as fast as a shooting star struck down, giving it no chance to dodge. The system announced the Bone Crusher skill upgrade. The level 1 Bone Crusher skill transformed into level 10 Bone Crusher. Chuvan was thrilled, never expecting the skill to jump from level 1 straight to level 10. Incredible! However, the increased power also meant greater energy consumption. Unfortunately, these ants have too little health to test the full power. He switched the dungeon target to the Bone Rider to try out the skill. But when entering the dungeon, the place was as deserted as an empty temple. He suddenly remembered the boss needs time to respawn after being killed. It's not too hopeless? Chuvan then approached a group of weak bone soldiers, but they weren't worth testing on. Standing still, they couldn't even put up a fight when bitten. It's like being bitten by mosquitoes. How can I test my skill like this? After a long, anxious wait, the Bone Rider finally respawned. But now he was used to its attacks. Quick as a flash, he dodged behind and unleashed the Bone Crusher skill, hitting the skull. The boss immediately exploded with an earth-shattering blast, rocks flying everywhere and dust filling the air. Early the next morning, as the protagonist was sound asleep, someone suddenly burst in, forcefully kicking the door open. It turned out to be a beautiful girl with a sharp, sour look, as if going from calm to this feisty girl was a new trend. Why do I always meet fierce people who don't say a word and just go straight to shaking me awake? It took a lot of effort to escape the nightmare effect of the immortal maze, rarely getting a good sleep only to have it ruined early in the morning. Bewildered, he opened his eyes, but before he could understand what was happening, he saw a strange girl staring at him. Startled and panicked, he asked who she was and why she was there. She asked, "Why is it just you here? Where's Li Hien?" Chuvan honestly replied, "He went out and hasn't come back yet. Probably off partying or something." Annoyed, she said, "That damn kid always disappears whenever you need him." Unable to find Li Huyen, she tried to leave, leaving Chuvan suspicious about who she was, but after a few steps she suddenly stopped and turned around as if changing her mind. She grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying they needed enough people follow me. Chuvan was stunned and quickly pulled his hand back. "What do I know you for that you're dragging me off like this?" It turned out she was Li Huyen's elder sister, Vi-ung, and embarrassingly, she even thought he was Li Huyen's partner in all his wild antics. She said since he was staying at Li Huyen's house, helping her was only natural, even though he wasn't a party animal like Li Huyen thought. Besides, he had received quite a bit of help from Li Huyen, so helping Vi-ung was the right thing to do. Frustrated, he scratched his head and muttered that he just wanted to peacefully play games. But why does trouble always find him? Though he muttered quietly, she still heard it, and he quickly denied it. He agreed to help, but asked to change clothes first, saying, "Wearing this out would make people think I'm a pervert." At this point, Vi-ung realized she was too hasty. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but still firmly said, "Hurry up and change." It turned out that at Tichdung Academy, there was a place called the Pet Arena where students fought. Riding behind Vi-ung on a large motorcycle, he was quickly taken there. Upon arrival, two younger girls ran over to greet Vi-ung enthusiastically. "You're here," so Vi-ung, Li Huyen's sister, told him to relax and just stand, so the team was complete. She would handle everything else. Unexpectedly, when she turned back, she saw him buried in his game, nodding absently like he understood, then continuing to play. Seeing Vyung's group arrive, a curly-haired guy sneered, "Li Huiyan's little brother isn't coming," probably scared now. The princess, truly a strong girl, shouted, "Shut up! Stop babbling, I'm here!" She continued scolding To-mi, the shameless blonde girl, the twisted warhorse. Clearly the whole group managed to fight now they want to claim it as their own. Tommy hid behind her slippery boyfriend. "I last hit, so it's mine." The curly-haired guy defended, "You used force, stop babbling, fight him." The princess's sharp eyes asked the curly-haired guy Chao Dung, "You think I can't beat you?" He sneered contemptuously. "I'm a senior, I don't bother bullying second-year students like you. Winning isn't glory. I found someone else to fight instead." With that from the shadows, a muscular young man with overwhelming presence stepped out. He was the princess's opponent. His face gradually became clear, a short-haired guy with a long scar on his face that made people wary. Upon seeing him, the princess was startled and recognized him as Kodian. Even just watching Chuvan noticed this guy. Just looking at him was scary, let alone facing him. The two stepped onto the arena. Kodian, with a fierce and murderous aura, did not rush to attack, signaling the princess to make the first move. Although a girl, the princess was not intimidated, her fighting spirit blazing like a flame. She looked straight into his eyes, ready to counter. Knowing the opponent was Kodian, the princess's two sisters, nervously begged, "Sister Princess, don't fight him for our sake, we don't need any more companions." Seeing their changed attitude, Chuvan was curious who was Kodian to be so terrifying. The green-haired girl trembled as she explained, "He's a notorious devil of the school. On the first day, he reportedly beat a senior fifth year so badly that no one dared to look." Chuvan silently admired this guy's toughness. But seeing the princess standing there with blazing fighting spirit, he wondered if she could handle this monster. The curly-haired guy muttered, "So how's it going?" Seeing Kodian, he began to tremble. The princess shouted, "Shut up!" Like a ballet dancer, she raised her slender leg and delivered a powerful kick like thunder aimed straight at Kodian's neck. Surprisingly, the kick didn't faze him at all. His neck remained unscathed with not even a scratch. The princess was astonished. How is his defense so incredible? Realizing something was wrong, she swiftly danced back, preparing her next move. In an instant, she launched a super-accelerated combo attack, delivering a flurry of kicks lightning fast, targeting every part of Kodian's body. He just closed his eyes and stood still, taking every hit. On the last kick, putting all her strength into it, something unexpected happened. Just when it seemed the kick would hit like before, Kodian, like an ancient beast awakening, opened his eyes, emitting a brutal aura. With one hand, he caught the princess's kick firmly. She was stunned, unable to react before he grabbed her tightly and slammed her down to the floor like a toy. Just one move and the princess lay flat, showing all her previous efforts were a joke compared to his absolute power. Kodian coldly said in a deep voice, "You are no match for me, admit defeat." The princess was covered in wounds, blood flowing from her head, but with her resilient nature, she stubbornly refused to give up. Before she could say a heroic word, Kodian coldly kicked her away without mercy. He asked emotionlessly, "Still want to keep fighting?" The princess's two sisters panicked, fearing a fatal accident, shouted, "We don't need any more companions." To-mi, with a wicked heart, took the opportunity to think it was their idea, not hers, forcing it. Despite being covered in wounds, the princess with iron will forced herself to stand and shouted loudly. Before she could show her defiance, Kodian punched her straight down like a sack of rags, slamming her hard on the floor. Done, Kodian indifferently turned away, declaring she had lost. But after just a few steps, the princess, like an immortal war goddess, forced herself up. "Bring it on. This time I really pissed him off." Kodian's eyes turned blood red, his aura monstrous. He turned back and threw a full power punch. Given the princess's current state, it would be hard to escape if hit by this raging monster's full-strength blow. No doubt her life was in serious danger. Realizing the situation was critical, Chuvan immediately rushed to rescue. Inside, he felt a bit confused, wondering what this girl was stubbornly fighting for. The optimal plan to solve this trouble was to find who was behind pulling the strings, and if not possible, just decisively eliminate the ringleader with one final strike. The male lead immediately stepped forward to face the opponent directly. Fist met fist, explosive power created a whistling wind sound across the arena. The senior, nicknamed Kodian, was surprised but quickly regained composure and asked, "So who exactly is this male lead?" "There's nothing shady to hide. Chuvan frankly answered that he was Chuvan newly enrolled this year at Tichdung Academy. When he realized the young man dared to interfere in others' business was just a freshman who had just enrolled. Curly Hair immediately changed his tone sarcastically, so it turns out our little junior wants to play the hero and save the beauty. Welcome, kid. Seeing this rude guy dare to confront classic Lee Vi-eung spoke up to stop him. This place is very dangerous. He should leave immediately. Even though she was injured, she still worried about others. It's hard to say whether this girl is full of righteousness or just likes meddling in others' affairs. Facing such stubborn people clearly cannot be persuaded with gentle words. We only see Chuvan lift her onto his shoulder like carrying a sack, ignoring her struggles, and then placing her beside two teammates. They immediately rushed over, anxiously asking and taking good care of her. Seeing her injuries weren't severe, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Vi-eung glanced at the unfamiliar young man standing up to protect her, her heart filled with unspeakable thoughts. Meanwhile, Chuvan stepped in front of Senior Classic, calmly saying neither needed to risk their lives fighting like this. After all, if an accident happens, both sides will suffer losses. Classic crossed his arms and got straight to the point. How exactly do you want to fight? Chuvan calmly raised 3 fingers and replied 3 steps back. Senior, let me land 1 strike. If you step back less than 3 steps, I will admit defeat. Confident Classic agreed without hesitation and immediately prepared to defend. His whole body emitted a blazing red aura like blood, telling Chuvan not to waste time and to strike quickly. Chuvan raised his fist, radiating a bright golden aura full of power. He kindly warned, this punch of mine isn't light, Senior, be careful. Watching from outside, Tommy was amazed that Classic accepted under such unfavorable conditions and exclaimed, if he gets pushed back a step, that counts as a loss. This is so unfair. She worried about losing the precious companion egg. Curly Hair leisurely explained to her at first glance this condition seems unfavorable for Classic, but rest assured his primal energy skill is porcupine armor refined from porcupine armor crystals. His whole body is as hard as steel. Not only that, this skill can reflect damage back. More importantly, Classic has trained porcupine armor to level 9. Last time when someone challenged him, he used the same method. The result was his entire arm was disabled. He grinned wickedly at Chuvan. If this guy thinks he got a good deal, he's dead wrong. In the arena, Chuvan was completely unaware of these details. He confidently threw a left punch with all his current strength. At first, Classic thought a freshman's strike was nothing to worry about given his own power. He was more than capable of blocking it, but when the punch landed, he immediately sensed something was off. His face twitched, veins bulged, sweat poured like a waterfall. In that instant, the fist exploded with a force like thunder, shaking the air with a deafening boom. Classic was knocked back a long distance, leaving a skid mark on the ground. It took great effort to steady himself. Witnessing that dreadful scene, Lee Vi-eung was stunned as if petrified. She couldn't believe the young man she accidentally dragged into the fight had such terrifying strength. Even Classic couldn't withstand that attack. Classic himself was confused. Looking down at the ground, he realized he had lost the bet. Truly pushed back by a freshman with just 1 punch. Chuvan stood calmly opposite, not arrogant, humbly saying, thank you, Senior, for yielding to me. Although Chuvan successfully pushed back Classic this time, he had to pay a price. His fist was injured, blood dripping. Though Classic was somewhat fierce, he was a man of his word. Seeing he lost, he just sighed, then stood opposite the protagonist and calmly admitted defeat. I am Cao Dung, a 4th-year student at Tichdung Academy. He stepped forward from afar. He was someone who dared to play and accept consequences. He admitted he lost the bet and promised to have someone return the companion egg to Chuvan's group. But suddenly Tommy shouted loudly from behind, refusing to hand it over. On what basis? On what basis should we give it to them? This agreement was between them. I never agreed. This appointment is far from being settled. Her arrogant attitude must be paid for immediately. Cao Duong angrily slapped her hard and shouted, losing is losing, winning is winning. Cao Dong always keeps his word. Then he walked past Chuvan and coldly said, I have memorized the name Chuvan, then turned his back and left with Ko Dien. Thanks to standing up at the crucial moment, Chuvan naturally became a hero in everyone's eyes. The girls surrounding him excitedly, as if meeting an idol, curiously asked what technique Chuvan just used. Moreover, are all the new students now this incredibly strong? Lee Vi-eung, holding her injury with 1 hand, also approached Chuvan, but what caught her attention was his bleeding arm. She worriedly asked, I wonder if that wound is serious. At this moment, Chuvan noticed the wound on his arm. carefully raised it up to examine, then said, "It's just a small wound. Just need to stop the bleeding a bit and it'll be fine. On the contrary, she needs to get to the infirmary quickly." Hearing that, even injured, he still cares about her. Li Wang began to see this guy in a different light. It seemed she had developed a special fondness for him. But Chu Van, a straightforward man, couldn't stand seeing this girl injured and just standing there instead of getting treatment, so, without hesitation, he carried her on his shoulder again and personally took her to the infirmary. This time, Li Wang didn't struggle, just smiled inwardly, thinking unexpectedly among the party crowd of that playboy Lai Hien there is someone like Chu Van. Everything was finally resolved smoothly. Back at home, Chu Van immediately took out his phone and immersed himself in the game. Didn't expect the previous fight to have taken so much time. He happily thought to himself, finally able to relax with my favorite game. But suddenly a loud noise rang out. The door was kicked open. Chu Van's face darkened as if covered in soot, wondering what trouble had come this time. Turning around, he froze immediately when he recognized Lai Hien, the playboy who just got back from partying. Chu Van hurriedly explained, "I'm not involved at all. Just so you know, this door was kicked open by your sister. Don't make me pay for it." But of course, for a rich heir like Lai Huyen, a cheap door isn't worth worrying about. He stepped forward, patted the male lead's shoulder, and asked, "Remember the dimensional field I mentioned before? How about it?" Chu Van tried to recall and answered, "Is it that dimensional creature that looks like internal organs?" Lai Huyen smiled and nodded in confirmation. "That's right." Then asked, "Are you interested in going to check it out together?" Busy playing the game. Chu Van was briefly surprised, if I remember correctly. Before enrollment, neither of us had the right to enter the dimensional field. Seeing the doubt and surprise on Chu Van's face, Lai Huyen grew even more smug, proudly raising his head. "Who am I?" "Yes, I am your handsome, cool brother Huyen. Taking you in there is as easy as turning your hand over." After saying that, he stood up arrogantly like a star waiting to be praised. But unexpectedly, Chu Van just kept playing the game, ignoring the boastful display of the humiliated rich heir. Li Huyen angrily stepped forward and snapped, "Can't you give me some reaction?" Only then did Chu Van reluctantly look up and reply in a bland tone, "Brother Huyen, you really are amazing." That half-hearted response could never satisfy Li Huyen. He twitched the corner of his mouth annoyed and left, not forgetting to remind, "Get some rest early tomorrow morning, we set off together." Just then, Chu Van suddenly stopped, turned around and asked Li Huyen an important question. "How do you train a legendary-level companion egg?" Lai Huyen was surprised, thinking the male lead intended to train a legendary-level dry bone knight. He seriously advised, "Better not mess around, it's not good." The companion certificate of a legendary-level creature requires the host's primal energy index to be above 10 points to train it. If the primal energy is insufficient, but you still risk it during training, the missing primal energy will be compensated by the host's blood and vitality. The result is basically that even if you're not injured, you could become disabled. Chu Van listened attentively and immediately noticed the word basically, meaning there are exceptions, just like scratching an itch. Li Huyen crossed his arms proudly and showed off, "I am truly an exception. The life vitality from the pre-heavenly invincible divine skill allows me to compensate for the deficiency of the life trait of companion sickness, so I can refine some legendary-level companion afflictions." To put it simply, you can't refine legendary creatures with too much disparity unless you're looking to die. After receiving this information from Li Huyen, Chu Van returned to his room and lay on the bed deep in thought about refining. It seems this plan is too dangerous, not feasible at all. He regretfully thought, "If I were in the game, I wouldn't fear death." Holding the companion egg in his hand, he felt a pang of sadness, only to realize this egg came from reality. Suddenly, an idea flashed. If the phone can unlock dungeons in reality, maybe it can handle companion afflictions too. Chu Van immediately took out his phone to test. Surprisingly, the test was successful. The egg was quickly disintegrated and absorbed by the phone. A notification appeared. "Successfully recorded legendary dry bone knight companion affliction fate oath. Guard attribute strength. 15 speed. 13 constitution. 16 vitality. 18 vitality skill armor. Break level 3. Confirm, refine, or absorb for harmonization." Amazed and excited at the phone's miraculous ability, Chu Van didn't expect it could analyze such detailed qualities. But what does absorb for harmonization mean? Curious, he pressed the Absorb for Harmonization button. The system immediately notified detected mutant giant ant suitability probability 47%. Proceed with harmonization or not. Chuvan thought he couldn't refine in the short term, so he decisively pressed accept without hesitation. Instantly, a vortex appeared, starting the harmonization process of two-dimensional creatures. Since his vitality was not enough to refine, he decided to see what would happen if the mutant giant ant harmonized with the legendary companion affliction. As expected, the hope wasn't wasted. The harmonization process went smoothly, and the four mutant giant ants successfully became level ordinary mutant dry bone ants with stats: Strength 10, Speed 9, Constitution 10, Vitality 9. Innate skill, Dry Ant Spine. Level 10. Companion form resembling a bamboo flute. Although only ordinary level after harmonizing with the legendary companion affliction, the stats nearly reached their maximum, and it even gained a new skill. Confident, he stepped into the game. Chuvan looked at the silver-winged Phi Thought, gliding provocatively in the air, clutching the hot weapon in his hand, promising himself he would definitely defeat it this time. As usual, the silver-winged Phi Thought immediately noticed Chuvan and charged down fiercely, ready to give him a beating as always. Without hesitation, Chuvan summoned the dry bone ant, ordering it to stop that damn ant from obeying its commands. The dry bone ant's eyes flashed fiercely as it unleashed the dry spine skill. Just emerging from the ground, a dry spine darted up like lightning, aimed straight at the silver-winged Phi Thought's ear. It reacted quickly, dodging by, leaning to the side. But dodging one spine was nothing compared to dodging an entire forest of spines. The dry bone ant continued attacking a swarm of sharp spines rising up to surround the silver-winged Phi Thought. The male lead thought this was enough to trouble it, maybe even pierce its body. But miraculously, the silver-winged Phi Thought still weaved and dodged like an expert racer, speeding through the entire forest of spines. It escaped the trap and headed straight for Chuvan. Chuvan had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Immediately excited, he thought this time he would definitely take down the silver-winged Phi Thought. He threw a punch he had been preparing for a long time, aiming straight at his opponent. But suddenly its thin wings like cicada wings flashed sharply in a way that irritated him. In the instant his punch came down, the silver-winged Phi Thought's body disappeared, leaving only an afterimage. Chuvan's punch missed, hitting empty air. Before he could understand what happened, it sliced him clean, and he immediately lost. Once again, stunned, Chuvan suddenly realized the move his opponent used was a vitality skill for flying. The next morning, as agreed, Li Huyen took Chuvan along. Unexpectedly, this playboy brought along a large white tiger, its white fur blazing like fire. He boasted that this was his mount. Seeing Chuvan staring blankly at the beast, Li Huyen smugly and vainly asked, "What do you think? Is it super cool, right? This is the legendary level Jade White Tiger, which took a lot of effort to train and transform." He moved closer to stroke the white tiger, suddenly acting unusually obedient and adorable. Chuvan teased, "Showing off like this, aren't you going to perform it for your brother?" Sitting on the white tiger's back, Li Huyen laughed and replied, "I'm not the type to just stand still and take hits. I won't miss anything I want." Quickly, the two climbed onto the white tiger's back and sped down the road, heading to the strange dimensional area containing the organ-shaped creatures Li Huyen had mentioned. But life is not as dreamy as that. Riding the white tiger looks majestic but is extremely uncomfortable. Who would have thought I'd get motion sickness from riding a beast? Watching the white tiger sway, Chuvan almost wanted to throw up. He silently thought it would have been better to have ridden a vehicle from the start. Finally, the two arrived. This area was strictly guarded, requiring presentation of pre-prepared ID cards. Only then were the two able to enter smoothly. While moving, Li Huyen explained that the 13 dynasties of Luoyang were all ancient cities stacked on top of each other. Under the influence of dimensional storms, this area sank deep into an underground world called Buddha City. Underground, as soon as they stepped in, the two saw a bustling plaza full of students. This place was lively, like a marketplace. Some sold crystallized dimensional energy recently collected. Others invited members to join exploration teams. Chuvan scanned the scene in amazement. This place was crowded and sold all sorts of dimensional-related items. Li Huyen replied indifferently that the military had already cleared this area, so the exits were very safe. But for that reason, nothing valuable was here. He paused briefly, then proudly boasted, "But who told you I'm your super-powerful brother Huyen? Right now I have the military's internal exploration map. Following the map, the two proceeded to a cave with an underground lotus pond, which was also where the Buddha heart lotus was stored. While walking, Chuvan suddenly felt like he stepped on something. Bending down to look, he unexpectedly discovered a strange seal identical to the mark they had seen on the city walls before. Excited, he took out his phone to scan it. Just as expected, the seal was successfully recorded. A notification popped up: Buddha City Underground Dungeon has been registered. So this place had become a new dungeon in Nam Chin's phone. Seeing Chuvan take out his phone, Li Huyen thought he was taking souvenir photos and teased, "2 shots are enough, hurry up." Brother truly worthy of the underground lotus pond. A vast lotus pond appeared here. Pink lotuses bloomed on the shimmering jade-like water, breathtakingly beautiful. Li Huyen pointed to a radiant lotus bloom, the Buddha heart. Lotus, a dimensional creature that could imitate the shape of organs growing far from the shore in the middle of the pond. Chuvan turned and asked if there was a way to pick it. "Just swim over." Li Huyen quickly stopped him. "You absolutely cannot touch the pond water. According to documents, the water here can dissolve the flesh and bones of living creatures. If you step in, only the skeleton will remain." Chuvan pondered, then said seriously, "So unless you can fly, that might be the only way to get it." Just as he finished, a silhouette dashed past at a terrifying speed, leaving only an afterimage. Unexpectedly, just as Li Huyen said, "Unless you can fly," someone who could really fly appeared. He hovered in the air with wings pure white as snow behind him. Without a doubt, this was also a student from Tichdung Academy. His target was also the Buddha heart lotus in the pond. He twisted his wrist, and a sword made of steam appeared in his hand. Clearly, this was a spiritual energy skill related to swordsmanship. Supported by his wings, he drew a beautiful sword light in the air, aiming straight at the Buddha heart lotus. Not stopping there, Lock-in continued with a move called Crescent Slash, straight toward the Buddha heart lotus. Chuvan watched the fight and couldn't help but exclaim, "That attack speed is too fast." Li Huyen remained calm and explained, "That's nothing. The Locke family is famous for their swordsmanship, but don't be fooled by Lock-in's overwhelming momentum. Within the Locke family, his strength is not yet outstanding. Although he boasts loudly, the young master Li Huyen is secretly dying of envy inside. Just thinking about having magnificent wings to fly freely in the sky makes him feel insanely cool." He silently regretted not knowing earlier to find a flying companion pet. Seeing the situation was not looking good, Chuvan suggested maybe we should look for another dimensional creature somewhere else. Li Huyen hesitated and replied that there might be, but that area is too strange and has been classified by the military as a dangerous unexplored zone. Chuvan immediately paid attention and asked what he meant by strange. Li Huyen took out his phone and pointed to a spot on the map, explaining this area is sealed off by the military. Many who entered died mysteriously. Their bodies had no wounds, but all their internal organs were depleted, causing sudden death. He emphasized that to ensure safety, we absolutely must not enter there. Standing still, they could not move toward that dangerous area. Both were about to leave when suddenly a loud bang made them freeze. From the surface of the lake, a dimensional creature suddenly emerged with a bizarre and frightening appearance. Both immediately became highly alert, wondering what kind of monster this was. The creature's first move was to launch an extremely fast strike toward Lock-in. Despite having wings with superior speed, Lock-in couldn't dodge in time. One of his wings was crushed and seriously injured. The true form of the wing was revealed as a white-winged horse. Lock-in anxiously called to Tubuk to resist. At that moment, blood-red eyes from the creature stared at them, filled with malice. A strong beam of light rushed toward Lock-in and Tubuk Ma. Lock-in panicked and screamed, but could only helplessly watch Tubot get hit. The white horse immediately turned into dry bones and fell into the lake, becoming one of the many skeletons permanently resting below. The pet died and the owner was no better off. Losing his wings, Lock-in fell freely into the lake. In this critical situation, Chuvan and Li Huyen stood by the shore, worriedly shouting, "Be careful, if you fall like that, you won't have a chance to survive." Fortunately, Lock-in had trained lightness skill and borrowed force from lotus leaves to avoid falling into the water. Li Huyen took his hands out of his pockets, relieved, not expecting this guy to have innate lightness skill. But he noticed Lock-in was still too far from shore. Turning to speak to Chuvan, Li Huyen was surprised seeing what he was doing. At that moment, Chuvan was activating the symbiotic form of the dry bone ant. A pair of gloves formed by the dry bone ant covered his arms. Indeed, the experiment succeeded. The lake water only reacts to creatures with flesh and blood, but the dry bone ant is all bone, so it's unaffected. Teacher Li Huyen asked what he was doing. Chuvan seriously replied he was trying to save someone. Meanwhile, Lock Hyun's situation was getting worse. Lightness skill helped him avoid falling into the water. But that only works when there's something to push off from, like lotus leaves, and the closer he got to shore, the sparser the leaves became. If this continued, sooner or later he would fall. Not to mention the formidable opponent, the demon lotus flower, attacking from the front with no escape. He was also pursued from behind, making it seem like Lock Hyun would hardly escape this predicament. But a glimmer of hope flashed from beneath the water. A giant creature suddenly surfaced. At first, Lock Hyun thought it was going to swallow him, but unexpectedly it slid past and used its huge body to block the attack from the demon lotus protecting him. The giant creature suddenly passed by Lock Hyun and charged forward to face the deadly strike from the White Lotus. Fortunately, the White Lotus's attack was timely neutralized, saving Lock Hyun from a direct hit. Yet the creature seemed unharmed, calmly soaking in the poisonous water of the Lotus Pond. Truly worthy of being Chuvan's companion pet, powerful to the point of dominance. This creature was the one who saved Lock Hyun's life. With a snake-like body as tough as steel, the dry bone ant was completely immune to the poisonous water of the Lotus Pond. That water could dissolve flesh and bone. Lock Hyun was gently rescued and landed on the back of Chuvan's dry bone ant. Only then did Chuvan breathe a sigh of relief, catching up to him and loudly commanding his powerful companion pet to immediately obey the order. Its eyes shone brightly. With a single effortless movement, it carried Lock Hyun on its back, cutting through the poisonous water and racing forward. The demon lotus immediately activated its defense mechanism, firing numerous lotus seeds like bullets at the dry bone ant's body, but all were ineffective. The fierce beast still boldly swam straight to shore. Behind that giant white lotus full of eerie demons, the trump card was activated, preparing to unleash a powerful strike strong enough to blow both away. But just then the dry bone ant arrived safely, bringing Lock Hyun ashore. The white lotus stopped and bowed before Chuvan. Chuvan still maintained a calm expression, showing no reaction deep in thought. Only now did Lock Hyun realize the strength of Chuvan's companion pet. It gently landed on the ground and spoke to introduce itself to him. "What's up, Chuvan?" Chuvan only gave a brief reply. Lock Hyun immediately clasped his hands to express gratitude to his savior. "Thank you for saving my life. Saving one life is worth more than building 7 towers. Chuvan scratched his head, looking shy. "It's no big deal." Lock Hyun solemnly introduced himself as well. "I'm Lock Hyun. I will definitely repay the favor from today in the future." His face was serious and full of determination, but Chuvan paid no attention. The most shocked person at this moment was Lai Huyen, standing right there, utterly amazed to see the giant dry bone ant. He exclaimed, "Oh my God, what kind of companion pet is this?" Chuvan muttered, "Dry bone ant." Lai Hyun nodded in awe. "Oh, that's pretty impressive. Your companion pet has become bone dry, so the pond water's corrosion has no effect on it. So the lotus monster's blood and seed attacks don't harm it at all." Immediately, Lai Huyen got an excited idea and tempted, "Do you want to let it try to take down that flower? I have a feeling this is definitely promising." Chuvan turned to look at the giant white lotus with its petals bearing eerie faces. Each petal could launch terrifying attacks. He silently thought that this flower was not like a typical mutated Buddha heart lotus. It might be a legendary dimensional creature. He thought further, this is not a game. If the dry bone ant dies, it's a real loss. Worried about safety, Chuvan prioritized minimizing damage as much as possible. He activated the summon command for the dry bone ant to rest. Lai Huyen showed irritation and disappointment. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a companion pet. If it can handle that monster, it's a big win. Chuvan refused to back down, replying firmly, "I'm not a gambler." He meant he didn't want to gamble the dry bone ant's life in this life-or-death bet. Lai Huyen reluctantly followed Chuvan, who was walking away. He muttered, "Could it be he's mad now? Where's the enthusiasm of a young man gone?" Of course, Chuvan had no intention of that, and quickly walked off to prepare to go home. Li Huyen kept complaining, "What a waste of 2 pass papers without gaining anything. Wait until tomorrow when news about the giant lotus spreads, someone might snatch it first." But Chuvan remained resolute, not paying much attention to Lai Huyen's words. He said, "Lai Huyen, I'm heading back to my room first. By the way, hand me the Buddha city map. Maybe I can use it later." Li Huyen nodded. "No problem." But he suddenly found it strange and thought, "Why is that? This kid's mood seems not bad. Is there something I don't know about?" Chuvan placed his hand on his thigh to seriously sense the primal energy once more, but nothing special seemed to appear. According to his feeling, besides a warm, pleasant sensation, there were no significant changes. He thought silently, no wonder Lai Hyan never mentioned the primal energy skill of Buddha Heart Lotus, only kept repeating that name. Suddenly, when Chu Van picked up his phone, he was unexpectedly attacked by a move that could only be from Buddha Heart Lotus, but this one was much stronger than usual ones. Luckily, thanks to the dry bone ant timely blocking the blow, he did not lose blood or die immediately. On the other side of the shore, a lotus bud slowly emerged, but it was not an ordinary lotus bud. It was the Xuan Van Buddha Heart Lotus leader of those buds with blazing red eyes and a prominent red gem on its head affirming its status. That was the mystic Lotus Buddha Heart leader of the lotus buds with blazing red eyes and a prominent red gem on its head asserting its status. Chuvan was excited, his eyes brightening, thinking that indeed this monster also existed in the game. Without hesitation, he shouted orders for his pet to attack. Dry bone ant, handle it. The dry bone ant roared and charged at terrifying speed, demonstrating its training skills. Chuvan shouted loudly, let's teach it a lesson in the game. The dry bone ant's eyes gleamed brightly, obeying its master's command, gaining momentum to swiftly charge at the opponent. If the dry bone ant got close, the Buddha Heart Lotus probably couldn't withstand it. But that was just speculation because this boss wasn't ordinary. When the dry bone ant got close, the mystic Lotus Buddha Heart promptly unleashed a move I call the Triple Candy Boom Boom Boom. 3 shots fired simultaneously, successfully launching 3 extremely dangerous candies. They looked both delicious and painful. But do you think Chuvan's pet would be defeated? No way. With a steel-hard shell, the dry bone ant was completely unharmed by that move. Seeing the attack was ineffective, the lotus bud hesitated, closing its petals to protect itself, retreating into the pond as if trying to flee. Chuvan realized this was a golden opportunity and shouted, still want to run? Dry bone ant, handle it. The dry bone ant charged quickly. Buddha Heart Lotus's 2 thick, sharp claws aimed straight at the lotus bud. Who do you think will win? That's right, it's the boss Mystic Lotus Buddha Heart. Why? Let's rewind to the moment just before the dry bone ant was about to strike the lotus bud when it unexpectedly unleashed a move Chuvan didn't anticipate. In an instant, it opened its mouth wide as if inviting the prey to jump in. It was like the dry bone ant was throwing itself into certain death. As mentioned, this lotus bud wasn't an ordinary one. Though it looked harmless outside, inside was a mouth with about 10 sharp teeth and a throat like a bottomless pit. Chuvan didn't react in time, and the victory went to the boss Mystic Lotus Buddha Heart. He was stunned, thinking he didn't expect to be toyed with like that. Now that the dry bone ant was defeated, Chuvan couldn't enter the Lotus Pond. He suddenly had an idea, since he had to reincarnate anyway before dying. He would check out the forbidden area Li Huyen had mentioned. He began moving and finally reached the forbidden area Li Huyen talked about. The place was gloomy water rushing through broken spots interspersed with intricately carved Buddha statues, exuding a mysterious aura. Chuvan crossed an old stone bridge, thinking to himself that this place was truly strange. There were no monsters along the way, but after crossing the bridge, the scene before him left him stunned. He muttered, ahead is the scary, gloomy, forbidden area also called the Little Buddha Temple. Chuvan was curious to explore more, but before he could investigate, the system suddenly announced game over. He was confused, thinking to himself, why did I die? What happened? Out of curiosity, Chuvan decided to try again. He wiped some of his blood on the phone and the game started normally. Once again, he reincarnated in the game and headed to the Forbidden Zone. This time, he ran fast, determined not to make the same mistake. But just as he stepped onto the stone bridge in less than a second, the system automatically announced game over again. When the character in the game died, Chuvan felt a strange pain as if the character's body was being distorted. He worriedly muttered, at the moment the game character died, its body seemed distorted. Indeed, just before the character stepped down the stairs, a strange swirling effect affected the character's abdomen, something the player couldn't see. Although the character's death didn't affect Chuvan's strength or life in real life, since he controlled the character in some cases, he still felt some of the pain the character endured. Too spiritual, huh, Bro Von, he thought to himself. Just like Li Huyen said, no wounds, but internal organs seemed drained. He put down the phone, closed his eyes, and sighed. This is too dark. No wonder the army gave up. Not wanting to get involved further, he tossed the phone aside, muttering, forget it. I'll sleep first. He fell asleep until the afternoon. When he woke up, he saw Li Huyen. The two of them were in the bathroom. Chuvan was brushing his teeth while Li Huyen was chatting. Don't get the wrong idea, just a normal conversation. Li Huyen looked satisfied and laughed loudly. As expected, news about the Buddha heart lotus just spread and someone couldn't wait, Uncle Vun. He hinted. Why is that? Li Huyen excitedly recounted, last night a senior came with a legendary grade Kim-I eagle wanting to kill the Buddha heart lotus flower. He laughed uncontrollably. But the result was that he got singed, ha ha ha, this is just too funny. Uncle Vun thought to himself, ha ha, if we had listened to him yesterday, we would have been the ones laughed at. Li Huyen continued. In short, the academy is already buzzing. There will surely be some exciting events soon when students of all levels go monster hunting. While wiping his face, Chuvan wondered, what about the military side, aren't they handling it? Li Huyen shared his thoughts. Although that flower is very powerful, the military and the academy surely have strong fighters who can eliminate it. But until now, the military hasn't made any moves. Probably they don't intend to get involved. He further explained, the Federation has issued regulations that within certain danger levels, except for special cases, the military is not allowed to intervene. This is also considered an opportunity and resource for our generation. Just then there was a knock on the door, and a girl with long hair and a vague figure appeared. Who is it you guys just keep watching? But at the same time Chu Van's phone rang. It was his father, Mr. Chu Long Fong. He picked up and said, hello? On the other end, Mr. Chu immediately said, son, you're in Loc Dung, right? Yes, Chu Van confirmed. Mr. Chu continued, it's your new mother, Tu Lam. She wants to meet you and have a meal together. And I have to admit, Chu Van's new mother is very charming with striking features. Big eyes, a high nose, attractive tanned skin, and a figure that's hard to look away from. After hearing this, Chu Van gave a faint smile showing little interest and replied, I'm fine now, and as for Dad's side, I won't get involved. Just then Li Huyen opened the door, saw someone looking for Chu Van, and called him out to meet. Chu Van nodded. Okay, I'm coming out now. While walking and talking on the phone, he continued, in short, as long as Dad is happy, you don't need to worry about me. The man on the other end advised, don't go easy on this stepfather. Xiao Ting immediately volunteered to pick up the child. Hearing the name Ting Chu Van was startled. You're not the type to be easily influenced, and Ting even less so. The father added, I haven't asked where you are, but he left early this morning. Chu Van's face suddenly darkened silently, thinking why he had such a bad feeling. The girl with flowing green hair standing in front of him was Ting. Upon meeting her, she snorted, neither smiling nor speaking. Guys see both mysterious and captivating. Tall legs, silky hair still can't compare to Mommy U Duong Lam Hehe. After chatting for a while, Li Huyen realized the relationship between Chu Van and Anjia. He exclaimed in surprise, oh my God, it turns out the one remarried to Yu Duong Lam before was really your father. Li Huyen was shocked. He had never thought about this before. He continued, I should have considered it both are Chu Anjia family and you have some connection. I Chu Van don't want to be involved with anyone, especially in Jia, so I always deny this connection. He said uncomfortably, that's my father's business. I have no relationship with Njia. Ting stood there hearing Chu Van deny his connection to her family with his own mouth. Unexpectedly, she got angry and snorted. Guys see both plump and adorable, but Chu Van just didn't care. Ting walked off coldly. Chu Van, the driver is waiting outside. Let's go. Chu Van held his head expressionless, thinking to himself the thing he least wanted in Luoyang was to get involved with Njia. Didn't expect they would come all the way to his door. This case is tough. Let's see how Chu Van handles it. He didn't want to go at all, but since they came to pick him up, it would be weird not to go, so he reluctantly agreed. He turned to Li Huyen. So Li Huyen, I'm stepping out for a bit. Li Huyen smiled, brightly relaxed. Okay, wish you a safe journey. The two stepped into the yard. Ting spoke first. You haven't trained the Zanyat Quiet yet. She said Chu Van still hadn't trained the Nguyen Ki Sanyat Quit while he had already practiced Mei Tien Kin. Chu Van raised a USB and said, my father said he never gave me this. Actually, in the call, Mr. Chu Lang Fong never mentioned this USB. Ting prepared it herself to give to Chu Van, so he wanted to clarify her intention. Hearing this, And Ting's cheeks flushed. She frowned and snapped, feeling this was fake. Her voice full of anger continued. That's right, it's best if you don't train it. I do want to harm you. Got it. Actually, Ting meant well. She didn't know Chu Van had trained Mei Tin Kin, so she brought the USB for him to practice Janyat Quit. She was angry because she thought he doubted her. Before Chu Van could explain, she already assumed the USB was fake. After speaking, she turned and left. Chu Van was a bit confused, thinking maybe she was angry. Whether real or fake, the USB meant nothing to him, because he had trained Mei Tin Kin and couldn't use a different Nguyen Ki Quit. Ting stood by the billion-dollar supercar and called to him. Getting in. Truly different for the wealthy, right, guys? Chu Van got in thinking they'd fly straight to meet Mommy Yu Duong Lam, but unexpectedly he was photographed or filmed by a stalker. Putting the meeting with Mommy aside in a secret room of unknown location, a female voice said, "The chief investigator has thoroughly looked into it." Turns out Chu Van was secretly being followed, but by whom and for what purpose remains unclear. A red-haired girl holding an electronic device containing all information about Chu Van reported Chu Van, ranked second in combat achievements at Quiduk High School, is relatively outstanding. He is currently in Luoyang, no wonder we couldn't find him at Quiduk Mansion. The room full of electronic devices, spacious with a dark blue tone, exuded mystery, like a place used by people with unclear intentions, but that's only speculation. A man with long brown hair, the red-haired girl's superior, spoke. Sounds like he has no connection to Tin Dao Tin, the subordinate replied. But here's interesting info. His father is Chu Lang Fong, who remarried Hua Fu Anjia a few days ago. Hearing this, the man was surprised, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Strange, didn't expect Njia's Yu Duong Lam to look down on people like us. It's unclear what Chu Lang Fong did to be called that, but this long-haired guy looks dangerous. His backing power is definitely not ordinary. He seriously asked, could he be related to the people overseas? Overseas here means foreign countries, but which group remains a mystery. The red-haired woman speculated. Although Chu Lang Fong only entered the legendary level a few years ago, given his age, I feel that those overseas definitely don't take her naive thoughts seriously. Maybe Yu Dung Lam likes younger men. Thought there were only 2 people in the room, but no 4 others with unknown identities were quietly present. Surely they are all heavyweight figures not easy to deal with. What is their purpose investigating Chu Van? The long-haired guy laughed upon hearing that Yu Dung Lam likes younger men. You're thinking too simply. He emphasized Yu Dung Lam is definitely not that kind of woman. He recounted the past when the An family head passed away. The An family faced upheaval. Many big players coveted their legacy, but on Thien Ta, only 13 at the time, managed to keep the family estate. Who do you think she relied on? Indeed, the An family is no ordinary one, standing above thousands, both coveted and stirring curiosity. Especially Mommy Yu Dung Lam. What kind of strength and power does she have? The long-haired guy admitted that formidable woman would never choose an incompetent man. He ordered, in short, you find a chance to bring that brat Chu Van here first, but don't alert the An family. He meant to act quietly to avoid An family's discovery, since Yu Dung Lam remarried Chu Van's father. This is truly interesting. Will they use words to lure Chu Van or force to coerce him? Our male lead just got another worry. After some wandering, Chu Van and Antin finally arrived. Anting said, "We're here, get out of the car." Chu Van stepped out amazed by the grand scene. He thought silently, no wonder it's the An family, truly a powerful financial force. What will the brothers do? As for me, I'll ask Mommy for a bowl of soup and some rice. Coincidentally, Chu Lang Fong and Mommy Yu Dung Lam were standing at the gate to greet the children. Yu Dung Lam smiled. "Little Van, you've finally arrived. I've always wanted to meet you. Uncle Van is so charming, brothers." Yu Dung Lam is stunningly beautiful, both outstanding and captivating. Who wouldn't be enchanted? After legally remarrying, she finally had the chance to meet her husband's son. Uncle Van is busy, so for this meeting, Yu Dung Lam specially prepared a lavish feast. The table was full of delicious dishes, plump, nutritious shrimp. Brothers, don't miss out. Then Yu Dung Lam placed a plate of Alaska lobster on the table, saying, "Let's taste Mom's cooking, girl." Gently telling Chu Van this is fresh shrimp flown in just this morning. It's the dish little Tin likes most. Yu Dung Lam and Anting heard this and smiled, looking satisfied. Thought this shrimp plate was prepared for herself. But immediately after, Yu Dung Lam continued, "But today, Little Vun is the guest, so let Little Vun eat it." Anting snorted as if to object. Chuvun felt a bit awkward, thinking silently, "Mommy is making our male lead uncomfortable." He muttered in his head, "If Mom wants to give it to me, just put it there." "Why say that?" "Antin likes this, and then give it to me." Anting looked fiery, now eyes blazing at Chuvun. He tried to close his eyes and ignore it, though his face showed some discomfort, seeing her daughter's attitude towards the guest, Yu. Dung Lam leaned close to Chuvun and whispered casually, "Don't mind it. Little Tin just gets a small punishment because he bullied you when he first transferred schools." Uncle Vun felt awkward and didn't know what to say, so he gave a faint smile. He suggested, "Enough, let's eat first." Chuvun picked up a piece of shrimp to taste Mommy's cooking. He thought silently, delicious. But he suddenly doubted if she really was Tin's mother, seeing Yu Dung Lam so youthful, calm, and elegant. Completely different from Tin. Chuvun found it strange. Another day was about to end. Night had fallen. Chuvun didn't want to stay long and asked to leave. Yu Dung Lam saw him out and said, "Actually, Little Vun can stay here. Our house would be livelier." Uncle Vun's face turned purple as he gave a faint laugh. "No need, since school has started. I have to board at school anyway. It's also convenient to live with friends now." Though he said that he knew if he stayed, Tin would probably kick him off planet Earth. No need to pretend polite. Seeing him refuse, Yu Dung Lam took out a black card and handed it to him. "Then take this." Chuvun recognized it immediately and asked if it was a private room access card. Yu Dung Lam smiled softly. "This is the access card for the private bedroom at Tichdung Academy." She explained that earlier Lang Fong said you like being alone, so Mom intentionally prepared this gift. "Aunt, please don't refuse." "Okay," Chuvun thought to himself. "This is really useful. Having this room means no worries about being disturbed while gaming. Curious how Dad knew you needed this. Then you took the card and said, 'Thank you, Aunt Mommy Lam Duong.' I heard you call Aunt Duong Lam," laughed. "What, like Mom is really old or something?" Aunt Duong Lam gently stroked her shiny hair and smiled. "You can just call me Sister Lam." Guys watching this must be full time for a bowl of rice. Chuvun was stunned, thinking to himself that indeed every woman cares about age. Returning to the room, dark and quiet, it seemed Lai Huyen had gone somewhere again. Chuvun thought silently, "That's good. Now he can comfortably game to his heart's content. Fully refreshed. What could be better?" With a face full of energy, he immediately turned on his phone and immersed himself in the game. In the game, Chuvun and the dry bone ant advanced into the ant nest to fight. They entered the nest. The ants gathered densely but couldn't trouble him. After a short fight, Chuvun quickly handled them cleanly. Sometimes he just needed to stand outside and let the dry bone ant take care of it himself. This time, the reward was a companion certificate. He tossed it on the app and unexpectedly got another companion certificate. The system displayed analysis of the companion named Mutated Super Strong Ant at mortal level with Genius, Super Strength, Divine Power level 2. Chuvun looked at the stats and thought this attribute had increased quite a bit compared to the previous Mutated Super Strong Ant. While Chuvun was peacefully playing, suddenly a flying ant came charging at him at a terrifying speed. In a flash, he dodged and shouted, "What's with its mouth? Doesn't it talk reason? I don't even understand what you want to say." All he knew was this flying ant was large, fast, with a tough shell. Its advantage was flying at extremely high speed, but its strength had to be tested gradually. On Chuvun's side, though, not flying and slower, his reflexes and perception were superior. This time, would he strike himself or call the dry bone ant for help? The flying ant kept targeting him, but every strike was dodged. Chuvun dodged and thought, now I must patiently avoid all its attacks. Suddenly, the flying ant changed tactics and charged straight at him. Chuvun saw the opportunity and ran toward it, thinking this was a perfect chance. An intense battle was about to happen. Unexpectedly, instead of using its sharp parts to attack, the flying ant used speed to apply pressure. It spun in an elliptical shape at its already high speed, causing massive damage. Chuvun couldn't react in time and got hit, but thanks to his reflexes, he used his strength to block at the moment of impact. The flying ant was like a high-intensity saw blade, easily cutting everything in its range. When it touched Chuvun's strength, sparks flew. He thought he must find a chance to finish it off with one hit, even if he got slightly injured on the face. He concluded that if he didn't defeat it now, this monster would drag on forever. Its speed was extraordinary. The next move would be unpredictable. The flying ant changed direction, flying in an undefined space, then suddenly disappeared. Not because it could turn invisible, but its speed was too fast for the naked eye to follow. Chuvan worried. No one could guess its flight path now. He both defended and activated companion armor to enhance the power of his punch. He thought again, if your eyes can't keep up with this move's speed, then just close them. He slowly sensed its position within inches. The predatory gaze of the flying ant gradually appeared behind him. The atmosphere was chilling, but Chuvan silently told himself, if I lose to you, I will surpass you later. The flying ant landed. Chuvan clenched his fist tightly, tensed his abs, spun his body, and delivered a powerful punch to the flying ant's stomach. The punch hit like a sledgehammer, striking Nguyen Duoc Phi. He thought it would be sent flying like a sack of rice. Chuvan, riding the momentum, launched a superclass VIP pro move, hitting it till it screamed miserably. A blue energy explosion erupted into the air. Thought it was defeated, but when the smoke cleared, the monster was still standing, with a hateful glare, truly the king of toughness. Chuvan couldn't believe he couldn't take it down. He charged forward, launching a combo, 1 punch, intoxicating 2 punches, enchanting 3 punches, dizzying 4 punches, knocking out. Arms tired from striking, breathless from exhaustion. Finally, it succumbed to the king of hell. Heaven does not disappoint. Chuvan found another companion egg, thrilled. He thought to himself, it's the first time defeating it and already got a companion egg. The system announced the option to refine or harmonize with the mutated dry bone ant with a 20% success rate. Chuvan was stunned. The success rate was pitifully low, even worse than the dry bone knight. He's also an ant species, so why is it like that? He had a sudden thought to try refining, tense cold sweat pouring down. Even though failing to refine in the game doesn't affect his real self, he hesitated, holding the phone with trembling hands. The temptation to own a top-tier pet was too great. He reassured himself it would be fine. Still, it's just a game. Yet the young man decided to risk it and try once. After pressing the button, Chuvan immediately felt a strong force pulling him forward. A terrifying vortex appeared, radiating a tremendous suction. It relentlessly drained the vital energy within the main character's body. His vital energy poured out like a whirlwind swallowed by the vortex. Chuvan could only try to endure the pain. He sensed his vital energy like tidal waves surging deeply into that mysterious vortex. The energy was drawn toward the companion egg hidden deep inside. The egg absorbed not only his vital energy but also the main character's blood essence, gradually coming alive as if carrying a heartbeat like a continuously beating heart. At that moment in the real world, Chuvan realized how serious the warning from Li Huin was. He was stuck in a dangerous state, vital energy insufficient. The egg began to drain both his blood essence and life force to compensate. The pain on the main character's back felt like thousands of sharp teeth tearing his body to pieces. Even as a resilient person, he couldn't hold back a scream of agony. But in that situation, he was completely helpless, only able to grit his teeth and endure, hoping he had the strength to get through it. Truly, every reckless risk has its price. After enduring to his limit, Chuvan coughed violently. His body weakened to the extreme. What made it almost laughable was that despite the pain, he regretted the blood lost. He wondered how much blood he would have to replenish. With that amount of blood, conquering a dungeon would have been absolutely amazing. Exhausted, the young man fainted unconscious. Fortunately, that horrific process had ended. In his delirium, the profound mystical characters of the Immortal Maze scripture appeared. Perhaps thanks to that, Chuvan woke up quickly. But as soon as he opened his eyes, an overwhelming weakness hit him. He struggled to gasp for breath, feeling lucky the connection with the game wasn't too strong. But if he had truly refined in reality, he surely wouldn't have survived. Then he drew blood to log back into the game and check the situation. He thought if this attempt failed at worst, the companion pet would disappear. But when opening his phone, Chuvan was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. The system announced the refinement was successful. Fantastic. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the underground Lotus Pond dungeon. With this success, he owned a flying-type companion pet, confidently thinking he was about to become the ruler of the skies. But without hesitation, the young man summoned his new pet full of expectation. He imagined it would be a terrifying giant beast like the boss he had defeated before. But reality slapped him hard. What appeared could hardly be called a monster. It was tiny, looking like a cute and harmless ant. Chuvan was stunned, frozen like stone upon seeing it. His curse echoed throughout the mansion. Maybe even heard all the way to Benzung. He quickly checked the status board. Its name was Silver-Winged Ant, Legendary Larva Level Legendary Fate King of the Low Sky. Innate skill, Flash Silver Wings. Companion status is a pair of wings. Power 12 speed, 14 stamina. 10 vital energy. 10. He held this debt in his hands. Chuvan focused on the words larva like a punch straight to the face. What exactly is going on? Moreover, for a legendary creature, isn't this attribute stat far too weak? He recalled when he defeated it. It looked fierce, but now on closer look it was really as cute as a cotton candy. Chuvan hugged it to his chest, unexpectedly feeling fondness and reluctance to let go. Suddenly, the system notified that the silver-winged ant was hungry and demanded to be fed immediately. Chuvan was stunned, not knowing how many times this had happened. He was speechless. Feed it what? Why is this so complicated? Unexpectedly, this tiny ant had a terrible appetite, demanding to eat mutated dry-bone ants, or mutated mighty ants, even companion eggs. Chuvan was so angry his face twitched. What bastard designed this thing? Couldn't he just feed it some normal monsters? Didn't they know he was dirt poor, barely even having money for food? Though he said it toughly when he saw its innocent and adorable look, he softened, definitely lacking willpower. In the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed to feed it a companion egg he had painstakingly saved up by skipping meals. But after eating, it was only full, not growing or maturing at all. Looks like this path to bankruptcy is going to be long. Thinking about summoning this debt to fight, he just wanted to choose death. So he tried the companion state. Immediately, a pair of thin wings like tiny cicada wings sprouted on his back. Looking at the wings, he worried if they could even fly. They looked too small. But when he flapped them clumsily, he actually could fly. This place was truly ideal to test his flying ability with these wings. Chuvan was joyful like a shooting star streaking across the sky. But indeed, the speed of these wings was no ordinary matter. They were not only fast, but also allowed flexible adjustment of flight angle. Truly a miraculous support skill. However, the only limitation was that he couldn't fly higher, perhaps due to the legendary fate trait of the Low Sky King. Only when flying close to the ground did the wings fully unleash their power and dexterity. Compared to before, Chuvan was now far superior. He looked down at the ants below with disdain like a cocky grasshopper above mocking the wingless insects. But with his newly acquired flying ability, he confidently thought handling them wouldn't be too difficult. Without hesitation, he immediately flapped his wings and rushed deep into the cave. But the deeper he went, the narrower the cave became, and the mutant ants appeared densely like a terrifying packed army. Though he initially planned to explore further, Chuvan shuddered uncontrollably facing this swarm of monsters. However, thinking that he was no longer the same, possessing flying ability and an undefeated position, he told himself they couldn't trouble him no matter how many there were. But it seemed the young man was somewhat delusional about his own power. Suddenly, the ants gathered to form a giant shadowy hand, descending as if to swat him like a fly. Chuvan panicked, nearly scared out of his wits. He was tightly surrounded by the ants like a fish caught in a net, unable to call for help or fight back. In desperation, he quickly used the Kotan Trung skill, blasting the monsters away to catch his breath. But the explosion also left his body like a deflated balloon flung to another area. In the center of the cave, a giant spherical structure appeared. Chuvan silently thought himself lucky for accidentally flying right into this area while panicking. But on closer look, he was shocked to realize it wasn't an ordinary rock, but the central ant nest. Before he could recover, fierce ants with glowing red eyes swarmed out from the nest, rushing straight at him. Without a word, Chuvan was surrounded by them. The large, shiny black ants that could fly tormented him mercilessly. But in helplessness, the young man could only fall down in despair and return to reality. Holding his phone, he couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, this dungeon still held many interesting secrets, but with his current power, he couldn't get close to explore, only waiting for the silver-winged ant to reach maturity. After playing the game too long, his stomach began growling, demanding food. Opening the fridge, he found it empty, nothing left to eat. Resigned, he decided to head out to the nearest supermarket to buy some food. Little did he know, all of Chuvan's actions at this moment were being watched. The big boss target had left the Lee family's house and was walking on the main road. Should we arrest this guy? The red-haired girl called Captain Lei, casually applying lipstick, replied, "Right now there are plenty of eyes on him there. Our superiors instructed us not to reveal our identities. Let me handle everything." So while Chuvan walked carelessly toward the supermarket at a fork in the road, a girl suddenly appeared. She deliberately showed off her smooth white legs provocatively to attract the young man's attention. No one else but Captain Lee, an agent from the Federal Bureau sent to bring Chu Van back to headquarters for investigation. Confident in her striking beauty, she thought dealing with a guy like him would be as easy as flipping her hand. After a long time planning, she was pleased to see Chu Van walking by. Not only did she lift her dress to show her legs, she also put on an act pretending to be a helpless girl who stumbled and needed help. She spoke softly and gently. "Handsome guy, big guy over there, can you help me get up?" But Chu Van ignored her as if she were invisible. He calmly kept walking toward the supermarket. Lee was stunned, unable to believe the guy showed no reaction at all. Women have two taboos: being asked their age and being told they're old or ugly. Chu Van's ignoring her felt like a serious insult, as if he was dismissing her charm. Immediately, she got up and ran after him, deciding to try another trick. This time, she planned to use a lethal move. Meanwhile, Chu Van was still lost in thought about having the power of flight. He told himself that if he returned to Alsan, everything would go more smoothly. But to deal with the blood Dharma Buddha lotus, he needed to test it many more times. Suddenly, a girl grabbed his arm and praised "handsome guy." Chu Van was startled, snapping out of his chaotic thoughts back to reality. "Handsome guy, why are you walking so fast?" Hearing her act familiar, he was confused. Clearly strangers, when he asked who she was, she shamelessly used her last trick and started a conversation. "I'm lost, just fell and got hurt." But inside, she angrily cursed. "Didn't you see her pretend to fall like a frog by the road earlier? And she dares to ask me the ferry like Uncle Van is some clueless blockhead." Captain Lee was about to call the police for her, but was stopped, told it wasn't necessary. Her eyes became enchanting, pouring all her charm into them. She persuaded, "What I want is this handsome guy here. Take me home and then I'll give you the socks." But Chu Van didn't want to waste time on this girl with a spinal injury. She kept twisting like a wriggling larva, making him dizzy, joking, "Take me home for a pair of socks." He just wanted to eat, so he told her to find someone else and walked away. Lee was left confused, embarrassed, and angry. Could it be that her charm wasn't worth a meal? Her anger flared up like a blazing fire. Refusing the offered drink, now she wanted to punish him with a drinking penalty. She decided to knock Chu Van out and forcibly take him back. Actions speak louder than words. She quickly created a hot energy ball and struck from behind like lightning. A loud explosion rang out. The powerful blow showed she was truly furious. But when the smoke cleared, Chu Van's figure had vanished, leaving only La standing alone at the scene. It turned out Chu Van's keen senses had detected something was wrong in time. He quickly summoned silver-winged flying ants as wings to dodge the attack and slipped away. He sensed the attacker had bad intentions. Chu Van broke out in a cold sweat, wondering who suddenly attacked him like that. It didn't take long. After a moment's thought, he vaguely guessed. She must be someone from the Federation hunting for Tin Dao Tin. Seeing the target evade the attack just now, Lee couldn't help but be shocked. As expected, she underestimated his speed and agility. But she was still confident that with just a little real strength, suppressing Chu Van would be a piece of cake in a moment. Around her erupted a blazing sea of fire, as if she were the queen ruling this place. He sensed a great danger from the opponent. Without hesitation, Chu Van unleashed a legendary martial art known in the underworld as, "If you can't beat them, call the cops." Calmly, he pulled out his phone and called the police. "Help, I'm being attacked. Please come quickly." Unexpectedly, this handsome guy played such a dirty trick. If he continued to act, Le feared her identity would be exposed, alerting the enemy and causing big trouble. She snorted coldly, turned away, leaving a threat. "You rotten brat, consider yourself lucky this time. I'll let you off." But only after confirming she had really left did Chu Van breathe a sigh of relief. Actually, he was only pretending to call the police. The phone wasn't even on, but he still didn't understand why the Federation's people were targeting him. He hadn't done anything illegal. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized that it might have been Tin Dao Tin who reported him, making the Federation think he was an accomplice of that big boss. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Li Huan was happily partying and dancing when suddenly he got a call from Chu Van, still with a teasing tone. He smiled unusually. "Really, I didn't expect you to call me first." Hearing Chu Van say to find a quiet place to talk, Li Huan immediately became serious, sensing the importance of the matter. He found a secluded corner, and Chu Van recounted the encounter with Tin Dao Tin and how he caught the Federation's attention. Li Huan was amazed, never expecting Chu Van to run into that legendary figure. While Chu Van was troubled, Li Huan excitedly envied him. "You met Tin Dao Tin. I want to meet him too, just once." Chu Van slapped himself mentally, thinking how lucky he was not to have mentioned Mei Tin Kin. Otherwise, this fun-loving guy would probably be even more excited and cause more trouble. Li Huin kept listening as he described it. No need to guess it was the hyenas. Chuvan was surprised, not understanding what hyenas were. Seeing his confusion, Li Huin explained that they were a special Federation organization, dealing with cases the government couldn't intervene in openly. They acted ruthlessly and unscrupulously, hence the name hyenas. Hearing this, Chuvan felt a headache coming on. Just the name hyenas told him they weren't easy to deal with. He asked Li Huin if there was any way to help him enroll early at Tichdung Academy. Li Huin praised the idea as brilliant because although that special organization was powerful, they wouldn't dare openly break the law. If Chuvan was inside Tichdung Academy, he would be protected. Li Huinten joked, returning to his unserious self. Actually, Lakjung is Angia's turf. Just rely on Angia, and even if the hyenas come, they wouldn't dare touch you. Chuvan was speechless because Angia was exactly what he wanted to avoid most right now. Finally, Li Huin agreed to help, and they decided to apply for early enrollment. After ending the call, Chuvan sensed storms were about to break loose. Things were spiraling beyond expectations, and the root cause was that he wasn't strong enough yet. Now he urgently needed to rapidly improve his advanced power at the Federation's Special Monitoring Headquarters. When the Superior heard Li's report, he flew into a rage, banging the table and shouting, "How many times have I told you to be humble? Humble, do you understand, Senior Officer?" And just called to question, how am I supposed to explain this? Li, the beautiful but stubborn junior, justified that this time it was just carelessness and begged for another chance to make things right. The Superior sneered, "If you fail again after once stirring up trouble next time, it won't be so easy to deal with Chuvan." He pulled out a stack of documents and told her to read, "This is the investigation file on Ao Dung Lam and Angia over the recent period." Just skimming through, Li's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming, "No way, how could this be? This position should have been in Tin's right. Why did Angia hand it over to an outsider like Chuvan?" The Superior didn't understand either, but confirmed this information was absolutely accurate. Angia took the only chance to fix their reputation by giving it to Chuvan. Linking clues from Tin Dao Tin to Angia, all roads led to this young man. Looking at the documents, he concluded that Chuvan was an interesting character. Elsewhere, Chuvan suddenly sneezed repeatedly, as if sensing someone was talking about him. Worried, he hurriedly packed his things and headed to Tichdung Academy ahead of schedule. Before him stood the massive academy building where he would be staying for the foreseeable future. He hoped this place would protect him and allow him to train peacefully. Following the map, he diligently went to the room that Ozung Lam had prepared. Using his keycard to swipe the door, he entered smoothly. What caught his eye was a spacious room fully equipped, clean and airy, pleasing him and making him think this would be the start of his new life at the academy. But since he arrived in Lakdung so suddenly, besides a few pairs of light shorts, he hadn't brought much. He decided to go out shopping. Unfamiliar with the area, he opened his phone to check directions while walking. Hoping there was a store on campus, he opened the door to step outside, but heard footsteps coming down the stairs. A pair of long, pale legs belonging to a young lady appeared. As a natural reflex, Chuvan looked up at the neighbor, but she immediately fell silent, terrified out of her wits upon seeing him. No one else but Antin, the person he most wanted to avoid. Truly a narrow alley for enemies. And Tin was equally shocked to see Chuvan. Her beautiful face showed astonishment. Perhaps she didn't expect him to be here. It wasn't hard to guess. The beautiful girl snorted coldly in anger and brushed past Chuvan like a gust of wind. He didn't bother to respond to her questions, silently wondering why she got mad, even though he hadn't said anything. The young man sighed slowly, descending the stairs, telling himself to just pretend he never met her. However, this guy seemed a bit lost. Holding the map, he kept walking but couldn't find any store. Starting to doubt he was on the wrong path, he looked around to find someone to ask, but the area was as deserted as an abandoned temple. Suddenly, a cat's meow nearby caught Chuvan's attention. Instinctively, he looked toward the sound. At a street corner, he heard a gentle voice say, "Good kitty. You have to be this good from now on, okay?" Chuvan silently praised his luck finally finding someone to ask for directions. But this voice sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Stepping forward to ask, he hadn't opened his mouth before swallowing his words back. The scene before him was unbelievable. Who would have thought the fierce Kodian Hoon Than had this side smiling happily like a child playing and feeding stray cats? Uncle Chuvan was speechless, stunned, silently wondering if this guy would silence him for witnessing this. Having met him, he couldn't just leave. Summoning all his courage, he approached and said, "Hey, Senior Codian." Suddenly, the space fell eerily silent. The usually cheerful Codian instantly lost interest upon hearing Chuvan's call. With a sumo wrestler's large frame, he stepped closer, eyes flashing with murderous intent as a warning. "If Namchin dares to tell anyone what you just said, he's definitely dead meat." Chuvan replied cautiously, "Why so aggressive? Don't you know my fragile heart's scared?" He explained he just wanted to ask directions to the store. Codine slapped his shoulder threateningly again. "You better mean what you say or there will be big trouble with me." He pointed the way, telling him to follow his hand for a guard to lead him further, then coldly turned away. But after a few steps, he seemed to remember something, turning back with a warning glare. "Best not to mess with my gang of stray cats." Getting a firm nod from Chuvan, he finally walked off relieved. After the Dimensional Storm event, humans can use contracts to tame dimensional creatures with great power, so most have lost interest in weak animals like dogs and cats on Earth. Yet a tough guy like Codian is surprisingly kind-hearted. Truly eye-opening. With nothing else to do, Chuvan took out his phone to continue playing games, but this one was really giving him a headache. It kept crashing for no clear reason, no clues at all. He bit his little finger to draw blood to log in. The game was very fast. Chuvan entered the game standing on the steps, scratching his head confused. Though not understanding what the heck was happening, he was sure Tufatu had something to do with the mysterious power source. Just stepping in, he immediately lost a life. Reflecting on it, he found this very strange. Previously, he had tried everything, even using flying skills, but every time he entered Tufatu, he was instantly defeated without warning, as if an evil spirit guarded it, blocking intruders. Chuvan sat dazed on the sofa, heartbroken and not knowing what to do despite trying every method. Could this be a dead end? But he shook his head, telling himself if this were a game, there must be a way to get through the level. No matter how tough the dry-bone knight or the strong flying ant, he always managed to handle them in the end. But this time was different, not like fighting a boss. That's right, it was like a door that needed a key to open. The little Buddha temple also required a key to pass. He thought he hadn't missed any clues here. So the clue must be in the Lotus Pond. But he searched thoroughly and found nothing. Suddenly, an idea flashed. Chuvan remembered something he had overlooked, the vital energy skill meditation. Without hesitation, he activated the skill. A blue flame burst forth, covering his body. Thinking carefully, only this skill seemed suspicious. It had no offensive effect or specific purpose, only continuously consuming vital energy. So it only served as a key to enter the little Buddha temple. Summoning all his courage, Chuvan approached the little Buddha temple and decisively jumped down. This time he landed safely, not ending up dead like before. In reality, he was overjoyed, praising himself. "That's Minthen Va, for you nothing is impossible." He controlled his game character to explore the mysteries inside the little Buddha temple, but life was not a dream. Before he could celebrate, he was horrified to see his vital energy bar nearly depleted. Furious, he jumped up, cursing the game publishers for being even more money-grabbing than VTC or Vina Game. The rate of vital energy consumption was terrifying. At this rate, he would be exhausted. He came up with an idea, crouching like a track athlete, taking a running start before the vital energy ran out. But the merciless Apple Eye spared no one. He hadn't run far before losing a life again. Undeterred, he logged back in with low health, determined to use the flying skill of the flying ant. Laughing like a gorilla sneaking in, he soared through the air as fast as a rocket. Feeling the wind hit his face, he silently marveled at the speed. But the flight failed. The aircraft crashed due to lack of fuel. Staring at the black screen, he grumbled the speed was fast, but the consumption increased too. To get through this area, he had to upgrade his skill to a higher level, and the only way was to level up at the Lotus Pond. Just as his mood soured, Chuvan received a call from Li Huyen. Hearing his voice, he sounded depressed. Li Huyen asked what was wrong. Why did his tone sound so gloomy? He urged him to hurry to the Lotus Pond, saying there was an exciting drama to watch. It turned out Antin was there. Chuvan asked what was going on, but Li Huyen mysteriously said to come quickly and he would find out. Seeing Antin, everyone buzzed with gossip. She was a legendary figure, a powerhouse before even enrolling. No wonder Senior Dung Leet wanted to win over the Buddha Heart Lotus as a gift for her. But Antin arrogantly and coldly replied, "I don't need so-called enrollment gifts, so don't waste time with those useless antics." She bluntly criticized. With his strength, of course, he couldn't win her over. It wasn't that he couldn't get the beauty's favor. Doong Lit became a laughingstock to the crowd, and Doong worsening his mood. Hearing Tin's words, the blue-haired young man eating melon seeds in a market corner suddenly woke up. So that bizarre flower was called the blood-pattern Buddha heart lotus. It seemed the An family had thoroughly investigated it. The slanted-eyed man, named Tu Mien Do, also present, couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect Doong Lit to flatter the An family so much. Truly shameless. He was from the upper class in Doong. Li Huin, knowledgeable and patient, explained although the Doong family had some reputation, they were far behind the An family. All their business dealings had to consider the An family's attitude. But surely Tin wouldn't bother paying attention to him. Tu Mien Do nodded in agreement, saying Li Ka was right. Only Li Ka was worthy. Before he finished, Li Huin covered his mouth to stop him from saying more nonsense. Chu Vun immediately spoke up. I have absolutely no interest in Tin, so don't go around making baseless connections. Just then, our main character Chu Vun arrived. Unlike the excited crowd in Doong watching the drama, he had no interest at all. Seeing Tin, he finally understood why Li Huyen had mysteriously called him there. The blue-haired young man appeared behind him like a ghost. Smiling, he said, "Your little sister has admirers. As your older brother, aren't you going to personally come and observe a little?" Chu Vun is at a loss for words with this fun-loving guy, secretly thinking he really wants to make a mountain out of a molehill. Anyway, since we're here, the two of us fold our arms and wait to see what exciting twists this drama will bring. Over there, Doong Lit looks angry, his pride hurt, loudly asking, "Do you really have no trust in me at all?" He declared he absolutely must pick the blood-pattern Buddha heart lotus, then grinned fiercely, "If I get it, Tin will have to accept it." By the way, the name Doong Lit sounds really cheesy. The name sounds grand and mighty, but if you read it backwards, isn't it Liet Doong? Anyway, setting aside the name, he boldly declared it. But Tin replied with words that hurt him. "Don't try. This promise means nothing. You'd better stop embarrassing yourself." Furious, Doong Lit shouted, "Then let me prove it to you." With that, he summoned his pet beasts. Two mighty silver birds appeared in the sky. Just looking at them, you could tell they were extremely powerful. Tu Mien Do was amazed to recognize them as silver-eyed sky eagles, legendary creatures, not just one, but two of them. Anxious to regain his honor, Doong Lit ordered his beasts to attack, determined to finish quickly. Indeed, these legendary flying beasts moved at lightning speed. They transformed into two streaks of lightning hurtling toward the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. Sensing danger, the strange flower shot out a defensive attack. Two forces, one blue and one red, collided in midair, sparks flying everywhere. Doong Lit sneered, "That's just a childish joke." Indeed, he had reason to be confident. After touching the attack of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus, the two silver-eyed sky eagles flapped their wings once and shattered the move. Their bodies unharmed, they kept attacking at meteor-like speed. They struck a strong blow at the flower. Tu Mien Do marveled. No wonder they're legendary creatures. Their feathers seem immune to the corrosive effect of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. It looked like this time Doong Lit would succeed, but Chu Vun, standing not far away, shook his head in disagreement. Only he knew the true power of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus was not as simple as it appeared on the battlefield. The claws of the silver-eyed sky eagles left wounds on the flower's body that sounded like metal clashing. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. The flower's blazing red eyes widened as fresh as blood, causing shock. Like a wife's gaze discovering her husband's secret stash of money, Doong Lit broke out in cold sweat, realizing his opponent was truly enraged. Truly astonishing. According to the nature of plant-type dimension creatures, they are usually weak, but the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus overcame this weakness. It was powerful beyond reason, not easily giving up. Doong Lit shouted orders to continue the attack. He wanted to see how his opponent would respond. A shockwave occurred. The two silver-eyed sky eagles suddenly burst into flames, turning into two torches in the air. They charged forward with unimaginable speed. But the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus was not an easy opponent. It spun like a mill, deflecting every close-range attack. Not letting anything touch it, even Doong Lit was stunned, thinking this defense was excessive. Watching closely, he realized that because it only spun in place, the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus could only defend attacks from 4 directions. He immediately came up with a plan, ordering one silver-eyed sky eagle to attack from the flank to hold it back, creating an opening for the other to attack from above where the opponent's defense was weak. Chuvan watched intently and immediately realized Dung Liet's intention but sensed something was wrong. This was definitely a trap. He shouted loudly, "Stop now! This is actually just a trap!" Dung Liet was stunned, turning around, not understanding what was happening, but it was too late. The second silver-eyed sky eagle had already rushed close to the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. Suddenly a terrifying scene unfolded. The seemingly weak flower suddenly revealed sharp, frightening fangs, and just like that, the unlucky silver-eyed sky eagle immediately became its appetizer. It was swallowed whole in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. Even more infuriating, after devouring another's legendary pet beast, it looked satisfied as if it had just enjoyed a tonic meal. The crowd watching this scene couldn't believe their eyes. They never expected things to take such a strange turn. It seems this time Dung Liet has suffered heavy losses. Not only losing face, but also his precious legendary pet. Just as predicted, Dung Liet still hasn't recovered his composure. How could he have anticipated what just happened? Even if he died, he wouldn't have expected it. It turns out he was the one being tricked. At this point, even if he didn't want to believe it, there was no other choice. He could only reluctantly summon the remaining silver-eyed Stormhawk and return. With a disappointed look, he stepped up to Chuvan, looked him straight in the eye, and asked, "From the start, you felt I couldn't beat the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus, right? But how did you know in advance?" Chuvan stammered, finding it hard to explain clearly. How could he reveal anything about that mysterious phone? While flustered, the talkative young man, Miendo, suddenly interrupted, acting casual, and said, "What else could it be? Of course it was thanks to sharp eyes that saw it coming. My van is the second-place winner in the real battle competition at Queduck Mansion. Are you scared, teacher?" Hearing the name Queduck Mansion, which wasn't highly regarded, Dung Liet just smiled. Second place at Queduck Mansion, that's considered impressive. Seeing the other party act provocatively, Miendo angrily retorted, "And you still have the nerve to smile? If it were me and I lost a silver-eyed Stormhawk like that, I'd have found a hole to crawl into already." Dung Liet was angry but tried to keep it from exploding. He replied, "Then I'll listen to the advice from the second place at Queduck Mansion." Miendo boldly declared, "Why should I talk to you? When my van steps in, everything is as easy as flipping a hand. Far from being as pathetic as you." Chuvan heard this and just wanted to hold his head. This guy is truly a genius at dragging grudges wherever he goes, making others furious. Just then, Tin suddenly appeared from nowhere, cutting off the argument, unexpectedly meeting Bala Satan Tin here. The young man was stunned when he saw her suddenly approach, silently thinking about what might happen next. Don't tell me she's urging me to fight the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. Though unwilling, he had to admit that even now in the game he still wasn't strong enough to beat it. Not only that, but what was more troubling was that it was also using a defensive move never seen before in the game. Who knows how many other tricks it's hiding? But Tin kept a cold expression, standing silently, making it hard to guess her intentions. Chuvan clenched his fist, wondering if she planned to give him another beating. Dung Liet next to him held his head in pain, unable to understand what was going on between the two, just suddenly appearing and staring at each other like that. Returning to the original issue, he asked Chuvan if he was scared yet. "Looks like you're just all talk, only knowing how to use your mouth." Suddenly another voice rang out. "Then let's give it a try." It was Lai Huyan's voice. Seeing his brother being bullied, of course, he couldn't just stand by. He had to teach that brat some manners. The notorious playboy reputation of young Master Lai Huyan was well known. Dung Liet recognized the infamous rich kid at a glance. Didn't expect these two to know each other. Fine, let these two show off. If they fail, it would be another embarrassment over something even the silver-eyed Stormhawk couldn't do. Are these two legendary-level wannabes just dreaming? He immediately agreed. "I eagerly await you two to show your skills in conquering the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus." Though he said this outwardly, when leaving, Li Huyan stepped forward ready to rip the mouth off the rude guy. The male lead thought silently that he couldn't really blame him. After all, he was naive, well, anyway, he accepted the challenge. The thing to do now is to discuss a plan. Alone before, of course, he couldn't handle the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus, but now with two more helping things would be easier. If they cooperate well, there's hope, especially since Li Huyan owns two legendary creatures. They must be fully exploited to maximize his potential. Gazing at the emerald green lake, everyone was lost in thought, pondering how to enter the Lotus Pond's center without ending tragically as a pile of dry bones. Chuvan frankly expressed that he could not rely solely on the power of the dry bone ants. If he did that during the fight, he wouldn't be able to both fight and be distracted trying to observe and protect all three of them at once. Young Master Li immediately seized the opportunity to boast. He declared that he had long acquired a pet capable of flying. Currently, he owned a Thenkung snail. Though not exceptional, it could barely fly. Hearing that Chuvan was skeptical, "A snail that can fly. Sounds like a joke." Miendo beside him wasn't to be outdone, and immediately pulled out a silver mask, proudly boasting that he also had a treasure. Right after he activated the mask's companion form, from the space appeared a giant monster falling onto the lake's surface, revealing a back like a turtle shell wide enough for people to stand on. This was a primal beast unaffected by the lake's corrosive water. Li Huin glanced and recognized it as a dragon-scaled turtle. Unexpectedly, this guy wasn't bad at all and owned such a rare pet, though only at a mundane level that was already more than enough. So the three of them stood on the dragon-scaled turtle's back and slowly moved toward the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus area. The young man with narrow eyes confidently patted his chest and promised, "Brother Huyen, Brother Van, just focus on fighting. I'll command the dragon-scaled turtle to support you two." Everything was temporarily settled now. It was time to start the battle. Chuvan and Li Huin immediately summoned their companion beasts. The dry bone ants appeared instantly with overwhelming pride and spirit. Without hesitation, Chuvan jumped onto its back. On the other side, Li Huin was not slow to transform into a war god clad in radiant armor. Thinking silently, these are the three famous playboy young masters Li Huin, unexpectedly so cool, and even owning legendary grade pets. Meanwhile, Dung Leet, or rather young Master Dung Leet, stood aside, his face flushed red with anger and jealousy as he muttered, "If I had resources like the An family or the Li family, I would do 10 times better. Truly lucky." In contrast, the guy was shaking with rage. Anting still kept a cold, indifferent expression as if nothing in this world could surprise her. Truly a calm demeanor befitting a goddess. Back on the battlefield, Li Huyen struggled to control the newly acquired Thenkung snail, which looked quite unreliable. Seeing that Chuvan silently wondered if it was stable, he turned to Mindo and instructed, "The Thenkung snail is not agile. You have to watch Li Huyen carefully. Absolutely don't let him fall into the water." Mindo nodded seriously. "Rest assured, leave it to me." With that, the two burst with momentum, transforming into two shooting stars, rushing straight toward the blood pattern. Buddha Heart Lotus determined to take it down. Sensing the threat from the intruders, it immediately launched an attack. Countless blood spikes relentlessly shot toward the two. The dry bone ants tightly clenched their butt muscles and tensed their abs proudly, using their bodies like indestructible diamonds to block the entire wave of attacks. Indeed, those strikes couldn't trouble our six-pack ant. Taking the opportunity, Li Huyen concentrated all his strength on the sword, preparing to unleash a decisive blow. The moment arrived. A sword slash bright as a shooting star was swung, dazzling onlookers. The blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus immediately shot out a beam of light to block the sword. The two attacks collided violently in midair, but the sword energy of young Master Li was clearly superior. It easily cut through the beam with unstoppable momentum, slashing straight into the flower and leaving a deep wound on its body. Feeling the pain, it roared angrily, looking very terrifying. But before it could react, Chuvan ordered the dry bone ants to launch numerous dry bone ants, piercing upward from below. Realizing the opponent was tough, the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus used an old trick, spinning its body to knock away all attacks. Seeing this, Chuvan thought silently, "The old trick again, is it trying to trick me into attacking from above?" Li Huin, with an overwhelming aura, declared it unnecessary. Just face it head-on. In mid-air, a giant sword formed from swirling sword energy with earth-shaking momentum, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Noticing the enemy didn't fall for the trap and refused to approach for a bite, the blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus grew fiercer, its eyes flashing a cold, sharp light. Unable to bite it, it immediately changed tactics, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth and shooting out a powerful whirlwind toward Li Huyen, trying to knock him into the lake. This attack indeed cannot be underestimated. Just standing at the edge of the airflow, Chuvan struggled to maintain his balance, let alone Li Huyen, who was at the center. However, despite the storm and turmoil, Li Huyen stood firm like Mount Tai, gripping his sword tightly and standing proudly like a war god. Behind him appeared a terrifying phantom beast, its eyes fixed on the opponent. Sensing the moment had come, Li Huyen launched a sword strike with the momentum of a flood, unstoppable, like a war god descending to conquer the world. A stirring scene unfolded, the once playboy third young master now surprisingly strong beyond belief in everyone's eyes today. One sword strike shattered all the petals of the blood-patterned Buddha heart lotus. When the dust cleared, a tragic scene appeared. All the outer petals were charred black beyond recognition, but surprisingly, inside sat a toad with blood-red eyes looking fierce and different from its innocent exterior, immediately spewing thick purple poisonous smoke toward the group. After unleashing the powerful strike, Li Huyen returned to a state of exhaustion, falling freely and becoming the target of the poisonous smoke. Seeing the toxic gas rushing at him with terrifying speed as if to swallow him whole, Li Huyen panicked, but was powerless. Just when it seemed he was doomed, a brilliant golden attack swiftly struck, dispersing the poisonous smoke and saving Li Huyen's life. It was none other than Chu Van, who had been standing ready and immediately used his mighty divine fist to protect his brother. However, the celestial snail was not as lucky as its master. The attack shattered it into many pieces. Chu Van immediately turned and shouted at Miendo, "Quick, go catch Li Huyen, don't let him fall into the water." "Leave that to me to deal with." Miendo solemnly obeyed the order, confidently saying, "Just leave it to me." After handing over, Chu Van took momentum to leap into the air and launched a powerful punch toward the toad. It seemed it only had one move, spewing poisonous smoke. Sure enough, it mindlessly used that move again, but how could it hit Chu Van, who had prepared in advance? With just a slight twist, he easily countered the opponent's technique. Seeing its only special move defeated, the toad seemed to realize its fate, sweating profusely and terrified. What had to happen did happen, a thunderous explosion, dust and smoke obscuring vision. As expected, hit by Chu Van's punch, the toad was sent off to reincarnation with a boxed lunch. He thought everything would end smoothly here, but no. Chu Van was shocked to discover a terrifying truth that filled his eyes with fear, a scene he couldn't believe was happening right before him. Miendo, who had sweetly called him Brother Huyen, betrayed him. He should have rushed to catch Li Huyen as promised, but he just stood there, coldly watching Li Huyen fall into the corrosive water. Realizing the betrayal, Li Huyen gritted his teeth, unable to believe this man could act this way. He stopped acting the part, no longer the cheerful subordinate who obediently agreed before. Instead, his face turned vicious, smiling wickedly as he achieved his goal. He growled, "Don't blame me." But in that life-or-death moment, a life-saving hand appeared like a blade of grass, none other than Chu Van, Li Huyen's silent hero. Up to now, no one knows how many times he has saved this guy. It turned out Chu Van had timely used the wings of the dry-boned ant to fly to the rescue. If he had been a second late, Li Huyen might have lost an arm or even become little more than a skeleton. The great young master Li breathed a sigh of relief, saved once again by Chu Van. Very quickly, the two safely landed on the dragon-scaled turtle's back, facing the traitor. At this moment, Miendo, with his blonde hair like madness, screamed in rage, "Impossible, absolutely impossible! Why did you hide a flying pet beast too?" Chu Van calmly explained that he had suspected Miendo for a long time. First, the guy deliberately spoke irritably to stir up hatred, then volunteered to take on the support mission. These actions were totally unlike his usual character. Li Huyen couldn't hold back his anger and threw a punch that smashed the guy's face, shouting, "You bastard, you're acting terribly." He angrily demanded, Why did you do that?" "I didn't treat you badly. I always considered you a friend." In his pitiful state, Miendo revealed a terrifying truth. "The people around you have long been bribed by your second brother Li Mac. You absolutely can't beat him." As soon as he finished speaking, he revealed his true form without any remorse, and immediately struck the dragon-scaled turtle's back, shattering it. With a sinister smile, he intended to drag all three of them down to destruction. The ground cracked into countless fragments and quickly sank into the corrosive lake. The two young men had no time to react or summon their beasts. Luckily, at the critical moment, a gentle blue light feather enveloped them, stopping their fall. No one expected the rescuer to be on tin. Who would have thought that this cold Lady Lasat would save their lives? The incident immediately caused a stir, alerting the leadership of Tichdung Academy. Naturally, those involved Chu Van's group were summoned to the office for tea and to clarify the situation. Nothing was hidden. The two young men frankly recounted the entire incident from beginning to end. The investigator quickly gathered enough information and gave them clearance to leave, crossing the line between life and death. But Li Huyen was not happy. He stepped out of the investigation room, pacing the hallway, sighing repeatedly and questioning himself. Is it really that bad? Why do the people around me, one by one, want to harm me? Uncle Vun couldn't contain his curiosity and asked what deep grudge he had with his second brother. Why does he always try every way to corner you? Li Huyen coldly replied, After my eldest brother passed away, I had nothing to do with my second brother. He handled the family's major affairs with our father while I just focused on being a wild playboy. Hearing that Chu Vun became even more curious. Clearly he had withdrawn from the power struggle. So why does he still not let go and keep trying to pressure you? Li Huyen continued. He isn't just after the power of the Li family. There's an even bigger reason. Don't underestimate his ambition. Seeing Chu Vun's curiosity, Li Huyen sighed as if this story was hard to share and for outsiders to understand. But in the end, he decided to open up. Li Huyen said he would tell everything to Chu Vun but needed a more suitable place. So he dragged Chu Vun back to his room to buy a dozen beers. Regardless of Chu Vun's objections, he treated him like air. Watching Li Huyen spread beers all over the room, Chu Vun threatened before leaving, You better clean this up, okay? Returning to the conversation, Li Huyen started by asking Chu Vun about the power ranking knowledge of dimensional creatures. Chu Vun confidently answered there are 4 ranks mortal as the weakest, then legendary, then epic, and finally the strongest and most dangerous mythical. Li Huyen nodded. That's right. The higher the rank, the greater the power difference. Eventually it becomes an insurmountable gap like the divide between heaven and earth. How could fragile humanity kill a mythical-level dimensional creature? Chu Vun crossed his arms and laughed. What's new about that? Didn't the books clearly say that 6 epic-level heroes of the Federation fought for 3 days and nights at great cost to defeat it? But suddenly Li Huyen cut him off, slamming his hand on the floor angrily. That's all nonsense. With destructive power and class difference, don't talk about 6 epic-level heroes. Even 1,000 people would be just a drop in the ocean, unqualified to confront it. He revealed the real reason those 6 heroes defeated the mythical creature was that they possessed mythical-level companion creatures. Uncle Vun was stunned hearing this. The story was too incredible to accept. Immediately he spotted a loophole. If they couldn't kill the mythical creature, how could they have mythical-level companions? So where did the mythical creatures to fight come from? Isn't this an endless loop? Li Huyen was now slightly drunk. Understanding Chu Vun's suspicion, he pointed to the sky and uttered a simple word that stunned his listener, God-given. It was God who gave the key for the 6 heroes to defeat the mythical creature. Thanks to that, the following story unfolded and has been passed down to this day. What God gave was not a mythical-level companion creature, but a larva of a mythical creature. Although Li Huyen spoke seriously, Chu Vun just thought he was bragging while drunk. After all, Li Huyen was usually not trustworthy. In short, this story could only exist in legend. Legend. Hearing this, Li Huyen laughed. In fact, the federal government has established a supreme department to manage matters related to the 6 heroes. But this information has been concealed. Most people are not qualified to know about it. The main mission of this department is to arrange for humanity to have the chance to receive divine blessings like the 6 heroes. Hearing Li Huyen speak so seriously, Chu Vun began to half believe, half doubt could the divine blessings really exist. But why is Li Huyen telling him this when he only asked about the conflict between the 2 brothers? Suddenly, a bold thought flashed in Chu Vun's mind. Without waiting for him to ask, Li Huyen calmly said, Yes, I am the one chosen by the 3rd elder to receive the divine blessing status of the Li family. Therefore, it's obvious that my second brother, Li Mac, wants to seize this status. The only way is to completely eliminate this blood brother. The alcohol hit hard, and Li Huyen couldn't stay upright. He collapsed into a deep, dead-like sleep. Chu Vun thought silently, weak but still showing off. Let's try going to Vietnam to drink with the liquor gods and see who teaches whom. Though Li Huyen slept soundly, Chu Vun remained alert. He took out his phone to play games, an indispensable pleasure like eating and drinking for him. While playing, he suddenly recalled Li Huyen's warning his second brother definitely won't let him be because he's ruined many of his plans. More than ever, Chu Vun deeply felt the urgent need to improve his own strength. But as soon as he entered the game, he immediately got a headache-inducing notification. His greedy ant larva companion was hungry again, demanding food. Seeing its starving, fainting appearance, Chu Vun both laughed and got annoyed, scolding, "Eat, eat all day long." Do you know how much a companion egg is worth? I'm not rich. Even though I'm scolding you, my face is as dark as a pot's bottom, thinking that to make you grow fast, I still have to pinch my stomach to feed you. He could only sigh, blaming his miserable fate, and silently apologizing to the loves in the ant dungeon, saying he's too poor and has to keep clearing dungeons repeatedly. At Bok Duong Academy, a group of students gathered intently watching something. Curious Chu Van approached, thinking, could it be a movie that us single guys usually watch? But it turned out he was overthinking. They were rewatching a video of Chu Van and Lai Huyen cooperating to fight the blood pattern Buddha heart, focusing on the intense part. One guy couldn't hold back, cursing black bean and water spinach. Isn't Lai Huyen just a spoiled rich kid who plays around? How can he be this powerful? What made them angrier was that Lai Huyen possessed 3 legendary-level creatures, even though he himself was only at the mortal tier level. Another person argued, actually Chu Van is the formidable one, even though he only has mortal tier pets. His vision and judgment are terrifying. If it weren't for the traitor Sen, maybe they would have reached the very end. Meanwhile, in another corner of the schoolyard, some female students were focused solely on Lai Huyen's super-level good looks. His aura when transforming into the war god made the girls drool, praising him as cooler than a gourd fruit. They clamored, asking the class president when she would bring this hot boy brother to meet them. They truly looked forward to meeting their idol Lai Huyen. But for the class president, Chu Van was the one who caught her attention the most, playing the biggest role in the recent campaign. This beautiful girl didn't know what she was thinking, just quietly smiling shyly as she looked at the upright young man. Her smile was heart-melting. The event was not over yet. At the Federal Bureau's Special Investigation Department, the video of Chu Van's battle was also being replayed. The analysts marveled that in such a short time, Chu Van reacted quickly and dodged the toad's attack. Not to mention his punch was terrifyingly powerful. One punch sent the toad flying. The team leader nodded. That's right. Relying solely on human body functions, it's hard to reach this level. Those moves showed no signs of using spiritual energy. He continued. It seems he has cultivated an extremely extraordinary spiritual energy technique. But the suspicious part is that according to the report, Chu Van cultivated the spiritual energy technique of bitter meditation. A weak and trash method that shouldn't produce such a breakthrough, especially in tiny Quaiduck Mansion. A detail remembered during the pursuit of Tin Dao Tien, they once passed a young man who was definitely Chu Van. At that time, the faint light of the jade stone on him, the distinctive sign of bitter meditation, was still clear. But now that sign has disappeared while his strength has surged unusually. The team leader was curious. Could it be that someone suddenly abandoned the spiritual energy technique they had cultivated for many years, unless someone gives him a more powerful martial technique? But who is that mysterious person? The superior calmly deduced that it could only be Ao Dung, or the legendary Ma Do Tin Dao Tin himself. At the same time, in a shabby and deserted corner of Tin Dao Tin City, smiling to himself with meaning, he realized the harmful influence of meddling on his body was weakening. Could it be that interesting kid really succeeded in cultivation? Back to the Special Investigation Unit, the superior continued reasoning according to reports Chu Van met Oh Jung a few days ago. But even if Oh Jung gave him the original energy technique, he couldn't have achieved such success in such a short time. Truly a sharp mind. Just from a few clues, the superior was certain that Chu Van had connections with Tin Dao Tin. He immediately ordered the lead to charge Chu Van with colluding with Tin Dao Tin, and issued an arrest warrant at once. At all costs, they must extract information from this guy's mouth. This time, the order came from the superior, unlike last time, which was just a reckless move. Looking at the image of the handsome but indifferent young man on the screen, Leet excitedly thought that this time he had to give him a real beating to avenge the previous incident. He asked his boss, Chu Van is currently at Nha An Academy. What if they protect him? The superior calmly replied, rest assured with the legal arrest warrant. According to federal law, they have no reason to cover for him. Moreover, Thin Ta and An Ting both dislike Chu Van. Their relationship is clearly not good. Surely they don't want an outsider like him to gain the divine band status elsewhere. An Ting, the beautiful girl standing silently outside Chu Van's room, showed no movement. It was unclear what she intended to do. In that moment, the 7 gods, she recalled a previous conversation with her mother. On what basis did her mother allow Chu Van to compete for the divine band status instead of her? Even if his talent is high talent alone is never enough. Mother also saw that he just needs a little setback to become discouraged and unable to get up, spending all day lost in games and self-indulgence. Someone like that will never achieve anything. But Ozung Lam, sitting opposite, didn't bother to listen and said, "This matter has already been decided, no need to argue further." Back to the present. Antin was so angry she just wanted to give that guy a beating. She silently vowed that her mother would see she would prove herself far beyond him. She strongly knocked on Chu Van's door. As expected, the young man carried his phone everywhere, and even when opening the door, his hand didn't leave the screen, his eyes glued to the game. Realizing it wasn't Li Huin but the fierce Antin, Chu Van was startled. Without beating around the bush, Antin got straight to the point. The martial technique Zhanyat Quiet is real, so keep practicing with confidence. Chu Van was surprised and wondered why she mentioned Zhanyat Quiet. Even if it was real, he couldn't cultivate it because he had already trained in Meitin Kin. But Antin didn't know that and questioned him. "Still don't believe me. If you don't believe, just give it to Uncle Fangba for verification." That statement made Chu Van awkward and unsure how to respond. He asked why she gave him Zhanyat Quiet. Anting angrily pointed at his face and declared it was to prove she was better than him. She thought Chu Van definitely wouldn't accept losing to her back in high school. But unexpectedly, he replied kindly, "I don't think that way. On the contrary, I really admire you." Anting clenched her fists in frustration. "I defeated you in front of everyone. Don't you want to get revenge at all?" She asserted that if Chu Van practiced Zhanyat Quiet in the next 3 months, legendary level promotion would be no problem. After saying that, she turned to leave, declaring she would wait for him to reach legendary level, and then they'd have another match. She thought that challenge would ignite Chu Van's fighting spirit to train hard and get revenge. But to her surprise, he politely raised his hand and said, "Can I just admit defeat?" Truly infuriating, this way of speaking was so annoying it made the cold goddess Antin furious. She stormed forward, grabbed his collar, and growled, "We have to fight, absolutely have to fight. Got it." Honestly, this guy was only good at driving others crazy. She didn't understand why her mother chose him. Suddenly softening her tone, she said, "Just tell me which original energies you need for cultivation. Don't be shy, I'll prepare them. But next time, I won't hold back. If you don't want to be beaten like a pig's head, focus on training." After Antin left Chu Van's side and cursed his miserable fate. She's only 13 years old and already a legendary level prodigy recognized as a genius. Someone so outstanding still wants to compete with a mediocre guy like me. It's all because of that old saying, "The sins of the father bring thirst to the son's generation." Feeling down, he turned back to clean up the mess Li Huyen left, and then continued grinding the game for his livelihood. This time, he chose the Buddha Heart Lotus dungeon in Lotus Pond. Surprisingly, with just a few basic punches, he dropped a companion token from Buddha Heart Lotus. What a bargain. What a bargain. According to Li Huyen Buddha, Heart Lotus can also simulate a heartbeat. But the joy didn't last long before bad news struck. A glaring red alert popped up. "Your silver-winged ant is seriously hungry. Please feed it immediately." Chu Van, frowning deeply, muttered, "You're kidding, always hungry. I can only blame its bad luck for eating first." He pressed the agree button, his heart-ached eyes misty. The feeding process started. A 7-colored light sphere enveloped Chu Van's silver-winged ant. Hoping it would grow quickly, but boom, it stayed the same, showing no signs of growing. He was frustrated thinking about feeding 2 mundane companion eggs and it still wouldn't grow. Even a mundane-level token is part of his assets. He began analyzing whether a mundane-level companion token has limits in promoting growth for legendary creatures, though he really wanted to get a legendary-level token for it. The problem is, they're not like vegetables in the market. Even a bone knight requires risking life to get, costing a lot of effort. Lying back on the bed, hands on his forehead, Chu Van thought about Antin. This wasn't simple. Within 3 months, he had to reach legendary level, or he would be severely beaten, maybe even become a pig's head. But the trouble was, he had trained the immortal dream scripture and couldn't practice the radiant sun technique. While he was troubled, he heard a shout outside, hurried to open the door. Unexpectedly, it was Cao Duong. He asked if the junior remembered him, came to apologize for last time, hoping to erase the grudge. Chu Van wasn't interested in revisiting the past, nor did he want to stand there for pointless talk, unsure what trick this guy was up to. Cao Duong continued. "We don't fight without knowing each other, right? I want to apologize for what happened before. Can we put the grudge behind us? He raised his hand for a handshake to make peace, expecting Chuvan to accept happily, and both greet each other like brothers. But no, Chuvan replied, "If there's nothing else, I'm closing the door to play games." That sentence made Cao Duong itch to step inside. Chuvan suddenly stopped when Cao Duong spoke again, saying, actually, he came for another reason. After a brief exchange, he led Chuvan to a quiet place, saying he found someone to help him. Suddenly, Cao Duong transformed into a shadowy figure and attacked Chuvan like lightning. The attack was right in front of him. Chuvan felt the figure before him was like a ferocious beast clawing to devour him. But who was Chuvan? The main character. How could he be scared by some petty moves? He calmly said, "If you want to fight, just say it straight, no need for cat-and-mouse games." The other snapped his fingers, and the shadow beast vanished. Cao Duong praised him for being sharp and calmer than ordinary people. This time, he didn't find the wrong person. He introduced himself as Hu Hai Fong. He wanted to invite him to join their Team 5 to fight the blood-pattern Buddha Heart Lotus. He revealed he had watched Chuvan's battle footage. Though Li Huyen shown Chuvan's excellent command and judgment were the key to victory. He predicted Li Huyen's fall point and dealt with the toad at the perfect moment. If there hadn't been a traitor, they would have destroyed the Lotus Core, Hu Hai Fong suggested. This time he didn't have to risk entering the Lotus Pond, just command them from the shore to coordinate and restrain the companion beast. But Chuvan wasn't interested, thinking commanding a bunch of arrogant seniors was less fun than grinding games. After all, understanding the power of blood pattern Buddha Heart Lotus, defeating it was only a matter of time. Cao Duong tried to persuade him to reconsider. Hu Hai Fong was one of the top legendary-level experts at the academy. The other two were also outstanding seniors. Going with them could only benefit him. Despite the pleading, Chuvan firmly refused. Cao Duong appeared enthusiastic on the surface, but was annoyed inside, thinking if it weren't for Hu Hai Fong, he wouldn't even bother with him. Seeing Chuvan leave, Hui Hai Fong unwillingly called him back. "Wait, if there are any conditions, just say them, I will fulfill them." Just as he was sleepy, Chuvan immediately made a demand for a legendary-level companion egg. This statement stunned both of them as if they didn't hear clearly. Cao Duong was dumbfounded, but Chuvan stepped forward to emphasize, "I need a legendary-level companion egg, got it." Cao Duong angrily thought this guy was getting bold, daring to open his mouth and demand a legendary companion egg without taking any risks. Chuvan replied calmly, saying, "Whether you give it or not is your business. I'm just stating my demand." Unlike Cao Duong's roughness, Hu Hai Fong stayed calm. He cleared his throat as a signal for Cao Duong to stop. He smiled and asked, "Regarding the demand for a legendary companion egg, do you need a specific type?" Chuvan honestly said, "As long as it's legendary level, any type will do." He thought to himself that it was just to feed the silver-winged flying ant anyway. Suddenly, Hu Hai Fong decisively threw a companion egg to Chuvan. Holding it in his hand, Chuvan didn't expect him to be so generous, literally throwing it over, and it was the real deal, a precious legendary companion egg. This deal was sealed. Both sides shook hands. The agreement was made. When Chuvan left, Cao Duong wondered why Hui Hai Fong trusted him so much to even give a legendary companion egg. Hu Hai Fong replied in surprise, "I'm not sure either, but I feel something special about him, as if he has fought countless times against the bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus." He laughed loudly, considering it an insurance purchase. Losing it is no big deal, it's just a companion egg. No way Hu Hai Fong could lose. Arriving home, Chuvan happily summoned the silver-winged flying ant elder brother. It still looked as adorably clueless as ever. Without hesitation, he fed the companion egg to it and watched it eat. Chuvan was both happy and worried. The energy orb spun overhead like the sun. He silently prayed that this time it would mature. This time he went all in, betting his entire fortune on this move. Finally, the awaited moment arrived. A giant creature with a body like carved metal and mesmerizing features appeared. No doubt this was the silver-winged flying ant in its mature state. Chuvan was dumbfounded. It even combined the traits of the deadly fire bee beyond expectations. Excited, he took out his phone to check the attributes of the mature legendary silver-winged flying ant. 10 legendary fates, king of low flight. Strength 17, speed 20, stamina 16, vitality 19. Innate skill, silver wing flash. Dark aura suppression. Companion state, a pair of wings with explosive luck. Its speed and vitality reached the limit of a legendary creature. It also possessed a new long-range attack skill, Dark aura suppression, firing metallic energy at ultra-high speed, piercing the enemy. Chuvan smiled proudly, worth all the effort and good food spent raising you. This time, the Bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus is definitely done for. He logged into the game with this super powerful pet. Chuvan felt triumphant, telling himself from now on to call him the Crab, because with this ant he could roam anywhere excitedly. Master and pet hurried to the Lotus Pond. Chuvan ordered the flying ant to rush up and finish it off. Detecting an intruder, the Bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus surfaced, releasing countless blazing red blood tentacles, creating a chaotic battlefield, but the silver-winged flying ant glided lightly, as if no one was there, easily dodging all attacks. Before the opponent could react, it dashed forward at lightning speed, appearing in front of the flower with claws sharp as knives. Reacting swiftly, the Bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus dived underwater just in time to avoid the attack. Missing the flying ant, it glanced contemptuously, as if to say, "No second chances, kid, you're lucky this time." Standing on the lake surface, Chuvan observed, but temporarily saw no sign of the opponent. The stealth skill of the Bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus was indeed impressive. Suddenly, a ripple spread beneath the flying ant's feet, revealing a pair of malicious eyes. It was the Bloodmark Buddha Heart Lotus, silently ambushing, suddenly lunging up from the water with a mouthful of sharp teeth, intending to swallow the flying ant whole. But who was the opponent? The legendary silver-winged flying ant, specializing in speed in its mature state, slid out of the enemy's mouth before being swallowed and counterattacked with the silver-wing flash, striking a counterattack that caught the opponent off guard. Before the fierce attack of the blood-text Buddha Heart Lotus, it only knew how to spin defensively, but after evolving, all stats of the flying ant reached a new high. Its wings, sharper than ever, easily shredding through the layers of defense. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the black-handed figure behind revealed a toad that sprayed a deadly poison. But no matter how much it coughed, it couldn't touch the flying ant. Its speed was on a completely different level. Sensing the moment the flying ant got serious and unleashed its trump card, a glowing needle shot from its tail at a terrifying speed, piercing the toad and sending it flying away to the rice box. Chuvan thought everything had ended perfectly, but unexpectedly a sudden event struck, leaving him no time to react. The Lotus platform suddenly exploded, creating a dense, poisonous mist that spread everywhere. Chuvan stood on the bank, wiping sweat from his brow, quietly thinking, thankfully, this is just a dungeon in the game. If it were real life, this fan would be freezing cold. Surprisingly, that toad had a self-destruct move. With this situation, even if good loot dropped, it would all be thrown into the water. Filled with disappointment, the silver-winged flying ant suddenly brought good news. It quickly caught a red crystal and escaped before the explosion. Holding the dazzling crystal, Chuvan guessed silently. Could this be the energy core of the blood-text Buddha Heart Lotus? Without hesitation, he immediately absorbed it into his body, hoping it was the key to entering the little Buddha realm. But this time, the absorption process was not as smooth as before. Chuvan felt as if he was being burned, experiencing extreme pain. Fortunately, after a while, the pain subsided. The system notified that the absorption of the blood-text Buddha Heart Lotus crystal was successful, and the meditation skill upgraded to blood meditation. Chuvan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he almost turned into a mooncake. Curious, he activated blood meditation. Instantly, his body was engulfed in a red hue, like being wrapped in a flame of blood pink. Even better, the energy consumption was significantly reduced enough to last half an hour. Excited, he smiled brightly. This time, the little Buddha realm would belong to him. Following the plan, Chuvan logged into the game. Sure enough, blood meditation equaled meditation, helping him resist the mysterious power of this area. Running like the wind, he finally reached the gate of the little Buddha realm, a place he previously only dared to observe from afar. Though inside now, he remained tense, swallowing nervously, unsure if any powerful dimensional creatures awaited. He reassured himself, just go in and find out. Chuvan pressed forward without retreating, but after walking for a long time, the area was as deserted as an empty temple. Finally, he arrived at a prominent area with a stone tablet inscribed with ancient texts. Old Chuvan whispered, Little 8 Prajnaparamita Sutra, which sounds like a Buddhist scripture. Thinking carefully, he had never heard of this before. but knew of something similar. The Great Eight Prajnaparamita Sutra energy core skill of a renowned high monk in the Dimensional Defense event, considered one of the two legendary energy core skills of the Buddha clan. Chuvan bit his nails, wondering if these two things were somehow connected. Suddenly, the inscriptions on the stone tablet twisted into a swirling vortex overhead. Chuvan clutched his head in pain and collapsed, feeling like Mount Tai was pressing down on him, suffocating. An invisible pressure was affecting him, yet he was unaware that a glowing mustard seed floated above his head, filled with divinity and mystery. After a moment, he breathed a sigh of relief as the pressure vanished and his body returned to normal. Upon closer inspection, he realized the stream of the Enchanted Meditation Sutra had slowed, causing the pressure to dissipate. Observing the inscription again, there was no more distortion, and even touching it felt normal. Chuvan thought, does the Enchanted Meditation Sutra still hide secrets? Worried and distracted, he suddenly noticed the energy core was less than half full, and he still hadn't entered the Buddha hall. Not daring to waste time, he sprinted forward. At the front of the main hall, Chuvan stopped, mustered all his courage, and pushed the door open. What met his eyes was a giant statue in the center of the hall, but unlike a usual Buddha statue, it had 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding a terrifying aura. Suddenly, his phone went pitch black with a death notification. Chuvan was stunned, wondering what was going on. Clearly, no one had ambushed him. He guessed that entering here required fulfilling a special rule. Even with the mysterious phone, he still got a death notification. Countless times he was dissatisfied with his predecessors, who only relied on one life to pioneer new frontiers. Using blood meditation still couldn't get him into the main hall, nor did he see any dimensional creature. He concluded the secret lay in the stone tablet outside. The inscriptions on it were clearly an energy core formula, but having already cultivated the Enchanted Meditation Sutra, how could he cultivate another? Too much trouble. Chuvan bit his nails and decided to memorize all the inscriptions first. He logged back in, ran to the stone tablet, opened his eyes wide, and memorized the long text. It wasn't as hard to remember as the Enchanted Meditation Sutra, but took time. He cunningly left the little Buddha realm before the blood meditation ran out of energy, waited to recover, and returned. Going back and forth, working all night, Chuvan was exhausted, eyes heavy, but the effort was worthwhile. Finally, he remembered all the inscriptions completely. As he fully memorized them, a strange phenomenon occurred. Chuvan emitted a mysterious aura. A swirl of mysterious energy formed inside his body. He was amazed, frozen in place. Isn't this the Little 8 Prajnaparamita Sutra? But I cultivated the Enchanted Meditation Sutra. How did I manage to cultivate a different energy core? Even stranger, I didn't intentionally cultivate it, but the energy core automatically transported itself following the Little 8 Prajnaparamita. Exhausted and eyes stinging, he thought, just sleep first, I'll figure it out when I wake up. He didn't know the divine inscriptions of Little 8 Prajnaparamita were automatically circulating around him as if alive. It seems that the Mei-Tian King conceals a great secret. After a good night's sleep until morning, Chuvan hurried to take a shower. Suddenly discovered his body shedding a layer of skin, tried to activate Nya. He felt younger and more energetic than before. Could it be because of this energy technique? He checked the status board of Chuvan. Rank mortal. Strength 10. Speed 10. Constitution 11. Energy 10. Energy technique Mei-Tian King. He was amazed that it was still Mei-Tian King, but he clearly felt Nya flowing within him. A bold idea flashed in his mind to experiment. He discovered he could switch between Nya and Mei-Tian King. Unbelievable, but he was holding 2 energy techniques. Something considered impossible since high-level energy techniques rarely coexist. It could lead to death. Tu was stunned. A call came in. Hugh Haifong's team reported gathering at the underground Lotus Pond but couldn't find Chuvan. He was startled, having forgotten to rush over quickly. Chuvan appeared at the Lotus Pond. He shouted loudly, commanding Tuila Dang to bind it. With his support, the team advanced deep into the Lotus Core. Standing on the shore, Chuvan continued using Thinko Chohuit Oto attack immediately, not letting the toad turn the tables. Following his instructions, the team coordinated smoothly, directing their beasts to launch attacks. The toad egg was destroyed before it could hatch. Everything went smoother than expected. Chuvan ordered a retreat of at least 20 meters from the area, but a senior opposed. He believed this was the chance to finish it off without retreating. He aggressively told Chuvan to leave and handle it himself. His Huyet-O launched the move Huyet-Nyan Baovu, but the Lotus suddenly exploded. Dense, toxic smoke covered everything. Chuvan saw the Huyet-O dissolve in the poisonous smoke. Immediately shrugged off responsibility, saying, "I warned you, this has nothing to do with me." The hot-tempered senior, though understanding, admitted the fault was his, and it had nothing to do with Chuvan. A senior female praised Chuvan for being really impressive. Not far away, two teachers observed the battle. Teacher Vungfi, a kind-hearted person in both soul and character, praised Chuvan as her student truly a good seed. He already knew the Huyet Van Phut Tumlin would self-erupt. She revealed that the Western troops were not doing well, having lost 5 legendary creatures. The blonde teacher thought Chuvan got intelligence from the An family, but Vungfi refuted that the An family would make things difficult for him and probably wouldn't provide intelligence. It turned out she was a friend of O Dung Lam. Seeing Chuvan's excellent performance, she decided to learn more about him. The male lead returned to his room, hurriedly grabbed his phone, and continued his journey to explore his stash of rare goods. This time, the young man was determined to clear the dungeon once again, having succeeded before with prior experience. This was like walking a familiar path, so he quickly completed the dungeon. Understanding the opponent's attack patterns and possessing the powerful flying ant skill on every grain of rice. Losing was not easy. In general, to beat him, opponents must be born anew to stand a chance. Not only that the male lead's luck this time could be called explosive, just playing casually, he received a precious companion egg. The young man couldn't help but marvel at how lucky he had become. Before, it was all bad luck, darker than Chi Dao's future in the dark. Glancing at the system board, he saw the egg's attributes were not bad, but compared to the extraordinary and diverse abilities of the flower he once faced, it was still nothing. After nearly stacking his grandparents, the male lead began to be afraid. Of course, he didn't dare to refine this egg. Look at that divine fusion rate. What is this, 1.6% and 3%? Why not just say it's impossible to fuse? The system then displayed a notification asking if he wanted to use this egg as material for the silver-winged flying ant. Reading the words, Chuvan was thoughtful. His flying ant had matured and no longer showed hunger status, but could still be fed. Could it possibly evolve further? Thinking so, he decided to try feeding it. After all, with that 1% demonic fusion rate, keeping it was as good as throwing it away. With nothing better to do, the young man logged in again to continue exploring the little Buddha dungeon. This time he was confident he could conquer the entire place. Just as expected, the protagonist marched straight in, singing triumphantly, successfully setting foot inside the little Buddha dungeon. Once again, he faced the familiar statue. Suddenly, he screamed in panic when he discovered a complex formation activating beneath his feet. He panicked, sweating profusely. Could this be a sign he was about to get a boxed meal again? "I'm not hungry yet. Can I eat later?" But he was overthinking. Nothing happened as he expected. Suddenly, 3 radiant golden eggs hovered around him with a divine glow. His beloved phone notified him of 3 worldly wisdom kings saying, "Devout Buddhists traveling the world follow their wishes. Choose my blessing." He couldn't believe such luck existed in the world. Curious, he stepped forward and touched one of the eggs. The system immediately notified him that since he hadn't claimed it yet, he couldn't check its attributes. Simply, Chuvan casually picked up the nearest egg. Instantly, the system notified him that he had received a mythic-level creature named Emperor Hearer, a powerful mythic creature top tier on Earth possessing the terrifying strength of a deity. However, the worry the protagonist had came true. Before he could do anything, the phone announced the egg incubation process had begun. A vast amount of his life force was forcibly drained away. Although he struggled, it was all in vain. The young man thought to himself, "This time I'm doomed. I'll probably die cold and alone." He lamented that at his age, still tangled in webs, he was still a virgin. His final wish was to be trampled on once to finally break free from the cobwebs. If he said it out loud, no one would believe it. He might be the first person in the world to die from playing a game. But perhaps heaven heard his complaints. Seeing such a pitiful virgin die, it spared his life. For some reason, he survived. Chuvan sighed in relief, but was still confused why he was safe. Isn't this supposed to be a terrifying mythic creature? He sensed it only drained part of his life force and then stopped. That was why he was still alive. Suddenly, a strange but extremely cute creature rushed over and hugged Chuvan. It looked like a monkey, but was not a monkey. He guessed silently, could this be Emperor Hearer, the creature he just hatched? Looking adorable and harmless, it didn't resemble the mythic creature of legend at all. How could it cause earth-shattering chaos? He took out his phone to check the system notes. The creature named Emperor Hearer at the mortal embryo stage was in its early phase. All attribute stats reached the maximum a mortal embryo creature could achieve. Vital energy absorption, immortal soul, listening, metal body against evil, 9 extreme states accompanied by earrings. Reading each line, Chuvan trembled with amazement. But all stats were maxed out, and it possessed 4 domineering vital energy skills. Completely unlike its cute appearance, it was truly a neighborhood tyrant, a rural thug. Yet he wondered why the system had said it was a super-powerful mythic creature, but now it was just a mortal embryo in its early stage. What was going on? Could it still evolve like a silver-winged ant? As far as he knew, Emperor Hearer was the divine dog of the hidden king Bodhisattva. It could listen to and understand all things. In Journey to the West, it could even distinguish the 6-eared macaque that even gods couldn't recognize. Looking at Emperor Hearer, Chuvan scratched his head, realizing it was quite different from what he imagined. He decided to try its companion state. He gave the command, and Emperor Hearer instantly transformed into a golden earring. Immediately, a mysterious energy radiated outward from him as the center. All sounds of trees, vehicles, and conversations became clear. Suddenly, he heard a girl crying out in pain. Wasn't that Antin's voice? Although he didn't want to eavesdrop, his sharp hearing made it impossible not to listen. He hurried upstairs and knocked on the door, asking about Antin. "Are you okay?" He kept knocking, but got no answer. Chuvan worried she might be in trouble. Without hesitation, he forcefully kicked the door open and went inside. "Anting looks terrible." She angrily asked how he could hear my sound. "The academy has soundproof doors installed." Despite the pain, Antin was determined not to show Chuvan her weakness. So she ignored him banging on the door. She thought he had left, but unexpectedly he aggressively kicked the door open. It startled her so much she almost popped her eyes out. Seeing her condition, Chuvan kindly asked if she was feeling unwell anywhere. "Do you need my help?" But Antin, still not calm, asked why he was so aggressive, breaking into someone's house. Chuvan awkwardly scratched his head. "I called many times with no answer. Worried something happened to you, so I barged in to check." He was about to call a doctor, but Antin quickly stopped him. "No need, I'm fine. It's just an old illness acting up. Rest a bit and I'll be fine." Hearing old illness and rest to recover, Chuvan immediately thought maybe she was on her period. Before he could take back his words, he got a painful slap right across the face. Anting angrily shouted, "Of course not. What are you thinking?" Then Chuvan was immediately pushed outside. Anting slammed the door and sat down to reflect. Chuvan wondered, is it so hard to be a good person? If it's a misunderstanding, does that justify hitting someone? The next day, feeling that gaming was draining too much blood, he decided to cook a really delicious meal to restore his vitality. Hopefully this dish will really work. While cooking, he received a call from Lai Huyen. Turns out today was the official start of school, and he had forgotten. Li Huyen informed him the school was recruiting members for teams. She urged Chuvan to come immediately, but he firmly said, "I don't want to join any team, at least not right now." Lai Huyen suggested, "How about we form a team together?" Chuvan still firmly refused, thinking it's faster to level up playing solo. Why make things harder? Lai Huyen continued to persuade. "Don't be so cold. I heard most academy missions require working in teams. If you don't form a team now, you'll have to beg others later. Seems there's such a rule. Looks like forming a team is necessary. So I guess we have to find a way to form one." At Tichduong Academy's plaza, a large crowd of students gathered noisily looking for team members to complete missions. Finally, Chuvan dragged himself there. He was like a country bumpkin, amazed by the crowd. Saw Lai Huyen and a clan leader waiting. Lai Huyen teased, "Just forming a team. What do you need a bag for if it's not studying?" Chuvan immediately took out a super apple tea to replenish blood to show off to both clan leaders. Speechless. This guy is like a middle-aged lady carrying health supplements when going out. Seems the clan leader already likes Chuvan. Upon meeting, she warmly greeted and invited, "I'm here too. Do you want to join our clan?" Chuvan was surprised by the invitation. The clan leader continued introducing, "Our clan is full of the beautiful flowers of Tichduong Academy." At that moment, Lai Huyen hurriedly interjected to block, "Hey, Sister Chuvan belongs to me already." Though verbally accusing the clan leader of using cheap seduction, Lai Huyen couldn't hide her smug look. The male lead standing beside scornfully glanced and said, "Whatever you say, wipe off that spit. Your shirt's wet now." Then he sincerely apologized to the clan leader. "I honestly apologize. I've already planned to form a separate team with Lai Huyen, so I can't agree to join yours." Hearing this, the clan leader didn't get angry. On the contrary, she was very understanding and sympathetic. She smiled brightly like a flower led her group away, not forgetting to say, "All right, no problem. If you need anything later, don't hesitate to ask me. Hopefully we'll have a chance to cooperate on missions together in the future." Lai Huyen stood aside, grinning like a gorilla giving a thumbs up. Of course. When the clan leader's group was far away, Lai Huyen turned to tease Chuvan. "Hey Chuvan, you missed the chance to be surrounded by beautiful girls. Are you regretting it now?" Chuvan didn't bother to reply. "Stop joking around. Didn't you say you'd form a team? Why not start now? Otherwise there won't be anyone left. They'll snatch all the members away." Turns out Lai Huyen also wanted to form a team, but he explained that to form one, students must be enrolled for at least a month and have 5 members. Only then are they qualified to apply. Chuvan listened and planned what to do. "If there are rules, why did you call me out here, Lai?" Huyen smiled slyly with a mischievous look. "Of course it's to admire the beautiful girls." Realizing he was tricked, Chuvan angrily grabbed Lai Huyen's collar, ready to give him a beating. What a tease. "Inform the guys." Just as the two were joking around, a red-haired girl suddenly cut in, calling out Chuvan's name loudly. It turned out she was an acquaintance. Dien Huang Dong and Phuong Hip Tik had been teammates with the male lead back at Quy Duc Mansion. Back then, they left his team because they feared the authority of An Thien Ta. Unexpectedly, they ran into each other again at Tich Duong Academy. Lai Huyen, stubborn by nature, brightened up when he saw a pretty girl and eagerly ran over, draping his arm over Chuvan's shoulder, asking who this great beauty was. Chuvan replied that was Phuong Nhuoc Tik, who studied with them back at Quy Duc Mansion. Hearing this, Lai Huyen's face darkened as he whispered, "If that's the case, why have I never heard of such a great beauty? That's ridiculous." Chuvan looked at him with disdain. "You've only been to school a handful of times, and you expect to know everything." No shame, Lai Huyen immediately invited Phuong Nhuoc Tik to join the team with him and Chuvan. Surprisingly, she agreed right away, and even seemed happy, though a bit shy. Yes, Chuvan had to admit that they currently didn't qualify to form a team. At least they needed one more member. Unexpectedly, Phuong Nhuoc Tik didn't seem annoyed and said she could wait, so don't worry. Lai Huyen was overjoyed. He never expected the goddess to be so easygoing. Then Phuong Nhuoc Tik stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and apologized to Chuvan about the real combat survey team at Quy Duc Mansion. "Please forgive me. If you couldn't participate in the survey because of me, I would never forgive myself." And Duong, the blue-haired guy standing nearby, chimed in. Maybe she joined Tich Duong Academy because of Chuvan. Chuvan was a bit awkward hearing the apology, since he hadn't really paid attention to that matter. He thought anyone would have done the same in that situation. It's because An Thien Ta's power was too great. Seeing Chuvan forgive her, Dien Huang Dong the blonde agreed, saying they were all forced at the time. "I guarantee nothing like that will ever happen again." And so the group began chatting and getting to know each other. The team was basically formed, just missing one member and waiting 1 month to register. It was getting late. The group decided to head back to prepare for tomorrow's real combat test. Chuvan wondered, was the first day of school already a real combat test? Back to Phat Thanh Underground again? Lai Huyen laughed. Obviously not. Phat Thanh is a newly discovered area too dangerous for freshmen. The school won't let us take such risks. Yes. He explained that according to annual rules, the school selects one of 4 relatively safe dimensional fields. Students only need to eliminate one-dimensional creature to pass. The more they eliminate, the higher the score. Chuvan was amazed. "How do you know so much?" "Impressive." Phuong Nhuoc Tik teased. "Don't you actually follow the news? Not even the forums." Apparently, it's a tech forum set up by the Federation to encourage people to share information about dimensional fields. The special thing is its high level of security. Anyone can register an anonymous account. From the military to civilians, everyone freely expresses their opinions. On the way back to his room, Chuvan kept thinking about that forum. At Quy Duc Mansion, few people dealt with dimensional fields, so no one paid attention. Unexpectedly, it's so popular at Tich Duong Academy. He felt his knowledge was still too limited. He was determined to learn more. While still deep in thought, he heard a voice but saw no one around. It turned out to be a short blonde girl waving from over here. Seeing Chu Van didn't recognize her, she enthusiastically introduced herself. "Hi, I'm Vuong Lok, a transfer student admitted by special exception. You can call me Tu Lok. I live on the first floor. We'll be neighbors from now on." Chu Van replied indifferently, "I'm Chu Van, living on the second floor. Nice to meet you." But right after introducing herself, she vanished like a ghost without him noticing when. Vuong Lok muttered, "This name is truly strange." As soon as he returned to his room, Chu Van immediately opened his computer and began researching the Dimensional Forum. It turned out to be the public platform where people from all walks of life could share or update information about the dimensional field. Even more astonishing, the forum allowed exchanging dimensional points for necessary resources. Earning dimensional points was also quite simple. Just post. Regular posts do earn points, but few people pay attention, so the value is minimal. However, there was a more attractive method: posting special paid content. This type of content had no limits, and the poster could freely set the price as long as it was fair trade. In fact, if the post attracted attention, you could raise the price as much as you wanted. Additionally, the Federation and academies issued paid power with relatively reasonable point exchange rates. The male lead sat with arms crossed, deep in thought. He wanted to earn dimensional points on the forum, but wondered what valuable content he had to post. Suddenly, a fierce smile spread across his lips. It seemed he had thought of something interesting to share. Meanwhile, in her private room, teacher Vuong Phi leisurely sipped coffee while scrolling through the screen. Buddha Heart Dimensional Crystal, one can surpass demonic power. Before the vital energy runs out, they can enter inside. The higher the crystal rank, the longer the duration. Reminder, absolutely do not enter inside the Buddha land. Reading up to this point, Vuong Phi began to doubt. Meditation. Isn't that just a worthless mortal embryonic level vital energy technique? How could anyone praise it, let alone use it to overcome demonic power? Could I have been deceived? Meanwhile, inside the Imperial City dungeon, a skeletal knight was powerless against the attack speed of the silver-winged ant. It couldn't keep up, was quickly battered apart, and finally vanished in frustration, leaving behind a precious companion egg. Chu Van picked it up but didn't know what to do, so he let the ant eat it since there was nothing else to explore in this area. He climbed onto the ant's back and ventured deeper into the dungeon. After traveling for a while without encountering any creatures, suddenly a massive towering structure piercing the clouds appeared before Huang Than Yen Dai. The male lead was astonished. Why was Yen Dai here? According to records, Yen Dai was one of the 5 sons of the Emperor's Valley General of the Fire God, also called the Fire God Tower. Legend said it was where the fire god observed star phenomena located southwest outside the ancient Gui de Prefecture city. Why would it appear inside the ancient imperial city in the game? Suddenly he was startled to see a flame shooting straight from Yen Dai toward him. Sensing danger, Chu Van, like a ballet dancer, tilted his body to dodge the attack. But the opponent did not give up and attacked again. This time he clearly saw its form, a firebird diving down at terrifying speed. Chu Van gritted his teeth. "If you want to play, then I'll play to the end." He gathered his strength, waited for the firebird to get in range, and shouted Kamijoko, unleashing a very powerful move. But he forgot one thing. Even though the move was precise and hit the firebird, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, not even causing a ripple. The firebird flew straight through the explosion as if nothing happened. Chu Van widened his eyes. Can this really happen? Retribution came fast. The firebird hit him to teach what a cruel life really is. A flame burst out, turning Nam Chin into dust. Furious, he grabbed a bottle of red date tea, drank it all in one gulp to calm down, then slammed the bottle on the table, shouting, "Let's do it again, this time I must win." Back at the Akbadai area, he was chased again by another firebird. Thinking to himself that although Qianbei's low-flight king skill was very agile in changing direction, it couldn't fly high enough to reach the top of Akbadai. Moreover, the firebird kept relentlessly chasing. He had to find a way to get rid of it. Remembering last time when Qianbei avoided the firebird and switched to attack him, meaning it would target whoever was closest to Akbadai. With a careful plan, Chu Van canceled the symbiosis status to reveal Qianbei. Master and servant split to run in 2 directions. Seeing Qianbei closer to Akbadai, the firebird immediately attacked it. Chu Van smiled smugly. The distraction plan succeeded. Taking advantage of the firebird and Qianbei fighting in the air, he sneaked up to the top of Akbadai. He thought the brilliant plan was perfect, but his face went blank when he encountered 2 more firebirds. Turning back to call for Qianbei. Protect me, draw their fire quickly. Perhaps sensing his dirty trick, Qianbei looked at him with contempt, snorting disdainfully, but still timely drew fire to save him from defeat. Seeing Chuvan shamelessly running while grinning wickedly, "Well done. I'll give you a raise when we get home." But the smile faded instantly. Seeing the scene before him, he just wanted to curse. Why did the game coder put so many firebirds in here? Do they even want people to play? He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, thinking since he was already here, he had to at least see what was up there. In a decisive moment, his mind raced, and he thought of a way to use the strongest Khoitan move backward, borrowing momentum to rush up Akba Dai. The plan succeeded beyond expectations. He shot up high, seeing the blazing scene atop Hoadiem, glimpsing a stone object engraved with some characters, but didn't get a clear look. A swarm of firebirds came from all directions, colliding and turning him into a fireball that exploded brightly in the sky before returning to reality. Chuvan was still dazed. What exactly were those characters? He realized this dungeon was modeled after Quiduk Ancient City, but was called Ko Huang Tun in the game. Moreover, even after dealing with many firebirds, the system didn't report any kills. Perhaps they were products of a summoned primordial energy. Running into this kind of thing was already a headache. If he faced a boss summoning them, who knew how much worse it would be? He concluded that Hoatan Dai definitely held many secrets, but with his current weak strength, he couldn't explore further and had to get stronger quickly. Surprisingly, looking at the screen, he saw his power just listed was already bought doing business. Is that easy? Forgetting all his frustration, Chuvan smiled foolishly like a madman. Checking his inbox, he found a message. "Hello? Can I talk to you about the matter of Tufatu?" The sender was none other than teacher Vung Fi, but after waiting several hours, she received no reply. After a while, she called the military and was surprised to be confirmed that the method described in the power was indeed effective against the strange power of Tufatu. Vung Fi wondered who this Dokduk poster really was and how he knew such important information. The military commander said in a low voice that the matter was still unresolved. The main issue was the stone tablet at the Buddha Hall gate. Vung Fi was startled. A stone tablet. She vaguely remembered similar objects had appeared in other dimensional fields. It was said that those who successfully cultivated the primordial energy secret from those tablets would gain mysterious power. The commander continued seriously. Things were not as simple as she thought. The Tutamnya Balamat Sutra on the stone tablet this time was truly heretical. Someone volunteered to memorize the script on it, but all died shortly afterward. Although she knew about the monstrosity of Little Buddha Temple, Wang Fei was still shocked to hear that many comrades had died. The commander continued, saying that Little 8 Prajnaparamita Sutra had cultivation conditions that no one knew about. "Teacher Wang Fei, you must definitely investigate more from that mysterious person." Sensing the seriousness, Wang Fei became even more determined to patiently wait for a reply from Poison alone. Fortunately, the other party finally responded. Without hesitation, she went straight to the point and asked if he knew about Little 8 Prajnaparamita Sutra. Surprisingly, the other party candidly admitted, "I know." Wang Fei was secretly pleased. Indeed, this person knew Little Buddha Temple like the back of his hand. She quickly sent a message requesting to purchase the cultivation method of the scripture, willing to pay a high price for the information. Chuvan read the message and suddenly felt troubled. He himself didn't even know if the cultivation method existed. He had only accidentally memorized and self-cultivated it. Thinking back, when he first read the characters of Little 8 Prajnaparamita Sutra, his head hurt like it was being hit by a hammer, almost losing consciousness. Luckily, the Immortal Dream Sutra helped him escape the predicament. But since this secret involved life and death, he couldn't reveal it. Though reluctantly, Chuvan replied, "I cannot provide this information." Then he turned off his phone and logged out. The next morning, on the first day of class, and meeting his mentor Li Xuan, he happily ran over to greet his brother. But seeing Chuvan's haggard face, dark circles under his eyes, and pale complexion, he was shocked and thought to himself that this guy must have been too reckless. Li Xuan earnestly advised him to moderate himself and not spoil himself too much. Only Chuvan knew the truth last night. Out of boredom, he had ventured into the ant nest in the game. As a result, he lost too much health and ended up in this pitiful state. Reckless. With such innocence, even immortals would be bored. He mumbled that although his flying ant had grown strong enough to fight the black ants, his level mortal host was still torn apart by the council. The classroom was noisy like a swarm of maggots when suddenly a beautiful female teacher walked in asking the whole class to keep quiet. Her goddess-like beauty fascinated the inexperienced students. She confidently introduced herself. "I am Wang Fei Wang from the Wang Kingdom. I, Wang Fei, am very honored to spice up everyone. I mean very honored to teach all of you." Unlike her energetic appearance, she was truly exhausted from staying up all night waiting for a message from Poison Alone without any reply. Li Xuan, naturally a ladies' man, shamelessly said, "Miss, whose Wang Fei are you? Do you want to be my Wang Fei?" Li Xuan's dream of becoming a pilot was truly a whole ideology. Chu Van, standing nearby embarrassed, turned his face away, pretending not to know him. Wang Fei was not angry and smiled, replying, "Of course, on the condition that you graduate from my place." Suddenly, she shifted from a friendly goddess to a dangerous smile, declaring, "Now I announce the entrance exam. You must form teams of up to 4 people to defeat a Tiger Lao Quan demon-transformed general within 1 minute and 30 seconds. Anyone who fails will be forced to drop out." The relaxed atmosphere of the new students vanished. The whole class was terrified. This exam was too difficult. The students protested, arguing that they were only at mortal level, and asked her to reduce the difficulty. Wang Fei calmly said, "Just try your best and you will pass." "You have 10 days, she said firmly, with no room for negotiation. Then she smiled warmly again. "I hope to still see you all sitting here after the exam." Li Shenwise, in astronomy and geography, pondered deeply upon hearing Tiger Lao Quan demon-transformed general. Chu Van curiously asked, "Why is it very difficult?" Li Xuan explained, "Tiger Lao Quan is an ancient battlefield relic with very strong creatures inside. The demon-transformed general is mid to high rank among legendary creatures. Some even reach the peak legendary level. For weak new students like us at mortal level, this difficulty is huge." Chu Van wasn't too worried. Since nothing could be changed, he just accepted it and decided to try Tiger Lao Quan. In the school office, a teacher in blue commented to Wang Fei that this exam was a bit too hard for new students. "This is a special test from 2 years ago used for regular students. Usually it's not very suitable." Wang Fei replied calmly, "It's fine. I've posted detailed materials about the demon-transformed general on the Dimensional Forum. As long as the students' study passing will be easy. I don't really want to force you guys to quit school. I just want to break your arrogance. The real battlefield later won't be this simple. Getting used to it now is also a way to train." At this moment, Chu Van and Li Huin had passed the checkpoint and officially entered Ho Lao Pass. After studying how to deal with the demonized soldiers, Chu Van discovered that Ho Lao Pass is an ancient fortress located in the vast desert with golden sand stretching beneath the walls, filled with countless dimensional creatures like terrifying zombies crawling around in large numbers. Looking around, there were demonized soldiers everywhere. Li Huin, calling himself Li the Young Master, mocked them as too weak. Whether it was Nam Chin or the two of them, they pushed deeper to find the demonized general. Seeing Li Huin so arrogant and treating his life like a joke, Chu Van scolded him to be less reckless and stop fooling around. "I'm not familiar with this place. I can't always save you." Looking at the weak, demonized soldiers below, Li Huin thought Chu Van was too cautious and not at all exciting. Leaving the troublemaker behind, he advanced alone, reminding him not to wander off. But Chu Van paid no attention and began to explore the surroundings. Actually, he was looking for a seal to turn Ho Lao Pass into an instance dungeon. Since Fat Thun and Ko Huang Tun could do it, this place surely could too. Wandering through every corner, he finally found what he needed: another seal on a familiar talisman, an easy task. He took out his phone and took some pictures to activate the instance dungeon. Meanwhile, at the foot of the city wall, 2 students were cooperating in battle with the demonized soldiers, one attacking the other, defending rhythmically like a dance. Li Huin stood on the wall watching, amazed that 2 ordinary Thai-level guys could handle these easily. It seemed the demonized soldiers weren't as strong as expected. Chu Van was just being overly cautious. He thought even if they went deeper and ran into trouble, running away would solve it. While gossiping enthusiastically, Chu Van suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Are you just here to watch? Is that enough, or shall we go back?" Actually, after getting the seal, Chu Van just wanted to go home immediately to try out the instance dungeon in the game. Seeing him suddenly cheerful and smiling brightly while just a moment ago he was scowling, Li Huin was full of question marks. When home, Nam Chin opened the Dimensional Forum to skim for anything interesting. He read about the powers of the demonized generals posted by teacher Vung Fi, realizing she really didn't mean to make things hard for students. Suddenly bold red text caught his attention. This content only targets normal demonized generals. Please avoid special individuals with inscriptions on their bodies. The red text indicated the seriousness of the warning. Chuvan recalled that Li Huin had mentioned special demonized generals could reach legendary peak levels. Whatever, enough research for now. He bit his finger and logged into the game to verify the truth. Successfully entered the Ho Lao Pass instance dungeon. Chuvan stood on the city wall overlooking the vast scene. Taking a deep breath, he jumped down from above and landed with a cool pose, instantly attracting the gaze of the demonized soldiers. In an awkward moment, he smiled brightly to diffuse their laughter. The male lead rushed into battle like a lone wolf among sheep. With a punch, the whole group of demonized soldiers in front flew away like torn sacks. After a few basic combos, he realized their bodies were quite sturdy, a bit stronger than creatures of the same level, but still only at the Thai stage, nothing to worry about. He could take down 5 of the just defeated ones with one hand. A new, more aggressive group charged forward, wielding weapons to strike down, but against absolute power, it was all like blowing clouds away. Chuvan snapped his fingers, and the silver-winged ants handled everything. One slash took down 2 demonized soldiers straight to the scoreboard. None could withstand a strike like tofu crumbling. While wondering how long he'd have to fight before encountering a demonized General 1, demonized soldier hiding under the sand suddenly jumped up for a sneak attack. Chuvan threw a punch that sent it flying all the way to the tip of Kamau. Seeing the aggressive human invading their territory and crushing their minions, their demonized general boss finally appeared. What luck, just as hoped for, it had an inscription on its head. Definitely a special individual, as the power warning indicated, brimming with battle intent. Chuvan ordered the silver-winged ants to rush in and handle it. On the other side of the battlefield, the demonized general was no ordinary foe. His eyes flashed with battle intent, holding a heaven fire lance in his right hand and stamping his foot. A blood-red armored horse emerged from the sand, embodying the image of an undefeated war god with incredible speed. He rode the horse, sweeping the fire lance across toward the silver-winged ants, leaving an endless deep trench in the sand. Fortunately, thanks to superior speed, the silver-winged ants dodged it. Otherwise, they would have been crushed like shrimp. Is a legendary-level creature. The flying ant is not easy to defeat. It flashes and disappears, then appears behind the demon general as fast as lightning. The flying ant unleashed the ghostly fan strike, a fan with terrifying power flying at alter speed, hitting the target. The demon general took the critical hit, roared angrily. Flames burst behind him, forming a strange, ghostly lotus illusion at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his wound closed as if it never existed. Filled with raging fury, the demon general swung the heavenly fire lance, delivering an extremely powerful strike at the flying ant. Luckily, thanks to his superhuman speed, the flying ant dodged just in time. The ancients say that humans are naturally mischievous. Chuvan saw his opponent repeatedly miss, and immediately taunted, "Fan-wielding fool, my flying ant knows how to fly. What skill or virtue do you have to try to hit it? Truly, a roadside weed can't compare to the clouds." Being insulted repeatedly by the male lead, along with missing his attacks, the rustic demon general flew into a rage. He stomped on the red hair and leapt into the air. Chuvan saw this and thought it was just a gimmick. The distance was too far. How could he jump that far? But looking closely at the demon general's face, blossoming into a fierce smile, he swung his hand and created a strange purple light orb aimed straight at the flying ant, shouting, "Come here!" He made the impossible happen. The flying ant, usually unbeatable thanks to its speed, was pulled closer by an invisible hand. Then he struck the flying ant in the chest, sending it flying far away, but not stopping there. The demon general chased and swung the fire lance in a beautiful arc through the air, striking the flying ant down to the underworld to drink Manhwa's soup. Chuvan trembled, not expecting karma to hit so fast, just a little taunting, and yet his energy was drained so much. The flying ant was pulled back in the blink of an eye to the battlefield. The fight wasn't over because the Catmaster Chuvan was still standing on the ground dealing with the flying ant. The demon general spun around, looking at him with deep eyes without saying a word. He threw a spear straight at him with overwhelming strength. Chuvan could only become skewered meat on a stick on the scoreboard, ending in misery. Even though it was just a game, the feeling was too real. The demon general was terrifyingly strong, making Chuvan still tremble. But that only fueled his fighting spirit. He thought to himself, a creature this strong, he really wanted to possess it. A basic analysis showed speed was the flying ant's outstanding attribute. It had reached the highest limit in the legendary tier, yet it still suffered a crushing defeat against the demon general. According to Li Huin, this monster must have reached the peak of the legendary tier, truly terrifying. Dealing with it seemed impossible, but Chuvan didn't give up easily. With firm determination, he resurrected and quickly summoned the flying ant wings to strap on his back. Relying on memory, he returned to the battlefield to fight another demon general, while his father chose to use wings to save time, avoiding the minions. But when he arrived, his father's demon general had disappeared. He approached the rock where it had appeared. Suddenly, a dazzling blade rushed towards him. Thanks to quick reflexes, Chuvan easily dodged. His eyes, bright like car headlights, scanned around for the attacker. It turned out to be another demon general, but unfortunately it wasn't the previous one. Boring, it had no markings, meaning it was just a normal type. The target the teacher Vung Fi set for the test he just skimmed past. Chuvan realized it was much weaker than the previous monster. Apparently, demon generals with inscriptions appear randomly, and this time he was unlucky. Still, once encountered, a few exchanges were due. There was no reason to retreat before fighting. He summoned his flying ant disciples, focusing intently. The sound of clicking keys echoed in the room. With his experience, it didn't take long before he defeated the opponent, a perfect victory. After finishing, he obtained a purple essence crystal. But even though both were legendary monsters, the demon general he defeated was much weaker than the previous one with markings. Chuvan stepped forward to pick up the loot and checked its attributes. The system announced a level 15 primal essence crystal. He rested his chin in regret. It was so difficult to get a good item, yet he couldn't absorb it. But his current attributes had reached the limit of the mortal-level ordinary realm and couldn't increase further unless he ascended to the legendary tier. There were no special demon generals blocking the way. With plenty of time left, he decided not to waste the opportunity and continued exploring deeper into the vast Ho Lao Quan desert. After walking for a long time, he finally saw a massive city gate ahead. Inside, Ho Lao Pass Chuvan sighed. Who would have thought this path would be so smooth without encountering any ghosts? But as the rule goes, the louder you crow, the harder you get hit. Just as he was boasting, an arrow suddenly shot from somewhere, sending him off. Furious, he growled, "You cowardly bastard who's plotting against me! If you're brave, face me one-on-one." In frustration, he revived once again. Last time, he couldn't clearly see the attack, but judging by the sound, he guessed it came from inside Ho Lao Pass. "This time I'll use my maximum speed to rush in and see if you can hit me." According to the plan, Chuvan activated the Silver Wing elemental skill, instantly transforming into a path of crimson light. He charged into Ho Lao Pass, thinking his opponent couldn't stop him. But life isn't a dream. Before he could understand what was happening, a super-fast and precise arrow pierced through him, turning him into a skewer. Back to reality. Chuvan was startled and shocked. Even the Silver Wing's lightning speed couldn't dodge it. How terrifying must the opponent be? He sighed and calmed down, realizing he needed to learn more about Ho Lao Pass. He turned on his computer and diligently searched for information on the Dimensional Forum, hoping to find clues about the ghostly engraved generals. But after a long time of searching, he found no significant results. The information only revolved around the outer area. Inside, for someone like him, there was almost nothing. He found a warning about an epic-level team who entered Ho Lao Pass but never returned. Thus, the 5-mile inner zone was classified as a forbidden area, strictly prohibiting students and teachers from entering. There was no document about the ghostly engraved generals, only mentioning that extremely powerful ghostly generals occasionally appear there. If you see them, retreat at all costs. Chuvan sighed, realizing he had to experiment many times on his own. While playing the game Emperor's Ears in earring mode, it suddenly manifested shouting for food. Not scary like mythical creatures, it was actually extremely cute. But this little treasure was hungry too. Chuvan sighed. First, a greedy flying ant, now Emperor's Ears. I'm really stuck with this cute fluffball. He scolded affectionately, "Because of you, I almost went to meet my ancestors, and now you're making me find food for you." He felt like an unwilling babysitter. Unexpectedly, Emperor's Ears swallowed his hand, its expression seeming to say, "Hurry up and get the food, servant. You complain way too much." Baklok downstairs heard the frantic shouting and thought, that neighbor is really strange. Probably not right in the head. The next day at Ho Pass, top students arrived one after another for real combat preparing for Teacher Wang Fei's exam. Some launched sharp water arrows, others cast freezing spells. The magic was diverse, colorful, like an icy rainstorm descending upon the ghostly generals. These two students were strong enough and could defeat the generals if they kept up the momentum. But suddenly the ghostly general roared, its body tensed, and knocked away all attacks on the fortress wall. Teacher Wang Fei observed as the examiner. What surprised her was that while other students diligently tested Chu Van's team tactics, he was completely silent. Except for the first time coming here, they didn't bother to come back. Meanwhile, Chu Van was unaware that the teacher was complaining about his laziness in real combat. He still clutched his phone leisurely, playing the game in the dungeon room. He was battling in the underground Lotus Pond with fluid movements like floating clouds and flowing water flawless. He defeated the blood-marked Buddha Lotus. Even a toad couldn't escape being dealt with. The poison explosion was pre-calculated and caused no trouble. Luckily, this time it wasn't bad. With just a few light punches and kicks, he obtained the dimensional crystallization of the blood-marked Buddha Lotus, a skill crystal with an extremely low drop rate. When checking its attributes, Chu Van found this crystal unimpressive. Despite his criticism, he thought something is better than nothing. Without hesitation, he pressed accept to absorb the crystal. Immediately, a red aura vortex swirled around him. The sensation wasn't as intense as before. He thought it was probably because his physique recently improved, reaching 11 points at the peak mortal fetus level. The system notified, "You have learned the Lotus Buddha Body skill level 9. He guessed this was a defensive elemental skill. He immediately stood up to test it, performing the Lotus Buddha Body. A circle of light enveloped him with a phantom lotus flower slowly swirling above. Frowning, he realized this skill consumes energy extremely fast. Although he wasn't sure about the defense power, he dispelled the skill to preliminarily understand its operation. This is a defensive skill. As long as energy is poured in, it can be maintained. But with the current amount of energy, he couldn't sustain it for long. To test the defense capability, he logged into the Ho Pass dungeon. This time he faced a normal demonized general accompanied by a few minions. Seeing the protagonist, they charged to attack. A perfect opportunity to try the Lotus Buddha Body skill. But the skill wasn't bad. It completely resisted the demonized soldier's strikes like a mosquito bite on stainless steel. Seeing his underlings useless, the demonized general angrily stepped forward and slashed to teach his opponent some manners. Sure enough, the defense layer of the Lotus Buddha Body shattered, but Chu Van noticed the strike was significantly weakened. He understood the skill's limit, his heart filled with hope. Approaching the Ho Pass gate, he activated Lotus Buddha Body to create a defensive layer, thinking he could easily get inside. But life isn't a dream. A familiar arrow sent him to the scoreboard. The defensive shield was pierced easily like paper. Chu Van was sorrowful. Lotus Buddha Body wasn't weak, but why was this arrow so useless? The boss on the wall was at least legendary level. With his current strength, he had to keep his distance and change his exploration area. After respawning again unexpectedly, he encountered another demonized general, different character, but not the bow character. Looking closely at this mark on its forehead, it was a blade, definitely a different one. Meanwhile, at the Special Investigation Bureau of the Federation, Captain Lee reported she had arrived at Tichduong Academy with orders to arrest Chu Van. Ready to act. The superior ordered a quick and decisive strike without alerting the An family. Arrest. Chu Van immediately. In the principal's office, Lee received the order and replied, "Understood, I will act right away." Seeing her fiercely demand to arrest a student, the principal asked, "What crime did Chu Van commit that the Special Investigation Bureau has to come in person?" Lee replied calmly, "Don't worry. We just want to ask him a few questions. Absolutely no harm." But the principal, experienced as salt eating much more so than her eating rice, was not easily fooled. He said, "I know your bureau's reputation. If Chu Van is let go, he'll either die or be stripped." Seeing that softness wouldn't work, Lee winked at her subordinate and placed a stack of papers on the table, the official arrest warrant. She fiercely said, "Principal, you know what this is, right? Is the school planning to resist the order? Consider it." The principal was stunned. Not only an arrest warrant, but also cross-regional. Mobilizing manpower for a single student, this is truly a big deal. At this point, he was powerless. Chu Van, unaware of the outside developments, was still absorbed in playing the game. He was fiercely battling the demonized general with the Blade character, Blade, Lightsword Shadow, and Blazing Fireflame. Taking advantage of the moment, he unleashed quicksilver wings, darting behind the enemy, planning a sneak attack with Koi Tan Trung. But the opponent reacted quickly, swinging his arm. A red flash turned into Blade Mang and struck forward. The power was terrifying. One hit sent Chu Van flying onto the cabinet. From the naked chicken stance from the demonized general with the bow character to the blade character, he was utterly beaten. Beginning to suspect fate snapping fingers to transform into Blade Mang was completely different from before. Reflecting, he guessed the three demonized generals with Bow Blade and another related character couldn't beat Bow, but against Blade he could use quicksilver wings to dodge. Lying on the bed, he thought if he dispelled the fusion so Qian Bei and he could fight 2 against 1, maybe they could force it to reveal a weakness. In companion state, Qian Bei couldn't use Demon Light Spear. It was truly a gain of 1 and loss of 10. Just as he was about to deploy the strategy, he was startled by a knock on the door. Opening the door, a strange soldier asked, "Are you Chu Van? Please come to the principal's office." Alert Chu Van thought, why summon me out of the blue? On the way, he noticed there were fewer and fewer people clearly suspicious. He stopped. "You're on the wrong path. Keep going out of the school, not to the principal's office." At this moment, a tall girl like the Saigon Bridge stepped forward, smiling. "You're cautious, good job." None other than Captain Lee herself. Without further words, she delivered a devastating punch to Chu Van's stomach, making him feel nauseous. Crab noodle soup this afternoon. A beautiful woman really is a monster. The great sage, equal to heaven, was right, he thought silently. Learned my lesson. Beautiful girls are dangerous. Leave it to admin. Back to the story, Lai cruelly hit him and teased, "We meet again." She smiled smugly. "I will make you reveal all information about Ting Dao Tian." "Ting Dao Tian, I'm warning you this time." He firmly said, "I have nothing to do with Ting Dao Tian. To arrest someone, you need proof." Lee was amazed at his spirit. He was too tough still standing after a direct hit. That strike should have left Pham Tai motionless. Angrily, she shouted, "Get the evidence, arrest him first, and deal with it later." She ordered her subordinates to arrest him immediately, no time for long nights and wild dreams. Uncle Chu Van angrily said, "What if I resist?" Lai drew his sword threateningly. "If you resist, I'll cripple your limbs and force you back." Following orders, the guard stepped forward to subdue him. She thought he was weak, but Chu Van suddenly used a secret move to break free and vanish without a trace. The guard was stunned. Lai was amazed at his flying energy technique. She immediately chased after him, sure he couldn't get far. Chu Van glided over the treetops to temporarily escape, but was unhappy Lai had already concluded he was connected to Tin Dao Tien. No chance to explain. The Immortal Dream Classic was indeed a gift from Tin Dao Tien, and he had mastered it. Even if arrested and thrown into the Yellow River, he couldn't wash away his guilt. Suddenly, a lightning-fast attack rushed towards him. He dodged just in time, but still got wounded in the abdomen. A master close on his heels spun and kicked him away, then kept running. 2 pursuers right behind were both legendary level. The situation was critical. He knew it was only a matter of time before he got caught. Opening the map, he discovered the nearest dimensional field was Buddha City underground. He decided to risk it all and escape there, hoping to evade pursuit. All 3 dashed into Buddha City. A tense game of hide-and-seek unfolded. Lai was furious, veins bulging on her face. If not for the soldier guard demanding to check papers, she would have caught him. The soldier was worried he couldn't hold out if he alerted Ara and ruined everything. Lai growled, "I know." She unleashed a full-force barrage of attacks at Chu Van. The strikes were powerful, lightning-fast like a surrounding web. Despite being agile, Chu Van couldn't dodge them all. He managed to avoid most, but had to endure the rest. Just as he stood up, 3 attacks came from behind again. In that critical moment, he used a sharp silver wing to deftly evade. Covered in wounds, he panted heavily, nearing his physical limit. Surprisingly, a mere mortal Tai had a legendary-level creature flying around. But his energy was surely running low. Chu Van jumped down, gritting his teeth to push a bit further. Ahead was a forbidden zone. Using his last strength, he dashed like crazy. Upon entering the forbidden zone, he activated blood meditation energy, a red aura enveloping his body. Seeing him keep running, Lai unleashed a series of moon claws. Chu Van accelerated, stomping hard on the steps, launching into the air but crashing to the ground. Fortunately, this move helped him escape. Lee and his subordinates entered the restricted area. Seeing the danger warning sign, he hesitated a bit but thought that if Chu Van, just an ordinary Tai, could get in, so could they. How could legendary strongmen like them be inferior? They chased after. Seeing Chuvan exhausted and tired, Lee teased, "Why don't you get up and dance again, dance, come on?" But Chuvan was not panicked. Instead, he laughed like a madman and said, "Why run? You're the ones coming to give your lives." Lai thought he was bluffing and ordered her subordinates to capture him. But Chuvan raised his hand, making a strange gesture aimed at the guard. He shouted once, and the guard collapsed without clear cause, as if Chuvan had supernatural power to take him down instantly. Lai panicked, checking the pulse, horrified that the guard was dead. She shouted, "What dark magic are you playing?" Chuvan tried to calm down. "I warned you not to touch me or face the consequences," but inside he was frantic. How could they enter the forbidden zone unharmed? It turned out Lai had already cast the sacred cross-shaped aura on her forehead. Behind her was the illusion of a headless angel. She sneered. "This zone has strange features, that's why you chose to hide here. Luckily, I'm not fooled." Chuvan sighed, unexpected to meet a nemesis. According to legend, the headless angel was a monk who lost his head. A dimensional creature from the Western Federation famous for breaking seals. Its body parts are immune to curses and serve as the strongest guardian beasts. Detecting the trick, Lai summoned twin swords with lethal intent. Chuvan knew he was doomed and hurriedly summoned dry bones to stab upwards from the ground, blocking the storm of attacks. More and more dry bones rose surrounding Lai, but he knew he couldn't hold her back long. His only option was to push into the Great Hall. If that didn't stop her, he had no choice but to accept his fate. But Lai was stronger than expected, far beyond any calculation. The pile of dry bones looked tough, but were fragile as tofu against Lai's sword. In an instant, the sharp slashes struck straight at Chuvan, unstoppable. He could only block and feel the overwhelming force crushing to one side. Thinking this was the end, after a few light sword strikes, he was thrown like a ragged sack, crashing into the architecture. Dust filled the air. Lai advanced cruelly, her sinister smile teasing, "Just a mortal Tai daring to oppose a top legendary expert like me. You don't know your limits." She slashed a few more times into the rubble, sending Chuvan flying into the great Buddha Hall. By then he was covered in wounds, his body too tired to resist. His body was riddled with injuries. Lai followed close to the Buddha Hall entrance, but hadn't stepped in yet, smiling. "Why aren't you running anymore? Running so fast before." Despite his severe wounds, Chuvan still mocked her, saying farewell to his legs that loved to run. The reason I say this is because Lai has already set foot in the great Buddha Hall. Suddenly she noticed something unusual. Her expression shifted from mockery to horror, as if sensing something terrifying. Indeed, the strange statue in the hall opened its eyes, as if coming to life, staring at the intruder. A flash of light erupted, causing a massive explosion centered on Lai that spread outward. She took the brunt of it, severely injured and unable to fight. Her injuries were as severe as Chuvan's. Seeing the plan succeed, he smiled brightly, silently praising Lord Minvuong for being incredibly cool. Struggling to stand, he checked the situation, guessing Lai's injuries were serious, and she wouldn't counterattack. Now he just had to wait until he could summon the ants to unleash the strongest move, the demon light stabbing through the air to strike Lai. She spotted the danger in time, raising the light beam to block the attack, but realized her injuries were too severe. Lai summoned the Windmaster, transforming into a gust of wind to desperately flee outside the dimensional field. Chuvan regretted letting her escape and silently swore that when he returned he would blame Lai for ambushing the Federation soldiers. Even Njia couldn't save him at that time. While plotting, she was terrified when threatened. Two men suddenly appeared, asking why she looked so miserable. Lai was scared to tears when she recognized the man behind them as Thien Ta, the renowned Ndok Quan feared across the land. Mr. Hung was consulting on who would be charged for her reckless pursuit of students at the Teach Duong Academy. Panicked, Lai corrected, "I was just following the orders of the Supreme Senate." Before she could finish, the man beside Asin reminded the commander to answer only what was asked, without extra words. Li snapped angrily, "Don't interfere in matters concerning Tin Dao Tien." Unexpectedly, before she could realize who her opponent was, a sharp stab pierced through her thigh, causing intense pain. She screamed but still growled, "How dare you lay a hand on me!" She tried to threaten by revealing her identity, but before she could speak, Asin ignored her reasoning and delivered another strike to her other leg. Pain and confusion overwhelmed her as Asin turned into a different person, fierce and relentless, advancing toward her like a beast that couldn't understand human speech. If you cause more trouble, the next copper coin won't be in your foot, but your head. And Thienta lost patience and ordered, no more words, transform her so the superiors can collect the body. A Sin obeyed, preparing to strike. Only then did Lai realize her mistake in offending on Thienta, tears streaming down her face. She revealed her name as Kyoto Vien, and Thienta's order came as no surprise as expected, commanding a Sin to act. A Sin called Kyoto Vien's office coldly. I'll give you 5 minutes. If the intruder isn't seen, you bear the consequences. Kyoto Vien was leisurely waiting. Chuvan, captured and unaware of the plan's failure, was startled by the commanding voice. 5 minutes are up, no sign of her. Kyoto Vien and Thienta remained indifferent while a Sin acted swiftly. Lai realized her life was precious and was terrified by their coldness at the life-and-death moment. Kyoto Vien strapped on the motor and rushed over, shouting, "Take her alive!" Gasping nearly out of breath, he silently blamed Lai for provoking the great Buddha. And Thienta humbled himself, begging Ndok Quan for mercy if he had offended him. Lai was the daughter of a Supreme Senate counselor, hated evil, since childhood acted rashly only under orders, hoping he would show mercy. And Thienta coldly asked, "Who is this superior you speak of? Why don't I know him?" Kyoto Vien suffered, but knew he was intentionally making things difficult, yet remained patient. It's a high-ranking Federation official. The Tin Dao Tien incident is very important. Chu Van is the only clue, and you've criticized Chu Van before, so you must know something is wrong with him. Thienta got angry. I'll handle Chu Van's troubles myself. Amio Agao is not to interfere. Kyoto Vien had to accept the loss. Sorry for overstepping. You see my attitude of admitting fault. And Thienta cut her off and left with the man he led. Kyoto Vien sighed in relief, but the next sentence stunned her. The man leaves, but her cultivation remains. A Sin acted swiftly, stripping her cultivation and turning her into an ordinary person. Kyoto Vien panicked and angrily said, "And Doc Quan Li is from the famous family." And Thienta calmly replied, "Minister Q, do you know why I am an Thienta? On my right and left I fear no father and son. I only retreat if I am sick, and you can guess what kind of sickness that is." Kyoto Vien asked to be enlightened. And Thienta's aura was heavenly unbeatable on either side unless he was ill, which she was left to understand. Continuing the story about this young man, he patiently waited here for half an hour. The reason was simple. Fearing betrayal and having to lead people to escape again, he decided to stay quietly in front of the Buddha Hall's gate without leaving, though just sitting here indefinitely wasn't ideal. Waiting until exhaustion wouldn't solve anything. So the protagonist decided to risk entering the elevator to check the situation outside, wondering if he should negotiate with Lai Huyen about this matter in the future. Just as he opened the door, he suddenly came face to face with a suspicious-looking young man who introduced himself as a Sin, and said he had been waiting for the main character here for a long time. "I've been waiting for the male lead here for a long time," a Sin respectfully said, and hearing the other person call him Young Master Chu Vun, he couldn't help but be startled, surprised, and curious. A Sin continued to explain in a respectful tone, "Of course, Madame Lam sent Ndok Kwon personally to pick him up." And Ndok Kwon on Thienta. Doubt piled upon doubt, making Chu Vun still unable to fully grasp the entire story. Soon the young man was led onto the car, and even more surprising was that he was arranged to sit right next to Thienta. The atmosphere inside the car became strange, stifling, and silently tense. No one spoke to anyone. Finally, it was Thienta who broke the silence. He spoke, "You must really hate me, right?" Chu Vun replied calmly, without any hesitation. "Sort of." But inside, he thought, what nonsense is this guy talking about? Could it be that I'm supposed to thank him for ruining my university exam? And Thienta, with an indifferent expression, continued, "I don't know how you see me, but remember I have never accepted that you have the right to replace Tin Yi." Chu Vun, furious, couldn't help but shout, "Be clear about what you're saying. Replace what? I didn't do anything." The other kept speaking, vaguely frustrating Chu Vun, but the problem was he knew he couldn't beat him. If he could, he would have shown this guy what real skill looks like, what deserves replacing. Chu Vun could only swallow his anger and curse silently. "Go play with the monkeys in the forest." Soon the car took them to their destination, and as soon as he stepped in, Chuvan was warmly welcomed by Oh Dung-lam and Lao Ba, learning from before. This time he boldly called Ms. Lam as the other wished, but the moment their eyes met, what caught everyone's attention were the long-lasting wounds on Chuvan's body, looking very striking clearly from a fierce battle. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, Lao Ba became serious, asking in a tone, "What exactly happened that the kid ended up like this?" An Thien Ta seemed unsupportive of this marriage, showing a cold attitude, and replied indifferently, "I have personally disciplined those people." Ao Jung Lam, standing nearby, looked awkward, gently reminded An Thien Ta, then quickly told Lang Fong, "Please take the boy inside the house." Strangely, it was rare for Lao Ba to show such concern for his son. Today, he even volunteered to apply medicine to the main character. After finishing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Everything is perfect now. This feeling took him back to when Chuvan was a child, but hearing this, Chuvan was stunned and immediately raised his hand to object. He must be mistaken. When I was little, it was because he went to flirt with the pretty girls next door that he got chased and beaten. Hearing his son bluntly expose the truth like that, Lao Ba felt a bit embarrassed, but with his seasoned confidence, he just smiled wryly. "Is that so?" Unable to hide his curiosity, Chuvan asked, "Does he know what happened?" Earlier in the car, An Thien Ta said he was going to take a certain position from An Tin. Before Lao Ba could answer, Oh Jung Lam led the servant to bring a new outfit for the main character to change into. She spoke on his behalf. "That is the qualification to enter the place where Than Bon issues garments." Chuvan didn't forget to thank the maid, then went back to the issue and asked straightforwardly, "Then why does it have to be me?" Seeing Chuvan was not surprised when mentioning Than Bon, Oh Jung Lam guessed that perhaps Lee Kung-tu had already revealed this to him. Such an important opportunity, but taken away by someone outside. No wonder she always looks at me unfavorably. She continued, "Everything before suddenly becomes clear." She further explained, "Since childhood, Tin Yi has suffered from a very serious illness, although we know her strength is enough to participate in the trial. But I don't want her to fall into danger again. Students should understand a mother's worry like mine." But Chuvan still had one unclear point. If so, why not choose An Thien Ta? Unexpectedly, Ao Jung Lam gave an answer that left him speechless. "Because An Thien Ta is too strong, so it's unnecessary. Someone so strong that he doesn't even need mythical creatures is truly terrifying, and even beyond that. My father once said Chuvan is more suitable." Ms. Lam's father. Seeing Chuvan's suspicion, Chu Lang Fong showed a photo. That person Chuvan also knows him well, very closely, in fact. Chuvan was shocked to learn that was the principal of his high school, and moreover, he was Ms. Lam's father. When studying in grade 12 at Quy Dinh Pho during the time Lao Ba was missing for a while, Chuvan still diligently trained at school. The principal often met with him. Seeing his efforts, he was very fond of him, even inviting him to eat together many times. The two were close until the principal retired due to health reasons, and since then, they lost contact. Who would have thought the world was so small? Ao Duong Lam gently said, "Xiaowen, you don't need to feel pressured. You can take your time to think it over, and it's okay if you don't want to take risks." After the intimate meal, Ashin took Chu Wen all the way home, reassuring him, "From now on, you can rest easy. Those people, even if they have guts as big as the sky, won't dare bother you anymore." Just after getting out of the car, Chu Wen received a call from Li Huyen. He said he already knew about the recent incident at the academy and was surprised that Njia quickly resolved everything. Chu Wen sneered, "He really has sharp nostrils." Li Huyen replied proudly, "Of course, as the team leader, I have to keep an eye on the team members' moves." Chu Wen reminded him not to blabber recklessly. The team hasn't even been formed yet. After a series of events, Li Huyen suggested they get a proper rest and then go complete the opening test tomorrow. Chu Wen agreed, nodding. But suddenly Li Huyen's phone blasted a bizarre, monstrous roar that startled Chu Wen and nearly made him deaf. With Li Huyen's incredibly unpredictable personality combined with that terrifying sound, Chu Wen was worried like a parent waiting for drama, hurriedly asking, "Where are you now? What exactly is going on?" It turned out Li Huyen was proudly standing amid a battlefield with a bunch of defeated ghost soldiers at his feet. No doubt this guy was bored out of his mind and came to the Tiger Guard post to amuse himself. A real player isn't afraid of rain. Li Huyen boasted, "See, he's already there." Chu Wen wasn't hesitant. "No need to wait till tomorrow, I'm coming right now." Half an hour later, the main character arrived at the scene. After being hunted so many times without being able to fight back if he hadn't been quick and sharp-witted, he might have lost his life. This frustrating feeling needed to be released, so he had no choice but to use the monsters as tools to vent his anger. Watching Li Huyen's eyes widened in amazement. I didn't expect this character to be so insanely present. Truly formidable, best to stay away from him right now. After dealing with the monsters, Chu Wen wondered, why haven't we seen any ghostly generals even after going this deep? Li Huyen sighed. I've been in here for a long time but haven't seen a trace, not sure where they've all hidden. Observing the surrounding terrain, both felt the atmosphere here was eerily quiet. Just then, a group of students ran over from afar, faces terrified as if chased by ghosts, shouting, "Run!" One in the group saw Chu Wen and Li Huyen standing stunned and angrily shouted, "Run, the ghostly general with carved characters is heading this way." Hearing this, both felt like they fell into an ice cave, hearts sinking. Now they understood why this area suddenly fell into such strange silence. But Li Huyen, the young man who liked to provoke the dogs the most in the academy, not only didn't run, but also invited, "How about the two of us go see what it's like?" Then a shocking piece of news arrived. Suddenly, a girl with blue hair hurried over her face, panicked as she urgently reported to Li Huyen. She was a member of Vi Wong's group, trembling as she said, "Li Huyen, hurry and go rescue Sister Vi Wong. She got trapped while saving those people and still hasn't escaped." Hearing that his older sister was in danger, Li Huyen immediately lost his usual playful demeanor. His face turned serious and he became a storm rushing forward recklessly to rescue. When Chu Wen realized Li Huyen sped off at lightning speed, the male lead intended to stop him, advising to find a plan first instead of acting impulsively. But it was too late to hold him back. Unlike the crowd, only Chu Wen was fully aware of how terrifying the ghostly general with carved characters was. Although he had faced it many times in the game, he had never won once. And the most frustrating part was that until now he still hadn't figured out an effective way to deal with it. Chu Wen anxiously wondered what characters this ghostly general would be carved with this time. Suddenly a voice sounded behind him. "Not going to help your good friend." Chu Wen immediately recognized it was Tin. From her attitude and words, he guessed she had appeared here probably to challenge the ghostly general for training. Incidentally, he asked about the previous time when he was taken away. "By the way, Tin, was it you who asked Sister Lam to tell Anthienta to come rescue me?" Tin responded indifferently. I didn't understand what the other person said at all. But Chu Wen immediately confirmed firmly that she had done it. Without hesitation, the two rushed to the battlefield where the ghostly general with carved characters was rampaging. At this moment, Vaiyung was desperately fleeing from the pursuit of the demon-possessed warrior, but couldn't shake it off. Suddenly, a massive explosion formed right in front of her. Thick dust blocked Vaiyung's escape route. From afar, a figure slowly approached a muscular warrior with an overwhelming aura, wielding a giant spear. Just his appearance alone was enough to make anyone trembling with fear. It turned out the reason Vaiyung survived the explosion was thanks to Li Huyen rushing in just in time to block the attack. He gently asked how she was doing. Seeing her unharmed made him sigh in relief. Though Li Huyen appeared imposing and valiant on the outside, inside, he was crying silently without tears. That one strike alone made his 6 internal organs feel like they were about to explode. So is this terrifying monster the one I'm about to face? He, an 8-foot-tall man, felt like a child standing before a giant and realized he wasn't a match. Li Huyen had only one thought: hold it off as long as possible, then run like hell with all his might. Li Huyen summoned a white tiger head. Behind him, it fiercely charged at the demon-possessed warrior. Their clash created a terrifying shockwave that shook the ground. Taking the chance, Li Huyen grabbed Vaiyung's hand and fled desperately from the danger zone, trying to escape as far as possible. But the demon-possessed warrior leisurely raised one finger, then gently brought down a blade, like the opening mountain absorbing sun move, devastating everything from sky to earth, slicing the white tiger head of Li Huyen in half. It was a crushing move that left no chance to resist. Watching his white tiger get destroyed in a single strike, Li Huyen ran away feeling both heartbroken and furious, but could only blame his own weaker strength. Just then, Chuvan and Onting arrived in time to witness the battle and the deadly blade strike. Chuvan immediately recognized this was the demon-possessed warrior with the blade mark. He silently thought he was lucky because if he had encountered the demon-possessed warriors with the father or child marks at Holao Pass, shooting arrows, he would have had to run for his life. But with this one, things might be different. If he coordinated well with Ontin, maybe they could put up a real fight. Without hesitation, he suggested Ontin take action. Of course, any items that dropped could belong to her. An unnecessary move after dealing with the weak white tiger. The demon-possessed warrior immediately targeted the new enemy, the blue-haired human who had just interfered to protect his sister. Li Huin pushed Vi-ung out of the danger zone with all his strength. Facing the monster alone, a terrifying strike slammed into the ground like a violent storm, sweeping through, shaking everything fiercely. Vi-ung, just rescued by her younger brother, saw this and screamed in horror, shouting Li Huin's name in utter shock. But as always, Li Huin was saved just in the nick of time. This time was no exception. Chuvan rode a flying ant and swooped in to pull him out of the life-or-death line. Wherever he was needed, Chuvan was there, no matter how tough the job, he took care of it. The male lead himself couldn't remember how many times he had saved Li Huin. It seemed to have become a habit. Li Huin thought this time was the end, but unexpectedly he was saved again. He scratched his head awkwardly, having been saved by the male lead so many times he didn't know how to repay him. Chuvan coldly replied, "Just don't fight over the good loot later." Looking at the boss, Li Huin was so full that he didn't even want to eat. Ben asked him, "Do you really think the two of us can handle this guy?" Chuvan calmly answered no. But then he added not two, but three of us. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light like a world-destroying strike descended from the sky directly at the demon-possessed warrior. Clearly, only the super genius Ontin in this area could unleash such a devastating move. The attack came from Ontin, standing on a distant mountaintop, summoning a blazing, fiery bow, radiating an overwhelming aura. She unleashed the legendary move sun-shooting technique, leaving Li Huin wide-eyed in amazement. That was the famed ultimate sun-shooting technique. How could he invite a god like Ontin to take action? Moreover, it was a full-force strike with terrifying power beyond question. But the price to pay was not small. Because of her illness, Ontin was immediately exhausted after unleashing her move, though her expression remained determined. She shouted, "Grandma, did you two see that?" Even though she was born with an illness, she could still fully unleash the power of the Sun Iju. But when her gaze turned to the battlefield where the attack had just landed, a terrifying scene appeared. The boss monster still got up, roaring fiercely, summoning a lotus-shaped flame, its momentum flaring wildly. Its wounds seemed to be nourished, rapidly healing perfectly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The male lead, who had faced this demon-transformed general in the game, predicted its healing move. He immediately signaled Li Huin and the Silverwing Ants to launch a full-force attack before it regained peak condition. Sharp throwing needles from the Silverwing Ants. The mighty divine fists of Chuvan and Li Huin's combined armor all glowed simultaneously. The three seized the opportunity to charge at the boss monster together. The clash sounded deafening with banging, booming, and flashing. The boss monster was hit continuously, unable to catch its breath, constantly pressured until it staggered wildly. It even spat out milk in extreme rage and piled up injuries. It summoned the red hair from beneath the sand, flinging the group aside. But as soon as it escaped the encirclement, the boss monster dived like a pearl into the sea, silently disappearing before everyone's eyes. Li Huin was stunned. Is this guy really scared and ran off? Chuvan hadn't grasped the situation fully and cautiously withheld judgment. He immediately activated his Emperor hearing ability to listen for every faint sound in the area. Thanks to his extraordinary ability, he discovered the boss monster was using the red hare's blood to move at high speed underground. But even more terrifying, its target was the direction where Ontin stood, and she was currently extremely weakened and in mortal danger. Without hesitation, Chuvan dashed madly toward Ontin while summoning the Silverwing Ants in companion mode. Just as he arrived, the boss monster appeared ready to attack her. Fortunately, he quickly lifted Ontin and ran at full speed to safety. But this beautiful lady, even in a life-or-death situation, still maintained her pride. With a slightly flushed face, she boldly said she didn't need help. If the enemy didn't come, she could easily handle it herself. Chuvan didn't bother paying attention. Treating her like a rag doll, he casually tossed her aside as fast as lightning. He turned back and unleashed a powerful strike directly into the boss monster's face. Due to slow reaction, it took the full blow, its entire body engulfed by blue flames. The shockwave from the hit caused a massive explosion, shaking the battlefield. Witnessing the unexpected turn, Tin ran over to watch the drama unfold like Vietnamese sisters. Seeing the scene, she widened her eyes in amazement. She didn't expect this guy's strength to be like this. Normally, he made people angry, but still knew how to rush to save her. His combat moves were also so skillful. In her eyes, Chu-Vun appeared as a handsome, reliable young man, holding the crystallized loot from the fierce life-or-death battle, exchanging it for a generous reward. A super-rare, valuable skill crystal that made others envious. Without hesitation, Chu-Vun brought it before Tin, fulfilling his promise that whatever dropped belonged to her. Looking at the precious crystal, Tin felt flustered. Could it be that he really doesn't know the value of this? Seeing her dazed, Chu-Vun reminded her, "Hurry up and take it, I said it's yours." But the goddess swallowed nervously, recalling how he risked his life to save her. Suddenly feeling dazed, she turned away. "I won't accept it. Consider it payment for saving me earlier." She didn't like accepting favors from others. Then she snorted coldly and left, not forgetting to say, "But don't think that will make my brother think differently. You're dead wrong." Chu-Vun was stunned. "What's going on?" "I never thought about that." On the other side, seeing the boss defeated and no longer a threat, Li Huyen immediately regained his fierce demeanor and laughed like a fool. "Tell the unlucky one to get used to it." The unlucky one could only sigh at these new students, all monsters. Back in his room, Chu-Vun sat calmly on the bed, slowly absorbing the dimensional crystal he had just received. The process finished quickly, and he entered the game to test its power. The young man excitedly stepped forward, sweeping his fingertip to release a sharp blade that tore through the night sky. This time the target was a normal, blood-filled, demonized general. But as the blade passed through its body, it instantly split into two parts. Seeing the enemy defeated in one strike, Chu-Vun was extremely pleased. This new spiritual energy skill, the star-cleaving blade, consumes a unique amount of energy. Its power and range depend on how much energy the user puts into it. This was the first time Chu-Vun encountered such a special skill. No wonder the demonized generals with engraved characters were easily defeated by Li Huyen's legendary White Tiger Strike. However, he silently reminded himself to use it wisely to maximize its power. Although the star-cleaving blade was powerful, if he exhausted all his energy, Chu-Vun would be like a fish on a chopping block left to be carved up. Just then in the game, he was suddenly ambushed. It was hard to say if it was lucky or unlucky. He was still elated from acquiring a new skill when he ran into a very tough opponent. The opponent said nothing and immediately swung another blade. Chu-Vun quickly retreated to create distance while countering with a powerful star-cleaving blade strike. This move was originally super deadly, but the opponent easily waved it off with a light swing. At that moment, Chu-Vun looked ridiculous, as if constipated for days. It was understandable. He had drained his energy on that move, but it barely scratched the opponent while leaving him exhausted. Seeing a giant sword blade close to his face, Chu-Vun turned pale with no blood left, swallowing nervously, thinking this was the end of the line. Sure enough, the phone screen showed "Game Over," signaling the young man's defeat. Reflecting on the skills, the demonized generals with sword engravings were ineffective against those with fist engravings. It turned out the characters on demonized generals countered each other like rock, paper, scissors. From this, Chu-Vun concluded his star-cleaving blade definitely counters the boss demonized generals with character engravings. But the problem was, these demonized generals appeared very rarely and often changed locations, making hunting them difficult. He had no choice but to keep hunting. Meanwhile, the video of Chu-Vun's battle was posted on the forum, attracting admiration and attention from new students. The forum buzzed like never before, so much that Baklok, Chu-Vun's neighbor, overheard people excitedly talking while she was out. Two nearby people loudly said, "Chu-Vun is clearly just an ordinary guy. What talent or virtue does he have to fight alongside the goddess Tin, and even defeat a legendary peak demonized general without a scratch?" Baklok was amazed that her strange neighbor was so formidable. In the teacher's office at Tichdung Academy, a teacher in blue curiously asked her student Vung Phi, not only did he complete the challenge, but he also handled the legendary peak demonized general. "You don't look very happy." Sitting on the sofa, Vung Phi sighed. "That Chu-Vun is a brilliant fighter but never participates in class, just buries himself in games in his room." Determined not to let his talent waste away, she planned to take the students to Laoquan Mountain for an outdoor lesson. There's a stone stele there with mysterious power called the Selfless Stele that fills those nearby with vitality. She believed the trip would help Chuvun give up his gaming obsession. Meanwhile, the male lead was still absorbed playing games in his room, unaware that Vung Fi was watching and preparing to correct him. Playing until exhausted, he collapsed unconscious, snoring loudly like a buffalo. In his sleep, a strange vortex appeared on his chest, swirling violently. It seems Metin caused this phenomenon again. The divine golden characters formed a mysterious passageway, pulling Chuvun's spirit into the void. After an unknown time, Chuvun jolted awake, confused and shocked to find he was no longer in his room. Standing on a cliff, he horrifiedly watched his hometown city engulfed in flames, desolate like the apocalypse. Everywhere were terrifying mutated creatures. Humanity was exhausted and powerless against them. Cries of agony echoed. Mankind was nearing the brink of extinction. While Chuvun seethed with rage, a shadowy figure in a cloak appeared behind him, sensing his presence and roaring wildly, "Who the hell are you?" But the mysterious figure only gave a meaningful smile, saying nothing. Chuvun suddenly woke up panting, realizing he was back in his room, drenched in sweat, struggling to breathe, as he wondered if those scenes were just a dream. But if it was a dream, why was it so vivid? The scent of blood essence, the figure in the cloak, everything still haunted him. Who was he? Why appear in a dream? He irritably thought that the side effects of the Metin scripture were supposed to be just hallucinations, but now it was causing terrifying nightmares. Could it be that the Metin scripture lost control? Was it something taken from the Demon King? Suddenly a thought flashed, could the dream be a warning? While pondering, a disruptive sound broke through. Looking out, Chuvun immediately guessed his pet was hungry. No use overthinking it. If it's a sign, let it grow stronger before disaster strikes. For now, he needed to find a way to advance his legendary level elsewhere. In the eastern sea zone, the dimensional defense line kept sending urgent warning signals. A giant dimensional creature, snake-like but more terrifying, broke through the defense line. The system called it the Sea King Sand part of the Western Military District. Meanwhile, at Kitu Mountain, a monstrous creature appeared at night. Huitenghuit stood on the hillside looking down at the military zone with deadly eyes. Today, back at Tichdung Academy, Miss Vung Fi appeared to congratulate the elite students who passed the trials. She announced that the official course was next, but there would be no combat training today as planned. "I will take you all to Laoquan Mountain for spiritual cultivation," she explained. "There's a stone tablet there containing mysterious power called the Vong U tablet, the goal of this trip." She was confident the students would gain a lot. The camera panned to Chuvun, who looked worn and wild with dark circles under his eyes like a zombie. While the crowd was excited, he was just dozing off. After the nightmare last night, who could stay fully alert? Li Huin An Insider glanced at him and immediately guessed he must be recklessly indulging. Kindly warned him to tone it down or someday he'd end up needing dialysis. Chuvun lazily yawned, tired from grinding non-stop for days, trying to find a way to advance his legendary level. He guessed the 8 Nya Balamat Da scriptures might help break through his attribute from 10 to 11 points. Perhaps the stone tablet covered by fire flame at Laoquan Mountain also contained a vital essence to aid his cultivation and breakthrough, but after days of testing, he still failed. Relying only on the silver-winged insect wasn't enough. He needed to find a vital essence to refine his body and supplement his weakness, he silently vowed. Seeing Chuvun sleepwalk during her lecture, Vung Fi boiled with anger, a genius sleepwalking right here. But she quickly smiled slyly, thinking this was temporary, and she would make this personality disappear. Her classic glasses-pushing gesture made everyone feel it wasn't random dangerous people were always the ones wearing glasses. Be careful, brothers. Meanwhile, at Kitu Mountain, a dimensional monster attacked, wreaking havoc as the military struggled to stop it with their lives. Despite facing a powerful enemy, the soldiers remained steadfast, willing to sacrifice rather than retreat. One soldier tried to grasp its bizarre spiritual power and pull it towards him. It was Asen, the loyal bodyguard of Anthin Ta. He shouted loudly, "I have the enemy controlled, requesting Ndakwan to take action." Immediately, a sharp blue light pierced the monster's weak spot on its head. Its body lost all reaction, collapsing and turning into dust. After defeating the monster, Anthin Ta sighed in relief, exiting stealth mode. Looking at the fallen soldiers, his heart ached like a knife. Approaching a dying soldier, he heard the soldier use his last breath to report. Report, and Dakwon 3rd Squad of Ki-Tu Sun fought to the last man, no brother retreated. After saying that he passed away forever, Asen painfully blamed himself for arriving too late to save his comrades. Lieutenant An Thin Ta comforted him calmly. He won't wake up anymore. But Asen remained immersed in relentless grief. Lieutenant An Thin Ta looked at his loyal soldiers with a heavy heart, letting out a deep sigh filled with regret, sorrow, and pride. He spoke loudly. They are truly the pride of humanity. We are commanders with great responsibility. I cannot let myself sink into sorrow or weakness. Absolutely must not let their sacrifice be in vain. He immediately ordered the engineering team to urgently repair the defensive line. Looking up at the grotesque blood moon hanging high in the sky, he vaguely sensed the anomalous dimensional field at Ki-Tu Sun was worsening. The urgent task is to find the source of the threat. He only hoped the Eastern Sea Zone could also handle the threat of Hai Huangsa smoothly. Returning to Chuvan, the young man blending into the crowd led by Miss Vung Fi to Lao Kun Sun standing on a vast stone plaza. Li Huyen marveled. This year's fast already brought here. According to last year's schedule, it should take some more time to reach this place. This is a special program reserved for selected students. Hearing this, Chuvan grew suspicious. Is this place really dangerous? Why did she bring the freshmen so early? The eldest son Li calmly reassured, "Don't worry, the Federation calls this area the non-killing realm. Creatures here do not proactively attack humans, and humans can't harm them either. In other words, this is the safest domain, but you must strictly follow the no-killing rule, or you will face consequences." Chuvan curiously wondered what face consequences meant. He strained to hear if Li Huyen would reveal something shocking, but the guy joked, "Otherwise you'll get karma." Do you believe in karma? Li Huyen didn't believe in superstitions. The Federation never records such nonsense in the domain rules. Basically just follow them obediently. While the two young men chatted not far away, a shadow of a dimensional creature appeared. It was a white-furred beast like snow with a pair of long horns resembling those an ex-lover stuck on you. On its face was a strange golden eye. At first glance, it looked like a mountain goat. The two young men continued their conversation. Chuvan asked, "What exactly is that stone stele?" Li Huyen replied helplessly, "I'm not sure, but I heard it's very esoteric, not life-threatening, but causes unbearable excitement overflowing with endless vitality." Before he could say more, Miss Vung Fi scolded sharply. "You two, Li Huyen and Chuvan, stop whispering and immediately line up." She explained their task at Lao Kun Sun. "This time you must meditate before the Vong U stele for half an hour, not a second less. Just by receiving its cleansing force, you will gain great benefits." After speaking, she took out a stopwatch. But Chuvan did not object and immediately meditated like everyone else trying to feel the mysterious power of the Vong U stele. Indeed, it was very special. Even with eyes closed, he clearly sensed the presence of the stele as if his eyes were open. A mysterious power like warm water slowly flowed into his body, making him feel relaxed and light. But soon he noticed something unusual. The initial cool sensation vanished, replaced by increasing heat. He clenched his fists, thinking, "Not good, too hot, reaching my tolerance limit." Suddenly, a familiar scene occurred. Thanks to the power of the Meitian King, the burning energy was guided into a rotating vortex and absorbed by the body. The heat immediately disappeared without a trace, exactly like when cultivating the 2-8 Nya Balamat Dakin. Looking around the plaza, everyone was suffering from the heat emitted by the stele. Li Huyen was no exception. Sweat poured down like rain, looking pitiful beyond words. Miss Vung Fi observed with satisfaction, thinking, "The Vong U stele indeed calms the mind, but staying too long causes overflowing vitality, even extreme excitement. I hope you all transform, especially Chuvan." She curiously looked for him, but was startled at first glance. This little demon king had fallen asleep and was drooling like that. "Time's almost up." She signaled everyone to stand because continuing might harm their bodies. But the scene afterwards made her doubt the vitality under the influence of the Vong Ubia. The students, like gorillas breaking in, stood up full of energy, ready to fight immediately. The effect of the stone tablet was clearly very good. But thinking of Chuvan, Vung Fi felt a headache. It was the first time seeing someone unaffected by the Vong Ubia. Could it be that this guy has fallen so far there's no cure? But Li Huyen wasn't any better. so frustrated that even doing 1,000 push-ups didn't tire him out. To avoid judgmental looks, Chuvan scratched his head. He approached and asked Vungfi, "Miss, I'm full of energy now and feeling restless. May I take a walk around here and go for a run?" Vungfi was speechless. "If you're going to pretend, at least make it believable. Looking at you now, do you seem full of energy and enthusiasm?" Saying that confidently, but having no choice, she agreed. "Make sure you come back in 3 hours." Permission granted. Chuvan entered the forest alone and took out his phone to play. The interface showed character Chuvan with mortal life rank strength, 10 speed, 10 stamina, 11 vitality, 11 vitality skill, Mei-Teen King. He thought to himself, as expected, practicing more vitality skills helps break attribute limits. This is the way to achieve legendary level up. I have to find more vitality skills. He felt 3 streams of vitality in his body, excited. Mei-Teen King really was powerful. The stone tablet earlier definitely contained a mysterious vitality skill. Lost in thought, Chuvan didn't notice and bumped into something. Really unlucky. How did he manage to bump straight into the rear of a giant dimensional creature? Swallowing hard, he thought to himself this time he was done for. But unexpectedly, the beast ignored him and leisurely kept grazing. Seeing that, Chuvan sighed in relief but couldn't help being drawn to its grazing. Each delicate flower was plucked and put in its mouth casually, like clouds drifting or water flowing. Just eating grass, but does it have to be this cute? He was fascinated watching it as if savoring a delicious meal. Suddenly a thought flashed. Could this be a precious spirit herb? Feeling shameless, he decided to snatch the beast's bowl of soup. Seeing a flower nearby, he rushed over and tried with all his might, but still couldn't pull it out. The harder it was to pull, the more convinced Chuvan was that this must be something valuable. He pulled harder on the other side. The goat, seeing someone dare to steal its food right in front of it, angrily said, "Heavens, you're too much." It fiercely grabbed Chuvan's collar and threw him aside. Thanks to its pull, he unexpectedly managed to uproot the herb. Sitting up, holding the flower, he thought, falling like that, but okay, luckily I got this thanks to it. But the goat, seeing its grass thief enraged, advanced to reclaim it. Chuvan stubbornly refused to give up. "I'm the one who pulled this root. Let's talk reason first." Seeing the goat wouldn't leave despite his arguments, he unleashed a shocking move. He put the herb root in his mouth, covered it with saliva, and offered it, "Want to take more?" The goat turned black with extreme contempt. It was the first time it met such a cunning opponent. It shook its butt and left. Chuvan laughed with satisfaction. "If I can't beat you, shouldn't I at least make you nauseous?" Continuing his exploration journey, he suddenly came before a strange structure. Outside the main gate was a sign reading Trung Thien Mon. Looking from outside, everything inside was covered by thick fog and unclear. The surroundings were silent and deserted, as if this place had been abandoned long ago. Who would have thought just a walk would discover a dungeon seal on the gate? Without hesitation, Chuvan took out his phone to scan the seal, excited to uncover the secret. He didn't know behind him a shadow silently watched. Unaware, the fool came home, then dashed right in to explore. That's right, the fool was Chuvan. Suddenly, a kick from behind sent him flying straight into Trung Thien Mon. The culprit was none other than the goat boss. As it walked away, the goat snorted coldly with contempt, as if saying the thief deserved it for stealing its food. Sitting up, rubbing his sore back, Chuvan cursed his luck, almost broken by its kick. This beast knew Lao Quan Sun forbade fighting, but still shoved him here to fend for himself. He really was petty. Only stealing a blade of grass. Did it have to go this far? Before I could even finish cursing, a swarm of lively climbing goats suddenly rose up and wrapped tightly around him. Even more terrifying, they were growing straight out of his body. Could it be that I'm turning into a tree person? In the panic, the goat leader stepped forward to lead the way. With just one claw, he dispersed the fog and opened a path. Seeing Chuvan standing frozen like a statue, it turned back and pushed him, signaling him to hurry. Chuvan shyly said, "Boss goat, please don't push me. I'm scared, let me go on my own." After walking a bit, this place was strangely quiet, like a dimensional creature. This must be the dimensional realm. After a while, he saw an eye-catching cluster of architecture resembling the little Buddha temple from before. He approached a signboard engraved with 3 characters Thai Tan Quan. According to what he knew, this place worships Thai Tan, one of the 3 Then, meaning Thai Thung Lao Quan. Could there be a protective spell like in the Buddha's land? It's best not to enter, but the decision isn't his to make. The goat boss, without any fuss, kicked him inside. Lying on the ground, Chuvan cursed silently at this damn goat. But it whistled indifferently, as if it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly a voice echoed as if from a distant timeline. The Great Way is invisible, giving birth to heaven and earth. The Great Way is indifferent, operating sun and moon. The Great Way is nameless, nurturing all things. To understand without a name is to forcibly call it the way. Immediately after, the voice continued, if you come as a disciple of the 3 Then talismans, you may choose the 3 paths of light slowly descending from the sky. Each path contains a talisman. Chuvan was confused whether they were Buddha disciples or Tao followers. What does this mean? Can anyone explain? Again, the situation is choosing one of 3 just like before. According to legend, Thai Tung Laoquan is close to wood, and the surroundings are full of forests. He decided to choose Talisman 6 wood. Thinking silently it might be a bad idea, he forced himself to incubate the companion egg this time. After a while, the calf was really born, though he didn't know how much time had passed. Chuvan suddenly woke from unconsciousness. His body was exhausted as if his blood and energy had been drained. Before his eyes, a cute little spirit was smiling at him. Is this the creature I just received? He opened the status panel, checking the name Tien Ba Tiu level mortal body. It can continue evolving. All stats have reached the mortal body limit. The innate skill is Thai Fong. Attached status shows a fan. Another ultimate innate skill like Dating, but unlike Dating, who has 4 skills, it only has 1 Thai Fong. Unknown how powerful or domineering it is. Better go back and try later, he thought silently. Now is the time to return. Disappearing too long might make Miss Vung Phi suspicious. Trouble indeed. As soon as he showed his face, Miss Vung Phi scolded him harshly. Why are you just coming back now? Chuvan hurriedly explained. I just went for a walk around here. You actually went far, the teacher said in surprise. And you even made friends with goats. Chuvan was stunned. What do you mean, friends with goats? A bleat sounded behind him. Turning around, he saw a cute little goat, but something was off. Looking closely at the eye on its forehead, he was shocked. This is the rotten goat. No mistake about it. Unbearably troublesome. The goat kept following him home, trying to win him over with a bright smile and pleading, I've cleaned the herbal root until it couldn't be cleaner. Now I'm giving it to you. After you finish eating, go back to Laoquan Mountain, okay? But the goat boss ignored him and leisurely continued reading a book, looking adorable as if nothing was wrong. He thought the Trung Tin Mon dungeon would be as safe in reality as in the game. He returned and entered the dungeon in the game. Unexpectedly, the situation was completely opposite. Last time he was attacked by a dimensional creature, Mu Sat, as soon as he entered. Thinking it over one afternoon, the only difference was that in reality the goat accompanied him. Although its provoking personality was somewhat annoying, it was definitely not an ordinary dimensional creature. This was a powerful, super-level existence. He sat sadly in a corner, not knowing why it followed him, but he couldn't beat it. So he decided to keep it. But at Akbadai, after provoking the firebirds, they immediately chased and attacked. Chuvan called Ba Tiu's name and unleashed the Thai Fong to stop them. The technique did not disappoint him. Though it was unbearably funny, he just saw Tien Ba Tiu gritting his teeth, fanning fiercely to create a freezing cold wind that froze everything in the air. Indeed, the extreme cold of Thai Fong perfectly countered the firebirds. But after fanning wildly, Tien Ba Tiu collapsed, panting and exhausted with his current energy. He could only use this move once. Even if only once, its terrifying power and wide range were enough to deal with the entire flock of firebirds. If used skillfully, the task now was simply to find a way to gather the firebirds together and catch them all at once. Thinking so, Chuvan rushed in using his body as bait to lure the firebirds. At the same time, he ordered the silver-winged ants to lead the others to gather in the same direction. But the situation was not favorable. His current skill was not enough to handle such a large number. Soon, master and servant turned into a brilliant firework in the sky. As expected, it wasn't as simple as imagined. Before they could regroup, they were surrounded. To avoid repeating this, he needed to be more flexible. Urgently equip a skill energy type of lightness skill. He opened forums to check, but found only gossip. He had to go to the library himself to borrow materials. The goat boss saw him leave and bleated adorably, pointing to a magazine printed with clean vegetables priced at 99 cents, signaling to buy it for him. Chuvan was speechless. Even goats know how to enjoy life like this. In the library, he diligently researched skill energy types of lightness, but hadn't found the right one yet. If it wasn't too slow, it consumed too much skill energy. After analysis, he realized only Phi Thin Thut was suitable. Its origin came from a goddess in a painting. It didn't allow prolonged flight, but was very agile and could be maintained for a long time. The source was Longmon Cave in Lac Dung. He decided to go tomorrow. As he stepped out of the library, the ground beneath his feet trembled. A fierce, evil snake emerged. This was a giant, super-level dimensional creature, terrifying and powerful. Chuvan was both horrified and suspicious. How could such a huge monster appear in the city without caution? The evil snake swung its tail to attack. Chuvan launched a strike like a collapsing mountain, shattering the ground beneath into rubble. Luckily, the silver-winged ants summoned their wings in time to carry him out of danger. He fled to the side, still trembling inside. He was silently terrified. Just one careless move had turned the land into ruins. This was the terrifying power of a star-level dimensional creature. But things didn't stop there. The evil snake opened its wide mouth, emitting a blinding light from inside. Chuvan panicked. Not good. It's activating skill energy. At that moment, the army appeared just in time. The commander ordered to open fire quickly. Under a hail of bullets like a flood, the evil snake's assault was cut short. 2 fighter jets above kept shooting continuously. The commander shouted loudly, chasing after it. "Took you long enough. Let's see where you run this time." He raised his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderstorm roared down. The thunderstorm, with destructive momentum, struck the evil snake, causing it to collapse and crush the ground. Chuvan was truly unlucky. Even just standing aside, he was splattered with green liquid all over his head. The commander approached and asked, "Are you okay?" He replied, "I'm fine, but what about that monster? Why did it appear in the city?" The commander explained that it was a companion beast of its owner who went mad during cultivation and ran here. The army would handle it. You should leave quickly to avoid trouble. It's best to keep this matter quiet. Chuvan nodded calmly, "I understand." But deep down he sensed the truth was not simple. This beast wasn't like a companion creature bound by a contract. Back home, he hurried to prepare for a shower. Why am I so unlucky, just stepping outside and I'm covered in stink? But he didn't realize an item had stuck to his shirt without him knowing. The item fell to the ground, making a noise that attracted attention. Looking closely, it was a sea snail. Before he could be surprised, why was it stuck to his shirt? An unexpected scene occurred as countless strands of golden hair sprouted from the snail, quickly wrapping tightly around Chuvan, trapping him. In the room, an illusion of an alien appeared. The strands of hair came from her. She smiled wickedly. "Haha, finally escaped the pursuit of those people. The most regrettable thing is still my pet beast." Chuvan's hair stood on end. That evil serpent from earlier was her pet, so her power is even stronger than its. She continued, "Little brother, you accidentally passed by but helped me greatly. Therefore, I will give you a chance to become my food." Without finishing, she revealed her true form, a monster with sharp teeth lunging to bite Chuvan. This bite will be remembered for life. Just as he was about to meet his grandparents, a blazing red light shot out and struck her away, saving him from disaster. The one who intervened was none other than the famous Big Brother Goat. Chuvan cleverly changed how he addressed him. "Big Brother Goat, who knew you were so strong." With a finger snap, he struck the opponent relentlessly. Big Brother Goat took advantage and made a great move. Quickly pulling out 3 vegetable magazines, he held them like receipts signaling to buy for me. Chuvan was speechless. He promised to buy them. The defeated monster screamed in frustration, "I am the princess of the sea demon tribe. How could I be defeated by a goat?" But the 2 jokers didn't even bother to listen. Chuvan told Big Brother Goat to finish it quickly. "Who knows, maybe we'll find something good." Big Brother Goat smugly set a condition. "Okay, but you have to buy fresh vegetables." This time he raised as many as 5 vegetable magazines. Seeing the unfavorable situation, she quickly changed her attitude as fast as flipping a rice paper. "I have insulted you. If you spare me, I will offer the divine secret of the subordinate god of the continent." She explained, "The subordinate god of our tribe is the primordial god in human mythology, the ruler of the chaotic universe, the embodiment of the order of time and space, the origin of the world. I came from the Western demon to retrieve this divine secret." Then she opened her mouth and spat out a strange, shimmering blue orb. Chuvan curiously asked, "Is this the primordial energy secret?" She replied, "Exactly. Just by looking inside the orb's space, you will receive the power of a god." Just a glance, Chuvan seemed hypnotized and lost consciousness. She showed a smug expression. This time the fish bit the bait. Chuvan sensed something was wrong and tried to break free from the orb's control, but it was too late. Immediately, Chuvan and Big Brother Goat were pulled into a strange space floating mid-air as if weightless. Below them was a whirlpool spinning endlessly. Seeing this, Chuvan was startled. I carelessly fell into a trap. He silently wondered where this place could be. Worse, Big Brother Goat lost reaction, enchanted by the whirlpool. Suddenly, a seductive voice echoed from the whirlpool. "Come here, my subjects." A strong suction like a vacuum pulled Chuvan downward. In the critical moment, the divine and strange immortal art suddenly activated, emitting a brilliant light forming an energy vortex before his chest. The sea demon saw the plan easily succeeding. Proud and arrogant, she taunted, "Only my father's bloodline can control chaotic order. You will be lost in this space." But before she could enjoy her pride for long, she was slapped in the face. The divine orb emitted a dazzling red light. Countless cracks appeared, then it exploded. She screamed in horror. Impossible. This absolutely can't happen. Before her eyes, Chuvan not only escaped the chaotic space, but absorbed the power of the subordinate god orb. "Isn't it only those with the bloodline of your lord who deserve it?" Chuvan appeared cool, but Big Brother Goat miserably buried his head in the ground. His head swelled like a grapefruit, furious beyond measure. He blamed the sea demon mercilessly. He jumped up from the eye on his forehead, shooting out a blazing flame, engulfing her. She turned into a roasted snakehead fish, a rare delicacy, completely losing her aura. Big Brother Goat snorted coldly, retracting 3 fiery hooves as if saying, "Serves you right for daring to swell my head." Chuvan picked up a shimmering golden buffalo jade from the ground. Her buffalo jade, when stripped of divine power, its effect was unclear. He calmly used Big Brother Goat as a guinea pig. Just as the jade stone was activated, it emitted a strong pull that dragged everything in front of it. The goat boss sensed something was wrong and ran on all fours, but his short legs were sucked into the jade. Chuvan exclaimed with excitement, "This is the legendary dimensional space." The jade was surprised. The goat boss broke free and hit him, swelling his head. "How dare he try to absorb me?" Chuvan realized he had been too harsh because the jade couldn't contain living beings to compensate and keep its promise. He immediately went to buy 2 boxes of fresh vegetables and placed them in front of the goat boss. It grinned widely, hugging the vegetables with both hands, looking incredibly adorable. Seeing Chuvan lost his value, it kicked him away as if to say, "Now that I have vegetables, who cares where you go? Food is the real truth." Chuvan's next target was the Long Gate Stone Quarry. Luckily, he found a lot of information on the Long Gate Buddha Quarry Forum. It stretches 1 kilometers with over 50 caves and more than 100,000 Buddha statues. Each cave contains creatures from different dimensions. Even though it's been thoroughly explored, this place still holds many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Chuvan was amazed. So many caves like this. If I find the dungeon's seal, won't I strike it rich? But he didn't know which cave contained the Phi Thean technique yet. Just as he came down the stairs, he ran into his neighbor, Bok Lok. She greeted him in surprise. "Hello, classmate Chuvan." He greeted her back honestly, explaining he was going to the Long Gate Stone Quarry. Bok Lok was excited. "Oh, I was planning to go there too. What a coincidence. Let's go together for fun." Chuvan wondered if the place was far and how to get there without a vehicle. Bok Lok laughed. "By chance, I just won transportation from a TV game show. If you don't mind, come with me." Chuvan naively guessed it was a bicycle or a motorbike, but she said it had arrived. Looking up at the sky, he almost fell backwards in shock. "A helicopter? What kind of game do you play to win something like this?" He teased. "Be honest, are you a princess from some country who got lost here?" Thanks to the helicopter, they quickly arrived at Longmon Tak Kwat, a place crowded with students. Chuvan remarked, "So lively." Bok Lok asked which cave he wanted to go to. He was awkward and didn't know where to do the flying technique. Seeing his hesitation, she asked, "Are you here for a mission?" He honestly said, "I'm looking for the Longmon flying technique." Bok Lok joyfully said, "What a coincidence. The flying technique is the dimensional crystallization in the Lotus Cave. My goal is also the flying technique beast. I'm short on teammates for trading, you know. You help me deal with the flying technique beast. If it drops flying technique crystals, I'll give them to you." Chuvan doubted how she was so sure it would drop crystals. The drop rate is even lower than companion certificates. But the two of them entered the Lotus Cave. The flying technique beast looks like a winged monkey, the origin of the flying technique. Chuvan thought he was invited to fight. Unexpectedly, Bok Lok handed him her phone to take pictures of fighting poses. She summoned butterfly wings and charged to attack the flying technique beast. Chuvan was speechless. It turned out they invited him to be the flying technique beast's photographer. She threw strong punches, but Bok Lok dodged lightly and counterattacked, wounds appearing all over the beast's body. The two fought fiercely in the air while Chuvan relaxed with an easy job just holding the phone to record. Suddenly he discovered the dungeon seal carved on the cave ceiling. Soon Bok Lok killed the flying technique beast. It vanished, leaving behind a skill luck crystal. She's really amazing. Bok Lok kept her word and gave the crystal to Chuvan. A strange young man appeared, Hwang Kuk, a senior at Teach Doong Academy. He greeted Bok Lok knowing she wanted to break record 6. She sighed, having failed. The time wasn't fast enough. Hwang Kuk laughed. Unfortunately, record 6 was broken long ago by the kid next to you. That person was Fong Thu Nhan, a first-year prodigy student of Fate legend Quick Blade Heavenly King, skilled in high-speed sword techniques. Bok Lok decided to go to another cave while Chuvan wanted to explore around. Fong Thu Nhan looked at him. "You're Chuvan. I watched your video fighting the demonized general, very impressive. But the teacher said you don't focus on studying. I thought you were joking, but you're so free you work as a photographer." After finishing, he left. Hwang Kuk ran over, worried, telling his junior not to mind him. He's good, but a bit arrogant. Chuvan didn't care, but thought Fong Thu Nhan was rude. Seeing everyone leave, he took the opportunity to scan a new dungeon ownership seal, super valuable. Losing interest, he planned to go out when he met Hwang Kuk, sitting at a stall selling goods like a fish vendor. Curious, Chuvan asked the senior what he was selling. Hwang Kuk replied, "Legendary stone Kirin eggs, good attributes with primal energy skill of petrification, increasing defense, but weak in attack. If you're lucky to hatch a rare form, it will have the Kirin Overlord skill, turning defense into attack power. The rare type is the top-level legendary cheap at 200,000 dimensional points. Want to try your luck?" Chuvan was speechless. How could the senior think he had money? Hwang Kuk laughed. "Seeing you with Till luck, I thought you were rich too." Chuvan scanned, but only got common certificates with no value. Indeed, the Kirin Overlord ultimate skill is super rare, and made Chuvan admire the senior. Hwang Kuk can break Kirin's stone defense. Collecting many eggs like this shows his strength is truly formidable. Bok Lok appeared and added, "No need to be surprised, although he looks shabby. He's the top expert of Teach Doong Academy. Masters always hide their skills." Hearing the compliment, Hwang Kuk blushed. "Little Tulok is back. Want more Kirin eggs?" Bok Lok smiled. "No, I prefer cute pets." Chuvan felt sweat break out hearing this. A senior so untrustworthy, yet claimed to be a top expert. He expressed doubt. "If you're that strong, why are you broke and selling eggs at a stall?" Hwang Kuk laughed proudly, quickly pulling out his phone to show off a self-made game masterpiece. "But honestly, this game is lame and crappy." Hwang Kuk laughed sheepishly. "That's why I'm trying to earn money to improve. This game is based on a real map, and the monsters are modeled after the dimensional fields you once explored." Hello, Chuvan thoughtfully. "This game works on the same principle as my phone." He praised this direction as very good and useful for newcomers. "Unfortunately, I don't have money right now, but once I do, I will invest." Deep down, he calculated that if this game releases playing, it won't draw attention anymore. Hwang Kuk was so touched, he burst into tears. "Little Tulok, did you see? Finally, someone supports his career plan." Bok Lok smiled, having seen it, and promised to become a partner to thank potential customers. Hwang Kuk let Chuvan pick an egg. Bok Lok volunteered, "Let me choose for her. She really has the golden touch." Chuvan swept all day without luck, but Bok Lok picked once and immediately got the egg with the mythical skill Kilan Bate. Amazed, he asked if she was a lucky charm. Half an hour later, Chuvan returned to his room and called, "Take me back." But no one answered. Inside, he couldn't find the big brother anywhere. Near the pile of vegetables, he discovered that he had eaten everything and was now happily asleep. Such a headache. The promise to invest in Hwang Kuk plus this bottomless vegetable consumption cave means he has to make money fast. Luckily, he had a super rare egg, but before he could celebrate, the egg disappeared. Looking back, the Dating was chewing his egg to bits. What a miserable fate. Angry, he hit Dating's swollen head, then used his phone to try the underground Lotus Pond dungeon for effectiveness. Longmon Phi Tien skill. This time relied on the Toad friend to score. The Toad acted as the leadership role, spitting poison non-stop, but its throat went hoarse without hitting the target. Chuvan's lightness skill really made him agile, like playing, not fighting, just lightly using his body's force. He glided like a feather, satisfied. He summoned silver-winged ants to swiftly deal with the toad. The unlucky toad returned to Mother Earth. Not a bad harvest. Chuvan obtained the companion certificate, Blood Script Buddha Heart Lotus, which has 4 skills but average stats. An idea flashed should he fuse it with the mutated dry bone ant. Who knows where this cool thing came from? The dry bone ant was already behind his level with a 36% compatibility. Although the success rate was only 1/3 with a high risk of losing the certificate, the reward was worth it if successful. Without hesitation, he started the fusion. It didn't disappoint, and he cheered hoarsely. The dry bone ant transformed into a legendary level mutated lotus ant, with sky-high stats inheriting the 4 powerful skills of the Blood Script Buddha Heart Lotus. Excited, Chuvan wanted to summon it, but fearing damage to the small room, he went into the Longmoan dungeon instead. The Buddha struck the opponent, a Phi-Thene beast, but the mutated lotus ant activated battlefield mode upon command. The Phi-Thene beast charged, but the lotus ant didn't dodge. Its sharp eyes fixed on the prey, and its mouth continuously released purple poison, engulfing the enemy. The Phi-Thene beast was hit and rolled on the ground, no mercy shown. The lotus ant dashed at lightning speed, casting dry bone spikes from the ground like a prison trapping the Phi-Thene beast. Chuvan swallowed, thinking, such fierce fighting. The system announced a successful defeat and acquisition of the Phi-Thene beast certificate. Looking at the status screen, he was disappointed. Except for speed, nothing stood out, and the HP was mediocre. He planned to fuse it with the lotus ant, dreaming of a super cool flying ant, but the system gave a cold shower. The success rate was only 0.6%. Chuvan was speechless. You said it couldn't fuse. What's 0.6% supposed to mean? Changing his mind immediately, he threw the egg to Deipens. This guy seems to appear whenever there's food. No need to summon, just knows how to eat. But raising Deipens was worth it. It evolved into legendary Deipens with the Fate skill Ni Muk Thung Tien, maxing all stats at 21 points. Talent skills include Listening, Golden Body, Immortality, and 9 Extremes Exorcism. Companion status is an earring. Even with horns added, it's still as cute as ever. Chuvan was curious about Deipens' legendary fate, Ni Muk Thung Tien. Checking the description, it says it uses its ears to see the world instead of eyes. Explaining it like this, who could understand, he decided to try it out. Activating the skill, his whole body seemed to stand on shimmering golden water. Now he understood. Before he only heard sounds, but now through sound he painted the entire scene around him as if witnessing it firsthand. Smiling brightly with this Phi-Thene skill and ability, he felt confident to handle the firebirds at the fire god altar. Hurriedly, Chuvan entered the game, standing before the towering fire god altar. Confident this time, nothing could stop him. According to the plan, the silver-winged ants attract the firebirds, leading the whole flock to chase and kill with spears. Seeing his brother pulling Kaka, Chuvan smiled. Confident in his flying technique, he would handle the rest. As expected, no disappointment. His divine lightness skill helped him leap agilely, confusing the firebirds who didn't know which way to chase. Like the Lingba Weibu technique of the Duan group, he moved fast, leaving afterimages in the air to dazzle the opponents and attract enough attention. He lured the flock of firebirds to join the flying ants. When the whole flock gathered, he ordered the flying ants to transform into a pair of wings accompanying him like lightning. He performed the silver wings technique, vanishing in a flash, leaving the firebirds confused as they searched for Chuvan. Circling to the back, he summoned the 3 immortal fan Little Fairy. Then he unleashed a Tai-Yin wind fan technique, freezing all the firebirds into ice statues. None could move. The dirty plan succeeded perfectly. He leisurely advanced to the top of the fire god altar. Stepping onto the peak, he was amazed to see a massive peak and a stone stele wrapped in blazing flames. The firebirds were the product of the enormous fire peak that continuously generated more. With a determined look, he borrowed the fan from the 3 immortal fan and fanned strongly at the fire peak to extinguish the fire. One fan pass cooled the flames, revealing a stone stele engraved with 3 words, Ancient Emperor Scripture. He just looked at the 3 words, his heart pounding wildly as if out of control. A wave of discomfort struck, causing him to collapse. The Ancient Emperor Scripture was a curse so painfully unbearable, his heart felt like it would explode. He hoped the immortal dream scripture would naturally resolve it, but this time it was silent, and his consciousness gradually faded. He felt as if someone was carving letters into his heart thinking he would die, but after a while everything returned to normal. Sitting down, he silently thanked that the immortal dream scripture didn't react. He almost bought the farm. Luckily, having learned from the Emperor scripture now, he only needed to break through one attribute to ascend to legendary. But even more surprisingly, inside the fire peak was a stone sword. Chuvan scratched his head. The reward wasn't a pet, but a sword. But when he reached to take it, he couldn't touch it, as if passing through a water screen which infuriated him. He didn't believe in ghosts. He kept trying to grab it, but to no avail. Staring at his phone screen, he was frustrated, thinking all his effort was wasted and the supposed prize was nothing. Why did he send a letter? Curious, he tore it open, but inside was only a business card with the address of Ket Teen Tang Win Tun Tang Win shop and a strange string of numbers. Trying to call, he found the number didn't exist. It wasn't a phone number, but had some other meaning. Suddenly, an improper thought flashed through his mind. Li Huin unexpectedly dropped by, bursting in loudly. "Old True, why are you just standing at the door? Personally here to welcome Huyenka the boss around here." He pounded his chest, boasting. He bragged that today he came with good news. Huyenka had broken through to the legendary rank. Expecting Chuvan to cheer, but he was indifferent. Huyenka was impressive, but the bland reply annoyed Li Huinhe. "I'm bringing good news. You should be amazed." Hugging and grabbing Huyenka's thigh. "Old Chu, don't you know the importance of the legendary rank? Though just above mortal, it's a huge milestone. Breaking into legendary awakens a super-powerful fate that supports cultivation like Fang Thunyan's fate as Swift Blade, Heavenly King, drawing his sword as fast as lightning, breaking the 6th record of Phi Thok Hao of Senior Huang Kuk." Chuvan pondered and asked curiously, "So what is Huyenka's fate?" Scratching the right spot, Li Huin grinned proudly like a monkey. "I've been waiting for this question. My ultra VIP fate is the immortal war god. Sounds awesome, right? It gives me infinite vitality and defense. As long as I don't take a critical hit, all wounds will heal." Excited as if he'd snorted gunpowder, he posed dramatically. "I'm now nearly an immortal existence, little brother." But he didn't notice he was standing in a dangerous territory. Chuvan was speechless and stepped back, predicting what was about to happen. Sure enough, just after bragging about being invincible, immortal Li Huin stepped on Big Brother Goat's foot, who got angry. Big Brother Goat unleashed a shadowless kick, sending him flying like a bird lying gasping on the floor. Chuvan approached, sighed. Young and naive Li Huin is helpless. What's the background of that goat? One kick broke through my defense. Chuvan glanced at Big Brother Goat, then looked at Li Huin. "Didn't you just say you're immortal? Want another one?" Li Huin groaned in pain. "Immortal doesn't mean no pain, you know." The comedy ended with Li Huin being carried away by the medic still yelling, "I'm leaving now." In short, with your strength, old Chu breaking through to legendary rank is easy. Just don't stay home playing games all day. No one reaches legendary by playing games. He spoke while coughing up blood, looking ridiculous. Chuvan realized he had to go out and train to avoid suspicion. Quickly changed clothes, went to the training room, and selected the normal mode on the ball machine, aiming to hit as many balls as possible. Chuvan wanted to finish quickly and then go play games. Thanks to Day 10's super hearing, every small movement inside the machine was clear in his mind, even with his eyes closed. As a result, he didn't miss a single hit. Fang Tunyan happened to be there. Curious. Who's training this early? Seeing Chuvan, he thought this guy just hit the ball casually without even looking. Fang Thunyan sneered, "This is just normal mode for show." He intended to teach Chuvan the difference between serious and casual training. He was determined not to let Chuvan hit any balls. But immediately he was drenched with cold water. The ball came, and before he could hit it, Chuvan struck first. Fang Thunyan gaped in astonishment. No. Fang Thunyan was unwilling. How could this guy move faster than him? Another ball rushed toward him, and seriously, he vowed not to fail this time. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't touch Chuvan's ball. He casually swung the bat, hitting the ball away like brushing off a bear. Again and again, Fang Thunyan never touched the ball, feeling desperate and pathetic like being dumped by an ex, shouting in anger. No way! With the status of Kwai Dao Tianvung, his speed was terrifyingly fast. yet he sat down helplessly watching Chuvan walk away. He was unwilling to wait. "Hey, where are you going?" "There's one last ball." But Chuvan didn't answer, only casually swung the bat and accurately hit the last ball. This hit struck at Fong Thunyan's pride. He was horrified to realize Chuvan seemed to predict the ball's direction before it was even launched. Mentally defeated, he thought this guy must have trained the legendary three-eyed skill, using his mind to sense all changes. After a short duel, Fong Thunyan was ashamed for underestimating the chairman. Pretending to greet Chuvan, he heard the ball machine stop and thought, "Enough, let's go play games." Unexpectedly, Fong Thunyan knelt down and called him coach, asking for guidance. Chuvan sighed. "I'm busy playing games. Where's the time to coach? What the heck am I supposed to coach?" Tick Mike, he firmly refused, thinking no matter what trick the other used, he wouldn't be swayed. But Fong Thunyan played a dirty trick, silently transferring 50,000 into Chuvan's account. Upon receiving the bank notification, Chuvan's attitude changed 180 degrees, grinning slyly. "When money's involved, how can I say no?" Awkwardly, he said he'd accept being coach, but couldn't guarantee full understanding. Fong Thunyan thought hard again. "I get it now. The coach means I need to improve my ability to comprehend the order of discoveries to be valuable." Chuvan reluctantly agreed and went to clean up. Chuvan sighed, life's funny, suddenly a coach. Luckily, Thu Lao is generous. Back to the game, he challenged the Demon Transformation General. A demon general landed in a cloud of dust, bored, and carved the character father. Chuvan summoned his two brothers, burning with fighting spirit. "Cut the Starblade key. I've been waiting for you." But he worried the Starblade chi might cause great damage but consume nearly all his energy. If he failed, he'd only be stuck on the cupboard top watching naked chickens. He gambled on one round. Ngu Buk fought two opponents and still had strength to attack. Chuvan ordered Qin Lin Hua to spit poison water and Thiem Thu to create poisonous smoke to expose the sky and earth. But the demon general only raised his hand and sucked all the smoke into a sphere. Chuvan's spirit soared to the clouds. What kind of trick is this? Suddenly, the poisonous smoke was released back at him. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He had underestimated it. Time to find an opportunity. He used all his energy to launch a surprise Starblade Chi attack, unexpectedly succeeding beyond hope. The demon general was defeated. Chuvan sat down, panting, energy depleted. He realized the demon general's power wasn't 8 objects in space, but a spatial swap within the sphere. Fortunately, Lotus Buddha body blocked the poison, or all his effort would have been wasted. Chuvan obtained a companion certificate for the demon general mutation of legendary grade. Nearly max stats. Fate Heavenly Killer Tiger General. 3 innate skills. Star Absorption Demon Flame. Spear. Summon Phantom, Demon Rider. The system asked if he wanted to incubate. He thought it was a pointless question. Of course you incubate when it's good. The incubation process consumes energy and blood, but with his current strength, he easily completed it. The result was a tall knight with a stern face appearing, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. Chuvan smiled. That's right with the demon transformation. He could clear stages more easily before even the legendary dry bone knight couldn't compete, always defeated in one go. Chuvan exclaimed, "No wonder it's called peak fate. He got so caught up in the game, he forgot to go to class." Running late for the life-saving run, panting with a cowardly breath. "Sorry, little sister, I'm late." Miss Vung Fi was speechless and angry, but let it slide. "Hurry to your seat!" Li Huin teased old Chu. "You're something else. Even the class with the beauty homeroom teacher is late." Chuvan shot him a sharp look. Miss Vung Fi announced that today the school will hold an annual full school test. Content includes retrieving items from oil testing defense, flying over Cao Jie, testing agility, raising peak limit, testing the force to swallow rivers and mountains, testing original energy. Chuvan and Li Huin turned pale after hearing this and whispered that this was forcing them to perform variety acts, just missing fire dancing, hoop shaking, and monkey tricks to sell tickets. She continued ranking based on the number of gates passed, and time passing 2 gates was enough, but top 10 would enter the Astrology Palace. Chuvan was curious what the Astrology Palace was. The students eagerly said it contained treasures and great opportunities managed by Tichduang Academy. On the way back, Li Huin sighed that it would be great to enter the Astrology Palace. This time he must try his best. Chuvan curiously asked why he said that. Not confident about making top 10, Li Huin shook his head. It's very difficult. The academy now is full of masters, but only 10 positions for school leaders like Huang Kuk Hui Hai Fong, which is easier to say. But this new student batch has Fong Thu Nhan, your convenient little sister. Also, don't forget Vung Lok from the Vung family. Chuvan was surprised Vung Lok, that little sister, made top 10. Li Hin seriously said, "Don't underestimate her. Vung Lok cultivates the special original energy technique of the Vung family, rejuvenating not by turning into a child, but reborn like a phoenix. After first reaching legendary, she returned to mortal form, then after retaking the test, returned again to mortal form. But in exchange, her innate talent and physique skyrocketed, leveling up at an incredible speed. She's already reached legendary level twice in 9. Chuvan realized, didn't expect the rich little sister to be so strong. The two chatted and joked for a while, then went their separate ways. On the way, Chuvan pondered a ranking wasn't that necessary, but the astrology palace was really enticing. Wondering if the original energy technique could boost talent without the dungeon seal, it would be a big advantage. Lost in thought, he heard a call from a car. Turns out it was a Sin Thien Ta's subordinate. Not knowing what was going on, he followed a Sin to a location, but the person they met wasn't An Thien Ta, but O Dung Lam. Seeing him, she warmly greeted him, saying it was hard on Tu Van. Then Lam's sister asked if he had business. "No rush to talk. Please come inside first." Chu Van noticed the store sign Taing Nguyen Crystals, the very place the old principal mentioned in the letter. Turns out O Dung Lam asked him to choose a birthday gift for An Tin. She wanted Tu Van's opinion since he was the person An Tin cared about most. Chu Van silently groaned. Who wants her attention gave him chills. Observing the store, he saw a spacious, luxurious space, but completely empty. O Dung Lam explained this store belonged to Uncle Tan Taing Nguyen, her dad's childhood best friend. Her dad often took her here whenever Uncle Tan had a favorite collection. He closed the store to let her and her dad browse first. Chu Van nodded. No wonder no customers. The store in Lac Dung was not the biggest, but had the most refined items. He looked around, admiring the wealth all crystal pet companions. O Dung Lam led him to the companion certificate elevator to go downstairs to see the scene below that took his breath away. A vast space filled with multi-dimensional companion certificates. Chuvan was stunned, a crystal shop holding this many. And O Dung Lam examined a shelf of Ice Moon Lake pet named Nya, probably liked by Tin Yi. But Flower Fairy suited her nature better. She turned and asked Chuvan what he thought. Chuvan suggested he thought the evil feathered worm egg was more fitting. This made O Dung Lam freeze for 5 seconds. Girls like this kind of thing. He explained its power, an extreme legendary item transforming into a butterfly queen, extremely powerful and vicious. She smiled brightly. Tu Van's insight was unique. She would lie to Tin Yi that this was a black jade butterfly. Her expression when smiling must be interesting. Chu Van smiled helplessly. Since childhood, his father never remembered his birthday. Having a mom like Lam's sister would be great. But now he was grown and didn't force it. A Sin packed the eggs and took them to the car. O Dung Lam said to go see something else downstairs, a special pet only Uncle Tan could unlock, but he gave her the key. On the way, she excitedly mentioned a different family fire, unlike the luxurious upper floor. The lower floor was dark and stuffy, with only a pitch-black corridor. Chuvan saw many isolated pet beasts radiating terrifying power. O Dung Lam explained these were powerful pets that once fought alongside veterans during the strange dimensional storms. Their owners couldn't bear to let them sacrifice themselves, so they were sent here to wait for someone destined to come. At the end of the corridor, a thick steel door opened, revealing a scene that shocked Chu Van. A person was restrained by countless iron chains. More accurately, it was a strange dimensional creature resembling a human. He couldn't hide his surprise. What kind of creature was this, looking so human? O Dung Lam shook her head. She didn't know. When she was young, her father often brought her to visit it, and it had stayed here for many years. She once asked her father, "Dad, who is he? Why is he locked up?" But her father remained silent. Uncle Tan only knew that her father sent it here. After observing for a while and seeing no reaction, both left. But even after exiting the steel door, Chu Van still felt uneasy, as if eyes were watching him. The feeling was right at that moment. The creature raised its head, its eyes flashing strange light staring at him. Chu Van Ten remembered the old principal O Zung Ding. Could that creature be related to the news about the number sequence he sent on the business card? It wasn't a phone number. So what was it? Thinking of the lock, he had an idea that it might be a code to open it. But even if it was correct without Sister Lam or Uncle Tan, he couldn't get in. What did the old principal really mean back-to-school life? The bell rang for recess. Li Huyen sighed and laid her head on the desk. Chuvan, as usual, buried himself in playing games. You've been sighing all day. What's wrong? It turned out Li Huyen was worried about forming the club. Tomorrow was the deadline to submit applications, but there weren't enough new members. That's tough, especially since our newly formed team was just rejected outright. Don't think we only have 4 people now. We'll grow big later. Chuvan mocked the old line, who would dare join? Li Huyen, desperate, banged her head on the table like crushing garlic. God, please give me one person to join the club. Old, young, male, female. Rich, poor, missing arms, wheelchair-bound, anyone. Li Huyen lowered her standards. Chuvan immediately thought of a classic person. Li Huyen's face turned green hearing the name. Classic. Chuvan explained he had the nickname the Devil. No team would dare invite him. No one invites him. I invite him, although we clashed before he wasn't the mastermind. He's straightforward, dares to play and take responsibility, and loves animals. He can't be bad. Li Huyen heard Chuvan praise the classic as gentle and kind, but her face twisted like chronic constipation. You're mistaken. He's a fierce killer god, but we have no choice but to hope on the classic. The two went to the 10,000 Buddha statue in Longman Stone Buddha, a place full of legendary Diamond Force warriors. Li Huyen found it hard to believe. How could he train here? These guys are that strong. Chuvan explained that Diamond Force warriors are slow and rarely attack proactively. Better to be cautious. But after searching for hours, they saw no sign of the classic. Li Huyen, tired, leaned against the Buddha statue, lamenting, "Where is the classic?" After searching endlessly, an unintentional remark angered the Diamond Force warriors. With bloodshot eyes, one appeared behind and struck Li Huyen. She panicked. Oh my God, why are they attacking me? I didn't do anything. Luckily, she was alert and dodged. Otherwise, she would have been a mess. Chuvan guessed she must have touched the Buddha statue, making them angry. To prove it, she yelled, terrified, "I touched the statue. If I had known, I wouldn't have touched it. Take your hand off." But the tall, dark, foul-smelling Diamond Force warriors advanced fiercely. With no choice, the two prepared to fight and find a way to break the siege. Li Huyen relied on her immortal war god destiny. At first, they clashed head-on and fought back and forth. But when 500 Diamond Force brothers arrived, she became a floor mat, trampled like a seasoned dancer. Chuvan felt numb. Luckily, she had the destiny, or it would have been dangerous. Just as he finished speaking, Li Huyen crashed to the ground like a meteorite, coughing up blood. The color of water spinach. They were that strong. Luckily, Chuvan used the Longmen sky soaring technique to lift her high and evade the attack. Li Huyen was saved, but angry at old Chu. You still dared to touch the Buddha statue. Haven't I been miserable enough? Strangely, the Diamond Force warriors suddenly calmed down and returned to a gentle state. Li Huyen cleared her throat. Put me down. This is too embarrassing. Chuvan lowered one leg to touch the Buddha statue. Immediately, the Kim Kang group angrily grabbed his sleeve, revealing a rat as big as a marten ready to punch Li Huyen. He lamented miserably. My fate is miserable hitting the double standard. You touch, it's fine. I touch, I get punched. Chuvan silently knew it was thanks to the Yuan Chi technique. Kim Kang regarded him as a Buddhist, so zero attack was just in time as Li Huyen was about to become a pig's head. Ko Dien appeared. Follow me. Both hurriedly followed him into the water crevice behind the Buddha statue. They can't get in here. Sure enough, the Kim Kang group arrived but had to stop at the narrow gap. Ko Dien couldn't stand to provoke the big dumb group. They can get in. It turned out this was his base, a resting place when tired. Here in 1 hour they would return to normal. Everyone could leave safely. Li Huyen stepped forward to explain. We sought you to invite you to join the team, but Ko Dien flatly refused, uninterested. Li Huyen smiled, showing the offer, secretly thinking that since he was rumored to be greedy for money, how could he refuse? But unexpectedly, Ko Dien, the stubborn lion, demanded a monthly salary of 100,000 to join. Li Huyen, wealthy as he was shocked to hear 100,000 demanded. He scolded Ko Dien. Seeing the tension, Chuvan intervened. The club needs enough members to register. Inviting you to join is just to fill the number, not to force participation in such activities. How much do you want? Ko Dien pondered, then fairly offered 10,000. Agreement reached. The three shook hands, happily cooperating. Mutually beneficial, just as Ko Dien said. 1 hour later, the Kim Kang strongmen returned to a peaceful state. You guys go ahead, I'll pack up. While packing, Kodian accidentally revealed an item only briefly, but with Chuvun's sharp eyes and keen hearing. Chuvun recognized a watch with a design exactly like the woman and anchor behind the strange creature in the Central Highlands crystal shop. Women boarding ships bring disaster and taboo to the sea. Why is there this design? Chuvun looked at Kodian, wondering if it was coincidence or if there was a secret. Thanks to Kodian, the 5-person team was successfully formed, and they took a commemorative photo. Chuvun then buried himself in his phone. Facing the demon-transformed engraved general, he smiled. You are no longer the you of the past. Summoning the demon-transformed engraved general. Dad is tired of hitting. He was surprised when the opponent's powerful move became harmless. Master and servant. Charging the opponent's group after 1 minute and 30 seconds, it was down, leaving behind a companion egg. Chuvun picked it up with a big smile. The demon-transformed engraved General Egg Legendary Class Power Destiny, Heavenly Kill, Lone Star Level 3, Top Index, Innate Spiritual Power, Skill Demon Power, Cavalry Summoning Demon Flame Spear. Joy doubled when he discovered it matched exactly with the previous demon-transformed general. Fusion rate reached 90%. This high rate would be a waste not to fuse. Pressed once fusion process succeeded. A new pet was born. The appearance didn't change much, but stats peaked, inheriting both skills. The new demon-transformed general looked incredibly cool. His right hand exuded wild energy. His left hand held a bizarre space orb. Chuvun was thrilled and impressed. He dreamed of finding the remaining demon-transformed generals to fuse all 3. Just thinking about it made him happy. But the problem was the mysterious arrow from the ancient city. Even using the absorbing energy field and spiritual power, Chuvun couldn't block the arrow's speed that far surpassed him unwillingly. He gathered strength to unleash the slashing energy blade, but the blade shattered. He drank the Manhwa soup again. When in difficulty, wisdom emerges. He remembered Koi Tan Trung's self-claimed skill Wukong from the Dimension Crystal. Koi Tan Trung could combine 3 demon-transformed general skills, which was impossible otherwise. They had a common point. An idea flashed, and he decided to try fusing 3 ultimate skills, hoping to create a miracle. With a week free before the academy exam, he dived into farming dungeons to find 3 vital energy crystals of the demon-transformed general's skills. The spawn rate was low and random, so the only way was to sacrifice health to avoid bleeding out. He cooked tonic soup, played games everywhere, even in the shower, until his eyes looked like a panda's. The academy exam day came. Li Huin called, urging him to hurry. Chuvun was startled but still had to stay home, then remembered today was the whole school assessment. Though lacking 3 crystals, he had the absorbing energy field skill, only missing 2 skills to try fusing the demon-transformed general and complete an overwhelmingly powerful ultimate move. All stats maxed at legendary level at Tichdung Academy. The schoolyard was packed with students gathering to wait for the exam. Chuvun, looking dazed, ran over. Sorry I overslept, Li Huin teased. Old Chu, you're so calm today for the exam, no stress. At the same time, nearby above Viqua, the student council president stood next to a beautiful secretary observing Chuvun. Viqua asked, That's right, President. He's connected to the battle with the demonized general carving characters at Lao Quan Lake and the massacre of the blood-patterned Buddha Heart Lotus, a talent, but only an ordinary replacement with no notable background except being close to the young master Li Jia Thu Ki. Replying, Viqua frowned. Just an ordinary replacement. Our association values real ability. Even if outstanding, not legendary, he's only worthy of the reserve list. But suddenly his face turned pale with horror when he saw Antin, the unfamily genius, come to greet Chuvun. Not only that, Vung Lok from the Vung family, then Fong Tu Nhan with Fate-style Quick Blade Heavenly King, also greeted him one after another. Even worse, Chuvun seemed to notice the gazes turning back with smiles. Viqua was startled. Senior Huang Cook, the #1 prodigy, also knows him. He gritted his teeth, questioning the secretary. Is this really an ordinary student? Knows all the big shots? The secretary was flustered. The records say so. Viqua calmly said, This guy isn't simple. Investigate further. If we can recruit him, we might connect with the big shots. The competition began. Contestants took turns lifting heavy stone cauldrons with all their strength to score high. When it was Chuvan's turn, number 74, he casually lifted the cauldron with one hand and scored 100 out of 100, the highest score. In his mind, he muttered, "This cauldron is too light boring." The contest ended, the electronic board showed results. Top 1 was Huang Kuk, followed by Fong Tunyan Hui Hai Fong Viqua An Ting Li Huyen. He exclaimed, "Monster all max scores, I'll just try harder next time." But he suddenly shouted, "Chuvan, you made the top 10. The crowd buzzed, recognizing Chuvan, who had once been popular on forums, only an ordinary replacement, but achieved an impressive result. An Ting pondered Fong Thunyan, excited, "Definitely my coach." In the office, Ms. Vung Fi was shocked. An ordinary replacement in the top 10 is a peerless genius. Taking a break, Li Huyen complained, "Not scientific, my immortal war god should score higher than him. His cauldron lift score is still lower than Chuvan's." Modestly, never played the game really strange. He realized the difficulty of the challenges was unusually low, suspecting the results might be questionable. Just then, Viqua, the student council president, came looking for a private talk. Li Huyen was surprised. "Old Chu, since when did you know the president?" Chuvan replied. "Never met him." At a nearby cafe, Viqua congratulated him for making the top 10 qualifying for the astrology pavilion, but from his gestures, Chuvan guessed he had meddled with the results. Viqua frankly admitted he invited him to join the student council, promising a generous reward of vice president, which seemed impossible to refuse. Viqua was confident, but Chuvan immediately declined, uninterested. Viqua was shocked. "The student council is the most powerful organization connecting students and the academy." Seeing no response, Chuvan grew impatient. "Senior, my friend is waiting. I have nothing else, I'm leaving." Viqua had to say, "The student council door is always open. You can change your mind any time." The secretary was annoyed. Such a great favor refused so ungrateful. Viqua calmly said, "Desire doesn't achieve this guy, isn't simple trading favors, isn't bad either. Her family is legendary." A vase shattered. A servant comforted the devastated girl. "Miss, you must rest and recover." A young man stepped in, a student ordinary replacement who had disheveled her. The young lady Li, who was healing, was surprised. "Brother John, why are you in Luoyang?" Brother John's intimidating presence filled the room, coming under the pretense of a student exchange between two academies, but actually seeking Chuvan to avenge the young lady. He arrogantly declared, "I will help you get revenge." The top 10 gathered in front of the astrology pavilion opposite the celestial gate, a giant stone door. Each person received a golden arrow command and a necessary item to obtain a treasure. Viqua explained that the treasures in the astrology pavilion mixed immortals and mortals with secret techniques, companion marks, or ordinary items depending on luck. The door opened. The group stepped into a space filled with hanging, glowing points. Each glowing orb contained a treasure. The task was to use the arrow command to shoot down the orbs to get items. No one knew if the treasure was good or bad. Fong Tunyan was dazzled, unable to choose. Hu Hai Fong started by shooting an arrow command, capturing an orb that radiated golden light, revealing a golden treasure mirror, clearly a good item. A fangirl said, "Wow, Senior's treasure mirror, open it and show us." Hue Hai Fong smiled. "Money doesn't show until it's cashed." Chuvan hid in the corner, greedily thinking all he needed was to find a seal to turn this place into a dungeon he alone controlled for the treasures. He grinned widely but searched endlessly without finding any mysterious seal. His dream of quickly becoming a tycoon vanished. Chuvan looked deep into the dense darkness far away, wondering if the seal was behind that door. But the thought was interrupted by An Tin from behind, warning, "Absolutely do not go in there. Countless powerful warriors have gone in out of curiosity before, but none ever came back." So he reluctantly returned to reality and chose the light orb. Too many orbs made him dizzy. Just then Vuong Lok appeared. "Need me to choose for you?" Chuvan nodded. "Just pick one, you help me." Vuong Lok quickly selected an orb and took out a huge wooden mirror containing a mysterious treasure. Chuvan handed over the command arrow, but her next action stunned him. She casually threw the arrow into the air, leaving it to luck. The command arrow broke the orb, revealing a golden box that looked pretty good. With Vuong Lok's rebellious luck, anything could open the box. Inside was a lamp. Chuvan was curious. "Is this Aladdin's magic lamp?" knowing the legend. He rubbed the lamp and a sign appeared. The lamp lit up and the illusion of a female dancer appeared, holding his hand as if inviting him to dance. But the terrifying truth was his body was controlled by a mysterious force unable to resist. A horrifying scene unfolded as Chu Van revealed his true nature, transforming into a young man who liked pink, hated pretense, and danced sinuously and seductively to the rhythm, impressing everyone. He thought to himself that while dancing, he discovered the self-circulating vital energy. The dance guided the energy through his body. After a while, Chu Van smiled brightly. The twisting was worth it. This was the genuine vital energy technique. Suddenly, a distant scene appeared in his mind, like from the eternal timeline of Ha. A vague figure was worshipped on his knees by countless divine beings. The domineering voice of Tong Thuong echoed, "God of rebellion slays immortal rebels, punishing immortals." People didn't await other divine words, they awaited the immortal child. The mysterious words made Chu Van tremble. What was this scene? His mind darkened, submerged in pitch-black space. But when he woke, in front of him were two companion pets, De Thin and Ba Tiu Tien. Chu Van yawned, stretched. Haven't slept this well in a long time. The chanting of the immortal dream scripture finally faded away. He propped himself up, but a small movement caused trouble. The sanya shattered like tofu, his strength was too much, and he shot up like a rocket hitting the ceiling. Straight into An Tin's room, unlucky as she was bathing, speechless with misery. Chu Van complained unfairly. Hey, even jumping into the Yellow River wouldn't wash this off. He comforted himself with 2 words, pure as can be, I'm tired of saying it. They both froze for 5 seconds, eyes locked. An Ting blushed fiercely, shouting pervert. Her scream echoed through the whole neighborhood, maybe even heard as far as Vietnam. Embarrassed, Chu Van called the repair team to fix the damage. System notification. Chu Van ascended to legendary fate with a strange disposition. The king's complaints scored 12 points. The main cultivation vital energy technique remains the immortal dream scripture. Though beaten to a pig's head, he was comforted. But a suspicion arose. What is this disposition? He checked the annotations, but only saw the description that the king's complaints symbolized endless torment. Frustrated, he cursed silently at how to explain it. Though the reality differed from the game, as the owner, he should have sensed something. But after careful inspection, he found no trace of this disposition, let alone its effect too complicated to ignore. Chu Van sighed and relaxed. Finally ascended to legendary hatching, legendary eggs without expending energy. Attributes increased rapidly, but he was startled. Where did the other vital energy techniques disappear to? Checking the status panel, only the immortal dream scripture was visible. Testing transport, he was amazed all vital energy techniques still existed. Each carried its own unique legendary disposition. The 8th degree Prajna Paramita Sutra disposition. The 8.8 degree Prajna greatly enhances body and soul, strengthening the body and recovery abilities. The 4 Tao Sutra disposition promotes Taoist body, accelerating the flow of heaven and earth, and speeding up vital energy recovery. The Ancient Emperor Sutra disposition increases all special attributes. The generated force changes accordingly. The Demonic God. Sutra disposition slightly boosts all attributes, enabling the power to stride and move over any terrain as if on a flat, chaotic surface. Chapter 1. From the Divine Beast. Father O did not upgrade the 4 attributes, so no changes. Chu Van was stunned. Each vital energy technique had an overwhelmingly powerful disposition. Chu Van was thrilled inside, smiling brightly like a victorious harvest. Unexpectedly, all the primal energy techniques controlled by the enchanted immortal scripture have independent fate attributes. Feeling a surge of power, he aimed for the difficult dungeon he hadn't completed before the ant nest. When he discovered the intruder, a swarm of ants flooded in like an army charging to attack. Chu Van and his 2 brothers rushed forward, ordering to keep it quiet quickly. Facing the vast swarm, he smiled confidently. He summoned the fierce 3-in-1 demon card general, guaranteed quality without hesitation. It unleashed a spirit fist, causing a massive explosion, dust and smoke everywhere. With a decisive strike, when the smoke cleared, the ants disappeared, leaving companion eggs falling like rain, much to his delight. System notification. Do you want to consume black-winged ant companion eggs to nurture the immortal Ba Xiao? Chu Van chuckled silently. Immortal Ba Xiao is in for a treat. Thanks to his lightness skill, he dashed like the wind up to the dungeon's peak. Through a crack, he saw the inside filled with shimmering golden honey. Standing out was an ant with a golden body and legs sharp as cold spears. clearly the strongest enemy. Spotting the stranger, it lunged suddenly from the stone crevice to attack. Thanks to his agility, Chuvan flipped several times, luckily dodging. But he couldn't smile, thinking that this overwhelming strength must be a level executioner creature. Knowing it wasn't here for a solo fight, he summoned Immortal Bashiao. System notification: Immortal Bashiao has advanced to legendary after swallowing many black ant eggs. He commanded a freezing fan. Immortal Bashiao fanned strongly, unleashing Tai Yin wind to freeze the ant into an ice sculpture. Everything ended, but it growled lightly. The sparse ice water cracked, revealing the majestic golden ant, its eyes fierce. Chuvan initially didn't intend to fight, but seeing the disadvantage, he immediately fled. He jumped over the crack, falling deeper into the dungeon. Aiming for the golden honey pool below without hesitation, he plunged down like a stone with a splash. System notification: you absorbed 1 unit of golden ant primal energy. He widened his eyes, both amazed and greedy. The golden ant honey boosts good attributes. But in an instant, the golden ant detected the thief. It rushed at rocket speed, crashing into the pool, splashing waves everywhere. Under the overwhelming power, Chuvan's screen went pitch black. But even in defeat, he was not discouraged. Instead, he was excited about the legendary level. Low-level crystallization no longer works well, but this golden ant honey, if fully utilized, will reach a new height. Thinking this, he itched to return and taste more. Meanwhile, at Tich Duong Academy, the schoolyard was lively. A strange figure attracted all eyes, especially from the girls. He was John K., the younger brother of Miss Lai, using the pretext of student exchange, but in fact came to cause trouble for Chuvan. He was arrogant, the president of Tich Duong Academy. Truly eye-opening. John K.'s presence at Tich Duong Academy promised many benefits. Confidently said, "I have heard of student Chuvan, the famous genius of the Demon City Academy. Meeting today proves his reputation is well-deserved." President Vicqua replied, "At your request, we arranged the top students to compete." But inside, Vicqua cursed silently for failing to invite the #1 prodigy, Huang Kuk. Huang Kuk declined, saying he was busy, and buried himself in game programming. I, John Ka, laugh heartily. I look forward to exchanging with geniuses. He smiled meaningfully. On the arena, Fong Thu Nhan battled John Xia. The two fought back and forth, dazzling the audience. Vuonglok watched, lamenting the stalemate. This guy draws every fight to a draw, but Hu Haifong saw the secret here. He was holding back, not using the sacred light judgment, the famed skill of the 6 heroic clans. After a while, both stopped attacking. The result was as expected, a draw, John Ka praised. Truly worthy genius of the Holy Demon Academy. Eye-opening. Tich Duong Academy's reputation is well-deserved. But he stopped, hesitated then. Vicqua adjusted his glasses and said in a dangerous tone, "If there's anything, speak directly, John C.A. Also, I heard the school just held a whole school examination. All the geniuses who fought were top of the list, right?" Vicqua nodded. He pressed forward. "I even heard there's a student from our school ranked among the top 10 legendary strong practitioners, hoping to meet that person." Meanwhile, Chu Van was unwilling. After tasting the bitterness, seeing Huang Kim An, he returned to the cave many times but couldn't find an opportunity all night. The Huang Kim ant is too clever. After being hit by the Tai Am wind, it no longer gave me a chance to steal honey. Suddenly, Vung Fi's phone rang. She asked him to come to the meeting room. There he met a Sin. The person who told me to ask Vung Fi would explain. She got straight to the point. The school wants you to temporarily leave to participate in a student exchange from the Saint Demon Academy. John K. named him directly. Wants to compete with you. He is Li Chuvan's younger brother. Confused. Who is Lia Sin? Hesitated. Li Tuk-sun with red hair. No, the red-haired woman who once hunted him down. Vung Fi explained, the Li family Heikeep is one of the 6 heroic clans. John Kia inherited heroic physique, possessing a strong fate called the Holy Map in the West. He used your top 10 ranking as an excuse to challenge you, possibly to take revenge. Ruthless. Chuvan felt numb, as if falling into an ice pit. She continued to doubt your ranking, but out of respect for Njia, she let it slide. If your strength isn't worthy, it would disgrace the academy. Staying under Njia's protection is the safest. Outside the school, John Ka was both handsome and strong, making female students swoon. They shouted his words, "Use the egg, then I'll fry and eat it." They screamed at him, making everyone doubt Chu Van's abilities. Suddenly, Antin rushed forward with a long kick like the Saigon Bridge, attacking him. John Ka calmly said, "What's the beautiful lady's intention here?" Ting coldly understood. He hinted at the move probably because of Chu Van don't misunderstand. A top 10 strong practitioner afraid of a fight. Ting challenged, "Dare to fight me?" He smiled maliciously. "Are you protecting the school's honor? Or protecting Chu Van, someone without real strength?" His words made the female students believe it wholeheartedly. And Tin was briefly stunned. "If cheating will be expelled. If not, what is Chu Van afraid of? I look forward to the battle in 3 days. Just then a calm voice rang out. "No need for 3 days right now." Chu Van appeared looking cool. Ting snorted coldly. "Why bother showing up?" Vung Fi seriously said, "Wait and see your strength." Flying recording devices were deployed all over the academy for the match. The students watched attentively, anticipating a fierce battle. John K. arrogantly said, "The fight is for the academy's reputation. No objections to being recorded, right?" Chu Van briefly replied, "Whatever." Li Huyen angrily said, "That blonde guy is sly and despicable." Huang teased and cheered. "That's how you show your feelings." On the arena, John Ka summoned a phantom knight. "I won't intervene if you can endure this beast for 10 minutes. That counts as a win." Chu Van raised one finger. "1 minute is enough." He sneered. He ordered the beast to attack, thinking 1 minute would be enough to cripple Chu Van. The beast charged, wielding an enormous weapon to strike down. Who could possibly block that? The only option was to meet the male lead, who immediately revealed his strong aura. He summoned a terrifying pink phantom towering behind him, loudly declaring that the 1 minute he mentioned is just enough time to defeat the opponent. Witnessing this powerful scene, Teacher Tao no Teacher Vung Fi was extremely shocked. This beautiful girl couldn't believe that was the Holy Lance Knight of the Royal Court Knights. According to legend, the Holy Lance Knight was one of the famed knights of the Round Table in history. They were considered some of the strongest companion beasts at the legendary level, possessing extraordinary power. Right now, the Phantom displayed arrogant confidence with absolute strength. It could crush the facing enemy. It hurriedly unleashed a devastating attack aimed directly at its opponent. Yes, but the male lead wasn't someone easy to deal with. He just stood still, not dodging. His deep eyes, like a dark abyss, swallowed the enemy. How could that attack trouble him? The demonized general smiled disdainfully, gently raised one hand and easily stopped the opponent's strike. Then, with a powerful swing of his hand, the self-proclaimed Holy Lance Knight couldn't withstand that strength. He was thrown far away. It took a lot of effort to steady his body. In the stands, Lai Huyen watched with extreme excitement. He exclaimed in surprise, not expecting Chu Van to have such a powerful pet. No mistake. That was the mutated demon-transformed general. Ting stood seriously observing from the side, also showing a look of astonishment. This little fairy noticed something unusual. Just by looking at that terrifying pet, she knew it was not an ordinary demon-transformed general. Its strength was definitely far more terrifying. At this moment, Z was somewhat surprised by the protagonist's strength. But that was still not enough to make him hesitate. Both sides were full of confidence in their abilities. The confidence of the powerful. And when top warriors clash, a fierce battle is inevitable. Both charged at each other, creating a spectacular fight with overlapping sword shadows and blade light. The air shook with the sounds of crashing blows. Lai Huyen, watching from outside, was even more excited than those fighting. He confidently asserted that if Chu Van kept fighting at this pace, lasting just 1 minute would be obvious. Back to the challenger, the one who started this pointless fight. He began to feel uncomfortable. He didn't expect his Holy Spear Knight to fail to defeat the opponent immediately. However, he flashed a sly smile, the trademark grin of villains, a cold sneer full of contempt. He thought if the opponent believed he could withstand that was a big mistake. Immediately, as if by spiritual resonance, his Holy Spear Knight activated the secret skill Oath of the Knight's Destiny. This skill boosted the Holy Spear Knight's strength according to the owner's power. Since Z had formidable strength when the Destiny skill was activated, the Holy Spear Knight's power became terrifying. It roared and unleashed a destructive spear strike meant to shatter the opponent into pieces. But the victorious scene Z expected never happened, or if it did, it only existed in his illusion. As the Holy Spear Knight charged like a red storm, a purple orb suddenly appeared and swallowed it whole. Witnessing this, the audience gasped in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Just as predicted, it was time for the protagonist to reveal part of his terrifying strength. That move was Absorbing Star Palm, a 3-in-1 secret skill performed by Chu Van's demon-transformed general. As a result, the Holy Spear Knight had no chance to resist easily suppressed by the muscular demon-transformed general with one hand. Not stopping there, it raised its blood-red arm with a giant rat tattoo like a weasel, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Just by looking, anyone could tell this move would have no good outcome for the opponent. Sure enough, when the spirit palm moved like lightning, the Holy Spear Knight immediately disintegrated, torn apart like a toy by the demon-transformed general, and vanished in the blink of an eye. The opponent seemed frozen in place, speechless eyes fixed on the destroyed Holy Spear Knight. No one could understand his feelings at that moment. Feeling the battle was over, Chu Van decided to stop and recall the demon-transformed general. At that moment, the protagonist's two close friends, Lai Huiyan and Fong Thunyan, approached to celebrate. Lai Huiyan excitedly shouted, "Hey, old Chu, you're really good! Looks like this saint-disciple title is just bragging." Fong Thunyan, though not showing as much emotion as Lai Huiyan, also silently admired Chu Van's prowess. Unlike the crowd who only knew how to provoke, Antine with her subtlety noticed something unusual. This strange demon-transformed general could use the original energy techniques of two different demon-transformed generals, something rare for Chu Van. Everything seemed over here, but the enemy did not think so. Seeing the protagonist about to leave, Z angrily unleashed stronger power, roaring, "I admit your strength is great, or shall we fight one more time?" The saying goes, the tree wants to be still, but the wind doesn't stop, but Chu Van didn't want to waste time needlessly. He replied that the opponent had already lost, so there was no need to fight again. Li Huiyan, standing beside him, immediately added fuel to the fire, sarcastically asking, "So you're lost but don't dare to admit it, right?" Unexpectedly this time, Jack decided to go all out. He declared that as long as they fought, the stake this time would be the glory and the egg of the rebel knight inheriting Lancelot's power. Then he pulled out a shimmering golden egg, clearly no ordinary object at first glance. Seeing the exciting situation, Chu Van's interest was instantly sparked, and he agreed to accept the challenge. Lai Huiyan, standing nearby, was surprised and worried, trying to stop the male lead because the opponent's strength was truly formidable. When Z was serious, defeating him was no easy task. At this moment, Z seemed to be extremely agitated. He floated mid-air, unleashing his ultimate inherited clan skill from one of the 6 clans descended from ancient heroes. Instantly, the ground was flooded with divine light, and behind him appeared the ghostly image of a terrifying angel. He and the angel seemed to merge as one, raising multiple hands ready to unleash the heavenly punishment upon humanity, also known as the Holy Light Judgment, a skill that terrifies just by name. From the sky, a brilliant light like a celestial apocalypse rained down straight at the male lead standing on the arena floor. The blinding light was so intense no one dared look directly at it. The arena looked ravaged, as if by the apocalypse, with rocks and earth flying everywhere. Li Huiyan, witnessing this scene, was terrified, fearing the male lead at the center would hardly survive this ordeal. He thought to himself that this time his close friend might not make it through. Meanwhile, Z saw his devious plan succeed, believing the opponent couldn't escape a disastrous fate, and smirked arrogantly. The male lead is just a weakling who doesn't know his limits. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out from the explosion's center. "Tai Am Fong, freeze him for me." No one expected the Holy Knight's divine light to be frozen mid-air so easily by a demonic wind. The power and violence formed a cold, primordial energy vortex, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. As the attack gradually dissipated, everyone regained sight, but the scene in the arena stunned them all. Just seconds ago, fierce. Now the blond young man had been turned into an exquisitely carved ice statue, completely powerless, like cosplaying as the Iron Fan Princess. The male lead, proudly holding a 3-pronged fan resting on his shoulder, declared, "The opponent lost, kid." Seeing the battle was over, Chu Van had no intention to further trouble his opponent. With chivalry, he broke the ice block to free him. Rhett silently thought that if this went on any longer, this guy might climb onto the roof to watch the naked chickens. Conveniently passing by while Z was unconscious, Chu Van picked up the companion egg, the spoils he had won. According to the agreement, he said coldly, "You lost, so this item is mine. I'll take it." Teacher Vung Fi, who did not participate in the fight, waited until the outcome was clear. Then, seeing Z lying knocked out like a sack of rice, hastily ordered someone to check his injuries. "Let him go." At this moment, Teacher Vung Fi's mind was a tangle of mixed emotions, both angry and surprised. She clenched the corner of her shirt silently, blaming this kid for daring to think she was a fool. Who would have expected Chu-Vun to conceal such strong power? She could only sigh and think this is truly the younger generation surpassing the older. Returning to the protagonist, he went back to his room and immediately put the egg into the phone's system to check its attributes. Curious if Z really handed over the precious item as promised. The system displayed this is the companion egg of the legendary Rebel Knight, with the legendary fate of Knight of Destiny. All stats reach 19 points, nearly perfect level. An innate skill set, including Rebellion 10, Self-Sword, Steadfast Shield, Holy Knight Summon, and Holy Knight Aura. However, it does not have the companion status effect. Reading this, Chu-Vun was stunned, mouth agape, exclaiming that this item was too powerful. With 4 skills and 19 points, stats nearly equal to his demonized general. It was quite something. But he suddenly wondered why Z didn't hatch the Rebel Knight's companion egg himself, and instead used it as a bet. To find out, Chu-Vun turned to Google, the reliable source of knowledge. According to information, Knight Len Slot is a legendary figure in the Round Table Knights, led by King Arthur, the brother of Knight actor, the foster father of King Arthur. Len Slot was one of the greatest knights, brave, strong, and always helping others, beloved by all, but fate was cruel when these perfect qualities caused Queen Guinevere to fall in love with him, leading to King Arthur's wrath and the collapse of the Round Table Knights. System note: the Knight of Destiny fate is the protagonist's absolute vision. Reading this, Chu-Vun felt confused. The Rebel Knight carries the protagonist's fate, but Len Slot, King Arthur's right-hand man, stole the queen. No wonder Z didn't hatch this egg. Perhaps because the Rebel Knight fate would cause anaphylaxis for its owner. Looking at the spoils in his hand, Chu-Vun wondered if this was a blessing or a curse if he was holding a hot potato. Teacher Vung Fi was sighing, talking on the phone with a mysterious person. She said, "As far as I know, Chu-Vun is a very special student, and I don't know if he will bring unexpected joy or horror. But if Chu-Vun is a rough gem, only you have the ability to polish him." Unexpectedly, the person on the other end was a mysterious man in black standing somewhere unknown. Next to him was a chain leading into a bottomless abyss. He smiled and replied, "I didn't expect that guy to cause such headaches for others, but that's good." He thought Chu-Vun defeated Z only with the external power of the strong companion. Finally, Teacher Vung Fi agreed with the other's opinion and promised to act immediately after hanging up. The mysterious man grasped the chain and decisively jumped down the abyss as if it was routine. Time quickly passed to the next day. While Chu-Vun was deeply asleep, he was awakened by a barrage of calls from Li Huyen. His friend hurriedly shouted, "Quick, check out the assignment Teacher Vung Fi just gave the class." It turned out the assignment required going to the Forbidden City, a mysterious architectural area with forces that block all contracts, preventing any dimensional creatures from being summoned in any form. Who would have thought Teacher Vung Fi was so ruthless, assigning students to storm into the Forbidden City to fight monsters? Although unhappy, the 2 young men had to accept. The monster in front of them was a legendary blue copper water beast, huge like a stone statue, summoned by the Forbidden City to prohibit pet summons. The 2 had no choice but to rush into close combat. They fought for half a day without causing any damage, but the monster's light step shattered the ground like leveling it. No pet could withstand it, both visibly weakened. Li Huyen, frustrated and angry from fighting endlessly with the monster that remained unharmed, shouted, "It's like fighting a stainless steel mosquito." He activated the fate of the unbeatable war god and charged forward, but was thrown aside like a ball by the monster. Li Huyen angrily cursed, "What kind of defense is this anyway?" The male lead didn't hold back either, leaping up and unleashing the star-cleaving blade Chi, a sharp blade of energy drawn in the air, slashing straight at the monster. This time the move worked. Although it didn't cause major damage, it did leave a small wound on the water beast's body. Seeing this, Li Huyen was extremely delighted, thinking that finally there was hope. He turned to the male lead, intending to urge him to use that move a few dozen more times. But to his surprise, when he looked over, Chu-Vun had already fled at some point. While running, the male lead shouted that using that move had drained all his energy, and if it wasn't a bother, he'd be leaving first. Li Huyen had no choice but to stay behind and struggle alone with the monster. After holding on for a while and some running, the 2 reached a safe area. Noticing that the water beast was no longer chasing them, they stopped to catch their breath and rest. Li Huyen was so exhausted he was almost out of breath, constantly cursing Teacher Vung Fi. The documents lied, saying the blue copper water beast was just a normal monster as weak as a snail. She should come here and see if she's so skilled to fight it herself. Chuvan didn't respond, letting Li Huyen sit there complaining while he quietly wandered around searching for the dungeon seal. As expected, he discovered a seal carved on a stone pillar. Li Huyen, still upset, shouted, "Old Chu, can you hear me? This mission forbids using companion pets. Isn't that way too hard?" Actually, it's not that there's no way. Although inside the Forbidden City, you can't sense contracts with pets. Chuvan's 2 companion pets are exceptions. He could clearly sense their presence, and their noisy playfulness nearly drove him crazy. However, to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to summon them. If everyone knew that his pets could break the rules of the Forbidden City, it would definitely cause a huge stir. Returning to the story, Chuvan reassured Li Huyen that although the water beast's defense was strong, it wasn't without weaknesses. The important thing was to find them. Li Huyen nodded, seeing the logic, but still unhappy with the inaccurate documents. However, thinking differently, both of them had legendary-level strength, so even if they failed, they could retreat flexibly. But what about students who hadn't reached legendary level? Surely there must be some tricks nearby. The two slowly left the area, discussing strategies as they walked. Chuvan reassured him, "Don't worry, I will definitely find a way for everyone to get through this." Li Huyen was stunned, not expecting this guy to suddenly be so kind, but he quickly swallowed nervously when he heard the next sentence. Turns out Chuvan declared he would sell this strategy for a good profit. After many experiments and the indispensable blood-nourishing tea to keep up his strength, Chuvan finally smiled in satisfaction as he discovered the key point. He and the water beast chased each other inside the Forbidden City, a warm scene like a father chasing after a child skipping school after a parent meeting. It turned out the weakness was on the water beast's back. Although its defense was strong, the back was much weaker. Chuvan leapt into the air and stomped hard on its back. The furious strike on the weak point instantly disabled the water beast, its body shattering into pieces. When studying the documents, Chuvan had noted that when the water beast channels energy through its body, it must pass through a node on its back. Locking this node would strip it of its fighting capability. But this weak point moves depending on the monster's movements, so Chuvan had to carefully test multiple times, memorizing the corresponding positions and compiling them into a file to send to Li Huyen. I was sound asleep after a sleepless night researching the dungeon, when Chuvan was woken by a call from Li Huyen on the phone, his friend's excited voice saying, "I made it through, old Chu, you're awesome! According to the strategy you sent, I defeated it alone. So how did you figure it out so quickly?" Chuvan replied, "Don't worry about these things. Even if the martial art is low level, it just takes longer, but it's still enough to pass the test. Tell me how much is a reasonable price to sell this strategy for." Li Huyen excitedly said, "Leave the business to me, the super cool Huyen. We'll definitely make a big profit." The two went to meet other students to promote the strategy to deal with the silver Taui beasts, but everyone looked at them like they were fools, saying it was just a simple homework task, no strategy needed. Li Huyen objected, "That's the super difficult legendary silver Tui beasts. Without a strategy, how can you beat the opponent?" Bewildered, they replied, "What Tui beasts? The mission only requires handling any 10 silver beasts. Even a little rabbit is a silver beast." The two stared blankly at the other's mission. "Isn't the silver rabbit a legendary silver T-beast that's super overpowered?" Thinking about the difference, the two young men looked dumbfounded as they realized they had been tricked by Teacher Thao. No Teacher Vung Fi, and turned pale. They hurriedly checked their phones, and sure enough, their mission explicitly stated to eliminate 10 silver Tui beasts, which was completely different from the others' missions. Chuvan wondered why Teacher Vung Fi assigned them a separate mission. But what troubled him the most at this moment was that the money from selling the strategy suddenly vanished without a trace. Chuvan sank into disappointment and heartbreak because the strategy didn't sell. Just as they were desperate, another person appeared and comforted them. Not necessarily, don't rush. It turned out to be Senior Huang Cook, who had just arrived. He revealed that the direct admission mission for the two of them was to defeat the silver Tui beasts, and in other words, Chuvan and Li Huyen immediately saw the opportunity clearly. If they couldn't sell it to the students, they could sell it to those wanting direct admission into Tichduong Academy. But Huang Cook shook his head and explained that direct admission students are often very arrogant. If they rely on someone else's strategy to pass the mission, they would feel it's not their true ability, as if admitting they're inferior. Hearing Hwang Kuk go on and on without getting anywhere and acting mysteriously, the two young men turned away in frustration. "Sell him 10 kilograms of butter before you leave." Chuvan didn't forget to rub salt in the other's wound. "Thought you could sell it, then you plan to invest in senior Hwang Kuk's game." Hearing this, Hwang Kuk hurriedly stopped them. Although directed mission students won't buy strategies for basic missions, this strategy can help them break the 6th speed record in the Forbidden City. Some fame-hungry people will definitely target the speed rankings. Speed Competition Board. Chuvan heard this concept for the first time and was amazed. Hwang Kuk added that at Lin Hua, K. Vung Luk, and Fong Tunyan had competed with him on the speed rankings. Lost in thought, Chuvan was startled when Fong Tunyan suddenly appeared like a ghost from the 7th month behind him and dragged him away. It turned out this young man came to drag the coach to class because it was time. And if you get paid, you have to fulfill your duty. Hwang Kuk laughed loudly as he watched Chuvan being pulled away. "All the money matters here are taken care of by me, so don't worry." Just arriving at the training room before Chuvan could do anything, Fong Thunyan, the #1 brainiac, excitedly declared he had already understood the mind's eye technique taught by the coach. Chuvan turned pale, thinking mind's eye. I didn't teach anything. Does such an overpowered ultimate technique really exist in the world? Why don't I know about it? Fong Tunyan concentrated, entered a trance state, confidently said, "Coach, just watch me perform." Unexpectedly, he closed his eyes and suddenly swung his sword toward Chuvan. It was truly like divine punishment. Luckily, Chuvan's reflexes were fast and his body flexible enough to dodge. It must be admitted that Fong Tunyan's sword strokes were fast and sharp, a huge improvement from before. Seeing one strike miss, he seemed fueled with gunpowder, swinging wildly, making Chuvan dizzy. Even with his eyes closed, the sword strokes closely tracked, as if locking down the male lead's vital energy. Chuvan silently told himself he couldn't leisurely stroll and stroke his beard anymore. If not careful, he might end up injured. You immediately performed the Phi-Thien Thwat agile movement technique, but every motion still couldn't escape the tip of the sword. A feeling of anger enveloped you as if invisible eyes were watching your every move. After a dizzying flurry of moves, Fong Thunyan wearily withdrew his sword, proudly declaring, "The movement of an object combined with the flow of energy, even without using eyes, just relying on energy, I can sense the smallest movements of the opponent. Yes, but this ability of mine is still far inferior to the coach's, so I can't sustain it for long. This is exactly the technique the coach wants to teach me, right?" Chuvan listened with a blank expression, thinking to himself, "Is this really what I taught? Even I don't really know it. But on reflection, this technique somewhat resembles your listening skill. Who would have thought the #1 brain supplement would come up with such a powerful technique on his own?" Chuvan silently admired him, but to save face, he thick-skinned nodded, saying, "Yes, that's exactly it. This is exactly what I want to teach you. Now I have nothing else to teach. This mind's eye technique, thanks to your talent and high aptitude, will soon be perfected with practice." Fong Tunyan was delighted truly. "Thanks to the coach, I have made tremendous progress." Chuvan was even more stunned than his opponent, thinking if he could recruit 10 disciples like this, his life might really take off. Fong Tunyan was touched and promised himself that whenever the coach faces difficulty in the future, he would give his all to help. Returning to his room, Chuvan smiled broadly and shouted, "I'm back," but received no response from Big Brother Day. It turned out he was lying on the bed leisurely reading a magazine, indifferent to the world. Chuvan said, "Big Brother, D, I bought your food and put it in the kitchen already." D just grunted lightly, as if to say, "I know already, you can leave now." But unexpectedly, Chuvan noticed that what Day was holding was not a magazine, but a family photo album with some pictures, including old Ba Chu Lang Fong. Strangely, Day seemed to dislike old Ba, snorting coldly when looking at his photo, biting the carrot hard as if a bit angry. Chuvan was surprised by this behavior. If he wasn't mistaken just now, he heard someone call Chu Lang Fong Old Ba, but now he didn't hear it anymore. At this moment in the ant dungeon, Chuvan was using all sorts of dirty tricks to outsmart the golden ant hoe in order to steal ant honey. When the ant was about to deliver a deadly finishing blow, Chuvan suddenly disappeared and reappeared elsewhere, dodging the attack thanks to the magic transformation technique. He ordered the magic transformation to stall while he hurried to find some broth. The golden ant charged fiercely, causing a deafening explosion. Although magic transformation was formidable, it was just a snack to the ant. With just one move, magic transformation was overwhelmed. The ant stayed closely on his tail, not letting go. Chuvan sighed. This guy is really strong, worthy of being a top-tier assassin who never gives up. He pulled out the three-flame fan, intending to freeze the opponent to buy time, but the ant's speed was too fast. His attack couldn't connect. Then Chuvan could only scream and cry, thinking he was about to reunite with the motherland. But suddenly the ant turned back unexpectedly. Chuvan was confused and didn't understand why, then realized it was protecting the white cocoon far away. Without hesitation, he rushed down to drink as much ant honey as possible. The system kept announcing his strength, soaring according to the amount of honey absorbed. But the feast quickly ended. The ant discovered the shameless human. Chuvan knew he was about to be attacked in a split second, but was still happy with his abundant harvest. He realized that even if the ant ignored him, it still had to protect the white cocoon, not knowing what was inside. Just then, Zhao Lihuian's phone rang. Lihuian excitedly urged old Chu, tomorrow, let's go to the Forbidden City to do the mission. It turned out he was so excited because the club full of beauties from the royal youth was also on a mission there. A teasing voice rang out. Little Huiyan, you're here already, Lihuian angrily replied. Hey, can you stop calling me that? The other person laughed loudly. I just received an application to join this event from a bunch of people. It's predicted this event will be livelier than anyone imagines. At this time, the square inside the Forbidden City was crowded with students. Everyone was here to carry out the mission. Looking closely in the crowd were Student Council President Viqua and Hu Haifong, two prominent faces. Box 104, 114. Hu Haifong was the first to break the silence, loudly asking what the Student Council came here to do, or maybe President Viqua wanted to use tricks and inherit the chairman position to win everyone over. Hearing this, Viqua immediately got angry and sharply retorted that all of you in the Great Sea Society are troublemakers who don't follow school regulations. I came here for only one purpose, to supervise you all. While the two sides argued fiercely, Chuvan stood watching, feeling extremely tired. At first, he just wanted to join the activity for fun, but never expected things to get this complicated. Frustrated, Chuvan called Li Viung. This person laughed lightly and explained that they mainly came because of him. After the match with Yok Han, he had become very famous. Even Fong Thunyan and Tiuluk were here. Seeing Fong Thunyan and Tiuluk approach, Chuvan was surprised and asked Fong Thunyan, Tiuluk, you guys came here too? Li Huiyan immediately grinned widely and explained, because these two are new members of our Huiyanvan society. Chuvan quickly asked, what did you do to lure them into joining? Li Huiyan raised his eyebrows and replied, why say lure? It sounds bad. I just told Fong Thunyan that you're also a member of Huiyanvan society and she joined to have a chance to meet you. As for Tiuluk, he voluntarily joined because he thought he'd get to stick close to the main character. With the student council's presence, the group exceeded 50 members. When they set foot in the Forbidden City, the group easily swept through the 0D beasts and Thien Li without any obstacles. The members of the Royal Youth Society fought excellently, while the troublemakers from the Great Sea Society also gave their all, not wanting to fall behind. Especially the girls from the Royal Youth Society, who continuously wiped out the 0D beasts. Initially thought to be dangerous, but now the event was no different than a fun picnic. Following Chuvan's guidance, Tiuluk killed a 0D beast, admiringly saying, so good. His guidance had helped cut the time to kill a 0D beast in half. Fong Thunyan also exclaimed, truly worthy of being a super strong coach. The whole group advanced deeper into the Forbidden City, continuously defeating all kinds of 0D beasts. Meanwhile, Chuvan quietly separated from the group to a quiet corner, looking around and sighing. Fine, I'll find a hidden spot to play games. Suddenly, the mysterious phone in his pocket vibrated violently, startling Chuvan. He took it out to check, but the camera function automatically turned on. At that moment, the entire Forbidden City shook violently, making Chuvan panic. Everyone was surprised, thinking it was an earthquake. A student pointed far away and shouted, it's not an earthquake, look. A wall suddenly collapsed, large stones rolling down loudly from above. When Dung Tran stopped, a huge gate suddenly opened next to Chuvan. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Some children excitedly wanted to explore, thinking it was a place hiding treasure. Li Huiyan exclaimed in surprise. The map of the Forbidden City doesn't mark this place. Chuvan thought for a moment and decided to go in and check it out since the magical phone just rang and this gate appeared. Immediately after, he felt that this path was quite safe. The group smoothly passed through the gate and went deeper inside. Chuvan was stunned when he saw a huge metal wall appear before his eyes. This structure looked strange, square-shaped like a miniature ancient city. Vunglok stepped forward to observe carefully and discovered it was entirely cast from tin bronze. Chuvan immediately activated the airwalking ability from the Demon God Chronicle. In the blink of an eye, he flew up high, looking down at the entire structure over 20 meters tall and tens of meters long, pure white and majestic. Chuvan walked around the structure, silently complaining that the entire architecture had no entrance or exit. There wasn't even a window or ventilation hole. Just then, a loud explosion startled everyone. The lower part of the structure suddenly experienced a violent blast accompanied by a shaking sound. When the dust cleared, a burly young man from the Great Sea Guild appeared before everyone. Holding a giant iron hammer, his breath was fierce, yet the sturdy bronze wall withstood his full-force strike without budging. Everyone knew the strength of this young man was famous throughout the school. In terms of power, he could be ranked in the top 3. Vunglok silently calculated and realized that brute force was probably not the solution. At that moment, Chuvan was also troubled, wondering what kind of structure could have no entrance but be guarded by such strange power. Just then, a male student with an ordinary appearance but a calm, intellectual demeanor, wearing glasses and holding a notebook, suddenly spoke up. "This is the 7 Heavenly Demon City." His unremarkable appearance made it easy for him to blend into the crowd, but his confident words caught everyone's attention. Vai Kwa quickly turned and asked Kung Yin, "Hey, do you know anything about this structure?" Kung Yin calmly explained that during the Chu dynasty, people worshipped ghosts and gods. They believed that the gods controlled life, death, and all things, so the royal clans placed great importance on ritual ceremonies. However, legend says that at the end of the Eastern Zhou, the Chu emperor, fearing death, placed his bones and blood in a sealed death city, hoping to trick fate by feigning death for 7 days to escape death's grasp. Unfortunately, heaven is hard to fool. He ultimately could not escape the Reaper's scythe. Historical records note that the Death City had no doors and was cast from bronze to deceive the spirit Min. During those 7 days, Li Huan laughed heartily and interjected, "Hey, little brother, stop beating around the bush. If you know so much, you must know how to get inside, right?" After a moment of thought, Kung Yin hesitantly replied, "If this really is the Eastern Zhou Death City, we could try digging under the south wall." Viqua immediately ordered everyone to dig according to Kung Yin's advice. After digging about 7 to 8 feet deep, they indeed discovered a hole in the metal wall. Digging a little further, a round gate gradually appeared. After a while, Kung Yin anxiously asked, "They've been inside a long time. I wonder if there's any danger." Meanwhile, Fong Thunyan calmly replied, "With the coach inside, surely nothing will happen." At this time, Chuvan and the group had already gone deep inside the Death City. Looking around the empty space disappointed everyone who sighed. What's going on? Why is there nothing here? Suddenly someone pointed, "Oh, that dead tree over there." Inside the Death City, there was only one dead tree about 5 meters tall. The trunk was jet black, covered with dark veins, looking like a tree that died during the apocalypse. Chuvan took out the mysterious phone and took a photo of the strange tree. Immediately, the phone screen displayed a downloading message. Chuvan silently thought that this tree must be related, since this was the first time the phone reacted to something other than a small fingerprint. He turned to ask Li Huan, "Did you guys find anything interesting yet?" Li Huan sighed in frustration. "Nothing at all. Besides this tree, there's nothing." But at that moment, the black dead tree suddenly trembled, emitting blue and red sparks while sprouting countless transparent leaves. The sudden change startled the whole group. Haifeng and Li Viung immediately stepped closer to observe. "What's happening?" Suddenly, the female students from the Great Sea Guild pointed at a male student wearing a guild hat looking frightened. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything, just touched the tree, and suddenly it turned like this." The originally dry, pitch-black tree instantly transformed into a vibrant green one. Everyone quickly stepped back, highly alert. However, aside from the strange transformation, the tree showed no other signs of danger. The members of the Great Sea Society quickly examined the boy who touched the tree from head to toe. A female student concluded after checking, "It seems there's no cursed aura or curse at all." The boy immediately defended himself. At that moment, I didn't feel anything, just startled by the light from the tree. Li Huyen looked at the dry tree with full curiosity and asked, "Nothing happened." "Then what about the light from this tree?" Chu Van pondered and shook his head. After seeing Vuong Lok touch the tree without any problem, Li Huyen also approached curiously to examine. He gently touched the tree trunk. At that moment, the pitch-black tree suddenly radiated a deep red color. Then, in the blink of an eye, turned into a bright ruby color, sprouting countless dazzling red leaves. Vuong Lok was startled and exclaimed, "This time it's red." Chu Van reflected and concluded that each person touching the black tree causes it to change into different colors. But just then the black tree suddenly emitted a brilliant golden glow. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a sparkling golden tree. Chu Van hurriedly called Li Huyen, who was touching the tree. "I feel something suspicious. It's best not to touch this tree." However, everyone ignored Chu Van's warning and remained curious, wanting to try touching the black tree themselves. Seeing this, Chu Van sighed and took out the mysterious phone. Looking at the screen, it still showed the download message, but the speed seemed slower than before. At this point, seeing that the black tree only changed colors without causing harm, everyone gradually lost interest and left. Then Chu Van returned to the dormitory. After showering, he checked his phone and realized something unusual. From the time he entered the dead city until returning to his room, a long time had passed, yet the screen still showed downloading. It seemed he had no choice but to wait for the download to complete. Chu Van flopped onto the bed, feeling bored because he hadn't been able to play games for a long time. He hadn't gone to bed early like today since reaching the legendary level. The heavy feeling pressing on his chest disappeared, helping Chu Van fall asleep more easily than ever. Meanwhile, in the family's room, a tense conversation suddenly arose. Ao Duong Lan said worriedly, "The underground level qualifiers are coming up. I'm not too at ease with Chu Van going alone. At that time, you can ask a Sin to accompany him." And Thien Ta frowned and replied, "Mom, have you really thought this through? I believe Tiu Tin can handle it." And Thien Ta rarely came home, and only extremely important matters made him appear. But in front of Ao Duong Lan, he couldn't make all decisions his own way. Ao Duong Lan sighed and continued, "The list is set. I know you care for Tin Yi deeply, but you must understand Tiu Tin's situation. Ting Yi is different from you, born with innate coldness. The cause is still unclear, and the cold syndrome, along with the cold body, is very unstable. This makes her cultivation process much more painful than normal people. That's also why I don't support her practicing the Radiant Sun technique." She turned her tone solemn. "Even if Tin Yi wins a ticket if anything goes wrong during the inheritance process, even if the chance is very small, I don't want to lose another family member. I don't want Tiu Tin to take any risks." "Yes, I understand." And Thien Ta was silent, not opposing his mother's decision. He still did not object because he had always been a filial son. At that moment, Tin accidentally overheard the conversation. She gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing determination, as if she had made up her mind about something, then quietly turned and left. Outside, heavy rain poured down. Chu Van just woke up and hastily picked up the mysterious phone to check. The download was complete and a tree icon appeared on the screen. This tree's shape was slightly different from the black tree in the dead city. Under the icon were 3 words, "Death Tree." Chu Van shuddered and thought silently that Death Tree was a scary name. He opened the tree icon and an empty scene appeared. In the middle stood a black tree with a slightly different appearance, but clearly the same tree from the dead city. Chu Van was confused, wondering what this submap meant. It seemed to be the black tree in the dead city, but why was it separated as a submap on the phone? What secret did this tree really hide? Just then there was a sudden knocking at the door outside. Chu Van opened the door in shock when he saw Tin standing there soaked from the rain. He didn't expect Tin to appear in such a state. "Yes, Tin," she spoke first. "Chu Van, let's have our match now." Chu Van was stunned, unable to understand why Tin came out in the rain just to say such random words. After inviting Tin inside, Chu Van quickly handed her a dry towel and told her to dry off before heading to his room. "Your room is upstairs, right?" Tin muttered to herself. "You've already reached the legendary level with a semi-living creature power, so why hesitate?" Chu Van patiently explained, "Tin, I know you came because of the qualification to enter the sanctuary, but I don't care about that qualification at all. If you want, I will try to convince Sister Lan to give it back to you." Tin looked at Chu Van with a rising feeling of frustration. She burst out, "I know defeating you won't prove anything, but I'm not willing." "Not willing at all. I risked my life to prove I deserved the ticket into the underground passage, but you got it easily and just threw it away. You had the chance to cultivate the Sha Nyat Kwiat, but you didn't cherish it. Clearly I'm the one who longs to cultivate the Ja Nyat Kwiat, but has to endure the pain of the frozen body. It's so unfair, completely unfair." Just then Chuvan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing the call from Li Huyen, Chuvan couldn't help but feel suspicious. As he answered, Li Huyen's panicked voice rang out, "Old Chu, something big happened. Big. Several people from the team who entered the dead city yesterday suddenly died this morning. Tu Luk seems to be among them too." After hearing that, Chuvan's heart pounded heavily. He hurried to run to the lecture hall building. There Li Huyen rushed over, panting and repeating, "Something big happened. Something big happened." Seeing An Tin with Chuvan, Li Huyen was surprised. "Your little sister is here too." "Yes." Chuvan frowned and pressed, "You mean the people who entered the dead city with us yesterday are already dead, right? In the dimensional field?" Li Huyen replied worriedly, "No, they died right inside the school. I heard they suddenly stopped breathing. Their hearts stopped beating with no warning signs. I checked the list. Those people all entered the dead city with us yesterday, and all had touched the black tree, including Vung Lok." Chuvan felt a bad premonition. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Did you touch that tree? If there really is some power from the tree?" Li Huyen's voice trembled slightly with fear. "I reported the tree to the school, but the investigation team found no traces. The tree in the dead city has nothing." Chuvan was surprised. Li Huyen hurried to explain, "After entering the dead city, the investigation team didn't see the black tree there. It was empty, not a single leaf, as if that tree never existed. It's really strange. Now the military has taken over the case. They've blocked all information. Even the school finds it hard to intervene." Chuvan immediately felt uneasy, wondering how to find out about Vung Lok and the others. Just then, An Tin, who had been listening quietly nearby, suddenly spoke up. "I can get you in there." Li Huyen cheered. "Right, I forgot Anne's family has connections here." An Tin thought for a moment and then said, "But you owe me a favor." Chuvan responded immediately, "Okay, just say it." But An Tin turned her face and shook her head. "I haven't thought of it yet. Wait until I do, I'll tell you later." Chuvan hurried after An Tin while reminding Li Huyen, "You've also touched the tree, be careful." Li Huyen said nothing, just nodded. The two quickly entered the lecture hall building. An Tin called to contact An Sin while Chuvan took out the mysterious phone and bit his finger to unlock the game. He selected the death tree icon. When the character entered the game, Chuvan looked at the tree and shuddered involuntarily. The black tree had now started to shimmer, emitting an eerie red light. Chuvan grew more uneasy, thinking, "It really is different from this morning. The deaths of Vung Lok and the others must be related to this death tree." Now the tree had turned a brilliant red. 5 buds suddenly blossomed on the death tree's trunk. Each bud seemed carved from radiant ruby, dazzling the eyes. They emitted a strange aura, and through the petals it seemed there was something like a beating heart. 5 deaths and 5 buds bloomed on the tree. Chuvan frowned, thinking the 5 buds clearly corresponded to the number of people who had died. This tree really caused the incident, but I feel something is off. The duplicate in the phone was created based on reality, but they don't affect each other. So why does the influence of the death tree in reality appear in the phone? Thinking this, Chuvan panicked. This is not good. These 2 trees are not duplicates, but more like semi-living eggs that have been absorbed into the phone. Just then, An Tin suddenly raised her hand and lightly tapped Chuvan's head, interrupting his train of thought. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. "Stop playing on the phone. We've got access now, let's go." The scene shifted to Tanfudo Hospital. Tan Va Fu was furious. Sternly looking at him, he asked, "Why can't we perform surgery on these people? Because the situation is unclear, I want to investigate further, right?" Then Tan Va Fu glanced at the 5 students who were fully wrapped and continued, "Anyway, their physiological functions have stopped. In a way, they are already dead." Tan Va Fu was so angry his face turned purple. Staring coldly at him, Ngim Chun said, "We don't fully understand the situation. Once we operate, it won't be reversible. Don't you know that—" But Ngim Chun ignored him. He replied coldly, "This time, one of them is the daughter of the Vung family. The Vung family will not show mercy." Ngim Chun looked at the 5 people, licking his lips. Sacrifice 4 to save the Vuong daughter. We will avoid trouble, so let me operate on the other 4. I Tan Vo Fu gritted my teeth with anger. Absolutely no one can be abandoned. You always want to experiment on soldiers' bodies from the battle, but I refuse absolutely no touching those 4. Ngim-chun firmly refused. In a sharp tone, I must have those 4. His attitude seemed to leave no room for negotiation. After a moment of hesitation, Ngim-chun continued. They are on the brink of life and death. I have to find the source of this attractive power. You have no other choice, only I can give them a chance to live. This is a very worthwhile deal. Tan Vo Fu was furious to the extreme, wanting to tear this forensic doctor apart. He grabbed Ngim-chun by the collar and growled, "Are you threatening me?" But Ngim-chun remained calm and cold. I'm just stating the truth. Just as Tan Vo Fu was about to explode, a door was pushed open. Tan Vo Fu angrily shouted, "I told you no one is allowed in." An-ting looked at the angry Tan Vo Fu somewhat surprised and asked, "Who made you so angry? Uncle Tan, then?" She quickly explained the reason, "Uncle, I brought someone who might be helpful to you." Chu-Van stepped forward and reported the Commander Tando also once entered the dead city and touched a tree that could change color. Tan Vo Fu observed Chu-Van and replied, "I know. The kid with the last name Lee reported it, but no one saw the tree you mentioned inside the city." And Chu-Van firmly affirmed that the tree definitely once existed. Back then, everyone who entered the dead city saw it. It was definitely not an illusion. When Chu-Van approached the 5 students in the phone game, the 5 buds on the death tree grew even more radiant. Signs showed they were about to bloom. His thoughts were further confirmed. He continued. Moreover, I feel like you guys aren't truly dead. Ngim-chun couldn't hide his surprise. He didn't expect a legendary-level student to recognize the special state these people were in. Chu-Van explained clearly, the Vuong group all touched the tree in the dead city. Initially, the dead city was used to fake death. Perhaps the disappearance of the tree was the key to fooling fate. It's very possible that the Vuong group was only infected by the tree's aura and fell into a fake death state. When the tree's aura dissipates, they might recover. But Chan chuckled softly, his tone sarcastic. That's just your personal speculation, completely baseless. But Chu-Van stared at him coldly and replied, but it could also be true. Ngim-chun pondered for a moment, then coldly said, one night only. This crazy forensic doctor originally planned to operate on the students in a fake death state, but Chu-Van's timely arrival stopped that plan. After hearing Chu-Van's clear analysis, he agreed to wait one more night. Tan Vo Fu coldly warned, I have not agreed to let you do something crazy after just one night. But Ngim-chan calmly replied, that's also an opportunity for the general to consider my proposal. The lives of the students are being taken by an invisible force. Time is running out. Even the aura will vanish like sand. At that point, even I would be helpless. He paused, then continued. General, you should reconsider my previous request. Don't let there be no survivors. Tan Vo Fu angrily jumped up, shouting, damn it, you can't bear the thought of 4 students dying at the hands of your forensic doctor. That is something Tan Vo Fu absolutely cannot accept. When Chu-Van heard the phrase life being taken, he furrowed his brow in thought. To him, aura is something invisible that can't be touched. Only those who cultivate special primordial energy or have specific abilities can sense it. An-ting then explained, Ngim-chan is an important member of the military. His primordial energy and fate are both linked to life and soul. In his field, he can truly sense and distinguish between life and death states. She paused, then asked, what do you plan to do next? Chu-Van looked confused. What Ngim-chan said seemed to match the condition of Vuong and the others. After a moment of thought, Chu-Van said to An-ting, I want to use the restroom for a bit. An-ting looked at him suspiciously, not sure what he was scheming. After entering the bathroom, Chu-Van quickly closed the door. He needed to find a way to save everyone while keeping the phone a secret. Chu-Van immediately opened the phone and selected the Grim Reaper icon. He felt the pressure mounting. He had to do something before the forensic doctor forced General Tan. If they performed the autopsies, there would be no chance to save them. He decided to take a risk. At least there was still hope. Combined with what Ngim-chan said, this might be the only chance. In the game, the 5 flower buds had now changed. They were more vibrant, beginning to bloom. Chu-Van thought silently, this isn't good. Just a moment ago, they were buds, now starting to open. At first, Chu-Van hesitated, unsure if he should cut off the buds on the Grim Reaper tree. After all, this action was risky. If he cut the wrong one, he could harm Vuong and the others. He might even push them toward death. After thinking it over, Chu Van became more certain that the development of the 5 buds represented the life force being drained from the 5 people. With determination set, he immediately controlled his character in the game to unleash a sharp blade attack at the buds. At this point, Chu Van had no choice but to risk destroying them. However, he didn't know which bud belonged to Vuong Loc. The blade flashed and struck a bud, but the bud and branch only trembled slightly. They were not severed at all. At the same time, Vuong Loc's body suddenly twitched. Her eyes suddenly opened wide, but then she lay still again without further reaction. Those eyes were empty, without any life. Tan Anting panicked and immediately turned around, shouting, "Everyone look, Vuong Loc!" Tan Vo Fu hurried to the bedside, closely observing Vuong Loc. His heart was filled with hope for a positive change. He ordered Ngim Chan to thoroughly check what was happening. But Ngim Chan immediately went to Vuong Loc to begin the examination. Despite turning her eyes over repeatedly, they remained lifeless. He muttered in astonishment, "How can this be? Clearly, the girl was still in a dead state." But Tan Vo Fu smiled slightly, realizing the student's hypothesis about a state of suspended death might be correct. Meanwhile, outside, Chu Van heard Ngim Chan's voice from inside the room. "Even so, the condition of the students hasn't changed. General, you'd better not celebrate yet." Chu Van looked at the buds in the game still intact. Panic surged in his heart. The blade attack was his strongest move, yet it couldn't damage the buds. Perhaps other attacks would be useless after that strike. All the character's primordial energy was depleted, leaving him weakened. At this point, relying on himself alone, Chu Van had no hope of destroying the buds. Without hesitation, he summoned all the semi-living creatures to prepare to join forces in the attack, hoping to break them. But just then, Chu Van suddenly saw the figure of Dethin flash by. In the blink of an eye, it climbed the tree, happily chattering non-stop. Chu Van called out loudly, and Dethin ran out on his own. When asked, Dethin didn't even bother to pay attention. Using its claws, it gently twisted down a flower bud. Chu Van was stunned, not expecting that the flower bud he was powerless against could be picked so easily by Dethin. Confirmed the flower bud was really taken. Chu Van was delighted and immediately felt relieved. He pushed open the door, stepped inside, and loudly asked how things were going. Although he was already 80% sure inside, he still worried that his actions might be wrong and lead to the sacrifice of his classmates. At this time, Vuong Loc was lying on the bed, his eyes watery. Though a bit weak, he looked no different from a normal person. Seeing Chu Van's reaction, everyone looked at him strangely. Vuong Loc gradually woke up dazedly, looking around with a lost expression. Not long after, Tan Vo Fu said to Chu Van, "I sent someone to check on that Vuong girl. It seems like there's no major problem." Chu Van was overjoyed. Vuong Loc waking up meant the other classmates also had a chance to recover. Tan Vo Fu realized this and turned to sternly look at the person standing silently beside him. It seemed Chu Van guessed right. The plan had failed. Seeing Vuong Loc safe, Chu Van breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately ordered Dethin to pick all the remaining flower buds. Then he turned to Tan Vo Fu and modestly said, "Just lucky, sir. I request permission to withdraw." But Yen Chan paid no attention to Tan Vo Fu. He just stood there, lost in thought, recalling all the events. It seemed the changes in the corpses started after Chu Van appeared. The more he thought, the more he felt there was a connection between Chu Van and the strange tree. Something that could absorb the vitality of those who touched it to form flowers. Yet this tiny creature easily picked flowers from the tree. After Dethin picked all the flowers, Antin picked up the phone and called out, "Chu Van, Li Huyen is calling. The other students have woken up." "Yes," Chu Van replied coldly. "Yeah, I know." Then the other end only had the sound of the line hanging up. Clearly he had hung up. Antin frowned at Chu Van's attitude. Anger flared inside. Back in his room, Chu Van took out the mysterious phone again and examined the 5 sparkling flower buds that Dethin had picked, now lying on the ground. After a while of examining, he realized these 5 flower buds neither disappeared nor could be absorbed. They seemed to have no effect. Chu Van pondered how to deal with them. When picking the flower buds, the game system notified that he had received immature dead person flowers. Perhaps because they were immature, they could not be used. While hesitating, Dethin suddenly growled and wagged its tail eagerly. Chu Van immediately understood Dethin wanted to eat the flower buds. Without much thought, he said, "If you want to eat them, go ahead. They're useless anyway." Dethin happily swallowed a flower bud whole, but at that moment the dead tree in the game suddenly changed. A faint red light appeared on the branch. Soon after, a new flower bud grew. This time it was a bright yellow. Chu Van frowned and muttered, "Yellow." He remembered when Li Huyen touched the death tree, it also turned yellow. Not long after, from Li Huyen's room, the phone rang repeatedly, but no one answered. Chuvan called, and Li Huyen had fallen into a fake coma state exactly like Vuong Loc. His whole body was motionless and completely unconscious. When hearing the announcement that the number called was currently unreachable, Chuvan knew something was wrong. The yellow flower in the game was growing larger and clearly taking shape. Without hesitation, Chuvan ordered Dethin to pull out the newly grown yellow flower. Dethin jumped up just as the flower formed. It bit it off and plucked it in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Li Huyen, who was lying motionless, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked dazed and felt strange to find himself lying on the floor. This time when Chuvan called again, Li Huyen answered sleepily, "Looks like I just dozed off and passed out on the floor." Chuvan said nothing more, just replied, "That's good then." After hanging up, Chuvan sighed. Now he was certain Li Huyen had also fallen into a coma-like state, pretending to be dead just like Vuong Loc. Looking at the large yellow flower, Chuvan thought silently that just touching the plant would drain one's life force and life itself. It was truly terrifying. But what was even more frightening was that Dethin easily plucked the bud. He even turned them into food. Chuvan couldn't help but lament how cruel the death plant was. However, he felt curious. After all, these were just the buds of the unripe dead person's flower. He wondered what effects they would have once fully matured. But perhaps by the time that happens, the person would already be dead. Just then, Dethin suddenly pointed up at the tree, letting out an excited cry that cut through Chuvan's thoughts. Looking up, he saw a new bud had grown on the tree. Chuvan shouted in amazement, "Another bud! How many people have actually touched this death plant?" Time passed quickly. A few days later, Li Huyen returned to the city. He took out his phone and snapped a series of photos of the eliminated $0 beasts. Then he operated his phone and said with a hint of pride, "Photos are taken and uploaded. That means our mission is complete." But Chuvan felt no joy. He stared at his phone with a sullen, exhausted expression. Seeing this, Li Huyen awkwardly said, "Hey, old Chu, you've looked rough these past few days. You look like you're wearing glasses with those deep, dark circles." Chuvan silently sighed. For the past few days, he had to continuously watch over that damn tree with Dethin. Fortunately, no new buds had appeared recently. He silently prayed, hoping heaven wouldn't make him face these kinds of things anymore. At the same time, Vuong Phi's computer received a notification. Reading it, she pondered deeply. It was a notification that Chuvan had completed his recent study missions. Vuong Phi thought carefully about how to guide Chuvan. In the end, she decided he didn't need excessive practice, but rather a torch to illuminate a path and help him see farther ahead. She made the decision that Chuvan could complete tasks that even top students would struggle with. So now was the time to act. Not long after, Vuong Phi called Chuvan to her office. After hearing her speak, Chuvan was surprised. She said, "Are you going to study with a new teacher?" Vuong Phi smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are a student with special talent compared to me. A new teacher can guide you better. I think this mentor will help you make remarkable progress." That person was Vuong Minh. Although his actual power ranking was only average, no one surpassed him in academics and theory. With your innate talent, you will definitely learn a lot from him. Yes, Chuvan didn't hesitate and nodded. "Yes, I understand. Thank you for teaching me all this time." But just as he turned to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. "Looks like from now on we'll be fellow disciples." Hui Haifong smiled and added, "Master said he would take on an apprentice. I always wondered who he would accept, but if it's you, I'm not surprised." Kung Yin, standing nearby, also greeted, "We meet again. You're about to become my teacher's disciple." Chuvan was stunned. Hu Haifong and Kung Yin unexpectedly appeared to remind him that they were disciples of Vuong Minh, his future mentor. This meant the three of them would be fellow disciples. At first, Chuvan thought Vuong Minh lab was in some modern research building at the academy, but he quickly discovered it was actually located in Longmon Thak Quat. Then Hu Haifong and Kung Yin led Chuvan and explained, "This is where the teacher conducts his research." But just then, a red-haired guy sitting on a chair suddenly grinned widely. "You guys came back so fast! If it weren't my shift today, I would have gone to welcome the new disciple myself." Hu Haifong pointed at him and introduced, "This is the lazy guy, Trung Tu Nha, also your fellow disciple." Trung Tu Nha immediately objected. "Who said I'm lazy?" He leaned back in his chair, smiling brightly. "But now that there's a new disciple, I'm finally free." "Yes." Chu Van then understood Trung Tu Nya was referring to the first task of pulling the iron chain in Long Tin. Trung Tu Nya stepped up to the forge and explained, "This is the starter task the master assigned. Just pull this chain up." Chu Van curiously asked, "What is this chain used for?" Zhongzia smiled brightly. "This is called Dragon Well. Of course it's used to lure dragons. Occasionally, strange lights and dragon roars come from it. This special iron chain was made by the master specifically for that purpose." Chu Van grabbed the iron chain and began to pull while asking, "Is the dragon like the one in Legends?" Zhongzia plopped down in his chair, laughing loudly. "That's just the master's guess based on dimensional mutations. In my opinion, if anything, it's just a dimensional creature." Chu Van didn't think much, gripped the iron chain tightly and started pulling. Not knowing how long the chain was, he had pulled over 10 meters, but still hadn't seen the other end. The more he pulled, the colder the chain in his hands became. Even Chu Van's strong body felt uncomfortable. Carelessly, he let go and the chain slipped. Zhongzia chuckled, "Be careful. The dragon well is very cold. The chain also gets cold when it touches water." "Oh, right, when pulling the chain you can't use your vital energy. That's the rule the master set." Chu Van nodded in understanding, grabbed the chain that fell to the ground. He relied only on his physical strength to resist the bone-chilling cold from the dragon well. The sound of iron chains scraping rang out continuously. Chu Van pulled non-stop, but his hands grew colder and colder. His fingers almost froze numb, unable to bend. Still, he persisted. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Chu Van knew something was wrong. A snapping sound rang out and his hand slipped off the chain. The iron chain, which had been pulled nearly 100 meters, slipped back down. Kuang Yen, reading nearby, shook her head. "How many times has this been now? Is he still pulling so roughly?" Meanwhile, Hui Hai Feng was training and said, "The transmitted cold has limited effect on legendary level. It's just an uncomfortable sensation." Chu Van watched the chain slip down but didn't lose heart, waiting for the cold to fade and his fingers to return to normal. He stood up and pulled again. Just as he was about to exert force, a person in cold-proof clothing climbed up from the dragon well. Chu Van was puzzled when Hui Haifeng and 2 others hurried to surround the well, cheering, "Master is back." After removing his snowcoat, Wang Mingyuan revealed a mature, warm face looking quite young. His long hair with a few white strands gave him an attractive masculinity. He nodded to the 3, "You all get along well, be kind to the little junior brother." Soon after returning, Wang Mingyuan lit a campfire and sat with his disciples around it. He handed Chu Van a bowl of hot porridge and gently said, "Drink the hot porridge to warm your stomach. It's very good for resisting cold qi and treating chill." Chu Van hurriedly nodded in thanks. Wang Mingyuan paused a moment, then continued to Hui Haifeng, "You've pulled the chain over 10 times. Chu Van nodded, not remembering the exact count. Wang Mingyuan looked at him with interest. "You've pulled so many times, haven't you thought of another way?" He pondered, then said, "Hui Haifeng, breathe first. Use momentum to pull with full strength and amplitude, then let go to reduce the time your hand contacts the chain. That way you can pull it up before your hand goes numb." Kuang Yan took time to observe, finding moments when the cold was least to pull the least cold section of the chain. Finally, she succeeded. As for Zhongziya, he smirked, "I use vital energy to go faster. Rules are rigid, but humans are lively." Chu Van silently scolded himself. "You said not to use vital energy." He turned to the advisor, sipping porridge while saying, "I still want to try again. This is a mission and also a form of cultivation. Try a few more times, I'll get used to it and pull the chain up." Wang Mingyuan smiled at Chu Van. "Among my students, excluding those who failed from the start, only 2 have stubbornly pulled the chain over 10 times like you, and you're the first." Chu Van was curious. "Who is the other one, master?" And Wang Mingyuan replied briefly, "A disciple who has already graduated from me." He said no more, only instructing, "But rules are rules. You can only rest after pulling the chain up." Then Chu Van returned to the dragon well to continue pulling the chain, but he still hadn't learned the lesson and pulled the same way as before. After over 100 failures, he finally pulled the entire chain nearly 200 meters long. When the end was pulled up, Chu Van was startled and collapsed to the ground. Looking closely, the chain's end was a giant hook, but looking closer, it resembled an anchor. Chu Van thought silently that this shape looked exactly like a decoration he had seen in the Qin Western region store, but the surface seemed worn. Wang Mingyuan held a bag of semi-living creature eggs, tied it tightly to the anchor, then explained, "This is dragon bait combined with these semi-living eggs, making a very tempting bait for dragons, especially regarding food. Hopefully next time we'll get results." After finishing, Wang Mingyuan said to Chu Van, "From now on, this chain is handed over to Little Van, okay? Put the fishing rod back in the well and go rest." Chu Van dropped the chain into the well, completed everything, then took out his mysterious phone to open the game and check the dragon the master mentioned. He selected the Longmen Shikui dungeon in the game. The character quickly found the dragon well named by Wang Mingyuan, but in the game the dragon well was just a hole in the ground with no signs of digging or chains, just a strange well emitting light and dragon roars. Chu Van immediately summoned the semi-living form of the flying ant while wondering how deep the well was, but he was sure it was extremely cold down there. Chu Van used the Lotus Buddha Chi, even converting his Fate-style Chi into 8.8 refined degrees, putting his body into an optimal state. After thorough preparation, he felt assured enough to control the character to jump straight down to the bottom of the dragon well. The well opening was only a few meters wide, but the deeper he went, the more the space expanded. However, at about 50 meters down, a thick white fog appeared, covering everything and making vision hazy. The deeper he went, the denser the fog became, the air more terrifying, and the fog's temperature was bone-chillingly cold, forcing Chu Van to stop and consider. Almost at the bottom, the cold intensified. He gritted his teeth and tried to go down a bit more, but had to stop despite maximizing his body because going deeper meant certain freezing. Chu Van thought to himself, "If this were the real world, I could try wearing a down jacket or lighting a fire to keep warm, but in the game, that's impossible." Suddenly, the idea of fire sparked, and Chu Van came up with an idea, immediately converting his chi into Ancient Flame Sutra. He silently rejoiced, almost forgetting he still had mysterious chi from the stone tablet at the Divine Fire altar. When the character activated the Ancient Flame Sutra, blazing flames erupted around him, radiating warm heat that covered his entire body. Chu Van exclaimed in surprise, "No wonder it's fire element chi. It has an excellent ability to resist extreme cold." He continued to control the character deeper into the dragon well. Upon entering the dense white fog, he only felt a slight chill, but the flames inside quickly pushed back the cold. However, after about 500 meters, the character's body started to feel uncomfortable. The flames burning around him gradually faded, and the bone-chilling cold returned. Chu Van hurriedly stopped the character, regretfully looking around and thinking that the power of the Flame Sutra could only get him this far, but he sensed he was very close to the bottom of the well. Without hesitation, he summoned the silver ant and ordered it to use the demon light spear. Immediately, the demon light spear shot straight down to the bottom of the dragon well, disappearing into the white mist. Chu Van used the Emperor's hearing ability. As the demon light spear tore through the mist, it created sound and material vibrations, allowing Chu Van's mind to visualize the demon light spear freezing into an ice needle falling to the bottom of the well before shattering. The shattering sound echoed throughout the hollow cave, and a clear image gradually formed in his mind. At the bottom of the dragon well, a giant creature twisted like a mountain range, coiling around a massive stone pillar as if embracing a mountain. On top of the stone pillar was an elliptical object resembling an offering. Chu Van immediately realized this was truly a giant dragon with terrifying power coiled underground to protect a cocoon. Suddenly, the creature opened its blazing yellow eyes wide, clearly sensing an intruder. It leapt up and bared its mouth, roaring upward. The strange roar was unlike any animal's growl or bird's cry, but resembled a long horn's sound carrying a powerful, terrifying sonic wave. The tiny character couldn't escape in time, was swept away by the sonic wave, and the character's body only trembled slightly before exploding. The game screen turned pitch black. Chu Van scratched his head, pondering, just roaring from over 100 meters away can destroy it already. Could this really be the dragon from legend? With this power among legendary creatures, it must be top tier, possibly even a mythical beast. Recalling the elliptical object, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Is the cocoon in the dragon well related to the white cocoon that Huang Jinfei guards? Then Chu Van put away his phone and headed back to the dormitory, deciding to think about these matters slowly. After dragging the chain all day today, he was exhausted and just wanted to rest. But as soon as he stepped out of the cave, Chu Van sensed something was unusual. Everything suddenly went pitch black. He wondered what was happening. At that moment, a man wearing a beak-shaped mask stepped out of the shadows and explained, "I only used soul power to interfere with the senses of nearby creatures so no one would notice this area exists." Yanzhen stepped closer, staring intently at Chuvan. "Finally found the right time to meet you." Next to Ngim-chun, a ghostly, skull-like phantom hovered, resembling a human figure, but with feet not touching the ground, floating in the air. Chuvan immediately felt a chill down his spine. The pressure from the ghost made sweat pour out, and he panicked. "Is this Ngim-chun?" Trying to stay calm. Chuvan said, "If I remember correctly, the students are safe and the general has no orders to continue the investigation." Ngim-chun was approaching, interrupting. "I'm just curious and want to talk to you. No need to be tense." Chuvan changed his expression and replied, "You mean even if I'm tense, it's useless, right?" Ngim-chun's cold voice echoed, "In terms of facts, that's indeed the case." Suddenly, Ngim-chun's eyes flashed like a camera emitting a strange red light. When the red light shone on Chuvan's body, he seemed frozen and unable to move. He panicked and couldn't escape. Ngim-chun stepped in front of him and said, "I don't like playing chase with you. I'm just temporarily disconnecting you from your body." He spoke with excitement. "Let me see, let's get straight to the point. I'm here because of that tree." Causing trouble for a legendary-level student just because of a tree again. Chuvan frowned and asked, "Are you looking for the death tree?" Ngim-chun calmly replied, "Yes, I need its power." Chuvan immediately asked what power. Ngim-chun was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Do you know the Ship of Theseus theory?" It's a theory attributed to an ancient Greek philosopher. It describes a ship called the Theseus that can sail for 100 years by continuously repairing and replacing its parts. Whenever a plank rots, it's replaced. Eventually, the entire ship is replaced. Do you think that ship is still the original Theseus? Or in other words, once a new plank replaces an old one, it's no longer the old ship? Ngim-chun's voice grew more intense and passionate as he spoke. The answer is very simple. Whether the ship is the original depends not on the ship itself, but on the person controlling it. If the captain views the Theseus concept only as a tool to conquer the ocean, then regardless of whether it looks like the old ship or not, it's still the Theseus. That's also the relationship between consciousness, soul, and flesh. Consciousness is the helmsman, while the flesh is just its Theseus ship. The dimensional Theseus allows humans to evolve, but gives us the lowest starting point. Most humans can barely survive against stronger monsters. He paused, his tone calm. "If my research succeeds in extracting human consciousness or soul, humanity will achieve immortality. Consciousness will no longer be bound by the mortal body. Humans will exist in a new dimension." Chuvan listened, eyes wide and mouth agape, unsure whether Ngim-chun was a genius or madman. Ngim-chun summoned a scalpel and continued, "I have poured my heart into this research, my entire fate. My soul is dedicated to observing the abstract existence of the soul, bringing more possibilities to humanity." I paused briefly, immersed in distant memories. But every time I tried to separate the soul and consciousness from the body, no matter what careful method I used, as soon as the soul and consciousness left the body, immediately stopped functioning. Every time the result never changed, no exceptions. Suddenly, Ngim-chun's eyes burned with a passionate desire, as if the souls that had been separated had broken this immutable rule. The mystery of those students' return overturned all previous understanding. "The tree you mentioned holds a power beyond imagination. I crave to possess it to become the supreme ruler of humanity, leading humans to master their destiny free from any force's control." At that moment, Chuvan suddenly grew strangely calm and asked, "Do you think the strange tree that disappeared in the dead city is related to me?" Ngim-chun nodded decisively yes. He paused briefly and continued, assuming the tree is a fixed state. Then the factor causing its disappearance is those who have entered the dead city. By that logic, if the students who died and now resurrected are also a changing factor, then the root cause is the appearance of you and Antine. You alone are present in both factors, proving you have a close connection to that death tree. At that moment, Chuvan felt his whole body freeze, unable to move. He panicked, realizing he was completely controlled to the point he couldn't use his original energy skill. At that moment, Ngim-chun controlled a blade to fly straight at Chuvan, coldly declaring, "I will personally search your mind to find what I need." The scalpel darted into Chuvan's head, and he was startled, not expecting Ngim-chun to be so reckless. But suddenly Chuvan's body was freed. He clutched his head in pain, shouting, "Harming our own kind for humanity's sake. Don't you find that ridiculous?" Nianchen kept a cold expression and replied, "It won't take long. When the memories in your brain are drained, your spirit will collapse. You will become an emotionless puppet no longer conscious. The way you always demand sacrifice. And I'm willing to bear this small sin. I will also record your contribution in the history of human evolution." However, the moment the scalpel touched his brain, a wild, terrifying surge of energy suddenly erupted from Chuvan's mind. The swirling energy, like a fierce flame, rushed straight at the gleaming blade. In an instant, the scalpel, with its terrifying power, was completely swallowed by that energy. Nianchen witnessed the explosion of energy from Chuvan and was horrified, hastily stepping back. He panicked and exclaimed, "What is happening? The blade has lost connection. This must be the power of the Fate-style King's wrath. This power is unimaginably terrifying." But Chuvan's whole body was making cracking sounds from his bones as if they could shatter at any moment. His internal organs were under immense pressure in extreme pain. But Nianchen did not falter. His eyes became even more fervent. He shouted, "So you really are hiding a secret." Immediately, he activated his soul life, performing the void spirit finger. But Nianchen's entire body radiated a terrifying energy that transformed into tiny beams converging on his eyes. In a blink, the light from his eyes shone as brightly as a dazzling sun. But Chuvan just glanced over. Before Nianchen could react, Chuvan's blazing red eyes locked onto him. The forensic psychic head of Nianchen felt as if crushed by an invisible hand exploding on the spot. Nianchen trembled in utter horror, unable to believe his eyes, shouting, "No way! This is only a legendary level. How could he possess such power?" Chuvan coldly stared straight at Nianchen, calmly raised his hand, silently observing him, and softly said, "Oot." Instantly, a terrifying energy explosion erupted fiercely beneath Nianchen's feet. His face was full of horror, struggling in despair, but completely powerless. Nianchen's body was tightly gripped and squeezed by the energy. With a thunderous explosion, Nianchen was crushed to death on the spot by the terrifying power of the King's wrath. The power within Chuvan's body gradually withdrew, retreating inward. At this point, the veins on his body bulged, and many small blood vessels had ruptured. His internal organs felt as if they were being crushed. In excruciating pain, Chuvan collapsed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The power that just burst forth was so overwhelming, far beyond the limits his body could bear. Enduring the pain, Chuvan dragged himself up suddenly. A dark thought flashed through his mind. He might not be the first to be torn apart by his own power. Unable to hold on any longer, Chuvan collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. When he woke up, Chuvan realized he was lying in Vung Min Nguyen's laboratory. He muttered, "I'm still alive." He tried to get up to check his wounds, but his body ached severely with no strength left. He noticed his clothes were gone, but the wounds had been treated promptly. Just then, Vung Min Nguyen appeared, warning it's best not to move around. "Although I used soul life to heal some serious injuries, the broken ribs and internal organ damage still require time to recover." Knowing he was saved by Vung Min Nguyen, Chuvan curiously asked, "You were the one who brought me here." Vung Min Nguyen nodded, recounting, "When Trung Tu Nya brought you, even I was shocked. But your entire meridian system was crushed by the power, and your bones and internal organs suffered severe damage from the tremendous pressure." Chuvan meant to ask about his phone, but when he turned his head, he saw his clothes neatly folded on the floor, with 2 phones and some other items on top. Seeing the mysterious phone, Chuvan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "Luckily, my belongings aren't lost. The phone is still here." Yes. Right then, Vung Min Nguyen looked at Chuvan and asked, "Do you remember who attacked you?" Chuvan was startled and awkwardly thought, this question is hard to answer. He stammered, "My memories seem chaotic. I don't remember clearly." In his heart, he cursed silently. It wasn't Nianchen who attacked me, but my own fate that hurt me. But the strange thing is that fate originates from within oneself. Its power can't exceed the body's tolerance, otherwise it wouldn't exist. Yet Vung Chitan's fate completely defies that logic. Moreover, when the fate bursts out, his consciousness seems to be invaded by another consciousness. Chuvan vaguely sensed his fate was very unusual, possibly related to Mei Tianqin. Hearing that, Vung Min Nguyen pondered, "You're confused about your memories. That's troublesome. Trung Tu Nya spoke up when we found you. Besides you lying in a pool of blood, there was no sign of anyone else." Chuvan was immediately stunned, his mind in chaos, unable to understand what was happening. Recalling the scene where Ngim Chun was crushed to pieces by the power inside him, Chu-Vun couldn't help but mutter what happened. Ngim-chun should have exploded right there. There should be his blood, right? Seeing no further clues, Vung Min-win continued anyway. I've reported to the school's investigation team. Let them handle this case. Suddenly, Vung Min-win seemed to remember something interesting, he said. Hey, when I used Fate Soul Healing on you, I discovered something miraculous. Your whole body was seriously injured, but your heart was almost unharmed, as if protected by a mysterious power. Otherwise, you probably wouldn't have survived. Then Chu-Vun instinctively touched his chest and asked in surprise, Teacher, you said another power was protecting me. Suddenly, Vung Min-win snapped his notebook shut and frowned. On your first day as my student, you almost lost your life. You really are outstanding. Chu-Vun immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, no, that's not what I meant. The teacher is worried that... Vung Min-win was about to scold Chu-Vun, but instead gently tapped the notebook on his head. Seeing Chu-Vun's awkwardness, he burst out laughing. Vun, you're so honest. You make me want to tease you a little. Chu-Vun took the notebook curiously and asked Teacher, what is this notebook? Yes. Vung Min-win paused, then replied, this is an initiation gift. Keep this 7 Tantrung manual. He continued. I can't always be there to protect you, only by becoming strong yourself. Can you truly protect yourself? Chu-Vun stared at the notebook and exclaimed in surprise. 7. Tantrung sounds really powerful, huh? Yes, Vung Min-win smiled and explained that name is just a simple way to call it. This set of techniques is the crystallization of the essence from 7 different technique masters, so I named it 7 Tantrung. Before leaving, he added each chapter in 7 Tantrung is an essence I refined from individual masters emphasizing practicality. I believe this technique suits your agility and physique very well. It will help you improve dramatically. Then he turned and left. Reminding your wounds will take a few more days before you can get out of bed. Just practice to pass the time. Chu-Vun could only sigh, thinking I still have to lie down for a few more days. Later, when he asked Li Huiyan to take care of the goat, Dung Li Huiyan immediately reacted. You want me to feed that goat? Don't even mention it, just hearing it makes my chest ache. Chu-Vun had to explain, I can't move now. If Dung isn't fed for a few days, it will wreck the dormitory. Hearing that, Li Huiyan sighed, all right, my Chu-Vun, I'll take good care of that goat. But you have to recover quickly. Soon Chu-Vun began to move his fingers again. He thought to himself, lucky at least my hands can move and have some strength. I can still play games. Maybe try training 7 Tantrung in it. Immediately he looked down at the notebook and the mysterious phone on the floor, thinking lying around would be a waste of time. He decided to find fun through gaming. Chu-Vun habitually bit his finger to draw blood and activate the mysterious phone. Fortunately, it still worked normally. When the drop of blood touched the phone, it immediately started up successfully. But when Chu-Vun looked at the screen, he startled and jumped up. The other apps remained normal, but the Grim Reaper icon showed a mysterious number. Chu-Vun wondered what is the number below the Grim Reaper icon. He immediately tapped to check. The tiny character quickly appeared on the Death City map. This time, the Grim Reaper tree had turned dark red with a white bud growing on its trunk. Chu-Vun shouted in panic another bud, but the tree had already disappeared and no one could touch it. Suddenly, Chu-Vun recalled the corpse of Ngim-chun, who was clearly dead. Yet Vung Min-win said the crime scene showed no traces and no one found his body. Yet now the tree in the game had grown another bud, making it hard not to suspect something unusual. Chu-Vun frowned slightly, thinking to himself, could the Grim Reaper tree in the game absorb the dead from reality? Chu-Vun dismissed that thought and focused on Vung Min-win's notebook. The notebook recorded 7 elemental energy kung fu techniques with different moves, but essentially connected. Some subtle details were carefully annotated by Vung Min-win. These 7 moves were designed with exquisite craftsmanship, and their style was completely unique. After briefly practicing the 7 strikes, Chu-Vun watched the wind dissipate and silently admired the 7 strikes feel more like combat tricks than elemental energy techniques. Though simple mastering and harmonizing them requires diligent practice. Then Chu-Vun looked back at the dark red Grim Reaper tree and sighed. If the tree in the game still affects reality and carries something like that, it's truly dangerous. When his gaze stopped on the white bud, curiosity rose. He wondered what it would reveal when it bloomed. He turned back to the anthill and saw the golden ant flying skillfully, dodging the relentless attacks of the Thai Fong move. Even using all of Batutin's elemental energy was ineffective. Chuvan thought silently, this isn't good. It's very hard to attack the golden ant now. Immediately after the ant charged straight at him, Chuvan instantly performed the long moan phi tien technique, spinning in the air to dodge. He stared at the mysterious cocoon full of curiosity, wondering what exactly was inside. Just as Chuvan approached the cocoon, the giant shadow of the golden ant suddenly shot up from below and blocked his way. Before he could react, the golden ant's sharp claws aggressively tore the tiny character into 100 pieces. Watching the phone screen go completely black, Chuvan couldn't help but feel frustrated and said, "So that's why it guarded the cocoon so carefully." He suddenly recalled the silkworm cocoons in Long Tin. Both Long Tin and Dew Tree had similar things, making it hard to avoid thinking they shared some mysterious connection. Surely there was a big secret hidden. Afterwards, Chuvan began pondering how to deal with the golden ant. Although its flying speed was formidable, it was limited in altitude. He thought to himself, if only there were a more agile elemental energy technique for flying. Just then it was time for medicine. Kung Nim brought medicine to Chuvan regularly 3 times a day. Every time after taking it, he felt excruciating pain, as if his whole body was about to turn into a bitter gourd. Seeing this, Kung Nim smiled. Bitter medicine cures sickness. Thanks to the medicine the master brewed, you've recovered so quickly. He continued to remind him to take good care of his injury from now on, then said goodbye to Chuvan. Suddenly he asked, by the way, Senior, where is the master? I have a few questions for him. Kung Nim glanced at his watch and replied, the master went to Long Tin with Trung Tu Nya for a survey, probably coming back soon. After cooking porridge for Chuvan, Kung Nim added, you can also ask me. I'm quite confident in my knowledge. Yes, Chuvan immediately recalled Kung Nim's reaction in Death City. He even knew about the existence of Death City. He must be a well-educated and talented person. Without hesitation, he asked, Senior, I learned the long moan phi tien technique before. Although it's very flexible, I feel. It's not true flying. I want to ask if there's any flying technique faster at the legendary level. Kung Nim pondered for a moment, then answered. Phi tien technique is one of the best flying techniques at the legendary level. Faster techniques. There are some. In our Tich Duong Academy, there's an elemental energy technique like that. Outside Xiang City, there is a legendary creature called the Troy Knot Bird, which possesses the Troy Knot flying energy skill, allowing it to fly twice as fast as the long moan phi tien technique. Hearing that Chuvan was surprised Xiang City, what does that place have to do with the Tich Duong Academy? Kung Nim nodded and explained, yes, originally the name Tich Duong Academy didn't carry such a complex meaning as it does now. It simply meant a place where you could see Xiang City. At that moment, Trung Tu Nya, wearing a winter coat, suddenly appeared between the two and interrupted, just forget about killing the Troy Knot Bird. It's almost impossible. Trung Tu Nya grinned and asked, Chuvan, I don't want to crush your hopes, but do you know where Xiang City is? Chuvan was silent for a moment, then replied, just now Headmaster Kung Nim said, it's the place where the academy can be seen. Trung Tu Nya immediately burst out laughing, pointed up at the sky. Xiang City is right above our heads. It's an illusionary city that only appears at sunset like a mirage floating among the red clouds. It's close yet so far impossible to reach. The Troy Knot Bird has no legs and never lands. It spends its life flying around Xiang City. Trung Tu Nya suddenly suggested flying high without landing with terrifying speed, harder than killing a phi tien. Hearing phi tien, Chuvan was startled. What kind of creature is a phi tien? Kung Nim sighed and continued. Tu Nya, he asked about the legendary flying energy skill, so I haven't mentioned it yet. Actually, in the Lotus Cave of Long Moan Stone 7, there is a stronger flying energy skill called Long Moan Phi Tien, a higher level energy skill of Long Moan. It's faster, stronger, and more flexible. Killing a phi tien level execution beast grants this energy skill. Trung Tu Nya laughed. Phi tien beasts are the pack of Phi tien. They can also use the Phi tien technique, but the true Phi tien flies much faster. That's real flying. After hearing that, Chuvan nodded, but I can't defeat the execution beast now. Hunting Phi tien beasts is probably easier. Trung Tu Nya smiled brightly and patted Chuvan's shoulder. You're too modest once you recover. I'll invite Kung Nim and Hui Haifeng to help you. We'll definitely succeed. Before Chuvan could react, Trung Tu Nya took off his winter coat and declared, it's decided then, and he ran straight to the cave entrance shouting, Junior brother, I'll scout the Phi tien for you first. Chuvan scratched his head and anxiously asked, Going alone, isn't that dangerous? Kung Yim stirred the medicine and replied, "Don't worry, how could a Phi-Thien kill him? It can only land a few hits." Then Kung Yim stuffed a full spoon of medicine into Chuvan's mouth. The bitter taste was so strong, Chuvan almost spat it out. Chuvan exclaimed how bitter it was. Kung Yim chuckled. "Your task now is to recover quickly." They stood there looking up, facing the monster hanging above. The gun in hand quickly dropped. Tunya stood there with a cold and arrogant expression. "Then let's have a match." The people behind quickly prepared and entered combat mode. "Remember to use your full strength or you'll die." Haifeng coldly reminded. No need to repeat that Chuvan was already ready to join the fight. The fairy monster over there shot out strong silk threads, wrapping tightly, rushing straight at their group. Facing this move, they were completely unafraid. All charged forward with strong determination. "Let's go." The opponent once again shot out countless strong threads, but Chuvan, attacking without fear, quickly rushed forward. In a flash, he grabbed the fan in his hand. Then he launched a fierce gust of wind forward. This move quickly blew away all the silk threads ahead. But the girl over there was completely calm, facing the winds with composure. At that moment, she easily created a lotus flower. Before it could attack him, Tunya rushed over and easily blocked it. All the threads were instantly knocked away by the young man. Tunya ran ahead cautiously and reminded them a few things. "Avun don't die in our very first fight." Chuvan replied firmly from behind, "That won't happen." The rapid conversion of the classic Taoist technique was used, and of course you also realized your current situation. Xiaoba Xiao's rank is still too low. If it were an equal level, even if Phi Thien had defensive abilities, she would definitely be frozen. The fairy above seemed to want to attack forward once again, but you quickly dodged all of it. Despite the advantage in strength, a slight scratch appeared on that handsome face. Although very fast, the cold aura slowed down Phi Thien's attack speed. Haifeng over there smiled faintly, seemingly somewhat satisfied. He calmly gave a few psychological reminders from over there. "Avanangia Tunya, support me." Without blinking, a strange tattoo appeared on his body. Without blinking, you used your speed advantage to launch a direct attack forward. Meanwhile, Chuvan beside you also supported by rushing in. Tunya appeared from behind, ready to attack simultaneously. The man covered by a powerful body force was able to easily dodge all those silk ribbons. However, Phi Thien in front seemed to want to create more powerful lotus attacks. What she did not expect was that suddenly something wrapped tightly around her feet and pulled her whole body down. In the blink of an eye, she quickly lost balance and fell down. The one controlling it at this moment was Kwang Yim. Though not directly participating in the battle, he was still an extremely effective supporter. In a flash, Haifeng landed the most powerful hit on the opponent, but Phi Thien was not so easily defeated. She instantly knocked her opponent far away. Meanwhile, Chuvan stood ready below to catch her. Slowly looking upward, she spoke. "After all, that is an epic creature. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to really play recklessly." The other spat a mouthful of blood, softly replied, but it was worth it. Her whole body was quickly dragged down below. The gravity suppression seal isn't finished yet. A surge of power was transferred into the rope, easily pulling the opponent. Kwang Yim, standing there, seemed to use all his strength to support. The girl also seemed to realize something strange about her body. She looked at her hand with unprecedented contemplation. A powerful sword was pulled straight forward. Tunya, though near death, appeared beside her and delivered a powerful slash. This move even caused damage to that immortal body. Yet that young man was easily knocked away mercilessly. This situation could be considered a breakthrough for them. Finally, they could really deal damage to Phi Thien. So next, let's see who has more endurance. You quickly attacked Phi Thien head-on. Facing this scene, she seemed a bit overwhelmed. Negative status gravity suppression. The gravity suppression negative status caused that girl to be fiercely attacked by all sides. The negative status of color absorption on the opponent's body seemed to have completely disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she was completely uncontrollably dragged. They, of course, realized the current situation was an extremely good opportunity. Their hands activated unprecedented power. Both instantly delivered powerful slashes that completely destroyed Tunya, the opponent. Something seemed to have broken. Tunya looked somewhat satisfied. Thinking it over, it seemed done. The earring on your hand suddenly emitted a strange light. A row of golden silk suddenly appeared before their eyes, attacking forward. Finally, they became a bit cautious about the current situation. But before she could act, her whole body was completely bound. Damn, it was stolen. Phi Thien over there was once again restored to her strongest state. They saw the sparkling light radiating from that body and really couldn't understand it. Don't say it's you guys. Kwang Heem and the others also realized something was wrong with the current situation. All the energy is being concentrated there. Haifong shouted a few warning words, "We're doomed. It's about to explode." Tunya, tied up there, couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, can't get out." Then suddenly an arm appeared to block the silk ribbon. Tunya saw the person beside him and angrily shouted, "What are you doing here? Want to die together?" But Chuvan appeared there with a very serious face. Hoitan's power is considered shadow energy. If he uses maximum strength to focus control on that thread, it seems he found some method. He was trying to concentrate all his strength in both hands. In the blink of an eye, the rope binding his teammate was completely torn apart. The two of them reflexively jumped away quickly to find a way to escape. A powerful explosion rang out behind them, completely blowing everything left away. In the end, only a thick cloud of dust remained at that place. They appeared there looking straight ahead, seeming a bit tired. The mutated Phi Thien had been dealt with. From there finally appeared a sparkling crystal. Naturally, they also recognized what that thing was. It was the crystallization of a skill, just didn't know if it was worth much. Chuvan on one side spoke up, "Senior brother, this is the reward for the brothers." "Yes." But before he could finish, Tunya over there smiled happily and replied, "No need for money or anything, but next time when I want to fight some dimensional creature, don't even think about escaping." He heard this and lightly smiled, replying yes. He looked at the crystal with some hesitation in his heart. But can a legendary rank absorb the skill crystallization of an epic creature? Yeah. They quickly returned to gather with their master. The strong soul was then used. Min Nguyen sat there very seriously treating the wounds. Chuvan remained silent the whole time, quietly thinking. The pain was subsiding and the wounds were healing quickly. Is this the teacher's soul? He stood there unable to help but scold. Avon's injuries just healed, and you guys like kids are leading him into trouble, haha. Yes. He thought of something and continued. Right when we returned, Avan asked me a question about absorbing epic crystallization, right? Yes. Min Nguyen stood there seriously replying. Actually, in conclusion, it's different from the dimensional life forms. In theory, absorbing super-level skill crystallization is possible. Is it possible? The other continued. It's not that simple. Although skill crystallization is essentially a medium different from the nature of primordial energy conduits. There is no direct link with the life rank. But some parts of the skill not only require primordial energy for activation, they also need some basic ability points to maintain the activation level of the skill. And some conditions are only met at higher ranks. So naturally there are dangers. He held the crystal in his hand, thinking, is that so? Yes. The master over there continued, all right, it's rare to see you kids all doing well. So how about a nice meal tonight? Ah, yes. Tunya looked at his little junior brother and said, stop standing there. Avan, hurry up. Here, huh? The crystal in hand is called the dimensional crystallization of the mutated Phi Thien. It's a Buddha system species, but with special requirements. Its attribute quickly reaches level 21. Seeing the info board in front, he couldn't help but exclaim, quickly reaching 21 points. As expected, it's just like the teacher said. First time seeing primordial energy require such speed. That night, he quickly returned home. The small room was once again brightly lit. I'm back. At this moment, Dayton was lying in bed having a good sleep. He saw the kid and couldn't help but exclaim, taking care of this little Li Huyen goat so seriously is beyond expectations. The bathroom faucet was quickly used up. The phone in his hand was also turned off. He looked at it while drying his hair and carefully assessed, as expected, it's not good. Relying on just myself, even with a normal Phi Thien surviving, is only possible for a short or long time at best. A 21-point score based on current training speed in the game is probably about 18 points. The higher the attribute, the slower the absorption efficiency of primary crystallization. To improve efficiency, only the crystallization of epic-level creatures can be considered. The nature of the soul's fate at the epic level is truly useful. Each type of soul fate has its own miraculous abilities. Moreover, activating it almost doesn't consume any vitality. This point alone is already very difficult. He himself looked tired and quickly lay back on the bed, letting out a sigh. However, this time the team proved that if there are enough top teammates, defeating epic creatures is quite feasible. Chuvan recalled something and began to think, but does high-level crystallization speed also suffer from constraints when upgrading and transitioning phases? Anyway, I can only think of ways to get high-level crystallizations first. Time passed quickly. The next morning, just as dawn broke, the phone beside him rang loudly. Uncle Vun slowly sat up, seeming a bit tired. "Who is it this early in the morning?" The luxury car quickly sped down the main road. "Disturbing him so early. Uncle Vun really is—" "Sorry." Uncle Vun, sitting in the car, was a bit awkward in the conversation. "Don't call me young master, just call me by my name." The other person smiled softly upon hearing this and replied, "All right then, I'll call you Avan, and you can just call me a Sin. Let's not keep Madam waiting too long." Chuvan thought of that woman and felt a bit weary inside. "Sister Lam, I forgot about the sanctum status and haven't replied to her." They soon arrived at a luxurious building. The elegant woman sitting there spoke up. "Little Vun, do you really want to give up? The list only changes once. Giving up this spot means wasting it, you know that too. The reward from the sanctum trial is a rare opportunity many desire but do not get." Chuvan stood there seriously and answered that yes, this status was originally a hassle, better to directly give up the competition. Besides, the strange, mysterious power of the dream realm is peculiar compared to the mystical background of the immortal scripture, so sanctum status isn't that important. The young man standing there couldn't help but clench his fists, thinking, where did that silly old man go? Why isn't he with Sister Lam? The man beside him quietly said, "Madam, let me and the young master." Before he could finish, the woman replied, "Whatever it is, I still respect Little Vun's decision." The guard quickly chased after the young man. "Wait a moment." The other party hurriedly ran up. "Young Master Van no Avan, are you really giving up this status?" "Yeah." Hearing this, the other person couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. "I understand your decision, but if possible, Avan, I still want to help delay your time here a bit." As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby door, then slowly took off his familiar outer coat. Chuvan saw this and was somewhat incredulous. As the coat fell, he seemed to witness scenes that made him unable to stay calm. The tall, muscular body now bore many long, terrifying scars. The other person's trembling voice sounded again beside him. "Sorry, young master, but I want you to see these. Almost all are severe scars that could never fully heal, so they remain here. Inside those wounds, it's almost as if the body had been torn apart." He stood there, completely unable to believe what he was seeing. "What are these?" The other person answered in a calm, cold voice. "Yes, all are seals left from conflicts with dimensional beings over the years, which in the future we will face even more serious challenges." Avan really couldn't understand what this man meant. The opponent's cold gaze slowly drew back the curtain in front of him. Since the world mutated, the border between the dimensional survival space and humans has always been guarded by warriors and the world's own restrictions. But in fact, most people protected inside the safe zone for nearly half a century didn't know that under this fragile balance, what seemed like peace. There have been numerous cases in recent years of dimensional creatures breaking restrictions at various levels in many regions of the Federations. Chuvan, hearing these words, began to think, then replied with a slightly surprised tone. "Is that so? The Sea Ring Snake and the Sea Demon Queen ambushed me last time and then escaped from the dimensional realm by breaking restrictions." The other replied coldly, "Things are more serious than you imagine. The cause of the dimensional beast mutation is unclear, but the phenomenon of breaking restrictions is still occurring. If this continues, once the restrictions completely collapse, powerful dimensional creatures will carry out a horrific massacre against ordinary life forms in the city. Actually, not long ago, near the closest mutated area to us, Mount Key 2 experienced several incidents of breaking restrictions." He was a bit shocked upon hearing this, but the man in front of him continued, "Of course it has since been suppressed. I am just an epic-level deputy general and my squad was all sacrificed in that operation. Without sufficient forces, this world cannot protect family or those important. The divine mission this time is a rare opportunity for you to gain that force, not for anyone else, but to give this world another chance at survival. I hope you reconsider this rare opportunity." Chuvan's hands in his pockets clenched once more. "Thank you for telling me this, but I will stick to my decision. If the qualification was from Antine from the start, her abilities surely deserve this chance. Even if this spot is forfeited, I will not fight for it with anyone. Though I feel sorry for Sister Lam, I don't want to owe my fate to someone else's chance." The young man standing there radiated an aura expressing his determination. As for this opportunity, I will still find enough power in the future to protect everything I want to protect. The other finally understood his intention and sighed softly. The madam is right. Even if you're not blood siblings, your temperaments are too similar. He heard this and calmly replied, I don't think that's a compliment. Their conversation shifted again. Young master will decide for himself. I have nothing more to say. If you need anything later, you can come directly to me. All right, I'll take you home. They stood by the car door, chatting briefly. Speaking of which, a Sin shares the An surname, yet he calls others of the An family madam and young master. So Avan is interested in me too, just casually asking a few questions. The other smiled and answered, My identity has never been a secret outside. They see me as the family's dog or a demon teaching official. Madam, young lady, young master all regard me as part of the family, but everyone knows I have no blood relation to them. I was once a nobody with all past forgotten. A Sin is a name given to me by the commanding officer. Then he was quickly taken home. Looking at the kid in front of him, he couldn't help but think the world's situation is worsening, just like a Sin said. Will we face even more serious dimensional creatures breaking restrictions? Even epic-level scouts are involved when they invade. Speaking of dimensional creatures, wasn't there a goat in my memory too? He quickly glanced at the goat nibbling a carrot in front of him, recalling something grinding his teeth. Could that initial dream have been a sign of disaster? The blood stain on his hand quickly faded. When he tried to get his phone, something seemed to ring inside. He finally realized something was wrong. This is the sign of a death tree. Now he remembered he almost forgot about the death tree. Chuvan quickly entered the game world. In front of him was the death tree, and on it was a strange object called the fruit of the death tree. He picked it up, seemingly surprised. This is the fruit of the death tree. But why does it look like a symbiotic egg? It belongs to the dark epic level. The epic fate is the golden left hand. The soul fate is a soul doctor. The innate skill is poison to fight poison and the penetrating eye. Facing this tree, you seem a bit incredulous. Transforming life into symbiotic proof. Is this the ability of this tree? The system panel in front quickly displayed the symbiotic proof. The way of the epic is somewhat risky, but might be a breakthrough opportunity. The game environment confirmed the hatching. The whole body was quickly enveloped by a dazzling golden light. After a while, he took his phone and gasped for a few breaths. His face showed fatigue. Did he say it was because his physical strength increased? Although the original energy in the game and in reality was depleted, he could still endure the intense pain of surpassing the previous hatching stage. Indeed, he could feel the new summoning contract. Then a small system panel appeared before his eyes, and he could quickly summon a somewhat adorable dark medic. Seeing it, he couldn't help but sigh. Luckily, it didn't actually hatch a stern foot. Otherwise, it would have been terrifying. The 6 skills of the needle are precise cuts with almost no deviation. Using poison to fight poison involves simulating toxicity to stimulate life to temporarily improve physical qualities. The penetrating eye reveals the inner state of the life form. He saw this and quietly calculated in his mind. These 3 abilities are almost miraculous and specialized in medical skills. However, I don't understand medicine at all. Later on, the battlefield handling some external injuries and emergencies will be much easier. And the current dark medic might be immature. If he could restore the epic soul doctor state, he could suppress the terror from that time. Without the appearance of that pure consciousness, I wouldn't have been able to move at all. He looked at the thing in front of him with some reluctance. Low-level symbiotic proof grows too slowly with the maturity of high-level creatures. But how can you get epic-level symbiotic proof to fight epic creatures? Why enter such a deadly cycle? Then suddenly Chuvan remembered something. Many opportunities come from exchanging with strong players, like leveling up to deal with weak dimensional creatures at the epic level. But he already owed his senior brothers a favor. He looked at the phone beside him, calculating a bit in his mind. At this time in the training room, the other friend received a phone call and seemed a bit happy. Old Chu, do you want to team up to challenge an epic creature? Of course you have to bring me along. The other's voice carried cheerfulness as he said a few words. Since you brought me the immortal war god Fate, I've been getting better and better at fighting. Chuvan softly replied on the other side, I haven't thought that through yet. But when I do, I'll let you know. Okay, then he turned on his phone again to call someone else. The rest is yes. Thunyan answered the phone. The voice on the other end gently replied, You're too polite. How could I refuse any request from the coach? I'm coming right now. Wait, that's not quite right. Yes. Thunyan received the call, smiling happily, an epic creature. Sounds interesting. Of course I have to consider it. Chuvan sat on the bed, still thinking just as Li Huin said, forming a club with my own team of 5 is necessary. Although everyone is skilled, it's probably the first time a freshman challenges an epic creature. Call Senior Huang Cook too. Huang Cook quickly replied to his junior, if you had told me earlier, that would have been better. I'm not at school right now. Chuvan softly asked in return, not at school, senior. Where are you going? The other looked up at the tall buildings ahead and quietly replied, the Federal Sanctuary. I have some business to attend to there. He put the phone away, carrying his thoughts with him. His eyes showed seriousness as he looked up. If the senior isn't here, then fine. I'll pick a target now. If it's just for the materials, there's no need to look for epic creatures that complicate things and increase everyone's danger while also raising the success rate. So this is the best choice. But the epic creatures I've seen are limited. The Qian Go in Ho Lao still hasn't cut the divine crane seal in Trung Tien Gate, affected by mysterious forces and able to freely enter and exit the Nghia Tun's golden flying ants, making it too strong. Facing that choice, he had some calculations in his mind. Besides, Nghia Tun still doesn't have a corresponding dimensional field in the Phi Thien reality. I wonder if there's any epic creature a little weaker. Then he quickly went to the Dong Bin Duong at the Long Mon Cave. Dong Bin Duong. It's still the first time I've been here. He carefully examined his surroundings. The cave's dragon veins are independent of each other. This is more humane. You have to go deeper to explore. Suddenly, a tiger with shining bright eyes appeared nearby, looking this way. Chuvan saw it and couldn't help but exclaim, such a cute cub, a little monster of this place. But before he could finish speaking, the tiger attacked him directly with its sharp claws. The power of that strike really surprised the young man. Chuvan couldn't help but shout a few times, oh, this enemy is actually an epic creature. Then the tiger continuously chased him, causing powerful explosions, and the young man could only try to run away the whole time. The tiger leapt high and growled a few scary times. Chuvan finally couldn't run anymore. Quickly turned around, and with the weapon in his hand, swiftly attacked with a star-slashing sword technique. But when faced with the silk ribbon, the tiger skillfully used its tail to strike from above, seemingly trying to use its own strength. However, in a blink it was blinded by a blue light enveloping its whole body. The little one was completely restrained by that large ice block. But the tiger's strength was truly no joke. It shattered everything in an instant. Chuvan held the 3-star sword tightly, exclaiming a few times, finally, I know that when you're strong enough, you don't have to fear any tricks from the enemy. What happened? Just the epic attribute alone was enough to make me run for my life. He quickly turned and fled exhausted. His energy was rapidly depleting. Based on this monster's attributes, he wouldn't get exhausted quickly in a short time. But he didn't expect it to suddenly appear right above his head. He had no choice but to turn off his phone and leave. Sitting on the bed, he couldn't help but sigh. Just as expected, I never had any hope of defeating an epic creature alone. He fell into endless thoughts. But if that's the case, then this is really a good choice for team combat. The difficulty with epic creatures isn't just their attributes. They also have mysterious fates and powerful energy skills. Especially the soul fate trait, that's a major difference between legendary and epic creatures. I fought with that tiger for quite a while just now, but aside from it being angry and chasing me out, it didn't show its fate or soul traits. It didn't even show energy skill traits, as if it was just attacking instinctively based on its body and combat style. So if it doesn't have any tough skills or traits, just keep attacking, and a top legendary level person should definitely be able to handle it. He looked at the phone in his hand and began calculating again. But do epic creatures like that really exist? Isn't that too easy to deal with compared to other epic creatures? He logged back into the game, still on high alert. Time passed, and the next morning he was still fighting that little tiger over there. Its entire body had been completely slashed off, but from head to tail it only had one small wound. After trying to fight many times, I finally figured out the way to attack. But even though it was injured, it didn't show any special traits at all. I was the one who quickly became exhausted and lay down on the bed. Could it really be that there's an epic creature that knows nothing but to charge headfirst into battle? The next day, those guys quickly gathered at the house. The young boy sitting across looked at his friend in surprise. The little tiger in the Xinyang cave, Chuvan seriously replied, I think this time it didn't have to choose a dangerous target. Is there a problem? The other person seemed to fall into thoughtful reflection, but not really. Yes. Wang Lu spoke again, asking, Isn't that a protected animal? Ah, no, it's a protected dimensional creature. You seem to be hearing this term for the first time. A protected dimensional creature. The other person continued. There's some info about that question on the Federal Forum. Its fate is very strange, called the lucky little tiger. But it seems this fate has no upgrade attributes at all. According to some scholars' research, if you carry it with you, the chance of getting what you want, like dimensional creatures or combined attributes, is mysteriously higher than normal. Some believe this fate originates from the Buddhist tale of self-sacrifice to raise the little tiger. The tiger eating the blood and flesh of the Buddha is good luck. Although the tiger is recognized as the weakest epic creature because of its special traits and rarity, it once caused fierce battles between factions. Eventually, it even shocked the entire Federation. Afterwards, the military directly controlled the Xinyang cave, creating several strict rules about entry and time spent inside. Then they went to the Long Men cave, an important stronghold of the Xinyang cave system. The gatekeeper standing there announced 10,000 one-by-one attempts with a 1% chance to get entry for 1 to 5 hours. The remaining 1% is the grand prize special 72-hour free entry, and you can swipe your card. I'll also mention that no one can make a move within my range of perception, so don't even think about any tricks here. They finally realized something about the current situation. That's the result. Wang Lu just stood there smiling happily and said, "Leave it to me." Very quickly, she pulled out several rare cards from her body. "Let's go inside, then." They couldn't believe their eyes at all. She had actually drawn 4 grand prizes in a row, incredibly spectacular. The security guard standing outside was also seeing this strange scene for the first time. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. How could someone draw first prize 4 times in a row? I also can't sense any power interference here. I'll quickly run off and report this to maintenance. Seems like the machine is broken. They entered the cave still full of disbelief. How did your elementary school loser do it? This is no different than winning the lottery 4 times in a row. The other person, a bit embarrassed, asked again, "What way isn't it just pressing the draw button a few times? Real or fake?" "Huh?" Thunyan. Someone nearby said you guys weren't even in the same zone as us before, so it's normal the leader hasn't heard of Wang Lu. Her legend is very well known in our area. Like how she found a winning lottery ticket worth millions shortly after being born. Or how she tried it once and in elementary school bought a rare high-quality crystal hairpin for 3 coins from a street vendor. Someone was thinking of continuing the story, but the person next to them quickly stopped Nan. "Nyan, are you joining Xiaolu in teasing me?" Seeing the other person didn't believe it, he then took something out from his body. "Then bring it in front of that girl and ask, this is a coin, heads or tails? Heads or tails?" She carried a happy expression and replied, "Then I guess it will land on its side." The person behind couldn't believe there was such an option. The coin was quickly flipped into the air, and the person next to it quickly reached out to catch it. Wait! It spun a few times on the ground and actually landed completely upright when it stopped. This scene really crushed the young man beside him, losing $300, completely unbelievable. Chuvan also seemed a bit surprised. This stroke of luck was truly bizarre. The young man quickly ran to the girl happily and said, "Sister Locke with you here? Who would want that weakest little tiger anymore? If you're interested, come to the casino with me tomorrow. Go ahead and ask." Chuvan on the side quickly reminded him not to cause trouble and not to forget their main mission. The other party smiled, looking this way, and happily replied, "No need to be so anxious, the little tiger's position isn't fixed." Many people who entered briefly ended up leaving empty-handed. "We basically have 3 free days, so just take it easy." Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred behind. "Here it comes." That tiger quickly appeared here with a terrifying growl. He looked that way and quickly warned a few times, "Be careful. The weakest epic creature is only weak compared to epic level, you know." Chuvan shouted seriously, "Just follow my command!" At the control center, they were carefully monitoring the situation above. The reporter quickly informed his superiors, recent entry logs did record Chuvan, but they have been granted free entry rights for 72 hours and the exact time he went out. Before finishing, Antin said, 3 days is too late, I have to meet him immediately. The man over there was truly in a difficult position. "Miss Antin, please don't make things difficult for a gatekeeper like me. It's not that I don't respect the An family, but even though the Tandung cave is in Lokdung, it belongs to the Federation. All entries and exits must be reported in detail to the authorities. Except for the highest level permissions from the Federation Congress, everyone must follow that rule." Kenting fell silent after hearing this. Meanwhile, the battle inside with the tiger was extremely fierce. It growled several terrifying times in their direction. The young men carefully reminded each other, "Is this really an epic creature? It's even easier to fight than I imagined." The person next to him quickly added, "Weak only compared to epic level, though. Haven't you figured out the real reason it's so easy to fight?" The coach's commands almost completely nullified all its attacks, and the tiger seemed to realize something. Its eyes sharpened as it looked at Vung Luk beside them. Inside the little girl's head, it seemed she heard a voice, "Subdue the creature before you." In an instant, the huge tiger's entire body transformed into a small egg. The young man beside her truly couldn't believe it. "This is the first time I've seen a primal creature turn itself into a cooperation egg." The egg quickly moved toward Vung Luk. The girl held it in her arms, also very confused. "I owe you all a favor, then. Can I have this cooperation egg?" Then her astonished voice rang out again. "Do you all really agree to give it to me?" Her face carried confusion as she explained, "I don't intend to take it all for myself. Your shares can be converted into money or anything else." They happily replied, "After all, we're all part of the club. Besides, I came here originally to challenge old Chu. I'm not short on money, I don't need it. I'm just following the coach's lead." Chuvan seemed a bit shocked and couldn't believe it. "What's going on? I also feel like using an epic-level egg to exchange for a favor with Xiao Lu is really not a loss at all, right?" They quickly stepped out of that gate. Surely the tiger will only appear once in a short period of time. If the coach ever needs anything later, just call me Xiao Lu, or have me be the lucky mascot for our club. At this moment, Chu Van suddenly realized that the person standing beside him was Tin, who had been waiting here all along. That person was Tin. Upon seeing the girl, the boy instinctively wanted to turn and run away. But he hadn't gotten far when she angrily shouted, "Don't pretend you don't see me! I came here looking for you." She stood in front of the boy and loudly questioned, "Why did you refuse the qualification to enter the 4 divine territories, Chu Van?" Facing this, there really was no other way. "I knew this would happen if I carried this with me." With an awkward expression, he slowly replied, "I already said this qualification wasn't originally mine, and I don't even know why I have it. If it was taken from you, then I'll give it up. You should be happy about that." Hearing this, she seemed a bit angry. "Is that all?" The girl shouted in rage, "Are you insulting me?" It was the first time Chu Van had faced such an awkward situation, and he was truly flustered. "I didn't mean to." "If that's the case, then show me your true self." The girl's face was serious as she said, "Let me see how someone favored by their mother who swapped a stronger position than me isn't hiding and making me unable to see what's really standing in front of me. You must remember, you still owe me a request, right?" Chuvan heard that and immediately knew things weren't good, but he still answered softly, "I remember." The girl arrogantly continued, "Good, then now I demand you fulfill this debt for me. Accept the 4 divine territories." Chuvan had no choice, sighed wearily. "I understand." After that, they returned to that small house. The young lady took her red glasses and calmly put them on skillfully. "You really can't understand what's going on just sitting there." She seriously replied, "It seems you don't know the specific details about the 4 divine territories, so I have to fill you in first." Chu Van frowned deeply, completely lost in thought, wondering if she was experiencing what it felt like to be a teacher. A very quick lecture took place. The 4 divine territories are actually a special and vast dimensional area within the Holy Land. There exist powerful creatures called demigods. They not only possess terrifying power, but also recognize those who can pass their trials. They are even willing to grant special bloodlines that make that person a divine bloodline. And the 6 heroes we know today were actually the first to receive these 6 types of bloodlines. Among them, these bloodlines are passed down to divine descendants. The emperor named Johann, whom you fought before, was one of them. Of course, the bloodlines of later generations can't be as strong as those of the first generation. Chu Van sat there and voiced his thoughts. If the power is enough to change bloodlines, then why only give the 4 divine territories way to the younger generation? Don't those above have any opinions? And Tin over there replied softly, "It's not that they don't want to, but they can't. I heard that in the demigod area, a prohibition rule has been established. Only descendants of legends are allowed to enter the 4 divine territories." "That's it, no wonder Sister Lam said Thien Ta is already strong and doesn't need the 4 divine territories." Antin calmly answered, "That's only one reason. What about your brother? He participated in the last 4 divine territories, but simply didn't receive a portion of the 4. It's not that all who participated then failed to get the 4 divine territories." The luxurious and splendid and family mansion appeared again in their sight. Just had a brief call with Antin. Lam sat on the chair and couldn't help but sigh. That Tin-Ni girl. Tin said, "Xiao Van has agreed to go in place of Tin-Ni to the 4 divine territories." Lam sat in the chair and couldn't help but sigh. That girl Tin-Ni. Tin said Tuvan has agreed to take her place in the Thantu Chidia already. This time please go with Avan. Sin beside him spoke up. "Madam, rest assured and leave Tuvan's affairs to me." He quickly returned to the room to carefully organize his belongings. Suddenly someone appeared behind and said, "Avan, you only need to prepare a little simply. I'll prepare the rest for you." The young man over there replied softly. On those sinewy hands, a small, beautiful bracelet seemed to have appeared. He recalled his previous conversation with Min Uyen, the teacher who also came to Thantu, a scholar from the Dimensional era. Of course, he would know a bit more than the average person. He lazily took off the bracelet carefully and then handed it to the student in front of him. "I originally planned to make one for each of you, but since you took leave and went away for a trip, I'll give this one to you first." He took it feeling amazed inside. "This is Min Uyen." With a calm smile, he replied, "You can just consider it a talisman." Returning to the small room at this moment, there was a knock outside. "Hey, Lao Chu is here." The person outside the door was clearly Li Huyen. The teenager stepped in from outside, his face filled with disdain. "That damn guy, I saw your name at the end of the official then to list, yet you never told me anything. We could have handled everything together." "I've already packed my luggage. When are we leaving?" And Sin stood there with a faint smile. "All right, I wouldn't mind bringing along the young master from the Li family." Chu Vun stood aside and quickly introduced, "This is An Sin. Sister Lam has arranged everything. Please take me to the Thon 2 site." Upon seeing Li Huyen, he became wildly anxious. An Sin. He's the deputy devil official next to Anthin Ta, rumored to be cruel and heartless, right? And Sin heard this without anger. Instead, an interested smile appeared on his lips. "So that's how people see me outside, huh? But don't worry, young Master Li. I'll try not to show you that side of me." Li Huyen stood there completely unconvinced. "Worry about what? Are you sure you're not pretty much admitting those rumors are true?" Holding on to his worry, he quickly moved toward his friend. "I didn't expect the An family to send a deputy devil official to take you away. That's really impressive. And you still use that word, 'Hey, I heard that.'" At that moment, a phone suddenly rang from his pocket. An Sin quickly turned and left. "Hello, Commander?" Then he seemed to receive a strong order. "Understood, but the madam assigned to Anthien Ta over there," he answered softly. "The military order must be confirmed quickly." He gently touched the map in front of him. On the way to the Holy Land, they would also pass near Tan Lin. His face serious, he continued, "To save time, just bring him along." And Sin nodded softly. "Understood." Then he sighed helplessly. Finally looking toward the 2 teenagers behind, he said, "Avan and young Master Li on the way to the Holy Land. Do you want to stop by Tan Lin to sightsee a bit?" And that afternoon was also when they began their journey. The 3 luxury cars sped quickly down the long road. Li Huyen sat in the back confused and asked, "Isn't that the area where no force has control or management? And Sin wants to go there." The other smiled lightly. "Li, your family isn't ordinary either, so sooner or later you'll find out. This time we're just investigating a bit to see if there are any dimensional anomalies at Tan Lin." Li Huyen, sitting next to him, thought carefully. "Dimensional anomalies. When I get home, I'll ask my old man clearly." Chu Vun, sitting beside, continued his friend's story. "Tan Lin isn't far from Lac Dung. Has a dimensional anomaly occurred there?" And Sin smiled faintly and replied, "It's not certain yet. Tan Lin has been considered an area covered by dimensions for a long time. The population there is sparse. A large number of soldiers who planned to enter and occupy this area disappeared completely overnight. This area has always been relatively stable, never expanding, but now anomalies are popping up everywhere. The commander has compiled the anomaly situation from various places and must also consider whether the events in this area are caused by dimensional anomalies. That night, they quickly arrived at their destination, but the cars could only go this far. We can't stay too long, just collect the dimensional fluctuation data from the nearby area. Before leaving, An-Sin carefully reminded the kids in front, "It gets strangely cold here at night. If you're cold, there are still clothes in the car." Yet the two of them were still confidently saying, "No need. My energy isn't just for training. I don't need any either." His body at this moment was using the ancient yellow meridian transformation most skillfully. The ancient yellow meridian has very strong cold resistance after all. Suddenly, overhead, there was the sound of a bird flying by, and it quickly landed on his hair. Because of its ruffled and confused state, the bird seemed to mistake this hair for a warm nest. They once again had a small campfire deep in the forest, the flames flickering in the space. Li Huiyin, sitting beside, saw this scene and couldn't help but happily exclaim, "Old Chu really is loved by animals." He quickly reached out to touch the bird. "This must be an animal, right?" An-Sin carefully speculated. This thing seems to have an additional hidden aura layer, making it hard to analyze its class, but it should be within a safe range. Li Huiyin, sitting next to him, couldn't help but complain a bit. "Even An-Sin can't see clearly. Is it really that formidable?" Then he himself touched the bird and began to tease, "But this little one is so soft. It doesn't look fierce at all. Since it's on your head, why not just keep it as a pet?" "Old Chu don't mess around on my head anymore." Chu Van reluctantly took the bird down, sighing inwardly. "We already have a bunch at home eating gold." The bird, as soon as it was placed on the ground, seemed to sense something. It panicked and quickly fled straight into the East Asia. "If you run away." Chu Van touched his chest a bit confused. "Is it trembling because it's cold?" An-Sin beside him couldn't help but smile happily. "It's really attached to a van. It looks like a lost fledgling of some dimensional creature." Li Huiyin beside him couldn't help but ask, "A young bird? Aren't dimensional creatures born strong?" The man over there explained, "At least not all of them. The military's investigation found that some dimensional creatures have adults that carry young ones." "Isn't that right? Princess Old Master has also brought you to the merciless life realm. Aren't these kinds of things common there?" The two young men over there finally realized the situation and were a bit impressed. "Seems like we have seen this before." He thought of something seeming a bit strange. "But why does this kid seem to cling only to me? It's not like I have—" "Wait, are you kidding? Could it sense the ancient yellow meridian on me?" Li Huiyin beside him asked curiously, "By the way, old Chu, what about your Yang family when we go out like this?" "That one?" Chu Van answered cheerfully. "I've asked Xiaolu to take care of it." She held the goat happily and replied, "You can rest assured and leave it to me." Then Li Huiyin responded with a vague comment, "Leaving it to Xiaolu? Old Chu, you're definitely going to regret that." An-Sin then looked up and said, "Anyway, going into the mountain range in this dimension at night is very dangerous. So for now, let's rest until dawn before we proceed." Time passed quickly, and the next morning they sat in front of a friend, carefully examining something. The three of them happily entered with curiosity and excitement. The little bird behind them seemed to still follow them. Chu Van was really a bit puzzled. "It's morning and this kid is still following us. No, if I'm not mistaken, it only follows you." The bird, after tiring, rested a bit on him. Li Huiyin beside him seemed a bit bored, really boring. Is this really a dimensional space? After traveling so far, why haven't we encountered any dimensional creatures? An-Sin immediately replied, "Because I have expanded my aura, making those useless creatures not dare to come near here. If young master gets bored next time, I'll take you to the dimensional training area." Li Huiyin was really a bit embarrassed by this suggestion. "I feel like with An-Sin here, we can only see a corner of the Ice Dragon Vein Mountain." But Chu Van, standing there, then said, "Dragon Vein? You mean the Longmok Conlon? Speaking of Tanlin, it really is a branch of the legendary Conlon mountain range. Old Chu knows about it too, although not absolute, many dimensional creatures will appear in the area that suits them best. Do you think it's in a place filled with legendary divine beasts like Longmok Conlon? Could these dimensional abnormalities have legendary divine beasts?" When he said this, a delighted smile appeared on the young man's face. Suddenly, he felt a terrifying heat coming from somewhere within himself. In surprise, he quickly looked up. A giant phoenix surrounded by a powerful light enveloping its entire body. Yet it appeared there. They quickly went into a state of alert. What is that Sin guy? Is he the phoenix from the legends? Don't make a sound. A Sin stood there staring coldly straight ahead. Such a strong aura that you can't sense what kind of creature it is. How could it appear outside like this? The sharp gaze of the phoenix looked down with a probing demeanor. Suddenly the bird on his head reacted to this and jumped up, calling out a few times. Is it looking over there? Then he saw several other young birds appearing on the big wings over there. That is... Finally, Chu Van realized what was going on. It looks exactly like that kid. The phoenix in front of him burst into a massive flame. The young birds on its shoulders seemed to gradually fall down, and the little bird near him also started flapping its wings. Lai Huiyan seemed a bit surprised. It won't see us as prey, right? Not going to hunt birds, right? The phoenix over there flapped its wings once again and flew high. In the blink of an eye, its giant silhouette completely disappeared. Lai Huiyan sat down, exhausted, sighed. Luckily, it left us alone. A Sin stood there seriously responding, probably because it saw we meant no harm. If they really had to fight it, the young man kneeling on the ground in a pained tone asked, A Sin, you're top-ranked in the army and still can't do anything. The other person just gently shook his head. Then he began teasing. So, young master satisfied seeing the divine beast yet? The person in front could only smile awkwardly and a bit reluctantly. Meanwhile, Chu Van on this side seemed to be pulled by that bird towards somewhere. La Huiyan quickly approached. Why wasn't this kid taken away by his mother, or was he abandoned? No. A Sin said this place is the outskirts where the phoenix appears. So they're probably here looking for it, right? The bird flapped its wings again. Does it want us to follow it? They quickly reached a dense forest. The whole group stood there looking straight ahead with very serious expressions. In the distant dead spot, a huge tree with golden leaves appeared. That tree is huge, A Sin softly added. The ancients said if not for the Wu-Tong tree, the phoenix wouldn't perch. Looks like this area is its territory. Surely this kid might be a young phoenix who secretly flew out of the territory and got lost. Chu Van stood there face cold, saying nothing more. Then quickly suggested to those nearby, at this distance, maybe we should go over and check it out. What? Lai Huiyan shouted in surprise upon hearing that old Chu. Are you serious? That's the territory of a legendary divine beast. It's very dangerous. But Chu Van, standing there, argued sharply. Surely not. We entered its territory carrying its offspring, yet it didn't attack or chase us away. If we don't attack recklessly, there probably won't be any problem. A Sin from behind also started to respond, fine by me. The host also showed no hostility. Going deeper could also gather spatial information that General Doc needs more accurately. Lai Huiyan heard this and had no other choice. Can only keep moving forward. Then I'll go with you. They looked straight at the big tree in the distance as their target. Then let's hurry back and leave before it gets dark. They quickly reached the base of that giant ancient tree. Below seemed to be an abandoned junkyard. The two teenagers were riding on a giant insect. Finally arrived. The three of them carefully observed the surroundings separately. Seriously, this whole pile is completely broken. This place has been abandoned for a very long time. It must be equipment from the warlords who once tried to invade and occupy the border. So it's all here. You looked toward the weapons stash over there. Seemingly sensing something, I quickly tripped over a cloth bundle placed on the path. Inside seemed to be a long piece of wood tied carefully. Yet you quickly took out a bamboo blade from inside it. A Sin stood nearby, carefully considering missing for so long I didn't expect it to be here. Chu Van took its seemingly somewhat suspicious bamboo blade. A Sin, the senior who went ahead naturally, explained softly, normal metal rarely harms dimensional creatures. So the bullets of the Federation Army contain a mineral born in the dimensional storm called primal metal. There was once a swordsmith who used the purest material to make 4 famous blades named after the 4 gentlemen. I was once lucky enough to see them. The blade in your hand must be the bamboo blade, one of those 4. As soon as you heard this, you quickly drew it out. A Sin next to you shouted anxiously, Wait, Avan! Before I could stop him, the teenager quickly drew it completely from its sheath. Then I even praised him a bit. That's a fine blade, brother. A Sin couldn't help but hold his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. Li Huiyan next to him couldn't help shouting, Damn, such a nice blade. Why do you look so miserable, Sin? Let me look around. Maybe there's another blade here. But the other person cheerfully replied, If you can really find one, it might be hard to accept, because the owners of these 4 blades all met unfortunate ends, including the master of the 4 gentleman blades, the owner of the plum blade who once shone everywhere but died unexpectedly early. The previous head of the An family, Chuvan, seemed a bit shocked hearing this. The previous head of the An family was Anthinta's biological father. Asin once again took the weapon. "Let me borrow the blade for a moment." Blood quickly dripped from those hands cut by the blade as if something had happened. The blade was handed back to you once more. Gentlemen fight, and fighting inevitably causes bloodshed or it will lead to disaster. Although painful, the master holds it, but it's best if Avan doesn't use it. Then they quickly went under the giant ancient tree. Li Huin walked behind, unable to help, but exclaimed, "So this is the Phoenix Perch!" Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise as he noticed something on the branch above was a small cocoon, carefully wrapped in spider silk. The surprised teenager looked straight ahead. "What is that?" "A cocoon." Why would there be something like that here? Chuvan's heart filled with speculation. Another cocoon. So Long Tin To Keen and this place also have those cocoons. What exactly is this thing? He looked ahead with deep suspicion, while the little bird beside him seemed to react strongly as well. The giant phoenix above quickly spread its wings and flew over. "It's here." The little bird quickly flew over, then looked at its mother, very excited and affectionate. They quickly ordered each other to make the most of this moment. But at this moment, the phoenix's gaze seemed to focus on them. In an instant, it sensed the strong aura of its former master deep in the dense forest. As if nothing had happened, the giant phoenix's shadow seemed to cover the entire sky. In a flash, a powerful spark shot straight forward. The little bird beside seemed a bit surprised, realizing the situation. Those beams of light quickly turned into some strange fragments. The distant sunlight slowly descended. Asin carefully took out his phone to examine it. Although it took some time, we will set off. I didn't expect to reach the holy city so quickly and catch up with the 4 divine refiners. Li Huin beside him couldn't help but sigh. It really is a pity. It's the offspring of a divine beast. If we could have tamed it, that would have been amazing, yet it just flew away without a second thought. Uncle Vun stood there with a cheerful smile. It's not like we didn't gain anything. But very soon the little bird appeared again above his head. It still had something in its mouth. They were so surprised when they saw it that they shouted, "Why did you fly back here already?" Finally, he noticed it was holding a fragment. He quickly reached out to catch it. "This is mine." Thinking he seemed a bit amazed. An eggshell. In a luxurious and splendid palace, the man in front snapped. "This really brings shame to the Capitas family. Just some unknown brat nobody's ever heard of. He humiliated you all." The 2 men knelt respectfully. Chuvan completely disrespects our family. We definitely can't let such an arrogant guy slide. The old man over there coldly replied, "We should have settled the debts of the An family and the 6 heroic clans by now. But with the 4 divine coming soon, there will probably be many watching. It's hard for me to take action against a junior." The 2 Joshes looked up carefully with cold eyes and answered, "You don't need to handle it personally. I have a plan, though. I might need a little help from you." Josh knelt again and continued. "That's right." In his hand was a strange fan that could create an extremely cold wind capable of destroying my divine crystal. Immediately, if there's no countermeasure. Before I could finish, the other quickly replied, "I've heard of it." Then he brought out a special badge and said, "Take this." Josh looked completely amazed. Could this be the protection of the wind goddess? Then he quickly bowed respectfully. "You really are exceptional. I didn't expect they would lend us their clan's treasured item." But the old man over there remained cold and replied, "Though we don't know the fan's origin, wind is still just wind. With the wind goddess's protection, all wind-based powers won't affect you." Then he ordered once more, "Go. Don't disappoint me." Meanwhile, the little bird was obediently sleeping inside his coat. Chuvan sat carefully holding the eggshell fragment in his hand, lost in thought. Asin smiled in front of him. "Avan, don't overthink it. I heard that divine beasts repay kindness and revenge enmity. This can be considered your fate." The car quickly rushed toward a luxurious and modern city. "Look quickly, we've arrived at the holy city." Passers-by said this place is extremely crowded. Those around couldn't help but start whispering, "That's an Sin from the An family, right?" And the one behind is the trial refiner chosen by the N family. They kept whispering, "Strange, isn't that An Tin? Isn't he scared? I can't believe he dared to come here." Another said, "Isn't that the young master from the Lee family? Why are they together?" A Sin smiled in front of them. "This is the temporary lodging for the contestants. I've arranged everything. Tomorrow morning there will be a trip to the trial location." Uncle Vun replied a bit awkwardly. It seemed they didn't like the An family very much. Li Huin beside him awkwardly asked again, "You don't know about that? Know about what the story was told again? The reason all the participants in the previous fourth trial got nothing was because of An Thien Ta." At that time, the group angrily looked at An Thien Ta and asked, "An Thien Ta, what do you want to do?" The man arrogantly smiled and answered, "This thing." Then he swung out a powerful slash straight ahead. "I want to bring some freshness to that boring inheritance ritual, always relying on this otherworldly creature." Hearing this, he became somewhat interested. Then what happened? Then after that, he disabled all the trial participants that time and did nothing until the trial ended. That's why the four gods specially revised the rules. The teleportation mechanism of the fourth part was changed to random teleportation. Each person would be sent to a random location to prevent the same thing from happening again like last time. A Sin stood beside her, his mind beginning to ponder. Speaking of that time, I remember there was a little girl then. The crowd outside shouted angrily, "The An family, you guys have gone too far. Please calm down, gentlemen." At that time, An Lam, the cold head of the family, replied confidently and arrogantly, "Isn't it the four gods' rules that are responsible for unintended deaths when entering the trial? Then this is just a minor accident, nothing more. Like when my husband passed away, some pests tried to seize the An family. Isn't that right?" The man over there, upon hearing this, became a bit angry. From somewhere, a voice suddenly rang out. "You're the one who tried to take down everyone, aren't you?" The beautiful girl standing there seriously asked, "You're really strong. Someday I will definitely become as strong as you." "No way. Just you wait. When I grow up, I will defeat you fair and square." Time passed quickly. The little girl from back then has now grown up, becoming colder than ever. She looked down at the crowd gathered below, carrying endless feelings inside. She couldn't help but sigh, "Isn't he coming?" Suddenly, someone appeared from behind. "Finally found you." But the girl coldly replied, "I already told you I won't participate in your nonsense plans." Yet Josh behind her seriously shouted, "Don't forget, you're also a member of the 6 heroic families. Keep up the reputation of a hero." Those words were just empty talk. Before he could finish speaking, his handsome face was grazed by a sharp arrow. The man quickly fell down. In the chaos, the girl also quickly stood up. "I won't say it twice." But her gaze grew colder. "Or do you think with your strength you have the right to teach me a lesson?" Then you were led into a small room and given a strange egg. Chuvan took it in his hand, suspicious. An Sin, right in front of him, quickly replied, "Before leaving, the madam specially instructed to give you this." The madam said, "Different combination eggs might not be necessary, but this one you absolutely must accept. This egg was personally obtained by the madam from the Prime region before. No matter what, you must take it. Otherwise, after you return, you'll have to eat with her every day. And also invite Miss Tin." Remembering those 2 women, he couldn't help but feel extremely panicked. His voice trembling with fear, he replied, "I just have to accept it, right?" The other quickly responded, "I will wait until the test is over. Then I wish you all the best." After receiving the egg, a detailed notice quickly appeared. "Golden Star Armored Beast, Legendary Transmission." Holding his phone, he pondered. The beast combination has the highest soul, and there's even an armored combination form. Looks like Sister Lamb is preparing everything thoroughly on my behalf. After showering, Li Huien quickly appeared in the room. He was thinking about which divine hall trial he would enter after going into the holy hall. "Not yet, old Chu. If it's the An family's sun shooting technique, if I'm not mistaken, it must be the Sun Divine Hall. Famnyet Quit obtained the solar divine body by passing the sun trial. That is the full form of this cultivation method. I'm not good at seeing innate energy, but at least I can tell your energy seems different from the sun shooting technique, right?" Chuvan tiredly lay on the bed and replied dejectedly, "I don't practice the sun fear blood, so I can go anywhere." Inside, he couldn't help but sigh, and you don't look like someone who practices the Nam technique at all. As a close friend, Li Huin quickly rushed over to punish that guy in anger. I know what you're thinking, you know. I want to personally go to the Immortal Heaven Shrine. Before and after randomly teleporting inside, let's meet at the Immortal Heaven Shrine. Then I will go look for the trial. Are you interested in joining? Remembering something Lai Huyen spoke up, write the 6 heroic clans contracts. The bad guy and your representative, your name is Josh. You've faced him before, and he's also part of this trial. So be careful before we gather. Chu Van heard this and coldly replied, I'm not interested in any trouble. At most, I just won't run into them. Besides, Sister Lam also asked Asin to give me a Kim Tin armored beast with defensive laws. The phone on the bed seemed to have changed. Li Huyen, curious, asked, Kim Tin armored beast, huh? And Gia? That's really thoughtful, but I also prepared something. He quickly summoned his power within reach. In the blink of an eye, he held a powerful purple sword in his hand. Then, after channeling some internal energy, another beast appeared beside him. This is called the Thunder God General Beast, considered the strongest attacking beast at the legendary level with unmatched offensive power. Plus, it's a mutated individual with the special skill Thunder God Guidance. See how cool your Huyenka is, Chu Van? Seeing this scene was truly unexpected. Where did you get such a good one? Suddenly, you remembered something. Then you began to expose everything I know. You must have asked Tulok to pick it for you, right? Haha, figured it out. That afternoon, the battle was about to start quickly. The two of them blended into the crowd. Following the announcement over the loudspeaker, it was confirmed the Link Path members would soon open. All trial members, please move to the center. The group quickly gathered inside the huge magic circle. They seriously exchanged a few words. Then see you at the Immortal Heaven Shrine. All right. A powerful beam of light quickly appeared and whisked them away. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived and Chu Van quickly landed. So I had to look up and marvel. I didn't expect the trial area to be so vast. Suddenly, a figure in white appeared behind, but you standing there were completely unaware, calmly using your phone. Anyway, you had to prepare the map that Asin had ready to meet La Huyen. The white-clad figure behind slowly spoke, offending the great Capitus clan and still daring to join the Divine Four, I admire your courage. Chu Van looked up suspiciously. Seems like you had prepared in advance, right? A crowd quickly appeared there surrounding you. It's just that the clan chief, who is also an elder of the Holy Land, changed some teleport points. Some were flying above with wings or mounts. My bird quickly rushed over. The reckless ones. Suddenly, the little bird appeared from your pants pocket. It chirped a few times, and they were completely defeated. The whole group fell instantly unable to resist. Of course, Chu Van recognized this move, Phoenix Fury 100-fold taming. The other group finally realized something was wrong. How did the allied beasts automatically dispel like that? Furious, they charged straight forward to attack. Take him down. You quickly grabbed the little bird into your pocket. Whispered, just leave it to me. Holding the 3-pronged fan and the blade you picked up earlier, ready to attack the man over there. Seeing your weapon was really unbelievable. That fan again. In a flash, Chu Van created the Tai Yin Wind, a giant, brilliant blue whirlwind. It could sweep everything away instantly. But the bastard over there had prepared defenses in advance. He uses the protection of the wind goddess, making him immune to all effects of the wind element around him. Ready to take the hit. But unfortunately, I was already prepared. They relied on their numbers and quickly charged forward, taking this opportunity. Chu Van stood there, his expression cold from start to finish. Without the power of that fan, let's see how glorious you really are. Yet he never expected that the boy could so easily slash out sharp strikes with the sword in his hand. In the blink of an eye, all were defeated with ease. Josh, watching from above, truly couldn't believe what he saw. How is this possible? How could he still have the strength after using such a large-range primal energy skill? But Chu Van had no intention of continuing to explain to that annoying guy. His cold gaze stared straight ahead. Some of them still remained behind, quickly flying forward to attack. A huge explosion occurred, but that young man quickly dodged. Once again, he wielded the sword in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. In an instant, he launched several sharp slashes, completely annihilating the opponents. The boy over there seemed to realize something was wrong with the current situation and began to use his own power. He quickly ordered those nearby to block him. Meanwhile, he created a huge orb above. The others could only try their best to form a solid defensive shield. But he gripped the sword tightly, refusing to retreat at all. He quickly charged straight forward, delivering a powerful stab. His cold gaze stared straight ahead as he realized the current situation of that guy. Because he quickly summoned a yellow many-armed angel over there. A faint smile appeared on that guy's lips. Go to hell. A strong beam of light shot straight toward that direction to attack. The massive explosion affected everything in the space around at that moment. That guy finally landed. His voice cold. It's over. Find a place to recover your primal energy. What he never expected most was that the boy still stood there arrogantly, completely unscathed. George thought in panic as he quickly sat down. How is that possible? Impossible. How could anyone withstand the holy judge's saint seal with a normal body? And Chuvan had no intention of explaining to him. He was ready to fight another round. In an instant, he charged toward that madman to attack. Minutes later on the battlefield, he held that treasure in his hand, feeling a bit rested. This is the thing that stopped the Tai-Yin wind. Well, since it's been offered to me at the door like this, I'll take it. As for you to avoid trouble later, I'll sever your primal energy meridians. And the one hiding over there, if he doesn't come out, then he's probably not an enemy. I still have to meet a friend, so I won't be seeing you. Someone quickly appeared behind. I thought I had hidden very well. The girl stepped forward instantly with a cold expression. You're very strong. Although you were forced to relocate here, I enjoyed a very satisfying fight. I don't know your name? The boy over there showed no change in expression. He looked back and softly answered Chuvan.